Chapter 1 Return. Et tempestraged, dark clouds looming ominously over the city. Somewhere in Mount Tai, Bisidia and ancient told Chendong's voice beer threat storm, 300 years. A full 300 years. Why won't you let me go? His expression wasn't often while, cold rain striking his pallid face, his furious cries mingling with the thunderous roars of nature, the spiritual Nagaya main sustenasver. Before him stood a resplendent light-dressed elder, ho his either hand with a subtle gesture, coursing the torrential downpour part around him, leaving him untouched, charge reverse Iriam's I sapurai loose and devour, cost ingiani net percent ofiar cultivation, losing alaya treasures was it with it to return to this desolate world. Imperial moth cultivation, you were revered by thousands. I do not care, Chendong bellowed, interrupting Thielder, I had no desire to take an awaito tot secluded realm of cultivation it wagia woke up did me without a sconvat. 300 years shave past, during which I have slain and plundered on our behalf, scheming and committing crimes, is that not enough? All I want to know is to reach and home, why won't you let me go? Chendong gritted histeth, Tishimarang in his bloodshotty stop. Do you have an idea how much I'd spizzy you? You'd spies him, Thielder for a wet his bro, incredulous, on what grounds do you harbour such hatred? Had it not been for him providing the wife technique was dating the cultivation, how could you have attained such extraordinary power, gazing down upon the cultivation world? Without me, what would have amounted to? Just a worthless gambler, scorned bile, abandoned bethevens. Worthless gambler, the cod word scut like a knife, suddenly unearthing buried whence within Chendong's hat, indeed, who was a pathetic gambler. That year, shortly after her wedding, Chendong succumbed to theft of gambling. In a single night, Hela stole the possessions, gamble engines nersenella kethais when a grave more, while Lucis glint their povercome back, and Chendong spiral deeper into despair. Driven by his obsession to recover his oses, Hetaned to serious loans, yet reality thwarted his attempts at redemption, leaving him burdened with insurmountable debt. To pay it, he depleted their savings, even selling ternuli wedum. Yet still, the dead slumbered like an insatiable ibis. That night, when the collectors came a knocking, Chendong shoots and cat the sight of the brutishman for tipi fall. Seeing the pallor around Chendong's face, his despondent wife, Sushijing, simply said, you shall escape through you and thou. Without his conthort, have fled through you and thou like your dojin retreat. But new thought moments after his escape, Thebatinkled wind brought him back to his senses, Shiching. Only then did he realize how hard abandoned Sushiking to those dogs, those men were ruthless scoundrels, whilst his for a human act, lower than beasts. Chendong slapped Dimsel fiercely. Away with some returning, a moment of clarity. But just as she turned back, the odd man appeared like a spectre. The elder claimed he was our talent in cultivation and forcibly took him to their realm of cultivation. He also took away Chendong's chance for redemption. For 300 years, Chendong traversed the heavens and the earth, through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, evolving from a timidity into formidable tyrant within the cultivation world, yet the cult never forget that battered him. What they become of that though men now, ways it shattered and desolate. Chendong gritted his teeth, tears swelling in his grim's knees, head read no Timogene. Still unable to let go. A voice filled with resignation broke Edward Hastorm. Thielder shook his head, 300 years in the cultivation realm, yet in life Raya shave pastor, for being slickius, 300 years is beauty fleeting moment ratus thriers, in the face of eternity, familial bonds signed deep rooted affections re ultimately nothing but withered buns in our grave. Is that though metruler so significant? Apison like Yos and lighter eshes and a liquor show called only sick mortality understand, Chendong's gaze was laden with deep regret, tinged with sorrow it. Do I not understand? Thielder looked southward, his narrow EDs reflecting nostalgia and sorrow, yet beneath it all, a burgeoning hatred simmered. After a pause, a flicker of warmth returned to Thielder's gaze stead against Stainer by stone, sighing, crossing ground size indeed fraught with peril. Child, we have relied on at her for 300 years Galdiarnet, Dr. Master? Chendong slowly turned, Eagled smile is still gracing his lips. Thielder seemed to perceive Chendong's expression, sighing in resignation shallow at a sheet. Woo! Whoosh! The wind howled, rain pouring like capillars. After a long while, Chendong sensed some think miss and turned. He found Thielder sitting on the stone, head bowed, drenched by the relentless rain. The wet fabric clung to him, and for the first time, Chendong not to see Davro Thielder appeared. He stepped forward, his voice easy, stop pretending, I said so difficult for you to our mech or master. Yet Hilda remained unresponsive. Old man, don't frighten. Enough, stop joking. Only that desolate mountain windens were dim. After a long silence, a coquette voice emerged. Master. In Blue Island City, the bustling centre. Chendong clutched Hilda's ashes, lost in Tautashuakit the liveless streets. His mind was consumed with memories of Thielder, on a moments ago, hired late Thielder tourist, realizing that Thielder born at the brunt of the cross realm injuries, ultimately shattering his meridians and obliterating his soul. Chendong had not far though Mutisman, whom he had despised for 300 years, had sacrificed himself to return him to Blue Star. He walked in, thoughts swirling. Unbeknownst to him, the towering skyscrapers around him gradually transformed into hollowy, dilapidated houses. At last, he returned to the hometown he had longed for, his Jotik's heights coalescing into a profound yearning for home. Everything remains the same. Chendong's deep face began to glisten with moisture. 3 years past, my parents must think I am dead, and Mrs. Debino, she's Holdbine College, a wonder if she got into a good school. Sushijing. You must have marry by now. Chendong exhaled along, heavy breath, in the 100 years spent in the cultivation realm, her heart never felt taste disorient as she did know. Comparad to the cold, unfeeling Chen Emperor of the cultivation world, ha prefer you Mount Tai felt within himself at this moment. Arrived at the modest house Ingaria and Thisatai siege. That it was merely an ordinary small house, it was the home that Chen Dong had cherished. Suddenly, raised voices erupted from within. Mom, I told you, why can't divorce now? If we're to divorce, it must wait until Chen Dong returns. Foolish daughter, why must you wait for him? It has been 3 years I've forgotten how he abandoned Idia tot Hoseth Oaks while he fled. If it weren't for any bore calling the police, you would have elist your purity, and he has been knitting for 3 years, ignoring his own parents. What kind of beast is worth remembering? Mom, I haven't forgotten. It's not about remembering Chen Dong, it's that I can't divorce him now. The gambling debts are illegal and do not count as marital debts. If we divorce, the debts will fall on his parents. How can't there a pace chase him? Wouldn't that be pushing them to their debts? They treated me like their own daughter, I cannot abandon them. Chen Dong's expression shifted dramatically. That was Su Shiking's voice. Chapter 2 Mom, I'm Chen Dong. That was Su Shiking's verse. The verse he heard repeated lie in his dreams. 3 years short passed, and she been caring for her parents, never abandoning them because of him. Such kindness. Standing at the door, Chen Dong war single fed in turmoil, on how her cold fest Su Shiking. What a scoundrel. You is a complete scoundrel. Tobenden Sir Carkentar Tedwif, one who devoted herself to a family, leaving her to the clutches of debt collectors. He hard nearly sullied her honour. Truly damned. The verses inside the house arose again. You don't need to wait. Theyd'n great Folson is dead, who won't return. I have no such be asked for reason. Divorce. Shiching listen to him other, divorce him no. Cough cough. Chen Dong's father, Chen Wenshan, roared with underous rage. Then Chen Dong's mother, Han Mai, spoke up. Shiching, just divorce him. You've done enough for us over the years. The Chen family has run Jeju Donga has won Jeju. Just divorce him. You rest Iliao and can start a new. Here is proof of Donga's missing person status. Stake it and file for divorce. Han Mai Stone was bitter and weary, filled with sorrow and fatigue. Peter Boville, guilty with Su Shiching. Trembling, Han Ma handed her divorce papers to Su Shiching. But Su Shiching did not keep them, frowning. No. You and have no income right now, and Gigi has deal has to go to college. Wait till you're after the divorce. The debt collector Shervy said if their debts aren't paid, they will sell Gigi or broad or cast a prostitute. Those beasts would certainly do it. Hearing this, Han Mai's expression deepened with worry. Shackled and lies in resignation, we will find a witomini jeffamini wekenit continue eto burdeniar. As Su Shiking Wysabuto speak, her mother sees it he document from Han Maishand, saying your mother is right. Dear, you are only 28, you still have a chance to start over. Ultimately, it's sold hat be us Chen Dong's fault. Told you with Sukar Sonastrulia struck of bard luck. Han Mai did no tribut. Outside, Chen Dong felt her surge of indignation. His mother-in-law spoke the truth Hughes in debiest. Notenly had squandered his own money, but the heart also depleted his parents' retirement funds, his sister's dowry, and all the money borrowed from relatives and friends. To every own, Chen Dong had Becomia Peria, someone that be avoided at all costs. Han Mei continued, Dear, you cannot fill the shoal, those people never intended for you to repay it interest as compounded far beyond the principal. I came in Moni, Su Shiking replied defiantly, turning her head away. Han Mai sank a Floridathis, Shraz beat her daughter Shen tightly, shouting, How will you win money? You're already working 2 jobs, are you going to sacrifice your sleep job too? You live there before dawn and return home in Thederk, you work nearly 20 hours a day, you can't even reveal, look at you now your jeans are worn out, what's that in your hair, a rubber band, you don't even have its entirety. Han Mai's were filled with concern, seeing her daughter, whom she had raised with such care, now working tirelessly day and night. Outside, Chen Dong felt taste how his mind had exploded. 2 jobs plus part-time work her workload would overwhelm even a Berliman. It weighs unimaginable our delicate ego weighing less than £100 scald endurite. In that moment, Chen Dong felt an unprecedented heart chair shirt shattered. Inside, Su Shiching broke free from her mother's grasp, forcing gas Melissa said, Mom, it's all right, I jet breed to work anyway, it's better to keep busy and in some memory. But before he shackled finished, the door to the house was flung open. Chen Dong stood at her threshold, eyes red, declaring, I will support you are one the better struggle more. Who are you? Han Mai asked, stunned. With dishevelled hair and clothes torn and tattered, hella kid like happy tiffle beggar. Mom, Dora no recognize him. Chen Dong pursued a side the hair obscuring his face. Though he dragged, this was undeniable the same est in each deep in his memory. Mom, I'm Chen Dorg I have returned, as Miley broke his features. Iverioni Worcester Kennerback. Just moments ago they had been cursing Chen Dora and no hastowed before them. 3 years. To escape his debts, this scoundrel had fled for 3 long years without a word. In that time he hard up and donut his parents, his sister still in shul, and his wife who had tirelessly managed the household. At that moment, a stranger thought flickered in their minds, that perhaps Chen Dong would have been better off dead at least in, they could find some solace. Su Shiking visibly trembled, who is quickly filling with tears, brimming with emotion. She gritted her teeth, staring at them and had how her foundated for 3 years. Shackled not forget the scene from 3 years ago when Chen Dong her turn at his bacan fled, leaving her in hell. On that day, Shad fought with all her strength, who is filled with terror as hell looked at them and she loved. Themen harden circulator, leering, uttering vile words, tearing gothic clothes. House hadian ed for chen dong to appear on rescuer. Buthan ever came earth scape had lasted 3 years. In those 3 years, she had worked tirelessly, enduring harassment from debt collectors, always an edge, fearing they might strike again. Shekla cheat her fader jeans died lidded shinart wish for new clothes. Other rias no many. Ever I penny went wards repaying debts. Everything stemmed from the man standing before her. Shiching, I have returned. Chen Dong spoke soft lie again, striving to maintain his composure. Upon hearing his verse, Su Shiking trembled and some more, running to her mother and snatching the divorce papers from her hands, screaming in a frenzy. You've returned, you finally returned, I want to divorce, I've had dinner, truly enough wa. Asha spoke, Su Shiching's composure crumbled, your self-accumulated pressure and grievances flooding forth in a torrent of tears. In that moment, Cher assembled Angel, collapsing to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 3 Divorce. As he gazed at Su Shiching, who was weeping uncontrollably, Chen Dong felt as though his heart were shattering into 1,000 pieces. He longed to embrace this pitiable woman, yet as he took a tentative step forward, her sobs grew more anguished, and she indistinctly uttered, don't come any closer. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Chen Dong's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into the flesh of his palms, blood trickling from the gaps between his fingers. Beyond those 3 words, he was at a loss for anything else to say. With a resounding slap, Han Mai approached and struck Chen Dong fiercely. He looked at his mother, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and called out softly, Mom. Don't call me that. I truly regret ever bringing you into this world. You are nothing but a beast, abandoning your wife for so many years. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? How did your father and I raise you? Is this how you conduct yourself? You scoundrel. Do you have any idea how much Su Shiching has suffered over the years? Han Mai scolded and struck him, tears streaming down her face. Mom, I was wrong. I acknowledge that I was a fool in the past. I have returned this time to make amends. Please grant me another chance. From now on, I will treat Su Shiching well, and you will see there is no need for that. Before Chen Dong could finish his sentence, Su Shiching's mother, Zhang Yun, scrutinized him and scoffed, another chance? I've heard that phrase so many times over the past 3 years. Have you truly changed? When we agreed to let Su Shiching marry you, her father and I did not expect you to lead a life of luxury. We only asked that you treat her well, such a simple request, and yet you failed to fulfill it. Look at you now, healthy and whole. In 3 years, you could have at least washed dishes in a restaurant instead of falling into such disarray. You've returned only because you can't make it out there anymore, and you expect us to look upon you with admiration? How could you possibly treat Su Shiching well in this state? Chen Dong, there is something I must say in front of your parents. You are truly inhuman. With that, Zhang Yun turned to Han Mai and Chen Wenshan, her tone filled with regret. I may have spoken harshly, but as Su Shiching's mother, I felt compelled to voice these thoughts. No, Su Shiching's mother, you were merely speaking the truth. This beast is indeed inhuman. The room echoed with a thunderous roar as Chen Wenshan hobbled out with a broken wooden cane upon seeing his son, whom he had not met in 3 years. There was no joy in their reunion, only disappointment. You wretch, how long do you intend to delay Su Shiching? Today, you will file for divorce. If you utter another word against it, I shall strike you down. Chen Wenshan banged his cane forcefully against the floor. If it weren't for his mobility issues, that stick would have surely descended upon Chen Dong. Seeing his father with the cane, Chen Dong was struck as if by lightning and hastily inquired, Dad, your leg, silence, go file for divorce immediately, and grant Su Shiching her freedom. Do not prolong her suffering any longer. Chen Wenshan glared, effectively silencing Chen Dong's following words. Chen Dong glanced around. Everyone was eager for an immediate divorce, unwilling to grant him any opportunity to express himself. He understood all too well that he had shattered their trust in him. Taking a step closer, he looked into Su Shiching's tear-filled eyes and pleaded, Su Shiching, I beg you, I have truly changed this time. I will ensure you lead a good life. Chen Dong, do not push me. Are you determined to drive me to despair? Su Shiching's eyes were swollen with rage, her body trembling uncontrollably. Chen Dong, I despise you. The moment you abandoned me 3 years ago, our relationship was over. For these 3 years, I have cared for your parents and sister out of gratitude for their kindness, not yours. Your return, regardless of any changes you claim to have made, is irrelevant to me. Even if you transformed into a deity, I will still seek a divorce. At those words, Chen Dong felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in disbelief. Not even as a deity, he had naively believed that revealing his identity as a cultivator would suffice to salvage their marriage. Indeed, during their school days, many wealthy and influential suitors had pursued her. If Su Shiching had been the sort to value status, she would never have chosen Chen Dong in the first place. Now, if he attempted to coerce her with his newfound status as a cultivator, it would likely backfire. The only means of reconciliation lay in sincerity. As he beheld Su Shiching's pale visage, his heart ached with profound sorrow. Very well, I consent to the divorce. Upon uttering those words, Chen Dong felt as though his very essence had been siphoned away. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. They had feared he would stubbornly refuse to agree to the divorce. It's still early. The Civil Affairs Bureau is open. You should complete the paperwork today, Ahanmai said, her eyes filled with reluctance. Such a wonderful daughter-in-law was indeed rare in this world. Having reached this point, it could only be said that the Chen family had brought this upon themselves. They had failed to retain such an exceptional daughter-in-law. Chen Wenshan, leaning on his cane, urged Chen Dong to hurry and divorce Su Shiqing. Zhang Yun observed the anxious demeanor of Chen Dong's parents, and one might mistakenly believe that Su Shiqing was their biological daughter. She had witnessed everything. Chen Dong's parents were indeed good people, treating her daughter with utmost care, even better than their own flesh and blood, which had led to their financial support over the years. Yet, what good were good parents when faced with Chen Dong's appalling actions? She could not allow her daughter to continue living with such a man. Go on, I will wait for you at home, Su Shiqing's mother said with palpable resignation. Su Shiqing nodded and turned to Chen Dong. This day had been long awaited, perhaps since the moment he had abandoned her 3 years prior. For 3 years, Su Shiqing had felt as though she were living in hell. No matter how hard she tried, the debts loomed over her like an insatiable abyss. She had entertained thoughts of ending her own life more than once, yet she feared that her death would not spare Chen Dong's parents from the wrath of those scoundrels. What would become of the elderly couple then? Thus, before encountering Chen Dong, Su Shiqing had borne tremendous pressure. Upon seeing him today, the burden she had carried for 3 years began to lift, and the thought of finally escaping such a life made her feel as though she were walking on air. After more than 3 years, Su Shiqing had never felt as liberated as she did today, as though she were treading on clouds. Hearing the words of Chen Dong's parents and her own mother, she slowly approached the door. The dilapidated wooden door before her glimmered, as if it were the threshold to a new life. Divorce, divorce, Su Shiqing murmured, swaying slightly as she moved toward the entrance. Before anyone could notice her change, darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed backward. Chapter 4. Are you still human? Shiqing! Chen Dong exclaimed, his eyes wide with horror as he swiftly appeared behind Su Shiqing, clasping her tightly. The others were startled by Su Shiqing's fainting spell. Oblivious to Chen Dong's lightning speed, he placed his hand on Su Shiqing's wrist, channeling a surge of spiritual energy to assess her condition. Her vitality was severely depleted, suffering from acute malnutrition. More alarmingly, a thick aura of death pervaded her internal organs, a sign typically associated with one nearing the end of their life. But Su Shiqing was only 28, in the prime of her youth. How could she be surrounded by such deadly energy? What happened? What on earth has transpired in these 3 years? How could Shiqing's body deteriorate to this extent? Chen Dong roared, his face a mask of fury. Everyone was taken aback by Chen Dong's fearsome demeanor, resembling a vengeful spirit rising from the depths of hell, a harbinger of death. It was Chen Wenshan who first regained his composure, raising his cane to strike Chen Dong. What are you shouting about? Isn't it all your fault? You, beast, abandoned everything, leaving your mother and me in this wretched state. How could Shiqing bear the weight of the entire family alone without falling ill? Chen Wenshan's voice grew more agitated as he glanced around, seizing a rusted machete and glaring at Chen Dong. You wretch, if anything happens to Shiqing, I swear I will personally carve you up. Why aren't you rushing to take her to the hospital? Yes, to the hospital, quickly. Zhang Yun, too, was flustered, fumbling for her phone to dial emergency services. There's no time. Call a cab. I'll go to the village entrance to hail one. Hanmai shouted in panic. You wretch, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and carry Shiqing to the car. Do you expect your mother and your mother-in-law to do it? Chen Wenshan bellowed. The dazed Chen Dong snapped back to reality with that shout, swiftly lifting Su Shiqing and rushing outside. On the way to the hospital, Chen Dong continuously infused Su Shiqing with spiritual energy, striving to restore the vitality within her. During this process, he meticulously examined her condition, and what he discovered plunged his heart into despair. Her organs were suffused with a potent aura of death, particularly her kidneys, which were gravely damaged. It could be said that Su Shiqing was already half in the clutches of death. Were it not for Chen Dong's spiritual energy, she would likely be beyond salvation by now. However, this could only sustain her life for 7 more days. Sending her to the hospital would be futile. With the current medical capabilities of Blue Star, they could not save her. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, there were numerous methods to heal Su Shiqing completely, such as the commonly known revitalizing rebirth pill. Normally, this pill could extend the life force of an ordinary person by 20 years, and during healing, as long as the heart retained some warmth, it could bring one back from the brink of death. However, the minimum requirement for crafting such a pill was to be at the golden core stage. Currently, Chen Dong was only at the late foundation establishment stage, and more critically, he lacked the necessary herbs, having lost all his accumulated resources during the cross-dimensional transport. Given the sparse spiritual energy of Blue Star, gathering these materials would prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, Chen Dong had to devise another way to prolong Su Shiqing's life. The foundation establishment stage allowed him to concoct some short-term life-preserving pills to buy time, but the required herbs were also exceedingly rare. Cultivation. Herbs. These were readily available in the realm of cultivation, yet upon returning to Blue Star, they became his most coveted desires. Damn it! Chen Dong clenched his fists. Back in the realm of cultivation, he would have forsaken everything to return home. Life is unpredictable. It felt as if the heavens were mocking him. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctors swiftly conducted a thorough examination of Su Shiqing, with Zhang Yun covering the costs. Subsequently, Su Shiqing's father rushed in. His hair was silver, and he was still clad in work attire, clearly having hurried from the factory. Upon seeing him, Chen Dong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and called out, "A dad!" Su Shiqing's father shot a furious glare at Chen Dong, evidently aware of his return from the phone call. He ignored Chen Dong and turned to his wife, asking, "What is the situation with our daughter? It's unclear for now. She likely fainted from excitement and blood rushing to her head. You know well what kind of life our girl has had these past years. Her nutrition has been severely lacking." As she spoke, Su Shiqing's parents couldn't help but glance at Chen Dong again, their eyes filled with reproach and regret. Chen Dong's own parents felt as if they had been pricked by thorns, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Chen Wenshan trembled with rage, wishing he could strangle his own son soon. A doctor emerged with a grave expression. "Who is the family member of Su Shiqing?" the doctor inquired. Su Shiqing's father replied solemnly, "I am doctor, please speak plainly." The doctor surveyed the room and nodded, saying, "Very well, I will be straightforward. Su Shiqing has suffered from chronic malnutrition, severe anemia, and varying degrees of organ failure, with her kidneys being particularly affected." Everyone's faces drained of color. Zhang Yun clutched her husband's arm tightly, her lips trembling as she stammered, "Document." "Doctor, what does that mean?" The doctor sighed, "What I mean is that Su Shiqing is in imminent danger to her life. The only solution is a kidney transplant, which may offer a glimmer of hope. Without surgery, the patient likely won't survive much longer." Upon hearing this, both Su Shiqing's mother and Chen Dong's mother collapsed, fainting simultaneously. Su Shiqing's father staggered a few steps, forcing himself to ask, "Doctor, if we proceed with the surgery, what are the chances of my daughter surviving?" The doctor shook his head. The patient's condition is miraculously stable, allowing for a kidney transplant, but how long this stability will last is uncertain. Our hospital estimates about a week. If the surgery is performed within that time frame, the chances of survival are significant. This stability was a direct result of Chen Dong's recent infusion of spiritual energy. All right, as long as it can save her life," Su Shiqing's father repeated anxiously. The doctor stated seriously, "You must consider this carefully. A kidney transplant is not a trivial expense." "How much will the surgery cost?" Su Shiqing's father asked with difficulty. "If the donor kidney is not from a relative, it will cost around 200,000. Including the surgical fees and anti-rejection medications, the total for a kidney transplant is approximately between 400,000 and 500,000, the doctor explained. 400,000 to 500,000. Upon hearing this figure, Su Shiqing's father felt despair wash over him. How could they possibly afford such an amount? It's pointless. A kidney transplant cannot save Shiqing's life. Her condition is not suitable for surgery. Once the surgery is performed, the balance within her body will be disrupted, and she won't even make it off the operating table. Just then, amidst the overwhelming despair, Chen Dong suddenly spoke up, smack. Chen Wenshan glared furiously at Chen Dong, his calloused hand trembling in the air. "A beast. Do you even know what you're saying? Do you understand? How can you say such a thing? Are you even human?" Han Mai stammered, looking at Chen Dong with disbelief. "For 3 years, Shiqing has helped us. She has taken care of us for 3 years while you, this beast, did nothing. Now you want to give up on her. You want Shiqing to die. Son, are you even my son? How can you be so heartless? Has your heart been devoured by wolves?" As she spoke, Han Mai stepped closer to Chen Dong, painfully striking him, hoping to awaken him from his stupor. Chen Dong did not flinch, allowing his mother's rough hands to strike his face. "Mom and Dad, I'm not saying I want to save Shiqing, it's just that modern medicine cannot treat her. I have a plan. Shiqing will be fine for 7 days. During this time, I will find a way to prolong her life," Chen Dong declared resolutely. The doctor, having listened to everything, pieced together the relationships involved and couldn't he help but smirk. Having seen countless life and death situations in the emergency room, he had witnessed many couples abandon each other in times of crisis, money spent, fortunate enough to save a life, but sometimes they lost both life and fortune. He could understand choosing to forego treatment for the sake of money, yet he could not abide the coldness of humanity. The doctor cast a sidelong glance at the protagonist and smiled at Su Shiqing's parents. Please consider carefully. The patient's condition is currently stable, and the success rate of treatment is very high." Chen Dong sighed. "You don't understand. Shiqing's condition is far more complex than you realize. Surgery is not an option. Enough." Su Shiqing's father's eyes reddened, his voice heavy. "Chen Dong, be silent. You are nothing but a beast. Shiqing is my daughter. My daughter. Whether or not we proceed with the surgery is my decision. Aren't you just worried about spending money? Ungrateful wretch. Heartless beast. Money. Is that all that occupies your mind? 3 years have passed, and you remain a dog that won't change its ways. We will find a way to gather the funds for the surgery ourselves. We won't take a single cent from you. Now you can rest easy." Finally, Su Shiqing's father fixed a fierce gaze upon Chen Dong. "The greatest regret of my life is allowing my daughter to marry you. Stay away from my daughter. If you ever appear in her life again, I will kill you. Get lost. Get out of here, now." This was the love of a father for his daughter. The doctor, witnessing the scene, spoke up. "So your stance is Su Shiqing's father clenched his fists, his body trembling as he squeezed out a statement through gritted teeth. "Is surgery Doctor, rest assured, I will scrape together every last penny for the surgery. Everyone turned to Chen Dong, even his own parents casting resentful glances at him. Chen Dong realized that compared to him, they were more willing to trust the hospital. Remaining here served no purpose. Rest assured, Shiqing, I will save you. With that, Chen Dong left Chapter 5, a helping hand. Rest assured, Shiqing, I will definitely save you. Chen Dong declared, turning swiftly and departing with determined strides. Chen Wenshan barely had time to call out before Chen Dong had rounded a corner and vanished from sight. Damn it all. Chen Wenshan trembled in frustration. That beast, surely he intends to flee again. With that thought, he leaned on a battered piece of wood and prepared to pursue. Old Chen, if he wishes to leave, let him go. Let us pretend we never had such a son. Our foremost priority now is to find a way to rescue Shiqing. Let us return home and see if we can borrow some money from relatives, Han Mai said, her mind still hazy from the recent events. She and Su Shiqing's mother leaned against the wall, though their minds were muddled. They had absorbed the gravity of the situation. Chen Dong's reaction had once again shattered their hearts. No one would believe his words. They preferred to think he was simply unwilling to spend money to save a life or feared being pressured to earn it. To have such a son, it was truly distressing. Su Shiqing's father spoke coldly. What do you intend to borrow with? If it weren't for my daughter over the years, your family would have long since met a tragic end. You should leave. I do not wish to see any of your family again. It would be better if Chen Dong had left, but if he hasn't, I hope you can keep an eye on your son. With that, he turned to his wife, saying, Dear, stay here with Shiqing. I will return home to see what I can sell. As they gazed at the indifferent parents of Su Shiqing, Chen Wenshan and Han Mai were engulfed in guilt, their hearts twisted like knives as they looked through the glass at their pale daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, Chen Dong had exited the hospital. In a brief span of time, he had formulated several alchemical recipes in his mind. All he needed was to gather the necessary herbs to stabilize Su Shiqing's condition. When it came to herbs, the first place that sprang to Chen Dong's mind was the Blue Island Herb Market. As the largest herb market in Blue Island and one of the major herb markets in the country, it was a hub for all varieties of medicinal plants. The market was bustling with shops, ranging from humble stalls set up on the roadside to opulent pharmacies that dazzled the EYE. In the past, Chen Dong had frequently heard of rare herbs being discovered in the market. 3 years had passed. He wondered if it remained the same. With a spirit of hopeful experimentation, Chen Dong arrived at the Blue Island Herb Market. The vibrant scene was just as lively as it had been 3 years ago, invigorating Chen Dong with a glimmer of hope that he might find something valuable today. However, reality delivered a harsh blow. Over the course of 3 years, the quality of the herbs had deteriorated drastically. After a thorough search, he found that not only were the herbs required for alchemy absent, but even the few wild herbs with spiritual energy were scarce. A staggering 99% were artificially cultivated and hastily ripened. Such herbs could hardly be compared to those nurtured by nature itself. Chen Dong exhaled deeply, making his way toward the largest herb shop in the market. Earlier, he had noticed a ginseng root displayed in the shop's exhibition case, faintly radiating spiritual energy. While it did not meet the stringent criteria for alchemical concoction, it was the best he could manage. Upon entering the shop, Chen Dong approached the counter where the ginseng was displayed. Hello, how may I assist you? The attendant at the counter paused momentarily at Chen Dong's appearance, but quickly donned a professional smile, refraining from mocking his attire. Could I see that ginseng? Chen Dong pointed at the carefully arranged root within the glass case. This one. You truly have an eye for quality. This ginseng was recently harvested from the mountains, and wild herbs are becoming increasingly rare. A specimen in such pristine condition is exceedingly uncommon, though it is a bit young, which is why the price is only 2,000 yuan. The attendant chattered excitedly as he retrieved the ginseng, placing it before Chen Dong with a confident assurance. Rest assured, this is undoubtedly pure wild ginseng. Our shop stands by its reputation. If it's counterfeit, we'll pay you tenfold. Chen Dong examined the ginseng quietly, nodding as he declared, It is indeed wild. I will take it. However, the attendant's heart leaped at this affirmation, but Chen Dong's next words left him momentarily frozen. However, I currently have no money. Here is my proposition. You give me this herb, and I shall assist you with the task in return, or I will repay you double once I have the funds in a few days. Chen Dong spoke each word with earnestness. I am just a worker here. Please don't joke with me. I have no authority to extend credit. You should leave, the attendant replied awkwardly, swiftly pulling the ginseng back toward himself, fearful that Chen Dong might abscond with it. Understanding the attendant's reaction, Chen Dong shook his head slightly. It seemed the fate had not aligned for this opportunity. Just as he contemplated whether to take the herb by stealth, another figure suddenly pushed a bank card toward the attendant, speaking slowly, I will pay for him. The attendant was taken aback, then turned to the speaker, exclaiming, A young Master Lin? Chen Dong regarded the newcomer with a blank expression. This young Master Lin appeared to be around 25, with a friendly demeanor and a sunny disposition, though his eyes lacked a certain sharpness. Young Master Zimo, the money on this card is meant for purchasing that treasure. Madam expressly instructed that there must be no mishaps, as it concerns your position in the Lin family. The speaker was a middle-aged man accompanying Lin Zimo, likely his driver, given the gloves he wore. Lin Zimo smiled lightly, unconcerned. Fear not. 2,000 yuan is hardly an issue for me. Besides, I sense he is not a fraud. He must have a family member in urgent need of medicine to resort to such measures. With that, Lin Zimo addressed the attendant. Please process the card. In no time, the transaction was completed. Lin Zimo handed the ginseng to Chen Dong, stating, This is yours now, you may head home. Chen Dong accepted the ginseng, remaining silent throughout, his gaze appraising Lin Zimo, for he sensed a faint aura of negativity surrounding him. The presence of this negativity without any apparent physical ailment suggested that Lin Zimo's family must be in distress. The treasure the driver mentioned likely referred to miraculous medicine. Noting Chen Dong's continued silence and his unwavering stare, the attendant could no longer hold his tongue. Hey, what's your deal? Young Master Lin has done you a tremendous favor, and you can't even muster a simple thank you. How rude. Ignoring the attendant's remarks, Chen Dong replied mildly, I am not one to owe favors. You helped me pay, I can assist you with a problem in return. Lin Zimo paused, then politely responded, no need. He did not believe that a young man who could not even produce 2,000 yuan could help him with anything. I can help, Just as Chen Dong was about to speak, his brow furrowed slightly as he turned to glance outside the pharmacy. Outside the pharmacy, a group of thugs surrounded a disreputable young man as they sauntered into the shop. The customers nearby exhibited expressions of fear, quickly clearing a path to avoid any potential conflict. Young Gao, what brings you here? If you need any herbs, just give us a call, and we will deliver them straight to your home. Get lost. Jiao Ming kicked aside the approaching manager, his gaze sweeping across the room until it landed on Lin Zimo, grinning as he said, I heard you just got a good thing in, a divine herb worth 5 million. What did I say before? This territory is under our family's protection. Any good stuff should be delivered to us first. What? Do you think our family cannot afford 5 million, or do you simply not regard the Gao family at all? The Gao family is one of the titans of the underground world in Blue Island. On the surface, they run various businesses, but their true power lies in their control over half of the city's underground forces. The Gao family is notoriously overbearing, businesses operating on their turf tread lightly, fearful of incurring the ire of these bullies. This herb market is one of the territories dominated by the Gao family, yet the Gao family typically favors the entertainment industry and has shown little interest in herbs. What could possibly prompt their sudden visit? Jiao Ming, that herb was commissioned for acquisition by our Lin family, not a product for sale by the shop. I ask that your Gao family does not make things difficult for them. Lin Zimo hesitated but finally stepped forward, though the firmness in his gaze was lacking. Chapter 6, Lin San Xiao and Jiao Xiao Hey. So it's Lin San Xiao, why didn't you give a heads up before stepping onto my turf? I could have prepared a proper reception for you. Jiao Ming sneered repeatedly, his words light and dismissive, devoid of any semblance of respect. No need for any reception. I am here simply to collect the medicinal herbs ordered by my family. They are eagerly awaiting my return. Next time, when I have the opportunity, I will host you for a sumptuous meal. Lin Zimo cast a glance at the driver beside him, and the two turned to ascend the second floor of the pharmacy, clearly wishing to avoid excessive entanglement with Jiao Ming. Wait a moment. Jiao Ming called out loudly to stop Lin Zimo, and the thugs beside him wore sinister grins, cracking their knuckles as they encircled Lin Zimo and the driver. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of panic flashed in Lin Zimo's eyes, but he maintained a facade of composure as he asked, Jiao Ming, what is the meaning of this? Jiao Ming grinned broadly and stepped forward, saying, Lin San Xiao, do not misunderstand me. I have no intentions. I merely wish to satisfy my curiosity. I have heard that the items this time are rare treasures, such precious goods landing in my domain. Wouldn't it be a shame not to admire them for a few days and nights? At this point, Jiao Ming completely disregarded Lin Zimo's presence, casting a glance at the pharmacy manager cowering in the corner, and coldly commanded, fetch those medicinal herbs. I intend to take them with me. This. The pharmacy manager turned pale, caught between the notorious Jiao family scion and the esteemed third young master of the Lin family, both of whom he could not afford to offend. In that moment, he found himself paralyzed with indecision. Jiao Ming, are you resorting to outright robbery? These belong to the Lin family. Do you think your Jiao family can handle the consequences? Lin Zimo finally grasped the situation. Jiao Ming had clearly come to provoke him. Upon hearing Lin Zimo's words, Jiao Ming was not intimidated. Instead, a mocking smile spread across his face. Of course, I cannot provoke the Lin family, but you, Lin San Xiao, are another matter entirely. Jiao Ming paused before continuing. In the eyes of outsiders, you are a lofty young master of the Lin family, but to me, you are nothing. There are matters that others are unaware of, yet I am well aware. Your mother is merely a lowly maid, and the entire Lin family looks down upon you. Even if I were to cripple you today, do you think the Lin family would come to your aid? I address you as San Xiao out of consideration for the Lin family. Otherwise, you are merely the illegitimate offspring of a mistress. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions with the medicinal herb. The old Master Lin's health has been poor for some time, and today coincides with his birthday, so you and your lowly mother plan to use this miraculous herb as a gift to elevate your status within the Lin family. As Jiao Ming spewed forth his vile words, derogatorily referring to Lin Zimo's mother, Lin Zimo trembled with rage, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. Yet, even in the face of such provocation, Lin Zimo merely lowered his head and gasped for breath, not daring to retort, for Jiao Ming spoke the truth. He held no position within the Lin family. Throughout his life, whenever Lin Zimo had been bullied, no one had ever come to his defense. His mother had repeatedly cautioned him against causing trouble, fearing that it would provoke the Lin family and lead to their expulsion, which contributed to Lin Zimo's inherently timid nature. While typical second-generation rich kids would squander hundreds of thousands or even millions on luxury cars, the Lin family, a large and affluent clan, had its own expectations. In contrast, Lin Zimo's $5 million for the medicinal herbs was painstakingly saved from his mother's pension over the years, all in hopes of securing a place for her son within the Lin family. Observing Lin Zimo's continued silence, Jiao Ming spat contemptuously. Indeed, a spineless fool. Come on, let us see what the $5 million worth of medicine looks like. The accompanying thugs echoed his laughter, and Lin Zimo parted his lips, yet ultimately lacked the courage to intervene. He understood that should he attempt to stop them, these thugs would not hesitate to brutalize him, resulting not only in the loss of the herbs but also in tarnishing the Lin family's reputation. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Lin Zimo. He glanced at the thugs with indifference and then, in disappointment, remarked, "I knew from the start that you possessed a certain weakness, but I never expected it to be to this extent. Others are openly insulting your mother, and you do not even dare to utter a word in response. I mentioned earlier that I could assist you. If you want me to handle these scoundrels, we would be even." Lin Zimo was taken aback to find that it was the young man who could not even produce $2,000 who had chosen to speak up for him. While he felt a surge of gratitude, he was also concerned about dragging Chen Dong into this predicament. After all, these thugs were known for their ruthlessness, with rumors of their hands being stained with blood. No need, let them take it. I never expected this medicinal herb to change my fate, Lin Zimo said with a bitter smile. You, young man, must know your limits. Do you truly think you can meddle in the affairs of the Jiao family? Jiao Ming's expression darkened. The sudden emergence of this meddlesome individual irritated him. Leave? The response to Jiao Ming was a single word. Chen Dong's voice was not loud, yet it rendered all the thugs momentarily frozen in place. Hiss. They collectively inhaled sharply, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The once sinister grins faded, replaced by terror. In the fleeting moment, as they gazed at Chen Dong, they felt as though they were confronting a figure standing amidst a mountain of corpses, a chilling dread rising from their feet to the top of their heads. Being associated with Jiao Ming, they were not mere thugs, they were desperate men specifically recruited by the Jiao family. Individuals like them were avoided by ordinary citizens, as they lived lives steeped in violence and peril, their demeanor far more ferocious than that of typical folk. In comparison to the aura exuded by Chen Dong, their own ferocity seemed akin to that of a docile kitten. These thugs were certain that this young man had taken lives, and not just one. At that moment, the entire pharmacy was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere, the air heavy, making it difficult to breathe. Jiao Shao. Suddenly, an elderly voice resonated from upstairs. Jiao Shao, let today's incident be a favor to me. Take your men and leave. Old Liu, as an elder, do you really intend to intervene in the affairs of us younger generations? Jiao Ming retorted darkly. Old Liu descended slowly, explaining softly, this matter was your unreasonable provocation. Lin Zimo is a valued guest in my establishment. If you were to steal from him, how could I continue to operate my business? Who would dare to come to my shop to make purchases? Jiao Ming, are you not concerned that with a single command, your actions today could lead to the closure of my shop? Old Liu's voice carried a hint of threat. That is of no consequence. At my age, I have established connections. Should this place become untenable, I can easily relocate. Many of my old friends are among the finest doctors in Blue Island City. My words still carry weight. Jiao Ming was about to explode in anger when one of the thugs whispered, Jiao Shao, perhaps we should retreat for now. Lin San Shao's companion is no ordinary person, and offending old Liu is not a wise choice. We will inevitably require medical attention in the future, and if old Liu were to secretly hinder us, we will be the ones to suffer. Jiao Ming, regaining his composure, began to fathom the implications of the situation. For organizations like theirs, which thrived on violence, the hospital was a frequent haunt. Offending a doctor was not an option. Since old Liu has spoken, let us grant him this favor and leave. Jiao Ming declared grimly, casting a fierce glare at Lin Zimo and Chen Dong before departing. As Lin Zimo watched the group leave, he let out a long sigh of relief, filled with gratitude as he turned to old Liu. Grandpa Liu, I am truly thankful for your assistance today. My mother and I will surely visit to express our gratitude tomorrow. It is a small matter, however, your demeanor is far too weak. There is certainly more to this incident than meets the eye. Jiao Ming has never displayed interest in the medicinal market before. His sudden appearance here is suspect. In any case, be cautious and follow me. I have prepared the items you need. Old Liu shook his head, visibly holding back words he could not articulate, and turned to ascend the stairs. Lin Zimo expressed his thanks to Chen Dong before following old Liu upstairs. Phew, that was terrifying. I never expected to encounter that beast. Jiao Ming, today. Sure. Do you want to die? If Jiao Ming hears you, you will vanish without a trace tomorrow. Do not forget how many girls he has ruined over the years, and the fates that befell those girls. Yet, even this menace must show respect in the presence of our boss. After all, our boss has extensive connections. As Jiao Ming and Lin Zimo departed, some employees began to whisper among themselves. The staff member who had previously assisted Chen Dong approached, offering a kind warning. Brother, you were too reckless just now. Do you know who Jiao Ming is? You dared to speak out. Having offended him today, you should consider leaving Blue Island while you still can. Chen Dong's expression remained indifferent as he replied slowly, hide. He is just an ordinary man, why should I go to such lengths? Fine, I'm only offering a word of caution. Now that Lin Xiao has covered your bill, you should hurry home, the employee insisted. I am in no rush. As I mentioned, I dislike being indebted to others. I still owe Lin Zimo a favor, Chen Dong said, his gaze laden with meaning as he looked outside, where several furtive figures were keeping watch on the shop. Upon hearing this, the employee's eyes flashed with disdain. It was evident he viewed Chen Dong as someone eager to ingratiate himself with the powerful, attempting to cling to Lin Zimo's coattails. Chapter 7, The Soft-Hearted Fool. Not far from the pharmacy, Jiao Ming was grimly conversing on the phone, reporting the unfolding events to someone. There's that old man Liu, within the herbal market. He will certainly protect Lin Zimo. However, if you can assure me of what was previously discussed, that you will become our one family's pillar of support, even if it means offending old Liu and disposing of Lin Zimo, I will procure their herbs for you today. A ruthless glint flickered in Jiao Ming's eyes. As soon as the other party relented, he would undoubtedly raise the pharmacy to the ground. Rest assured, I require the power of your Jiao family, and the Jiao family needs the status of my family. Our cooperation is mutually beneficial. However, do not provoke old Liu just yet. His connections in the medical field are more formidable than we anticipate, came the calm reply from the other end of the line. What should we do then? Once we leave the herbal market, we enter the city. Even your family wouldn't dare commit such brazen acts in broad daylight, would they? Jiao Ming's tone grew increasingly impatient. Have no fear. The voice on the phone exuded confidence. Everything is within my expectations. I will send you a location shortly. You should wait there, and you will understand what to do when the time comes. After hanging up the phone, Jiao Ming quickly received the address sent by the other party. He glanced at his phone, his brow knitting into a frown. Noticing Jiao Ming's troubled expression, his subordinate leaned in closer, his eyes reflecting deep confusion upon seeing the location. Jiao Xiao, are we being played here? This place is desolate, not a soul in sight. Would Lin Zimo really bring such a valuable item there? The subordinate inquired. Jiao Ming remained silent, staring at the phone for a long while. Jiao Xiao. Seeing Jiao Ming's lack of response, the subordinate called out again. Inhaling deeply, Jiao Ming tucked the phone into his pocket. We'll proceed as he suggested, he wouldn't deceive me. Meanwhile, Lin Zimo and old Liu had descended from the second floor, carrying a safe. You're still here. Do you have something else to attend to? Lin Zimo initiated a conversation upon noticing Chen Dong's lingering presence. I will accompany you, Chen Dong replied. Lin Zimo was momentarily taken aback. The others in the pharmacy regarded Chen Dong with growing disdain. This was undoubtedly an attempt to latch onto the wealthy, seeking to enjoy the benefits without any effort. A young man, capable and able-bodied, yet fixated on the notion of fortune falling from the sky. This was the prevailing sentiment among the staff regarding Chen Dong. Lin Zimo felt a twinge of regret but nodded in agreement. Very well, you can ride back with us. No way. The driver interjected urgently. Young master, your mother is waiting for you at home. Besides, this fellow's origins are unclear. What if he is affiliated with Jiao Ming? He shouldn't be one of Jiao Ming's people, right? Lin Zimo glanced at Chen Dong, internally uncertain. Better safe than sorry. Even if he isn't with Jiao Ming, if he can't come up with even 2,000, we are holding something worth 5 million. That could drive an ordinary person to commit desperate acts. Zimo, we cannot afford this gamble. This represents your mother's life savings. The driver passionately reasoned. Upon hearing the driver's warning, Lin Zimo's mind raced with memories of the injustices his mother had endured within the Lin family. Soon, his resolve solidified. I'm sorry, but I cannot take you home. My mother is waiting for me here. Take this, Lin Zimo said, pulling out 200 yuan from his pocket and handing it to Chen Dong. He used this to get a taxi back. Staring at the 2 crisp 100 yuan bills in his hand, Chen Dong momentarily lost his focus. Lin Zimo truly was a soft-hearted fool. He had encountered someone similar when he first entered the world of cultivation. Unfortunately, the fate of such individuals often ended poorly. Lost in thought, Lin Zimo and the driver had already departed. Lin Zimo. It is a pity that with such a nature, he hopes to rise within a large family. That is nothing short of a pipe dream. He is likely to face a bitter reckoning soon, Chen Dong murmured, taking a step that made him vanish from sight, only to reappear outside the store, where he swiftly disappeared from view altogether. Did he disappear? No, he hasn't vanished. He's outside the store. Am I seeing things? One moment he was here, and the next he is outside. Am I witnessing a ghost in broad daylight? Boom! The store fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into a cacophony of astonished exclamations. Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Old Liu's pupils dilated in shock, his expression one of incredulity. A martial artist? He is indeed a martial artist. The staff, witnessing their boss in such a state for the first time, curiously inquired, Old Liu, what exactly is a martial artist? I know little about them, as their existence is a secret to ordinary people. All I know is they gain superhuman strength through training, capable of splitting mountains and walking on water. As the realization dawned on him, old Liu quickly cautioned the staff, you must not speak of this martial artist. It could attract deadly consequences. If you provoke him, you may not even know how you perished. For martial artists, killing is merely a mundane affair. As old Liu's warning echoed through the store, the staff collectively gasped, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Is he truly one of those martial artists? The previously scornful attendant's voice trembled, fearing that the martial artist might seek revenge at any moment. I cannot say for certain, but what normal person possesses such speed and agility? Old Liu remarked. Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth. Meanwhile, Lin Zimo sat in the car, arms wrapped around the safe, his eyes scanning the outside world with keen observation. After driving for a while, he suddenly sensed something amiss and quickly queried, Uncle Li, this isn't the route home I recall. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror and replied slowly, yes, it seems Madam has changed the banquet location on short notice, so I was instructed to take you there. Do not worry. Lin Zimo merely acknowledged with a nonchalant EO, it dismissing the concern. However, as the car ventured further from the city, with fewer vehicles and more trees surrounding them, unease crept into Lin Zimo's heart. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt, coming to a steady stop by the roadside. Uncle Li, why have you brought me here? Where is my mother? Lin Zimo's apprehension escalated. Har har, Lin Zimo, there is no mother here, but there is a father. Swish, swish, swish. From the shadows of the surrounding woods, a cadre of ruffians emerged, all wearing sinister smiles. With Jiao Ming leading the pack, Jiao Ming looked triumphantly at Lin Zimo, tauntingly saying, come, call me daddy and let me hear it. Jiao Ming? How did you end up here? Lin Zimo's voice quavered as he instinctively tightened his grip on the safe. Naturally, I've been waiting for you, Jiao Ming replied, not allowing Lin Zimo a moment to react before turning to the driver with a grin. I never expected you to be one of us. Uncle Li? Lin Zimo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the driver. Uncle Li smiled at Jiao Ming. A young master Jiao is too kind. I am merely a driver following orders. I apologize for any offense caused in the store. My task is to ensure the item reaches Lin Zimo. Uncle Li. Lin Zimo suddenly cried out, his voice filled with despair. How could you do this to my mother? It was she who saved your family and provided you with such a high-paying job. How could you betray us? Listening to Lin Zimo's accusations, Uncle Li remained unfazed, even chuckling. Yes, your mother did indeed save me and provide me with a good job, but the offer was simply too generous for me to refuse. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Young Master Zimo, our only target is the treasure you hold. If you cooperate willingly, you may still escape with minor injuries. Otherwise, in this remote wilderness, no one would discover your body for a year or more. Lin Zimo clutched the safe tightly, despairing, you will never take this from me. My mother sacrificed her entire life for it, even if it means destruction. I will not let you succeed. With that, Lin Zimo opened the safe with a decisive click. A gossamer, blood-red ginseng, resembling jade yet not, materialized before everyone. The moment the safe was opened, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, intoxicating all who inhaled it. Not good, he's going to destroy the herbs. Uncle Li exclaimed in alarm. Go, stop him. Jiao Ming shouted urgently. Lin Zimo cast a pained glance at the ginseng within the safe before, with a decisive bite, he hurled it to the ground, raising his foot to stomp on it. As a wild wind howled, a solitary figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the woods. 1000-year blood ginseng, what a fortuitous encounter to find such a primary herb here. Lin Zimo, it seems we are indeed fated. Who goes there? Jiao Ming's eyes glinted with malice as he turned towards the figure in the woods. Which blind fool dares to meddle in Jiao family's affairs? If you value your life, you better scram immediately. Chapter 8. The Devil Crack. Crack, crack. Stepping on the dry twigs beneath his feet, Chen Dong slowly emerged from the shade of the trees. It's you! As Chen Dong's visage was revealed to the crowd, the driver gasped in horror, exclaiming, how did you end up here? Who on earth are you? He had driven recklessly at breakneck speed, never dipping below 80 miles per hour, and had been exceedingly cautious, convinced that no one was following him. Yet, how had this young man managed to catch up? However, Chen Dong paid no heed to the driver's inquiries, striding leisurely towards Lin Zimo. Stop! Did I give you permission to move? Kid, you were quite arrogant back at the pharmacy. Jiao Ming sneered, having recognized Chen Dong as the young man who had humiliated him previously. He had been seething with rage ever since the pharmacy incident, eager to find an outlet for his frustrations, and now, this brat had delivered himself right into his hands. Yet, Chen Dong seemed oblivious to him, walking past without a glance. Damn! Jiao Ming's forehead throbbed with veins bulging in anger. His fury reached a boiling point, for the second time. A worthless wretch who couldn't even afford medicine, scum from the lowest rungs of society. Why was he so audacious? Who had bestowed upon him the audacity to act so brazenly in front of Jiao Ming? You're asking for death. Jiao Ming gritted his teeth and waved a hand at the thugs beside him, shouting, kill him. Before his words had even settled, the thugs behind him drew out long knives wrapped in brown paper, swiftly encircling Chen Dong. Lin Zimo, witnessing the glinting blades, felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly shouted, Jiao Ming, what do you think you're doing? This has nothing to do with him. Don't act recklessly. You'll be responsible for whatever happens. Jiao Ming turned to Lin Zimo, sneering coldly. Irresponsible? What responsibility do I bear? Every year, Blue Island City has so many missing persons. Do you think I'm accountable for all of them? Lin Zimo, be wise. If you wish to live peacefully, keep that mouth of yours in check. Lin Zimo's eyes widened, breath quickening, his back drenched in sweat. He understood that Jiao Ming harbored murderous intent. Just as Jiao Ming had stated, Blue Island City had numerous missing persons each year, most of whom vanished for various reasons, never to be traced again. Such occurrences had become commonplace for the Jiao family. Wretch! Seeing Lin Zimo turn pale with fear, Jiao Ming scoffed disdainfully and turned back to Chen Dong. Kid, next life, be sure to know who your opponent is. My surname is Jiao Ming. Remember this name and steer clear of it in your next life. With that, Jiao Ming raised his hand, saying, and make it clean. Rest assured, young Master Jiao, this isn't the first time we've dealt with such matters, the thugs replied casually, grinning as they closed in on Chen Dong. They assumed that surrounded by so many, the young man would at least show some signs of panic, yet, to their astonishment, his face revealed no emotion. He merely regarded them with a cold, indifferent gaze, murmuring, after all this time returning, I had no intention of making a move on this land. Why must you seek death? In an instant, every thug felt a chill creep up their spines, a bone-deep cold settling in, their hands gripping the knives trembling uncontrollably. They sensed that it was not they who surrounded Chen Dong, but rather, he who encircled them. It felt as though they were not confronting a mere individual, but a devil. This devil had plunged a knife into their hearts, piercing them slowly, one by one. The invisible pressure bore down upon the thugs, tormenting them. They were confronted by a singular man, yet they felt the fear of death looming large. Kill. Finally, one thug could no longer endure it, screaming in despair as he lunged at Chen Dong. Kill. 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 One began, and the rest followed suit, all on the brink of collapse. 7 or 8 long knives came slashing from all directions towards Chen Dong. Are they dead yet? If they are, just drag them into the woods and bury them, Jiao Ming said dismissively, unwilling to even glance over. Blood splattering disgusted him, ruining his appetite for the day. Young master, came the trembling voice of a subordinate in response to Jiao Ming. What? Suddenly, Jiao Ming's words halted, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror, for he beheld a scene he could scarcely believe. At that moment, Chen Dong stood amidst the thugs, every long knife slipping from their grasp, floating above his head under an unseen force. The knives were crushed into mere scraps of metal. This spectacle surpassed the comprehension of all present, leaving them frozen in place. Suddenly, Chen Dong moved. He slowly raised his hand, his long fingers gently snapping snap. The crisp sound echoed in everyone's ears, and in that instant, time seemed to freeze, an eerie stillness enveloping the air. Bang, bang, bang. Jiao Ming watched in horror as his subordinates exploded into clouds of blood mist before his very eyes. The remaining thugs met the same fate, not a single sound escaping their lips. Who? Chen Dong exhaled softly. A gentle breeze swept the blood mist away, carrying it deep into the forest, leaving not a single trace of blood where the thugs had once stood, as if they had never existed. Arr! Jiao Ming let out a scream akin to a woman's, having witnessed such a horrifying scene. He had taken lives before, yet he had never encountered anything so terrifying, several living beings vanishing in an instant. You spoke a truth earlier. With so many missing persons in Blue Island City each year, one more or less makes no difference. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Dong pivoted on his heel, advancing towards Jiao Ming, each step feeling as though it were crushing his heart, echoing like a countdown to his demise. Why you don't come any closer? Who? Jiao Ming gasped, the immense pressure constricting his chest, causing him to retreat, stumbling and falling to the ground. Even as he lay there, he continued to kick his legs back, desperate to distance himself from this devil. I was wrong, please don't kill me. I can give you money, a lot of money, even the entire Jiao family. I'm my father's only son. If you spare my life, the entire Jiao family is yours. Faced with Jiao Ming's generous offer, Chen Dong remained unfazed, his expression tranquil. Bang! With a muffled thud, Jiao Ming exploded into a mist of blood. He couldn't fathom how a man who had been so arrogant for over 20 years could meet such an end. If he could relive that moment, he would undoubtedly avoid provoking Chen Dong, but alas, there were no do-overs. With a gentle wave of his hand, Jiao Ming's blood mist drifted into the distance. 300 years of experience in the cultivation world had taught him that individuals like Jiao Ming, who had forgotten the pain after healing, only brought trouble. It was better to eliminate them entirely. What had once been a crowded grove suddenly felt vast and empty. A chilly breeze, tinged with a sweet metallic scent, swept through, causing Lin Zimo, who remained in a daze, to feel a wave of nausea rise within him, as if he might regurgitate his previous meal. I consider this a repayment for the kindness shown at the pharmacy, Chen Dong remarked to Lin Zimo. Lin Zimo slowly raised his gaze, fear still lingering in his eyes as he trembled. Why you are a martial artist? A martial artist? I am not, Chen Dong replied, not wishing to delve further into the topic. He produced the blood ginseng, stating, this item belongs to me now, and I can assist you once more. Upon hearing that Chen Dong intended to take the blood ginseng, Lin Zimo instinctively protested, no. but he immediately regretted it. The man before him had just killed Jiao Ming without a second thought. "Be brother, if you want money, I can find a way to provide it, but this medicinal herb is truly non-negotiable. It is the culmination of my mother's life's work. Please, reconsider your terms." Despite his fear, Lin Zimo spoke his mind, trembling as he did so. "I am not negotiating with you, but rather informing you." Chen Dong softened his tone slightly upon seeing Lin Zimo's stubborn demeanor. "You wish to use this blood ginseng to save someone?" Lin Zimo nodded. "It's futile. The person you wish to save is not ill, and the herb will be of no use," Chen Dong replied, rummaging through his pockets to retrieve the $200 bills Lin Zimo had previously given him. Concentrating his spiritual energy, he inscribed 2 simple talismans onto the bills. Being merely mundane objects, they cannot withstand excessive power, but this should suffice. Chen Dong handed the 2 bills to Lin Zimo, explaining, "Your family member is afflicted by malevolent energy. Placing one of these on their forehead will alleviate the symptoms for a year, and applying the second one in the following year will ensure continued relief." Lin Zimo accepted the 2 bills, examining them closely, yet finding nothing peculiar. He still ventured to inquire, "Ian, what happens after those 2 years?" Chen Dong shot him a glance. "1 blood ginseng secures them 2 years of peace. You've already profited, so do not become greedy." Observing the icy glare in Chen Dong's eyes, Lin Zimo shivered, daring not to speak further. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Chen Dong regarded Lin Zimo quietly. Suddenly, Lin Zimo lifted his head, tentatively suggesting, "Oh brother, what if I could acquire a similar medicinal herb?" Chen Dong's eyes sparkled with approval as he replied, "Should you manage to procure a similar herb, I can certainly assist you once again, perhaps even help you resolve your issues entirely. What I do will depend on the price you are willing to pay." All right." Lin Zimo's gaze hardened with determination. "Once I gain my grandfather's trust, I will ensure you receive satisfactory recompense." Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction. The Lin family's strength was undeniable. Perhaps with their assistance, he could swiftly gather the herbs he sought. The 2 bills inscribed with talismans served as a stepping stone. Once Lin Zimo returned home and utilized the talismans, he believed the Lin family would proactively seek him out. With the blood ginseng secured, Chen Dong felt a sense of contentment. He turned to the driver, who sat slumped on the ground, and said slowly, "What shall we do with him? Do you require my assistance?" Chapter 9. Transformed into a great wall. Having acquired the blood ginseng, Chen Dong felt elated and was more than willing to assist Lin Zimo in resolving this predicament. Upon hearing this, the driver hastily prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Please don't kill me, I am merely a driver." The driver glanced at Chen Dong, realizing that his fate rested in Lin Zimo's hands, and thus redirected his pleas, bowing and lamenting, "Young Master Lin, I was coerced into this. It was Lin Zixing who ordered me to bring you here. If I refused, he threatened my wife and children. Lin, after all these years of serving you and your esteemed wife, I may not have contributed much, but I have endured hardship on your behalf. For the sake of our past friendship, could you spare me this once? Young Master Lin, I implore you on behalf of my entire family, my life for the rest of my days will belong to you and your wife." After uttering this, he knocked his head against the ground several times. The driver was indeed a master of pleading. In just a few sentences, he deftly shifted blame, evoked sentiment, and finally pledged loyalty. After such a performance, even Chen Dong found it difficult to take action against him. Second brother. So it was he who orchestrated this. Lin Zimo's face turned ashen. He was well aware of his unpopularity at home, but he never anticipated that Lin Zixing would harbor such deep resentment towards him. Alas. Lin Zimo sighed, gazing at the middle-aged man trembling on the ground. He slowly spoke, "I beseech you, please show mercy to Uncle Li." "Very well, since that is the case, I shall take my leave now. I trust you know what to do next." Chen Dong nodded, then turned and walked deeper into the forest. Just as the shadows of the trees enveloped him, Lin Zimo and the driver felt a flicker before Chen Dong's figure vanished without a trace. Witnessing the scene, Lin Zimo and the driver's pupils contracted in shock. "He has vanished. A deity, undoubtedly a deity," the driver exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Lin Zimo was equally astonished, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly called out, "A deity brother, I still do not know how to contact you." "I will seek you out when necessary." Chen Dong's voice echoed from all directions, booming like thunder. Truly worthy of being a deity, so enigmatic. Lin Zimo marveled, and soon after, the two departed in their vehicle. Meanwhile, Chen Dong, soaring through the skies on his flying sword, wore an expression of distress. He was not intentionally shrouding himself in mystery. Rather, he had just returned and had no phone, leaving him without a means of contact. He had contemplated leaving behind his home address, but quickly dismissed the idea. After today's events, Chen Dong understood that his future life would undoubtedly be tumultuous. With his parents aging, he wished to keep them away from such complicated matters, desiring only for them to live in peace and happiness. He resolved to become a sturdy wall, shielding them from the storms outside while keeping warmth within the home. Upon returning to the hospital, Chen Dong stood atop the building opposite, gazing at the ward. Su Shiqing's parents remained steadfastly by her bedside. After contemplating, he ultimately refrained from visiting Su Shiqing. Given the current situation, a meeting would only exacerbate tensions and disturb her rest. "Shiqing, wait a little longer. I will surely show you my transformation and rescue you." Chen Dong murmured, his gaze shifted to the hospital entrance, where Han Mai was assisting Chen Wenshan as they slowly exited the two frail elderly individuals, one with mobility issues and the other weak and fatigued, chose to walk home rather than spend a meager $20 on a taxi, supporting each other as they made their way. Dad, Mom. Chen Dong felt a pang of sorrow, an overwhelming sense of guilt and self-reproach swelling within him. He vowed to ensure that those he owed would lead better lives. Taking a deep breath, he vanished from the rooftop. And the next moment, he dashed out from an alley, catching up to his parents. Mom, Dad, why didn't you take a taxi home? The hospital is 7 or 8 kilometers from our house. With your health, walking will surely exhaust you. Chen Dong called out as he hurried to join them. Chen Wenshan and Han Mai turned in surprise at their son's sudden appearance. HMPH. Chen Wenshan scoffed, immediately turning away and limping stubbornly onward, muttering, "What are you back for? Our lives are of no concern to you. Go away. I, Chen Wenshan, have never had a son like you." However, Han Mai's heart remained soft. She opened her mouth to offer words of comfort but refrained, recalling Chen Dong's past actions. Still, seeing him not flee this time brought her some solace. Chen Dong understood that the greatest misunderstanding everyone held against him stemmed from his 3-year absence. Mom, Dad, please listen to my explanation. My disappearance for these 3 years was not intentional. After I fled, I encountered a remarkable individual, and I have spent these years learning under him. This extraordinary person insisted that I not return until I had mastered my skills, which is why I vanished for 3 years. Chen Dong could only weave a kind-hearted lie. For in his parents' eyes, no matter how powerful their child became, he would always be their son, and they would worry for him regardless of his strength. Revealing the truth about his cultivation journey would not only be futile, but would also rob them of their peace of mind. 3 years have passed, and your talent for spinning tales has only worsened. A remarkable individual. What kind of extraordinary person would take interest in someone like you? Chen Wenshan dismissed Chen Dong's words without a shred of belief. Compared to 3 years prior, when Chen Dong had deceived them for money, this story lacked any flair. Dad, I am not deceiving you this time. I have learned a great deal from this remarkable individual, including some martial arts and medical knowledge. Look, this is the medicinal herb I just acquired, intended for Shiqing's treatment. As he spoke, Chen Dong produced the blood ginseng, its potent aroma attesting to its value. This is ginseng? Han Mai inquired with curiosity. Yes, it is a type of ginseng known as blood ginseng, which helps restore vitality and enhance life force, Chen Dong affirmed. Is it truly that miraculous? Then let us hurry back and use it for Shiqing. Han Mai exclaimed with delight. Mom, this is merely one type of herb. We will require many supporting herbs to treat Shiqing properly. But rest assured, I will find a way to gather the remaining ingredients, Chen Dong replied, noticing his mother's softened demeanor, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. HMPH, how can we be sure he isn't deceiving us again? Medical knowledge, what could possibly be learned in 3 years? Chen Wenshan continued his relentless skepticism, though his tone had softened somewhat from earlier. Chen Dong was satisfied with this progress. At the very least, his parents were no longer trying to cast him away. The elderly couple insisted on walking home, wishing to save money for Shiqing's surgery. Chen Dong had no choice but to accompany them, channeling his energy to ensure they could make the journey without issue. For most of the walk, the trio remained silent, the weight of Chen Dong's past actions casting a long shadow over them. Only Han Mai occasionally inquired about his experiences over the past 3 years, but Chen Dong deftly dodged each question. As the three slowly walked along the road, the sun began to set, casting a warm orange glow across the land. Chen Dong felt a warmth in his heart, for he was enveloped in the feeling of home. Meanwhile, Lin Zimo and the driver had returned to the Lin residence. On their way back, they had already coordinated their stories, placing all blame squarely on Jiao Ming. They claimed that Jiao Ming had fled with the ginseng, knowing that there would be no evidence to contradict them. Upon arriving home, the driver sought out Lin Zixing to report on the task, while Lin Zimo went to find his mother. What did you say? The ginseng was taken by Jiao Ming. Inside the room, Lin Zimo's mother slumped in despair onto a chair. Yes, Jiao Ming said it was your second brother who instigated this from behind the scenes. I did not dare to offend him, so Lin Zimo looked at his mother, who appeared dazed and heartbroken, feeling a pang of sorrow himself, yet he knew that no matter what, they could not let the news of Jiao Ming's demise escape. 5 million. I have saved for over 20 years, why must heaven treat me so? Without this blood ginseng, how will you ever establish yourself in the Lin family? Lin Zimo's mother cast a glance at her dusty son, thinking he had been wronged, and instinctively embraced him, sobbing, if it's lost, then so be it. As long as you are unharmed, it is enough. It is mother's incompetence that prevents me from being your support. Yet, without the blood ginseng, what shall we present for your grandfather's birthday celebration? Just as Lin Zimo was about to mention the 2 talismans, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Third young master, the celebration for the old master's birthday is about to begin. The head of the family has summoned you both together in the main hall, and oh, do not forget to bring the birthday gift. Chapter 10, The Lin family's birthday banquet. Third young master, the old master's birthday celebration is about to commence. The family head requests that you and your mother hasten to the main hall. And do not forget to bring the birthday gift. The speaker was the butler of the Lin family. Despite their relatively low status within the Lin household, Lin Zimo and his mother were still considered its masters, yet the butler showed them no respect whatsoever, even kicking the door open as he entered. Understood, Butler Wang. We apologize for troubling you with a special trip. We shall make our way there at once. Lin Zimo's mother managed a strained smile, having to flatter a mere butler despite being a hostess herself. However, this subservient attitude did not win her any favor. Instead, it only emboldened Butler Wang further. Knowing it is a bother yet still dawdling, the first and second madam have long since gone to the main hall to wait. Unlike you, who requires someone to specially summon you, the butler sneered derisively. Lin Zimo's expression grew increasingly cold, his fists clenched tightly. It is my fault, we shall proceed now, his mother said, forcing a smile. HMPH. Butler Wang scoffed, surveying the room before his eyes lit up upon spotting a display of fine liquor. He strode over and stuffed a bottle into his coat, declaring, this wine is quite exquisite, consider it a token of apology, hurry now. With that, he hummed a tune and sauntered away. As the sound of his footsteps faded, Lin Zimo could no longer contain himself, roaring, one day, I shall rid the world of this snobbish cur. Enough? Butler Wang is an elder of the Lin family and holds considerable influence. We cannot afford to offend him, Lin Zimo's mother reasoned. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a remarkably translucent piece of green jade from a hidden compartment beneath her pillow. She caressed the jade with reluctance, her heart heavy, and said, This is the jade your father gifted me years ago. It is quite valuable. Take it as a birthday gift for your grandfather. Mother, this is unacceptable. This is a relic left by father, imbued with special significance. Do not worry about the birthday gift. Before Lin Zimo could finish, his mother waved her hand to interrupt. Your father and I have only you as our son. With your grandfather gravely ill and uncertain how long he can hold on, your task now is to behave well while he is still alive, so that we may inherit a larger share of the estate. Once the old master passes, we will surely be expelled from the Lin family. You must prepare for your future. Let us go, we must hurry, lest they find further fault with us. Without giving Lin Zimo a chance to respond, his mother pulled him towards the Lin family's main hall. Upon arrival, they found that others had just arrived as well. Butler Wang had deceived them. Lin Zimo and his mother could only swallow their grievances in silence. As everyone gathered, an odd atmosphere enveloped the Lin family's main hall. Sister-in-law, I have heard that you have saved quite a sum over the years. Several million, I believe. Are you planning to present a birthday gift that will astound everyone for the old master's 80th birthday? Lin Zimo's second aunt, Lin Zisheng's mother, was the first to attack. It was clear that Lin Zisheng had informed his mother about the birthday gift, and judging by the gloating expressions of those around, it seemed that the matter was common knowledge, waiting for the perfect moment to humiliate Lin Zimo and his mother. Lin Zimo's mother smiled faintly. Sister-in-law, you are aware of my circumstances. Zimo's father passed away early, and I have no income to speak of. How could I afford a grand birthday gift? I only have this piece of jade, which I hope will bring a smile to the old master's face. Third sister-in-law, it is not that I wish to criticize you, but our family has seen its fair share of jade and stone. Presenting such a trivial item is an insult. Hurry, go exchange it for something better. After all these years in the Lin family, you must have saved at least 5 million. Use that to purchase a more suitable gift. A middle-aged matron stepped forward, her words laced with hidden barbs, utterly ruthless. Lin Zimo's expression darkened further. They knew about the 5 million. These scoundrels were indeed colluding. Hearing her sisters-in-law's remarks, Lin Zimo's mother became momentarily flustered. This jade was her most treasured possession, yet it was deemed worthless by others. It seemed today would not bode well for the two of them at the birthday celebration. Seeing his mother's face turn pale and flushed with anxiety, Lin Zimo took a deep breath and stepped forward, declaring loudly, Who says we lack a worthy birthday gift? The gift I have brought can cure grandfather's illness. In an instant, the hall fell utterly silent. Every gaze turned to Lin Zimo, filled with inscrutable significance. Aham. Lin Shishan, the second son of the Lin family and Lin Zimo's second uncle, coughed lightly as he probed. Zimo, such matters should not be trifled with. Are you suggesting that you have discovered some miraculous remedy? Lin Zimo fixed a cold stare on Lin Shishan, his words dripping with meaning. Second uncle, are you truly unaware of whether or not I possess a miraculous remedy? If you do not know, then surely my second brother does. I do not have any medicine. At this, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief, as it seemed that the prized blood ginseng had indeed been taken away. But without any medicine, what did Lin Zimo mean by cure? Lin Zimo then pulled out 200 yuan bills from his pocket and proclaimed, I may not have medicine, but I possess talismans given to me by my celestial brother. Silence fell once more in the grand hall, only to be shattered moments later by raucous laughter filled with scorn. Everyone laughed until they doubled over, tears streaming down their faces. Zimo, you are being utterly ridiculous. To equate money with talismans is one thing, but to believe in the words of a charlatan, and to proclaim it so confidently, if word of this gets out, how will the Lin family endure the ridicule of having produced a fool? Lin Shishan wiped away the tears of mirth from his eyes, finally feeling at ease. Grandfather has always held you dear. Is this how you repay him? 200 yuan. Does our Lin family need your meager 200 yuan? This is an affront to grandfather. Lin Zisheng lamented. HMPH. Lin Zimo's second aunt scoffed. I have long said that third brother passed away too early, leaving his wife to raise a son devoid of upbringing, a narrow-minded commoner. Look at him now, conjuring up such absurdities. With the mention of talismans, Lin Zimo and his mother instantly became the target of everyone's scorn, and gradually, the tone of the crowd turned more brazen. Enough? Suddenly, Lin Shiqian, the eldest son of the Lin family, who had remained silent until now, interjected, halting the uproar. He turned to Lin Zimo and said, Zimo, your uncle has always known you to be a sensible and good child. What has prompted you to commit such a foolish act today? Your grandfather is gravely ill, and many families are watching the Lin family, eager to divide our fortunes. We could not even invite guests to the birthday banquet, as it is being held discreetly at home. Your actions today could have a profoundly negative impact on our family's reputation. Let this be a lesson. Just then, the door to the old master's room swung open. The family doctor emerged, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Doctor, where is my father? Lin Shiqian hurried forward, with others following closely behind. The doctor sighed heavily, a look of deep regret upon his face as he stated, I fear we are powerless. We have employed every possible means, yet the old master's health continues to decline. He may not survive the night. The sudden, grim news drained Lin Zimo's face of color. Of all in the Lin family, his grandfather had always favored him the most. Since his grandfather fell ill, he had not felt the warmth of the Lin family. Meanwhile, the others, upon hearing this news, felt no sorrow whatsoever. Instead, they wore faint smirks. You may wish to see the old master for one last time, the doctor suggested. Without waiting for the doctor to finish, Lin Zimo was the first to rush inside. Upon seeing his grandfather's gaunt face, frail figure, and the tubes that filled the room, Lin Zimo's heart ached, and he immediately knelt by the old man's bedside, crying out, Grandfather, do not leave me. Seeing Lin Zimo rush in, the others hurried to follow, as it was essential to maintain appearances. Lin Shiqian approached the old man's bedside and said, Father, are you truly going to leave us? There are many matters that still require your attention within the Lin family. If you depart, chaos will ensue. Without a leader to guide us, we will merely be prey for others. Father, please draft a will. The Lin family cannot be without a guiding force. After a lengthy discourse, it seemed that only the last statement held true significance for Lin Shiqian, as the old man still lived, yet they were all eager to contest for leadership and lay claim to his fortune. Lin Zimo's fury ignited. He pushed through the crowd and shouted, A grandfather will not die. I have the talismans for my celestial brother. Grandfather will not die. Chapter 11. The Lin family's shock. Lin Zimo, what do you intend to do? This is a grave disrespect to grandfather. Lin Zixing scolded. Zixing? Lin Shiqian gently shook his head at his son. At this moment, the more foolish he acts, the more advantageous it will be for us. Do not concern yourself with him. Everyone understood that once the old master passed away, his assets would likely be divided into 3 parts, entrusted to the 3 brothers of the Lin family to manage. However, with the 3rd brother deceased, Lin Zimo, as his son, would rightfully inherit his father's share. If Lin Zimo lacked the capability to manage these assets, the old master would undoubtedly prioritize the Lin family's interests, likely diminishing Lin Zimo's inheritance. The reduced portion would naturally be evenly distributed to the eldest and 2nd brothers. Hence, the more foolish Lin Zimo appeared at this juncture, the more it favored the eldest and 2nd brothers. Zimo, did you disregard your uncle's words just now? To behave so recklessly in front of your grandfather, how could you ever be entrusted with managing the Lin family's assets? Indeed, Uncle Lin Shiqian shifted the conversation towards the inheritance. Although the old master was barely clinging to life, his mind remained sharp. He could hear every conversation and was acutely aware of the schemes his 2 sons were concocting, which brought a pang of sorrow to his heart. After a lifetime of toil, only one grandson genuinely cared for him. Observing Lin Zimo, who disregarded the opposition and pressed a banknote against his forehead, the old master felt a wave of concern for him. This child had always possessed a kind heart, believing whatever others claimed. Now, he was using a banknote as a talisman. How could he possibly manage a business in the future? Should the assets be divided equally into 3 parts, it was likely that upon his death, the eldest and 2nd brothers would leave nothing but bones for this mother and son. Rather than that, it would be better to provide Zimo with a sum of money, allowing them to live peacefully for the remainder of their lives. Cough, cough, cough. The old master's cough drew immediate silence from everyone, all eyes riveted upon him. Enough, enough. Eldest, 2nd, I understand your thoughts clearly. I shall draft a will as per your wishes, but Zimo has always been kind-hearted. After I am gone, you must not bully him and his mother. The old master gently grasped Lin Zimo's hand, his voice faint yet resolute. Seeing their father relent, the eldest and 2nd brothers couldn't help but smile. Grandfather, you need not draft a will. Trust me, I can heal you. Lin Zimo declared earnestly. You child, you must not listen to the words of wandering sorcerers in the future. Take the money your grandfather has given you and live well. The old master laboriously lifted his frail hand, affectionately ruffling Lin Zimo's hair. No, I do not want money, grandfather. The one who gave me the talisman is not a charlatan. He is truly a remarkable being. Please, just trust me this once, just once. Lin Zimo insisted stubbornly. Observing Lin Zimo's serious demeanor, the old master thought to himself that since he was nearing death, indulging his grandson would not be detrimental. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Lin Zimo's heart soared with joy as he swiftly produced a banknote inscribed with the talisman and pressed it against his grandfather's forehead. Just as everyone braced themselves for Lin Zimo to make a fool of himself, the ensuing spectacle left the entire Lin family agape, their eyes wide in disbelief. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from the banknote, akin to dawn dispelling the darkness. Dark mist emanated from the old master, and under the golden radiance, it melted away like snow. Gradually, the golden light enveloped the old master entirely. Ultimately, as the golden glow dissipated, the banknote turned to ashes, vanishing without a trace. The extraordinary event lingered long in the air, leaving the grand hall steeped in astonishment, the family unable to regain their composure for quite some time. "Grandfather, how do you feel?" Only when Lin Zimo inquired did the Lin family snap back to reality. "Better. I feel warm all over, filled with strength." The old master's voice had grown considerably stronger. His skin, once pallid with dark mist, gradually regained its color, and a spark returned to his eyes. "Remarkable. Truly remarkable. All the readings are improving. He is undoubtedly returning to normal." The Lin family's private physician observed the instrument's readings in astonishment. "Zimo, where is that exalted figure who saved me? We must express our gratitude." The old master promptly asked Lin Zimo, realizing the importance of forming a good rapport with such a remarkable person. Lin Zimo hurriedly replied, "Grandfather, the exalted one left without any information, merely stating he would seek me out when the time comes. Since he mentioned he would come to find you, be prepared to welcome him." "I must express my gratitude for his life-saving grace in person," the old master said, casting a glance at his two silent sons, snorting coldly. "What, I am not dead yet? Are you disappointed?" The eldest and second brothers jolted, quickly forcing smiles. "Father, what nonsense is this? We are overjoyed that you are recovering." "Indeed, I and my elder brother are simply overwhelmed with joy." They exchanged glances, each reflecting the bitterness in the other's eyes. It seemed today, the prize they thought they had was slipping away, and Lin Zimo had garnered all the attention. "HMPH. The old master snorted, choosing not to dwell on it further, instead stating firmly, "In these past 2 years of my illness, various forces outside have been scheming. Thanks to Zimo, this old body may yet endure a couple more years. Eldest, notify Junlin Hotel to prepare a birthday banquet, so those with ulterior motives know I am still alive and well." Lin Chichin trembled, sensing the implications in the old master's words, which seemed directed at the two of them. Not daring to ponder further, Lin Chichin hurriedly set about making arrangements. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk enveloped the land. Chen Dong and his parents walked home together. After much conversation, Chen Wenshan and Han Mai made no further attempts to urge their son to leave. "Dollar, what is in that bag of yours?" Upon entering, Han Mai noticed the package on the floor, vaguely recalling it as something Chen Dong had brought back. "Inside is my master's ashes. I want to take him back to his hometown." Though he said this, Chen Dong only knew his master's home was in a small town in the south, the exact location never having been disclosed. He could only hope to search for it in due time. "HMPH, since he is your esteemed teacher, how could you leave his ashes on the ground? There's a box in the house. Come with me." Chen Wenshan maintained a stern expression, limping toward the interior. Han Mai patted Chen Dong's shoulder, saying, "Your father has a tough exterior but a soft heart. He wants you to go inside." "All right." Chen Dong's heart leapt with joy as he hurriedly followed, clutching his master's ashes. Han Mai watched her son's retreating figure, a long-lost smile gracing her face, only to be followed by a heavy sigh. If only Shiqing were not ill, the family could still be together. How wonderful that would be. Now, she could only hope Chen Dong truly had turned over a new leaf and would not tread the same path as before. As time passed, the sky outside grew completely dark. Chen Dong's return prompted Han Mai to prepare a few small dishes. Though termed dishes, they consisted mainly of wilted vegetable leaves and sprouted potatoes stir-fried with greens. These were the remnants Han Mai had salvaged from the market that morning, saving every penny she could. Seeing the meager meal, Chen Dong finally understood how his parents' frail bodies had come to be, and his eyes reddened with emotion. All of this was the result of his own actions. "Dollar, eat up. There isn't much left at home. Make do with what you can. Don't be picky. Tomorrow, I'll head to the market early to see if I can get some scraps from the butcher." Han Mai forced a smile, serving Chen Dong a piece of potato. Looking at the food in his bowl, Chen Dong smiled. "Mom, how could I ever be picky? This is the best meal I've had in years." After saying this, Chen Dong eagerly shoveled the food into his mouth, savoring every bite. "By the way, I've been back for a while now, yet I haven't seen my little sister." Chen Dong inquired. Chen Wenshan replied coldly, "Jiujiu is working at Junlin Hotel." Han Mai sighed. Jiujiu said she couldn't burden Shiqing with all the debt, so right after the college entrance examination, she went to work. "Dollar, now that you're back, you must persuade Jiujiu. She insists she doesn't want to go to university and wants to help the family earn money." Chen Dong set down his bowl and chopsticks, understanding his mother's intention. Han Mai hoped he would find a decent job quickly, thereby relieving his sister of the burden of earning money. "Mom, don't worry, I will ensure my little sister goes to school. You need not concern yourselves with money. I will make sure you both enjoy the best life possible." Speaking of making money, Chen Dong couldn't help but think of Lin Zimo, that good-hearted fellow. The Lin family seemed quite affluent. After some idle chatter, it grew late. Chen Dong glanced out at the pitch-black night sky and stood up, saying, "Mom and Dad, it's getting late. I will go fetch my sister. It's unsafe for a girl to be out alone." Without waiting for his parents to respond, Chen Dong stepped out the door, and by the time Han Mai chased after him, his figure had already vanished into the night. High above, Chen Dong soared on his destined flying sword. Junlin Hotel. I recall it's in this direction. Chapter 12. Chen Dong's sister at Junlin Hotel, the largest and most luxurious 5-star hotel in Blue Island City. Junlin Hotel integrates dining, entertainment, and leisure, hosting grand weddings and banquets. In the past, Chen Dong and Su Shiqing had once fantasized about holding their wedding at Junlin Hotel. Unfortunately, such a place was far beyond the financial reach of ordinary individuals. If it were 3 years ago, Chen Dong would have stood before Junlin Hotel, marveling at its opulence. However, having witnessed countless celestial realms in the world of cultivation, such mundane extravagance stirred not a flicker of emotion within him. "Hello, may I inquire if there is a girl named Chen Jiujie working here?" Chen Dong approached the hotel reception desk and asked. "Yes, she is currently on duty." "May I ask what business you have with her?" The young receptionist maintained a professional smile, yet a hint of wariness glimmered in her eyes. Although Chen Jiujie had only been here for 2 months, her diligent and hard-working nature had quickly endeared her to many colleagues. More importantly, her striking beauty rendered her stunning even in her server's uniform. Numerous unscrupulous patrons had previously approached the front desk for information about Chen Jiujie, indicating that the receptionist had likely mistaken Chen Dong for one of those lecherous suitors. "I am Jiujie's brother. She hasn't returned home this late, and our parents are rather concerned, so I came to pick her up." As Chen Dong's words fell, the receptionist froze momentarily. "Brother?" The wariness in her eyes intensified as she questioned. Jiujie mentioned she is an only child and has never mentioned a brother. "Sir, you may have mistaken the person." An only child, those words struck Chen Dong's heart like a dagger. It dawned on him that he had caused his sister profound hurt, to the extent that she no longer recognized him as her brother. He realized that the current state of affairs was entirely his fault. 3 years prior, when Chen Jiujie was just a freshman in high school, she stayed in the school dormitory and returned home every 2 weeks. At that time, their family's financial situation was average. Jiujie's allowance for 2 weeks was merely 300 yuan, yet, in his desperate pursuit of gambling, Chen Dong had deceived his sister, claiming he was ill and needed money for treatment, not wanting their parents to worry. Naive and inexperienced, Chen Jiujie had unhesitatingly given Chen Dong all the money she had. Once he received the funds, Chen Dong paid no heed to how Jiujie would manage without money at school. This cycle repeated for 2 months, visibly draining the once vibrant Chen Jiujie, who walked as if she were a mere shadow of her former self. Despite this, each time he took her money, she would inquire, "Brother, how is your health?" At that time, Chen Dong was already lost in his madness, completely oblivious to her plight. Reflecting on these memories, Chen Dong's heart ached for his sister. He was nothing but a scoundrel. Seeing Chen Dong standing there like a statue, the receptionist assumed he was unwilling to give up and quickly added, "Sir, if you have no further business, perhaps you could step aside to avoid inconveniencing other guests." Chen Dong took a deep breath to steady himself and said, "I am Chen Dong, indeed Jiujie's biological brother. However, I made some mistakes a few years ago and left home. I just returned today, and Jiujie harbors resentment towards me, which is why she does not recognize me. If you doubt my identity, I can provide details about her. Jiujie is currently..." He proceeded to share details about Jiujie's age, birthday, alma mater, and home address, which finally alleviated the receptionist's doubts, prompting her to lead Chen Dong to find Chen Jiujie. Indeed, if he were one of those unscrupulous suitors, he would have already known Jiujie's home address and would not need to come here. "I didn't expect Jiujie to have such a handsome brother. However, for Jiujie to harbor such deep resentment towards you, you must have committed some unforgivable act in the past, yet, judging by your demeanor, it appears you are striving for redemption. However, given Jiujie's character, earning her forgiveness will be a daunting task," the receptionist remarked, her tone lightening as she confirmed his identity, suggesting a familiarity between her and Chen Jiujie. "From your tone, it seems you have a good relationship with Jiujie. Could you share some insights about her?" Chen Dong sought to learn more about his sister's current life. "You caught on, indeed. I am Jiujie's closest friend here at Junlin Hotel. When Jiujie first arrived, I was the one who took her under my wing. She is younger than me, so I call her sister, and she refers to me as Sister Liana. You won't believe it, but Jiujie throws herself into her work with such vigor, volunteering for all the dirty and tiring tasks. The hotel management greatly appreciates her, which is why she was quickly promoted from the front desk. Now she is responsible for some specialized events. Her future is bright." At this moment, the receptionist resembled an exuberant rabbit, full of energy, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor at the front desk. Hearing someone praise his sister brought a smile to Chen Dong's face, though he understood the reasons behind Jiujie's relentless efforts. Alas, even though she has been promoted, it is not necessarily a good thing. Suddenly, Liana's tone shifted, her mood visibly darkening. Chen Dong felt a tightening in his chest and promptly asked, "What happened?" After much hesitation, Liana finally spoke. It's about workplace dynamics. You see, Jiujie is so beautiful that many have their eyes on her, especially her manager, who has been making inappropriate suggestions to her, if you catch my drift. But Jiujie is principled and has ignored him, which has angered her manager, resulting in her salary being unjustly withheld. As if that weren't enough, this manager is a lecher. He had a mistress before Jiujie, who, out of jealousy, has been sabotaging her. So, while it may seem that Jiujie has been promoted, her pay is even lower than what she earned at the front desk, leading to a difficult situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong's expression darkened like storm clouds. Dare anyone exploit his sister? Out of jealousy, they sought to undermine her, a lecherous old man, a disgrace. Very well, at that moment, a silent fury radiated from Chen Dong, causing the surrounding atmosphere to plummet in temperature. Why is it suddenly so cold? Did the central control room go on strike? Is someone trying to preserve themselves by cranking up the AC? Liane shivered and turned to see Chen Dong's face, now a mask of grim determination. Her mind immediately recalled Chen Dong's earlier admission of having made mistakes and leaving home for several years. This instantly led her to think of the worst-case scenario. Yes, Juju's brother must have been in trouble with the law. How could she have overlooked this? Had she known, wouldn't he have shared so much? Juju's brother, please don't act impulsively. While Juju may be facing hardships now, things will surely improve. You must not be foolish. If you make another mistake, Juju may never forgive you. Liane hurriedly ran to Chen Dong, gripping his arm tightly, fearing he might act recklessly. Rest assured, I am quite composed. Let us go find Juju, Chen Dong reassured her with a smile. Yes, that's more like it. Always think before you act, especially concerning family. Liane nodded, satisfied with Chen Dong's demeanor. Quickly, they arrived at the grandest banquet hall within Junlin Hotel, where a lavish event was in full swing, the prominent character Longevity adorning the center stage. This is the event Juju is overseeing. She is working as an assistant today. I heard a significant figure is celebrating a birthday, and the scale of the banquet exceeds 10 million. Being an assistant at such a gathering means she will be interacting with billionaires, indicating the hotel intends to nurture her talent. Perhaps the unpleasant matters will soon be resolved, Liane explained, then pulled a server aside, asking, excuse me, where is Juju? I need to find her. The server paused, then replied, Chen Juju is not here. She is in the entertainment hall on the 17th floor. Not here? How is that possible? The hotel announced that Juju would be the assistant for this event. Liane's face paled instantly. The server shrugged. Yes, but Ju Hui has her ways. She got manager Yin to reassign Juju to the entertainment hall. That Ju wretch, are they not afraid of the hotel penalizing them? Liane exclaimed indignantly. A fine is just a small price to pay. The benefits of having an assistant for this banquet far outweigh any penalties. Ju Hui is likely hoping to latch onto a wealthy patron through this event. The server scoffed before departing. Chen Dong grasped the situation. His sister had once again been undermined. Let us go, quickly. Liane suddenly grasped Chen Dong's hand, urgency replacing her previous composure. Chen Dong, bewildered, asked, What's wrong? What's wrong? Ju Hui and manager Yin are despicable. You may not be aware, but Junlin Hotel has its own underbelly. The 17th floor may appear as an entertainment hall, but the servers there are of a different sort, if you catch my drift. They do anything for money. Juju, such an innocent girl, I fear. Before Liane could finish, she felt a gust of wind beside her. I in the blink of an eye, Chen Dong had already left the banquet hall. So fast. Juju's brother, wait for me. As Liane prepared to chase after him, a hand suddenly grasped her wrist. She turned to find a handsome young man standing behind her, politely asking, Excuse me, where did the person who was with you just go? You mean Juju's brother? He went to the 17th floor to rescue her. With that, Liane hurried off in pursuit of Chen Dong. Rescue her? What a fortuitous opportunity, Grandpa. Lin Zimo's eyes lit up as he swiftly made his way in the direction of the Lin Patriarch. Chapter 13, The Lounge. The dim crimson lighting imbued the atmosphere with an air of intrigue. The servers flitting about were all strikingly handsome and beautiful, and from within the private rooms, exhilarating cries could be heard, sending pulses racing. The entirety of the 17th floor was expansive, boasting dozens of rooms of varying sizes. Methodically searching each one would be a colossal waste of time. Some individuals could conclude their affairs in mere seconds, leaving Chen Dong to lament his choices in regret. Though my consciousness has been compromised, it should suffice to cover this entire floor, Chen Dong murmured, gradually closing his eyes as an invisible force emanated from his brow, radiating outward. In an instant, the scenes from various rooms unfolded within his mind's eye, revealing a spectacle that was nothing short of extraordinary. Those who appeared dignified were indulging in wild revelry, while what seemed to be fearsome figures revealed themselves as masochists. However, Chen Dong had little interest in such matters. The excesses of the cultivation world far surpassed this, and his primary concern was locating his sister. The mere thought of her being in such a place made his heart bleed. Suddenly, Chen Dong's eye snapped open. I found her. In VIP room 6, vibrant music pulsed through the air. On the sofa lounge, several burly men adorned with tattoos, each one cradling a stunning young woman in their arms. The girls, with dazed expressions, were feeding them imported liquor, all the while allowing the men's hands to wander freely. In the center of the room, several couples writhed in a frenzied dance, entangled like slippery eels, unable to separate. Only Chen Juju stood in the corner, her face a mask of panic, utterly at a loss. Having arrived at the hotel not long ago, she was scarcely aware of the happenings on the 17th floor. It was only upon entering this room that the nature of her surroundings dawned on her. However, it was far too late for escape. The door had long been sealed shut. As she observed the increasingly inappropriate antics of those within, Chen Juju bit her lip, her complexion paling. All she could do was shrink her petite frame into the shadows, praying that the men would overlook her presence. Yet, even a pearl hidden in darkness emits a lustrous glow, and in this room, there was no place to hide. Qiangji, you've been eyeing that girl for quite some time. Are you hoping to drag her over for some fun? Since when did you become so timid? A drunken lackey leaned in, chuckling mischievously. You know nothing, that girl is clearly a novice, just look at her figure, her face, the way her complexion radiates with youthful vitality. What do they call it? Oh yes, an abundance of collagen. She is huddled in the corner, looking so pitiful. I've charmed many women, but this one has truly captured my heart. She far surpasses the others in superficial allure. This one requires a more delicate approach, Jiangji replied, his lips constantly licking as a lascivious gleam flickered in his eyes. With that, Jiangji rose and sauntered over to Chen Jiujiu, grinning widely to reveal a mouth full of yellow teeth. Little sister, you must be new here. Don't be afraid, we're not bad people. Come, brother will teach you how to dance. I promise you'll come to enjoy this place. As he spoke, his coarse hand rested on Chen Jiujiu's slender shoulder, and even through her clothing, he could feel her soft skin and catch a whiff of her youthful fragrance. His demeanor flushed and breathing quickened. Chen Jiujiu trembled, despair flashing in her eyes. Jiangji, I can't dance. I'm fine just here, please, enjoy yourself without me interrupting your fun. She forced a smile, attempting to discreetly extricate herself from his grip. Seeing her recoil, Jiangji's smile faltered, growing rigid. Little sister, that's where you've gone wrong. Since you've come here, how can you not partake in the fun? I don't want to be forceful with you. I am giving you face. I in front of my brothers. You should also show me some respect, don't you think? Besides, isn't this your job? His voice turned notably colder as he reached out to seize Chen Jiujiu once more. Jiangji. You misunderstand, I'm not an employee of the entertainment area. I've been brought here temporarily. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Please let me go. Chen Jiujiu retreated a step, evading his groping hand, her voice quaking. Upon hearing her words, the others in the room erupted in jeers. Jiangji, this little girl doesn't want to be with you. Listen to her, she claims she is not that type. What a pure white lotus. But crushing such a flower is the sweetest. Jiangji, just take her, why bother with the pretense? As the taunts from his underlings intensified, Jiangji's facade crumbled, revealing a menacing expression. You filthy little wench, pretending to be innocent. What kind of decent job can one find here? I know what you want, money, I have plenty, just make me feel good, and I'll give you whatever you desire. Say one more word, and I'll take you by force. I'll get nothing but a night wasted. Without further ado, he lunged to grab Chen Jiujiu, intending to toss her onto the sofa. No. Please, I beg you. I am begging you, Jiangji, I implore you. Chen Jiujiu struggled desperately, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace, her pleas heart-wrenching. However, her sorrowful demeanor only ignited Jiangji's predatory instincts, and his companions could not help but salivate in anticipation. She was a true gem. Under the lights, they finally beheld Chen Jiujiu's exquisite beauty. She was nothing short of a treasure. Jiangji, once you've had your fill, can we? Sure. Everyone, come, let us show this girl what she is missing. Instantly, the room erupted with excited shouts, while the female patrons looked at Chen Jiujiu with pity, yet felt powerless to intervene. Confronted by a pack of ravenous wolves, Chen Jiujiu's mind spiraled into confusion. How had it come to this? She should have been savoring a rare summer vacation, eagerly anticipating her entry into university life. But how had it devolved into this? Hatred surged within her. She loathed Zhu Huihui and manager Yin. She despised Chen Dong even more for abandoning them despite being the cause of all this turmoil. Had it not been for him, she would never have found herself in this predicament. Chen Dong, I hate you. Chen Jiujiu shut her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. The door to the room was flung open by Chen Dong's kick. The unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned, all eyes turning toward the entrance. At that moment, Chen Dong's expression was dark and foreboding, his fingertips crackling with energy, poised to exact vengeance on the scoundrels before him. Yet, he refrained, granting them a swift death would be too merciful. Sometimes, a fate worse than death is the cruelest punishment. Moreover, Chen Dong wished to spare his sister the shock of witnessing such brutality. After all, the act of killing would be a profound shock for someone as innocent as Chen Jiujiu. When Chen Dong appeared, she initially thought he was her savior, but upon recognizing his face, she stood frozen, unable to comprehend that this was the person she would encounter in such a place. You. Who are you? Jiangji released Chen Jiujiu, his cold, ruthless gaze fixated on Chen Dong. I am her brother. Chen Dong replied, pointing at Chen Jiujiu, his tone unnaturally calm. No, I don't know him. Get out, I never want to see you again. Chen Jiujiu shouted in a fit of despair, wishing for a confrontation that would leave both Chen Dong and Jiangji mutually destroyed, yet her words instead urged Chen Dong to leave. Hearing Chen Jiujiu's words, Jiangji laughed heartily. Har kid, did you hear that? This girl just said she doesn't know you today. I'm in a good mood, so you can leave. Yet, Chen Dong appeared unfazed, slowly advancing toward Chen Jiujiu. As he approached, her expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, Li Na rushed to the entrance, gasping for breath. Jiujiu, your brother is here. Quickly, let's leave with him. Jiangji sneered at this. Indeed, siblings. Kid, since you refuse to leave, then stay and watch us have our fun with your sister. Just think of how exhilarating that would be. With that, he drew a long knife from his black bag, pointing it menacingly at Chen Dong. Bind this kid. If he moves, stab him, oh, and don't let that girl at the entrance escape, they are in cahoots, I want to give him a live show. Har har har, Liane was taken aback, her face paling as she leaned against the doorframe, trembling. Don't do anything rash. Giorgio and I are not employees of the 17th floor. I'll notify our superiors immediately. Superiors? Jiangji scoffed, unperturbed. Do you not know who our boss is? Even if your esteemed leaders came, they would have to be courteous. Our boss is downstairs at a banquet, don't bring trouble upon yourself. Liane was horrified, cowering against the doorframe. Liane, take Giorgio and leave, Chen Dong suddenly commanded. Leave, did I give you permission? Jiangji glared fiercely. Someone will make you grant it. Just as Chen Dong finished speaking, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, the sound growing increasingly chaotic, and numerous voices could be heard. Brother Shen, I'm coming, Chapter 14. Better off dead. Lin Zimo, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards clad in black, surged into the private room. The two factions regarded each other from a distance, locked in a tense standoff. Brother Immortal, I apologize for my tardiness. I trust your sister is unharmed. Lin Zimo panted, his demeanor unusually deferential. Chen Dong's expression remained impassive. Lin Zimo's arrival came as no surprise to him. With his keen perception, he had noted Lin Zimo's presence during the banquet downstairs, though his thoughts had been solely focused on Chen Jiujiu at the time. Do not address me as Immortal. I am Chen Dong, simply refer to me as Chen Ji, and first, escort my sister and her friend to rest, Chen Dong replied coolly. Of course, Chen Ji, come, someone, take these two young ladies to rest. Ensure they are well cared for, fulfill any requests they may have. Lin Zimo felt a surge of excitement within, although merely a change in address, it signified a closer bond between them. He hastily arranged for two bodyguards to escort the startled Chen Jiujiu and Liane. Despite Xiangji's simmering anger and desire to intervene, reason held him back. This scene left Chen Jiujiu in a state of bewilderment. She allowed Liane to lead her out of the room, unable to regain her composure. Was this truly the Chen Dong she remembered, the man who had nearly obliterated their family and burdened his wife and kin with insurmountable debts? What had he been doing for the past 3 years? Why did so many heed his commands, even to the point of disregarding Xiangji? If he possessed such formidable power, why not return home? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind, and after the recent trauma and sorrow, her thoughts crashed into a standstill, leaving her as motionless as a statue. My friend, it appears I have misjudged your stature. May I inquire as to your affiliations? Jiangji sheathed his knife, his tone shifting from flippant to grave. The bodyguards were all dressed in identical black suits, unmistakably indicating they were not mere street thugs but rather the vanguard of a significant organization or a prominent family. I'm Lin Zimo, a member of the Lin family. This time, Lin Zimo introduced himself with newfound confidence. It seemed that curing old Master Lin had elevated his standing within the family. A simple declaration caused Jiangji's pupils to constrict, and he quickly forced a smile. Lin Xiao, what a misunderstanding. Our boss is Yang Mingho, who is currently downstairs attending old Master Lin's birthday celebration. My apologies, young man, I did not realize you were a guest of Lin Xiao. Allow me to drink in penance for my transgressions, Jiangji declared, raising a full glass of beer to his lips, gulping it down, and then flipping the glass upside down for all to see. Seeing this, Chen Dong's expression twisted into a sardonic smile. Jiangji, your calculations are rather nav. My sister has endured considerable distress, and you think a single drink suffices. Chen Dong vividly recalled Jiangji's earlier demeanor, which had reeked of depravity. Had the Lin family not intervened, or had he, Chen Dong, been an ordinary man today, Chen Jiujiu would have faced unspeakable torment. What do you desire, money, or something else? Jiangji's voice sank, his gaze flickering as he pondered his response. Let us not complicate matters. I merely wish for each of your lives. Chen Dong's eyes blazed crimson, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, rest assured, before your demise, I will ensure you experience what it truly means to live in hell. At this, Jiangji's expression faltered, his gaze turning predatory as he retorted, Kid, let us pretend your previous words were mere jest. Do not think that the Lin family's backing grants you impunity. Blue Island City is vast, and it is not solely governed by the Lin family. Our boss Yang's influence here rivals that of the Lin family. Do you really believe the Lin family would offend Yang Mingho for your sake? Jiangji glanced at Lin Zimo, whose stance had become crucial at this juncture. Just as Lin Zimo was about to voice his opinion, Chen Dong raised a hand to halt him. Do not fret. This is my affair, not the Lin family's concern. Chen Dong's tone brooked no argument. Directed at both Jiangji and Lin Zimo, Chen Dong preferred to avoid indebtedness to others, hence he wished for the Lin family to remain uninvolved. Lin Zimo understood Chen Dong's intentions, given how effortlessly Chen Dong had dispatched numerous foes. Dealing with these individuals would be akin to child's play. Lin Xiao, are you implying? Jiangji still harbored doubts. Lin Zimo nodded. Since Chen Ji has spoken, the Lin family shall not interfere. Let fate decide life and death. Excellent. Lin Xiao is indeed a person of standing. I trust you will keep your word. Jiangji's spirit soared, though he could not fathom Chen Dong's reckless behavior. Did he truly not perceive the gravity of the situation, or did he presume that Jiangji would hesitate to act? If it were the latter, Chen Dong was gravely mistaken. Jiangji had survived thus far by being ruthless. Once enemies were made, only death remained. Kid, you will pay for your foolishness. Jiang Ji's true nature emerged, his face twisting into a snarl as he bellowed, "Brothers, arm yourselves and take him down." "To hell with you." One of Jiang Ji's subordinates, barely able to contain his rage, lunged forward, brandishing a knife aimed at Chen Dong. Yet, as he swung his weapon, he found no target before him, causing him to freeze in confusion. Where was the knife? No, where was his hand? My hand, my arm." A terrified scream erupted as he realized his right arm had been severed cleanly at the shoulder, blood gushing forth. As he attempted to cover the wound with his left hand, he found it inexplicably absent. Before he could comprehend the situation, he swayed and collapsed heavily to the ground, witnessing a horrifying sight. His legs remained standing while he lay prostrate. The overwhelming terror rendered him temporarily mute, reduced to a series of incoherent cries. These once fearsome men now resembled frightened kittens, trembling, their grips on their weapons faltering as they retreated in terror. "Demon, you are a demon." They had not observed how Chen Dong had struck. In the blink of an eye, their companion had been reduced to this state. "I warned you, before you perish, I shall allow you to taste the true depths of hell." Chen Dong's smile was chilling, a visage of dread to Jiang Ji and his associates. At that moment, Jiang Ji's earlier ferocity evaporated, he crumpled to the ground, a foul odor emanating from his trousers. Spare me, I apologize, I will compensate, please. Jiang Ji's tone was now profoundly sincere, a heartfelt admission of guilt. "My sister pleaded in much the same way earlier. Did you grant her mercy? Rest assured, none of you will escape today." Chen Dong slowly raised his hand, his fingertips emitting a white sword-like energy. With a swift motion, several blades of energy erupted forth, instantly severing limbs within the room, the air thick with the stench of blood. Moments later, additional spiritual energy surged into Jiang Ji and his cohorts, staunching their profuse bleeding. "I have halted your bleeding and, incidentally, opened some of your meridians. As these channels are unblocked, they will itch unbearably, akin to countless and snoring from within, from skin to bone. I fear you might harm yourselves in your frenzy, hence I took the liberty of removing your limbs. No need for thanks." With that, Chen Dong turned silently and departed. "Please, no. Do not kill me. I beg you to end my suffering. You are not human, you are a monster. Oh, please, end my life." Jiang Ji and his men felt a strange sensation coursing through their bodies, gradually intensifying, even their innards stirred. To live like this was a fate worse than death. They suddenly perceived death as a form of solace. Lin Zimo gazed in a daze at the scene before him, at Jiang Ji and his associates writhing like maggots on the ground, unable to suppress a gulp of saliva. In that moment, a thought crystallized in his mind: never offend Chen Dong, and even more so, never cross his family. With this realization, he hurriedly pursued Chen Dong. "Please assign a few individuals to guard the entrances to the 17th floor. Aside from Jiang Ji and his men, I do not wish for anyone else to set foot there. Can you manage that?" Chen Dong spoke softly. Lin Zimo nodded fervently, promptly issuing instructions. Before long, the entire 17th floor lay empty, save for the anguished cries and pleas of Jiang Ji and his companions. Even the bodyguards stationed there felt their scalps prickle with dread. "Chen Ji, about that." As they descended, Lin Zimo hesitated, initially intending to say something, but after witnessing Chen Dong's prowess, he found himself tongue-tied. "Speak plainly. Your stammering is unbecoming of a man," Chen Dong urged. "Oh, it is nothing of great importance. My grandfather wishes to express his gratitude in person. If it is convenient for you, of course. If you have other matters, do not feel obliged to accommodate us," Lin Zimo replied, his eyes fixed anxiously on Chen Dong. "Not at all. Your presence here has earned the Lin family a favor from me. I shall certainly meet your grandfather. Additionally, there are 2 individuals at your grandfather's birthday celebration that require my attention." Chen Dong smiled. Chapter 15. Chen Dong is a fraud. Since departing from the private room, Chen Zhujiu and Li Na had silently trailed behind the bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards resembled robots, uttering scarcely a word along the way, and this silence induced a sense of unease in Chen Zhujiu, who had only just escaped from peril. "May I inquire where we are headed?" Chen Zhujiu ventured timidly. One of the bodyguards slowed his pace and turned back, stating, "Young Master Lin has instructed us to take good care of the 2 young ladies. Naturally, we are headed to the Lin family's birthday banquet, where there will be ample personnel to ensure your safety." Suddenly raising her head, Li Na's eyes widened in excitement as she exclaimed, "The Lin family? You mean the Lin construction group? Is that somewhat bookish-looking young man the young master of the Lin family?" "To be precise, young Master Lin Zimo is the 3rd young master of the Lin family. Therefore, please rest assured that as long as the Lin family is in Blue Island City, you are safe," the bodyguard assured, noting that Chen Zhujiu still appeared somewhat shaken, her complexion pale. Meanwhile, Li Na, as if invigorated, clutched Chen Zhujiu's arm tightly and nearly shouted, "Zhujiu, your brother is incredible. He actually became friends with the 3rd young Master Lin. Doesn't he that mean you can strut around Blue Island with confidence?" However, Chen Zhujiu felt no excitement, only fear. She knew all too well what kind of person Chen Dong was. A gambler who had ruined his family. How could such a person possibly befriend the 3rd young Master Lin? What merit did he possess? Was the Lin family seeking to associate with someone who lost nearly every bet, hoping to squander their wealth through Chen Dong? Chen Zhujiu surmised that perhaps Chen Dong had deceived Lin Zimo. In the past, Chen Dong had deceived many for money, his acting skills surpassing even those of the most acclaimed actors. To validate her suspicions, Chen Zhujiu raised her head to ask the 2 bodyguards, "Gentlemen, may I ask when did Chen Dong become friends with the 3rd young Master Lin?" What was the reason for their friendship? Upon hearing this, one bodyguard pondered for a moment and replied, Miss Chen, we are merely bodyguards. Matters concerning the friendships of the young masters fall outside our purview. Please understand. Oh, I apologize for putting you in a difficult position, Chen Juju said, somewhat disappointed, yet, the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She could not comprehend how two individuals from such disparate worlds could come together. While Chen Juju was mired in her worries, another bodyguard spoke up. Although I am unaware of the specifics regarding Mr. Chen and young Master Lin, I overheard a conversation between young Master Lin and the head of the family, suggesting that Mr. Chen was invited to treat the head of the family's illness. Treat an illness? Are you certain it was for treatment? Chen Juju's heart raced as she pressed for clarification. The bodyguard nodded affirmatively, yes. This was disastrous. Chen Juju's complexion turned ashen. How could Chen Dong possibly treat ailments? He studied computer science in university, possessing no connection to medicine whatsoever. At that moment, Chen Juju became certain Chen Dong was indeed a fraud. 3 years. What could one possibly learn in that time? A medical student requires 5 years of undergraduate education, followed by 3 years of postgraduate study, and an additional 3 years of training, totaling 11 years to become a competent physician. As for Chen Dong, was he some sort of genius? Noticing Chen Juju's pallor, the bodyguard inquired with concern, Miss Chen, are you unwell? If necessary, I can summon the private doctors of the Lin family who are present at the banquet. Private doctors? What would happen when this fake doctor encountered a real one? Their lives were already difficult enough. Incurring the wrath of another prominent family in Blue Island City would be tantamount to signing their own death warrant. Damn it, it would have been his return has already caused trouble for the family. Chen Juju muttered through clenched teeth. Juju, what did you say? Li Na asked, tilting her head. Nothing, no. We shouldn't enter the banquet. After all, it's the head of the Lin family's birthday celebration, and we are not guests. It would be rather impolite to simply stroll in, so let us wait here at the entrance. Convinced that she had unraveled Chen Dong's scheme, Chen Juju was determined to, thus, she opted to wait at the entrance like a hunter awaiting prey. The two bodyguards attempted to persuade her otherwise, but upon recalling Lin Zimo's earlier directive to heed Chen Juju's wishes, they relented. Li Na was eager to attend this elite banquet, believing it would grant her bragging rights in the future, yet she understood her position. Although slightly disheartened, she respected Chen Juju's decision. Thus, the four of them stood at the entrance like sentinels. Chen Juju, your audacity is astonishing, brazenly shirking your duties. Who allowed you to come here? Hurry back to the entertainment hall. Before long, a sharp, piercing voice rang out from within the banquet hall. Recognizing that acerbic tone, Chen Juju and Li Na immediately identified the speaker as the insufferable Zhu Huihui. The two bodyguards exchanged glances, a glint of determination in their eyes as they stepped in front of Chen Juju, rebuking, how dare you show disrespect to Miss Chen? Fetch your manager at once. Zhu Huihui, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the two, faltered momentarily, but soon regained her haughty demeanor. Chen Juju, you truly possess remarkable skills to bring back two sycophants on your first visit to the entertainment hall, and yet you still insist on calling yourself Miss Chen. Oh, indeed, you are a lady now, having served in the entertainment hall. Though Zhu Huihui's words dripped with sarcasm, her heart was filled with envy and resentment towards Chen Juju's beauty. Had such a face been hers, she would have long since become a wealthy woman. How dare you speak so recklessly? The two bodyguards bellowed, raising their hands to teach this insufferable woman a lesson. Wait. I can handle this myself, Chen Juju interjected, stopping the bodyguards. She was not being soft-hearted, rather, she felt the need to sever ties with the Lin family. Every kindness extended now could turn into a dagger aimed at their already beleaguered household once Chen Dong's deceit was uncovered. The two bodyguards were taken aback by Chen Juju's unexpected intervention. Although they were unaware of her reasoning, they complied with her request. Seeing the bodyguards so obedient, Zhu Huihui felt a pang of jealousy and crossed her arms while sneering. Being attractive certainly has its advantages. Even sycophants are more compliant than usual. Chen Juju, I have long suspected you to be a hypocrite, pretending to be a pure maiden while looking down on every man with an air of superiority. You can no longer maintain that facade, can you? To control these two sycophants, you must have exerted considerable effort. Just look at you, your complexion has turned pale, you're playing a dangerous game. With a swift motion, Chen Juju raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap, releasing the pent-up anger and frustration that had been building within her. Zhu Huihui, do not project your filthy thoughts onto me. Do you truly believe all women are as shameless as you? Everyone knows how you snatched that assistant position. You don't find it repulsive to face Manager Yin, with his pig-like physique. Don't you have nightmares at night, being with a pig for an entire night? Oh, wait, you can hardly be called human. A public bus is more fitting. As long as you have money, you can board. Truly, a pair of jade arms serve as pillows for 1,000 men, while a hint of vermilion lips can be tasted by 10,000. I offer you this line, and you should consider it a compliment. As Chen Juju unleashed her tirade, everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the previously demure girl. Not a single vulgar word escaped her lips, yet each sentence was a sharp rebuke aimed at Zhu Huihui. The final remark, in particular, revealed that insults could be delivered with such eloquence. Zhu Huihui's face drained of color, her body trembling with rage, yet she could not muster a single retort. Har har har. After several deep breaths, Ju Hui gradually calmed down, snorting derisively. I truly underestimated you. I admit I cannot match your wit, but what of it? In the end, the responsibilities of the banquet assistant still belong to me. Meanwhile, you can only stand pitifully outside, denied entry into the banquet. You may insult me, but I shall not lose a single piece of flesh. With a little maneuvering, your job will be at risk, Chen Jiujiu. After this banquet, I will meet many wealthy patrons, and you shall never compare to me. You and I are forever worlds apart. With that, Ju Hui laughed heartily as she departed. Once Ju Hui had left, one of the bodyguards could no longer contain his indignation. This woman is utterly despicable, merely an assistant to the banquet manager, yet she carries herself as if she were the head of the event. Miss Chen, let us enter. Once you step into the hall, you will undoubtedly be the guest of honor, and then we shall see how that woman behaves. Chapter 16. A truly despicable person indeed. Jiujiu, let us enter. Seeing that wretched woman flaunting her success truly irks me. Lian urged. Chen Jiujiu was acutely aware that confronting Ju Hui in the venue would be immensely gratifying. However, doing so would expose Chen Dong's deceitful identity, bringing catastrophic consequences to her family. In light of her family's safety, Chen Jiujiu prioritized their well-being over fleeting satisfaction. No, we shall not stoop to her level. She resolutely shook her head. Are we simply going to let her off the hook? Lian exclaimed, suddenly struck by a thought. Oh. I just remembered, your brother is now friends with Lin Sanxiao. He can deal with her whenever he wishes. We need not concern ourselves with this moment. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiujiu could only manage an awkward smile, her heart heavy with bitterness. Before long, Chen Dong approached with Lin Zimo and others. Uncharacteristically, every bodyguard, including Lin Zimo, regarded Chen Dong with an expression of reverence, their demeanor notably submissive in his presence. What are you doing here? Did I not instruct you to take proper care of the two young ladies? If you cannot manage even this, then leave. Lin Zimo was startled to see Chen Jiujiu at the entrance, nearly losing his composure. Lin Sanxiao, it was my request to wait here. Please do not blame them. After speaking, Chen Jiujiu cast a cold glance at Chen Dong, her tone frigid. You come with me. Without awaiting a response, she strode towards a secluded corner. Sensing the distance in his sister's words, Chen Dong felt a pang of discomfort, yet he regarded her willingness to speak to him as a promising start. Jiujiu, Chen Dong. Can you not spare us? Upon reaching the corner, Chen Jiujiu seized the opportunity to question him coldly, denying him a chance to speak. Chen Dong frowned slightly. Jiujiu, I have indeed committed many wrongs in the past, but I have changed. The years I vanished were not by my own choosing. I have returned with the intention of ensuring a better life for you all. A better life? Chen Jiujiu scoffed, her eyes brimming with disdain. What do you propose to provide us with? No more gambling, no more dreams of overnight wealth. Have you taken to scamming instead? Scamming? Chen Dong was taken aback, bewildered by his sister's words. Still pretending. Chen Dong, you are beyond redemption. I implore you, please sever our ties. How you choose to self-destruct henceforth is of no concern to me. I only wish for you to refrain from dragging our family into your chaos. Tears welled in her eyes as Chen Jiujiu spoke, each word deepening her sense of injustice and sorrow. The notion of severing familial ties pained her greatly. Before Chen Dong's descent into villainy, he had been the perfect brother in her eyes. She had clung to him like a shadow throughout their childhood, and he had never shown annoyance, instead showering her with affection. The depth of her love had transformed into an equally profound hatred. Jiujiu, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Are you truly denying me a single chance to redeem myself? Chen Dong's expression was one of disbelief. Very well. How do you intend to redeem yourself? By scamming. Chen Jiujiu wiped her tears, gesturing towards Lin Zimo. Tell me, the third young master of the Lin family, one of the most prominent second-generation wealthy individuals in Blue Island City, what right do you have to befriend him? I have heard you intend to treat Lin Sanxiao's grandfather. Does the Lin family truly lack capable doctors? How can you, who has been absent for 3 years, suddenly claim to be a miracle worker? Chen Dong. Do you possess any medical knowledge? Have you studied medicine? In 3 years, how do you expect to transform from a novice into a divine physician? Chen Dong, I am begging you as your sister. Spare our family. Our parents have already been worn down by you. My sister-in-law has endured untold suffering because of you, and I cannot even attend university due to your actions. Life is harsh, yet we manage to survive. If you deceive the Lin family today, their wrath will be far beyond what a family like ours can withstand. You are putting us all at risk. In the silence, Chen Jiujiu's tears fell to the ground, creating ripples, as she gazed intently at Chen Dong, seeking to discern his thoughts. It was then that Chen Dong grasped his sister's fears. He glanced towards Lin Zimo and said earnestly, Jiujiu, trust me, I am not scamming anyone. A great deal has happened during my absence, and I have learned many incredible things. The Lin family requires my assistance, which is why they regard me with such respect. However, Chen Dong's credibility in Chen Jiujiu's eyes could not be swayed by mere words. He continued, here's the deal. Accompany me to the banquet. If anything seems amiss, you can expose me on the spot, thereby distancing yourself from me. This way, you will be seen as just, and the Lin family will not trouble our family. Regardless of whether I stay or leave now, I have already established a connection with the Lin family. To leave abruptly would only arouse their suspicion, would you not agree? Observing Chen Dong's serious demeanor, Chen Jiujiu hesitated momentarily. This was indeed a valid point, and after careful consideration, she nodded. Thus, a simple agreement was reached between Chen Dong and Chen Jiujie. On the other hand, Lin Zimo was in a precarious position. Just moments ago, Chen Jiujie had pointed an accusing finger at him, and now Chen Dong had cast him a perplexed glance. Did he inadvertently offend Chen Jiujie? Was she lamenting to Chen Dong about him? With that thought, Lin Zimo was haunted by the anguished cries of his associates, drenched in cold sweat and feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles. You two, did you truly not upset Miss Chen? Lin Zimo hastily inquired of the two bodyguards. The guards exchanged bewildered glances before shaking their heads. They did not bully us. The one who bullied us was that wretched Zhu Huihui. Liane quickly interjected. She then recounted the grievances between Zhu Huihui and Chen Jiujie. Such a despicable person exists. Lin Zimo's heart finally settled, relieved as long as it was not the Lin family that had angered Chen Dong. Yet, one thing perplexed him. Why had Chen Jiujie pointed at him? Did she expect him to defend her as a member of the Lin family? At that moment, Chen Dong and Chen Jiujie returned. Mr. Chen, rest assured, I will not let that wretched Zhu Huihui go unpunished. Lin Zimo quickly sought to ingratiate himself. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong glanced at his sister and Liane, sensing that something had transpired during their absence. No matter, I will handle it myself, Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. Upon receiving Chen Dong's response, Lin Zimo did not press further but instead lowered his attitude another notch, leading Chen Dong towards the banquet. As they entered the banquet hall, Chen Jiujie curiously surveyed her surroundings. Renowned successful individuals mingled in small groups, raising their glasses and engaging in lively conversation, exuding an air of affluence. Had it not been for Zhu Huihui, one could argue that she had played a part in creating such an atmosphere. With a stroke of luck, perhaps she might indeed encounter a benefactor to alleviate her family's troubles. Lin Jiujie, do you truly wish to leave? What makes you think someone like you belongs in such a gathering? Put away that shameless demeanor and get lost. Zhu Huihui, having detected the scent of competition, immediately pinpointed Chen Jiujie's presence. Disregarding everyone else, she was genuinely terrified that if Chen Jiujie lingered for even a second longer, a wealthy heir might be lured away. She had gone to great lengths to capture their attention. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a massive hand struck Zhu Huihui's face, sending her flying several meters, crashing into numerous tables and scattering food and drink everywhere. Zhu Huihui, is that you? I hope I have not struck the wrong person, Chen Dong inquired calmly, rubbing his wrist while looking at Liane. The abruptness of the scene left Liane momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that Chen Jiujie's brother would resort to violence without even confirming the name of his target. Where are the security guards? Zhu Huihui shrieked, her meticulously crafted appearance now a disheveled mess of food and drink. The wealthy heirs who had previously regarded her with favor now looked at her with disdain, and Zhu Huihui was beside herself with rage. Whoever you are, you're finished. This is a banquet hosted by the Lin family. Dare you cause a scene here, and you will meet a most dreadful end. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of security personnel and bodyguards from the Lin family. As individuals approached from all directions, Zhu Huihui shouted at the top of her lungs, "There's trouble. This person wishes to harm old Master Lin." I intervened, and he struck me. He even threatened to annihilate the Lin family. Lin Zimo, following closely behind Chen Dong, felt his anger surge. Damn it, she truly is a despicable person. Chapter 17. The ruthless manager Yin. Upon hearing Zhu Huihui's cries, the bodyguards and security personnel cast vigilant glances at Chen Dong, gradually encircling him. At this moment, Lin Zimo was both furious and frightened. This wretched woman intended to drag the Lin family down with her. He quickly stole a glance at Chen Dong, fearful that the latter might harbor any displeasure towards the Lin family. To his dismay, Lin Zimo's gaze inadvertently met Chen Dong's. What? Why are you looking at me? I was invited to your Lin family's banquet, and this is how you treat me. Chen Dong jested. Not at all. The Lin family holds Mr. Chen in the highest regard. Although Chen Dong's words were laced with humor, Lin Zimo felt increasingly anxious. He was acutely aware that Chen Dong was merciless towards his adversaries. The Lin family's overall demeanor was of utmost importance in maintaining a favorable relationship with him. Lin Zimo hurriedly stepped forward, rebuking the encroaching bodyguards and security personnel. Leave, get away from here. Mr. Chen is our esteemed guest. What are you all doing surrounding him? Are you really so devoid of common sense that you would be swayed by the wild ravings of a shameless woman? Any Lin family bodyguards who surrounded Mr. Chen just now will have their bonuses for this month revoked. Mr. Chen, are you satisfied with this resolution? Unfortunately, Chen Dong offered no response to Lin Zimo's attempts at appeasement, which swiftly enlightened Lin Zimo that the true issue lay with that wretched woman. Someone, throw this shameless woman out. Notify Junlin Hotel to arrange a banquet for the Lin family. We need to reconsider our staffing. Lin Zimo's expression shifted dramatically as he directed his ire at Zhu Huihui. Observing Lin Zimo's fury, even Zhu Huihui, in her ignorance, grasped the gravity of the situation. It was evident that those speaking so boldly were members of the Lin family. She stared blankly at Chen Jiujie, who stood beside Lin Zimo, mistakenly believing them to be in a romantic relationship. As for Chen Dong, sharing the same surname, she recalled manager Yin mentioning that Chen Jiujie had an older brother. She surmised that Lin Zimo's deference to Chen Dong was in an effort to curry favor with Chen Jiujie. Jealousy consumed her. At that moment, she was maddened with envy. She fixated on Chen Jiujie's exquisite features. How beautiful. She longed to tear away Chen Jiujie's face and affix it to her own. If she possessed such beauty, it would be her standing beside Lin Zimo, not that shameless woman, Chen Jiujiu. Yet, these thoughts remained locked within her mind, as she outwardly adopted a submissive demeanor, approaching Chen Jiujiu with incessant pleas. Jiujiu, please show mercy. If I had known Mr. Lin was your boyfriend, I wouldn't he have dared to treat you so. You know how things are at our hotel. I'd be done for if I reported this to the higher-ups. Moreover, your boyfriend is from the Lin family. Why didn't you inform everyone? If they knew, who would dare disrespect you? This situation has escalated because you chose to remain silent. If there is blame to assign, you must bear part of it. This brazen maneuver left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, all the little fairies are never at fault. It is always others who are to blame. Chen Jiujiu's face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "What boyfriend? What nonsense are you spouting? I am meeting Mr. Lin for the first time today. Why are you all still dawdling? Hurry up and throw this mad woman out. Are you going to let her continue spouting nonsense?" Lin Zimo shouted in a panic, his face drained of color, wishing he could strangle Zhu Hui. He quickly turned to Chen Dong, saying, "Mr. Chen, I have no such intentions. I wouldn't he dare entertain any wicked thoughts." Chen Dong patted Lin Zimo's shoulder, observing his panic-stricken visage, and smiled. "I do not interfere in the romantic affairs of the young, as long as my sister is not harmed. However, I find your temperament quite unappealing. This woman bears no small share of the blame for what has transpired. Do you think simply tossing her out will suffice? He does not interfere in romantic affairs. What does that mean? Could there be an opportunity? Jiujiu is so beautiful. If, no, now is not the time for such thoughts." Lin Zimo cautiously inquired, "What does Mr. Chen mean? If you want my opinion, it would be. Never mind, let us just break her arms and legs as a lesson." Chen Dong naturally wished to eradicate the threat, but considering it was his first day meeting his sister and taking place at the Lin family's birthday celebration, he decided to show some restraint. Zhu Hui was taken aback, momentarily unable to believe what she had just heard. No. I truly made a mistake. I truly realize my error. I will never bully anyone again. Please don't break my arms and legs. Jiujiu, please plead for me. I was wrong. Zhu Hui sobbed pitifully. Her previous arrogance vanished. Chen Jiujiu, being a woman, ultimately softened, saying to Chen Dong, "Just get rid of her. There's no need to break her limbs." Before she could finish, Chen Dong raised his hand to interrupt her. "Jiujiu, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Not having killed her is already a considerable act of mercy. Have you forgotten what transpired earlier? Had I not arrived, would those people have spared you?" Chen Dong's tone was resolute, emanating an undeniable aura of authority, recalling everything that had happened in the private room. Chen Jiujiu's face drained of color. It was a nightmare she would never forget, yet she was now more curious about what Chen Dong had been up to these past 3 years, for he exuded a powerful presence she had only felt from the chairman of Junlin. Chen Jiujiu fell silent, and Lin Zimo understood that further discussion was unnecessary. He gestured for the bodyguards to drag Zhu Hui away, to a secluded spot where they could break her limbs. As the bodyguards approached, Zhu Hui screamed and struggled frantically. What is going on? Making a scene without regard for the occasion. Suddenly, a male voice called out from a distance, as a middle-aged man in a suit, sporting a beer belly, approached. Upon seeing the man, Zhu Hui appeared as if she had spotted a savior, rolling and crawling to cling to his leg, wailing, "Manager Yin, no, brother Yin, save me, they want to break my arms and legs." I don't want to. Manager Yin frowned, surveying the scene, recognizing Lin Zimo and Chen Jiujiu among the crowd. Glancing at the disheveled Zhu Hui, he grasped the situation in an instant. He swiftly kicked Zhu Hui aside, reprimanding, "Get lost. Who is your brother? You disrupt the Lin family's banquet. It would be lenient to simply kill you, and you dare to cry injustice. From this moment on, you are no longer an employee of Junlin Hotel. You are fired. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive your full severance pay." Having drawn a clear boundary, Manager Yin approached Lin Zimo, bowing in apology. "Third young Master Lin, I sincerely apologize. I cannot escape blame for the chaos caused by my subordinates. I had no idea you were acquainted with Jiujiu. Jiujiu is one of our most outstanding employees. She has quickly become a pillar of our establishment within just a few months, and our upper management holds her in high regard." Chen Dong replied nonchalantly, "Is this high regard simply a means to assign Jiujiu to the entertainment hall to serve scoundrels?" Manager Yin regarded Chen Dong with a serious expression, not daring to underestimate him due to his unfamiliarity. "Oh. Is that so? Jiujiu is responsible for this banquet, but it must be Zhu Hui. This woman has always targeted Jiujiu. Her conduct is utterly disgraceful. She must have colluded with that leader to usurp Jiujiu's position. Please rest assured, I will provide a satisfactory explanation." Zhu Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. How thick-skinned must one be to utter such words? "Yin, I never expected you to be such a scoundrel, heartless and unfeeling. I was right to target Chen Jiujiu. What about you? Unable to obtain her?" Smack! A resounding slap knocked Zhu Hui unconscious. Har, this woman has gone mad, biting indiscriminately. Do not heed her rumors. Manager Yin chuckled, rubbing his slightly trembling right hand, revealing the force behind that slap, which Shen Dong had not considered delivering himself. It must be said that Manager Yin was indeed a talent, decisive and ruthless in his actions. He discarded what needed to be discarded and flattered when necessary. "Rumors? I would very much like to hear her rumors," Chen Dong sneered. "May I ask who this Chen Jiujiu looked up at Chen Dong, and for some inexplicable reason, his words filled her with warmth. So you are Jiujiu's brother. I will provide you with a satisfactory response regarding her matters afterward. Today is old Master Lin's birthday banquet, and there are many esteemed guests awaiting us in the main hall. Let us proceed to the banquet. By the way, third young Master Lin, my cousin wishes to make your acquaintance. I hear that you played a significant role in enabling the Lin family to host this banquet. Upon learning of Chen Dong's identity, Manager Yin promptly disregarded him, viewing him as inconsequential, merely someone who could enter such occasions by virtue of his sister. Your cousin? Lin Zimo was taken aback. Indeed, my cousin is Yang Mingho from Qiangshan Construction. Manager Yin emphasized Qiangshan Construction, clearly intending to leverage Yang Mingho's reputation to downplay the incident. The implication was clear: do not offend him over a woman, for he had Yang Mingho backing him. Yang Mingho, interesting, then let us proceed to the banquet, Chen Dong replied with a slight smile, his gaze toward Manager Yin now laced with a hint of malice. It seemed that Chen Jiujiu's assignment to the entertainment hall coincidentally placed her in the same VIP room as Yang Mingho, which was likely no coincidence at all. Chapter 18, A Gift for Longevity. Very well, let us first proceed to the banquet, Chen Dong declared, prompting Lin Zimo to comply, especially since his grandfather was eager to meet Chen Dong. Wait a moment. Manager Yin suddenly interjected, stepping in front of Chen Dong with an apologetic expression. Mr. Chen, there is no need for you to enter the inner hall. Those who are permitted inside are prominent figures. It may be somewhat inappropriate for you to go in, so for your own good, perhaps you should remain in the outer area for a while. Chen is a guest personally requested by my grandfather. Does Manager Yin have any objections? A guest requested by old Master Lin. It seems I have been blind to the true significance. My apologies. Please, the three of you, proceed to the inner hall, Manager Yin responded, casting a look of incredulity at Chen Dong, pondering what kind of status could warrant such a personal invitation from old Master Lin. When he had sought to exploit Chen Jiujiu, he had conducted a brief investigation into her family circumstances. The fact that Chen Dong was a gambler was common knowledge among the neighbors, easily gleaned. But would old Master Lin truly desire to associate with a gambler? With a heart full of questions, the group gradually made their way into the banquet's inner hall. Grandfather, Mr. Chen has arrived, Lin Zimo announced as he entered the venue. The members of the Lin family paused their dining, curious to see the individual who had altered the fate of the Lin clan. Old Master Lin, seated at the center, rose to greet them, his eyes shimmering with surprise. With a warm smile, he said, I am Lin Gong, and I am most grateful for Mr. Chen's life-saving assistance. I had not anticipated that Mr. Chen would be so youthful. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. Please, take a seat. As he spoke, Lin Gong personally pulled out the empty chair beside him for Chen Dong. This scene left everyone present, aside from Chen Dong, utterly astonished. What was happening? The venerable elder was offering a chair to a young man. Who exactly is this young man? Which family does he belong to? I have not heard of him. The Blue Island is quite small, and I have encountered most prominent figures. This one must be from beyond Blue Island. Aside from his handsome appearance, his attire lacks the refinement of a noble scion. He looks rather ordinary. Did you not hear what old Master Lin just said? This young man must be a doctor who cured his ailment. Everyone regarded Chen Dong with curiosity, whispering amongst themselves as they speculated about his identity. Manager Yin appeared to recall something, hastily approaching Yang Mingho and whispering urgently. Subsequently, Yang Mingho gazed at Chen Dong with a look of astonishment. Under the watchful eyes of the various onlookers, Chen Dong calmly seated himself beside Lin Gong. Lin Zimo took a seat on the other side, while Chen Jiujiu sat beside Chen Dong. This arrangement displeased the other members of the Lin family, clearly indicating that old Master Lin was beginning to favor Lin Zimo. After old Master Lin's passing, there would likely be changes in the distribution of family assets. Especially for Lin Zisheng, Lin Zimo's second cousin, resentment was evident in his eyes. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, downing a large gulp of wine before sarcastically remarking, it truly echoes the old adage, when one person ascends, even the dogs and chickens rise. Third brother, your presence beside grandfather today is solely due to Mr. Chen curing his ailment. You ought to express your gratitude. Perhaps we should offer Mr. Chen a bit more money, lest he finds himself without suitable attire for such esteemed gatherings in the future, let alone funds for a longevity gift. Upon hearing this, all actions around the table momentarily halted, recognizing the resentment in Lin Zisheng's words. Those present were somewhat aware of the familial dynamics among the Lin family and understood that Lin Zimo's newfound favor would not sit well with the others. However, no one anticipated Lin Zisheng would openly mock him. Lin Zimo remained silent, as that was a matter between brothers, but what did it mean to direct such disdain towards Mr. Chen? After all, he had saved their grandfather's life. How could they expect him to present a longevity gift? Without Mr. Chen, the Lin family would be awaiting a funeral wreath. Lin Zimo's face flushed with fury, his eyes brimming with animosity. A gift for longevity. At this moment, Chen Dong suddenly interjected, leisurely lifting his cup of tea and taking a sip. Does your Lin family possess the qualifications to receive a gift from me? Gasp! The guests collectively inhaled sharply. How audacious! Did this young man truly believe that saving old Master Lin's life granted him unlimited license? Even Lin Gong's brows furrowed at Chen Dong's words, his esteem for Chen Dong diminishing rapidly. However, out of respect for the life debt, Lin Gong attempted to smooth over the situation, his expression darkening as he said, Mr. Chen is indeed a spirited young man, with your capabilities. Perhaps in a few years, the Lin family may indeed seek to curry favor with you. Chen Dong shot Lin Gong a glance, perceiving the veiled insinuation in his words, implying that he was currently beneath the Lin family in status. Suddenly, Chen Dong sensed a chill beside him and turned to see Chen Jiujiu glaring at him with palpable anger. Old Master Lin, my brother tends to speak without thinking. Please do not take his words to heart. Upon saying this, Chen Jiujiu forcefully nudged Chen Dong, her voice laced with irritation. Hurry and apologize. Regardless of anything, Old Master Lin is an elder. It is inappropriate for you to be so disrespectful in front of him. Chen Dong furrowed his brow. Apologize, elder. To be fair, my actual age is more than sufficient to be Old Master Lin's great-grandfather. However, for the sake of his sister, he softened his tone, saying, please do not take my earlier words to heart. Today, I still wish to wish Old Master Lin a long life and prosperity. This hardly resembled a conversation between elder and junior. It sounded more like an exchange among peers. The crowd shook their heads, acknowledging that regardless of Chen Dong's abilities, his emotional intelligence seemed lacking for longevity in this world. Lin Gong responded blandly, thank you for your good wishes, Mr. Chen. With that, the atmosphere of the banquet grew icy. Speaking of longevity gifts, Old Master Lin, I have a present I hope you will find pleasing. Yang Mingho suddenly stood with a smile, producing a small porcelain vial from his pocket. This miraculous medicine invigorates, combats fatigue, and enhances physical well-being. I would like to offer the sales agency for this miraculous medicine to Lin Construction. We can split the profits 50-50. The crowd looked on in bewilderment. Were the two major construction groups pivoting to sell medicine? Was this remedy truly more profitable than construction? As the audience pondered, Lin Gong's face darkened, and he intoned, Yang Mingho, do you think I do not recognize this medicine? I shall pretend I did not hear your previous words. I do not care how you sell this medicine, but I do not wish for you to extend your reach into Lin family's territory. If you cannot manage your own affairs, the Lin family will not hesitate to assist in managing them for you. The Lin family is indeed a prominent clan in Blue Island. News travels swiftly, however. Old Master Lin, let us not allow monetary matters to cloud our judgment. With this medicine, our workers can double their efficiency, leading to increased earnings. With faster project completion, we can also earn additional income. It is a win-win situation. Why not embrace it? Yang Mingho smiled broadly, yet his grin felt disquieting, akin to being watched by a venomous serpent. Yang Mingho, you have amassed wealth. Why pursue such unscrupulous gains? If you wish to continue attending this longevity banquet, cease speaking of the medicine. Otherwise, I must ask you to leave. Lin Gong's stance was unwavering, offering no room for negotiation. Alas, Yang Mingho sighed, placing the medicine back into his pocket, shaking his head. Truly an antiquated mindset. Wealth yet unwilling to earn more, however, I have come bearing a mission. I must open the market for Lin Construction. First gifts, then threats. I have already delivered my gift. If you choose not to accept it, do not blame. An elderly man slowly emerged from the banquet. 20 years ago, there was a remarkable figure in Blue Island known as Master Ma. Surely, this name still lingers in your memories. Upon hearing Yang Mingho's words, many in the older generation shifted uncomfortably. Some of the younger generation, sensing the unease, inquired about Master Ma's identity. Have you heard of martial artists? They are capable of defeating hundreds, shattering stones with their fists and cleaving mountains with their kicks. They are extraordinary individuals. Master Ma is that kind of martial arts master. Years ago, Master Ma had a falling out with a large enterprise in Blue Island, resulting in the slaughter of nearly 100 bodyguards and their entire family overnight. Subsequently, he was pursued by the authorities. It was believed that Master Ma had been captured, but 20 years later, he has returned to Blue Island. Though the younger generation had not witnessed the massacre, they felt a chill creep up their spines upon hearing the elder speak. Master Ma appeared composed, his eyes narrowed. I did not expect that after over 20 years, there are still many familiar faces. Quite nice. If it were not for today's main focus being Lin Gong, I would have relished catching up with you all. The elder's heart sank at his words, yet they maintained forced smiles to appease him. Master Ma waved his hand dismissively, silencing the flattery, and stated coldly, enough, this gathering is not for you. The longevity banquet is cancelled. Everyone, leave. Chapter 19, Mr. Chen is confused. Today's birthday banquet is cancelled. Everyone, leave at once. Upon hearing this, the Lin Gong stood stunned, watching the guests flee like they were escaping for their lives, his expression turning ashen. Having not appeared in public for nearly a year, he suddenly re-emerged only to have the banquet called off, which would undoubtedly turn the Lin family into a laughingstock in Blue Island City. We should leave as well. You've had your moment in the spotlight, come home with me. Chen Jiujiu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it best to end the banquet abruptly, thereby denying Chen Dong any further opportunities to deceive. Why, Brother Jiang is a subordinate of Yang Mingho. Do you think those under him will let you off so easily after what they did? Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. I don't need you to defend me. Chen Dong, please recognize your own position. Stop deluding yourself. You are nothing in their eyes. Chen Jiujiu exclaimed, exasperated. This Chen Dong was even more detestable than he had been 3 years prior. Back then, at least he had valued his own life, unlike now when he seemed intent on self-destruction. Jiujiu, in my eyes, they are the ones who amount to nothing. Do not fear. I will ensure you have your say. Chen Dong declared earnestly. This is outrageous. You truly are mad, Narner. Let us leave. It would be better if such a person were to perish, to spare others the trouble. Frustrated, Chen Jiujiu seized Li Narner and dashed towards the exit. Before long, the inner hall was left with only the Lin family and Yang Mingho's men, with Chen Dong as the sole outsider. All eyes turned curiously toward him. "Mr. Chen, aren't you leaving?" Lin Gong felt a surge of warmth upon noticing Chen Dong's presence. He had not expected that this audacious young man would choose to stand by the Lin family. "Oh, I still have matters to discuss with him. You all may resolve your issues first," Chen Dong said, gesturing with his chopsticks towards Yang Mingho, then proceeded to eat and drink as if completely unconcerned with the unfolding situation. Yang Mingho scoffed, "A pathetic gambler, utterly unaware of his insignificance. Just don't soil your pants in fear later." Enough, since Mr. Chen is still present, he is a guest of the Lin family. Lin Gong faced Master Ma without a hint of trepidation, his demeanor cold as he stated, "Though Master Ma is formidable, he is not the unrivaled champion. The massacre of the Lin family in Blue Island years ago awakened me, thus, I have spared no expense in hiring martial artists for our protection, and now, finally, it is proving its worth." Master Yan, this man was robust, exuding an aura of power that indicated he was no ordinary individual. "I have heard that Master Ma is ruthless, extinguishing entire families over trivial disputes. The martial arts community, Yang Kaishan, will gladly accept this bounty." Yang Kaishan's expression was calm, yet a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Kaishan launched himself into action. Each punch was imbued with immense power. Bang, another punch was thrown, and although Master Ma managed to evade, the table behind him shattered into countless splinters from the force of the blow. Witnessing this, the Lin family members' expressions changed dramatically. This was the might of a martial artist, so overwhelming, merely the wind from his punches had obliterated solid wooden furniture. Had they struck a person, it would surely result in instant death. Lin Zimo remained remarkably composed. While the spectacle was indeed impressive, it paled in comparison to Chen Dong's capabilities. Chen Dong had annihilated an entire group with a mere snap of his fingers, albeit those had been mere ordinary individuals. Lin Zimo couldn't help but glance at Chen Dong, who was savoring his meal. He surmised that Chen Dong's strength might surpass that of Yang Kaishan. "Mr. Chen, given Master Yang's imposing physique and youth, do you think he will emerge victorious?" Lin Zimo inquired quietly, approaching Chen Dong. "I have only just begun to comprehend the martial arts, but one cannot determine a martial artist's strength solely based on their stature or age. That old man has been toying with him. Who do you think will ultimately triumph?" Chen Dong replied casually. Lin Gong, overhearing, smiled lightly. "Mr. Chen is indeed a remarkable individual, yet your understanding of martial arts may be somewhat lacking. Master Yang is currently a late-stage Yellow Realm expert, whereas Master Ma was only a mid-stage Yellow Realm practitioner 2 decades ago. Although I have not practiced the martial arts, I have heard it said that aside from talent, one's vitality is of utmost importance. The younger one is, the quicker they cultivate. Conversely, the older one gets, the slower their progress becomes. Master Ma, when he was of Yang's age, was already inferior in talent, and now, as he has aged, his strength has waned. He will likely face defeat shortly." Chen Dong mused, intrigued. Late-stage Yellow Realm. He was familiar with the hierarchy of cultivation in the realm of immortals, yet the grading of martial artists was entirely foreign to him. "It seems Mr. Chen truly is uninformed. Allow me to elaborate," Lin Gong pronounced with pride. "The martial arts realm is divided into 4 stages, yellow being the lowest and heavenly the highest. Each stage is further divided into 3 minor stages. The Master Yang I have employed is at the late stage of the yellow realm, merely a step away from the profound realm, thus this battle is surely his to win." "Oh. Is the heavenly realm the pinnacle? Is there anything beyond it?" Chen Dong's curiosity regarding the martial artist hierarchy deepened. Lin Gong's expression turned somewhat awkward. "The heavenly realm already represents a master among masters, capable of walking on water and condensing energy into blades, methods that transcend human capabilities. Beyond the heavenly realm lies the legendary realm of immortals, with the power to soar through the skies and traverse the earth. To fly and traverse the earth makes one an immortal. You seem to hold immortals in rather low regard. Martial artists certainly do not seem remarkable," Chen Dong lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. "Presumptuous, what would a mere gambler know of the might of martial artists? Let me put it this way, a Yellow Realm martial artist is roughly equivalent to a family like the Lin family, as no one here could withstand a Yellow Realm martial artist's wrath." Yang Mingho sneered. Chen Dong responded nonchalantly, "Is that so? That only indicates the Lin family is too weak, which fails to prove the prowess of martial artists." "Foolish, truly foolish." Yang Mingho was at a loss for words. "Cousin, why waste your breath on such a person? He is nothing more than a piece of detritus from the lower echelons of society. He cannot grasp the essence of martial arts. This level is beyond his comprehension. Once Master Ma finishes, this brat will truly understand the might of martial artists." Manager Yin cast a cold glance at Chen Dong, harboring a considerable grudge, for Chen Dong had shown him no respect earlier. Lin Gong also shook his head, choosing not to engage further with this outsider. At this moment, the battle between Yang Kaishan and Master Ma had reached a fever pitch. Yang Kaishan unleashed his moves with grandiosity, as if a war god had descended. In contrast, Master Ma could only passively evade. Given such circumstances, how could Yang Kaishan possibly lose? "Master Ma, has old age diminished your courage as well? Now you scurry about like a frightened mouse." Yang Kaishan taunted confidently. "Our age has indeed softened my heart. I merely wish to spend more time playing with the younger generation. Since you have had your fun, let us bring this to a close." Suddenly, Master Ma halted, slowly raising his palm toward Yang Kaishan. A wave of foreboding enveloped Yang Kaishan's heart. He quickly ceased his offensive, a cold sweat breaking out across his back. Chapter 20, The Mysterious Realm. Quite the reaction, but alas, utterly futile. Master Ma smirked wickedly, his form shooting forward as his withered hand lunged towards Yang Kaishan's heart. Damn it! Yang Kaishan cursed under his breath, taking a step back as he seized a pair of Lin family's bodyguards and hurled them at Master Ma. Two robust men, each over 6 feet tall, soared through the air. Any ordinary individual would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries, however. Master Ma merely scoffed disdainfully, pushing his hand lightly, sending the two hulks crashing back several meters. The bodyguards staggered to their feet, bewildered, patting their bodies only to find no wounds, glancing at the onlookers in confusion. Nothing, I'm unscathed. I'm fine too, thanks to Master Ma's restraint. Before the bodyguard could finish his sentence, in an instant. Put, the chests of both bodyguards erupted, leaving gaping holes the size of bowls. They stared at Master Ma in disbelief, their eyes wide open as they collapsed to the ground. Dark energy has penetrated my body. You are indeed of the mysterious realm. Impossible, with your talent, how could you have entered the mysterious realm? Yang Kaishan's mind was in turmoil. The so-called dark energy is the ability to inflict harm by injecting internal energy into an opponent upon contact, a hallmark of the mysterious realm. Previously, Yang Kaishan had relied solely on the gusts of wind from his fists to shatter furniture. This technique, while seemingly ferocious, proved ineffective against even moderately strong martial artists. Yet dark energy, regardless of the opponent's physical prowess, would infiltrate their body unless countered by their own internal energy. Thus, martial artists practicing external techniques typically remain active only at the Yellow Realm, with few reaching the mysterious realm, where the competition hinges on the potency of internal energy. Realizing this, Yang Kaishan's expression wavered between despair and fury. Before he could collect himself, Master Ma lunged forward, delivering a fierce palm strike aimed at Yang Kaishan. In an instant, Yang Kaishan regained his senses, watching the rapidly approaching hand with horror, and hastily attempted to evade to the side. However, Master Ma's hand still grazed his arm. But with a pained cry, Yang Kaishan felt his entire arm snap under the strike, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The Lin family members stood aghast. How could this be? Just moments ago, Yang Kaishan had the upper hand, and now he had lost an arm in a mere exchange. This was a martial artist at the late Yellow Realm, yet he was rendered defenseless. Mr. Chen, what is happening? Clearly, Master Yang's attack was more ferocious, yet he is struggling against his opponent. Lin Zimo inquired. What else could it be? It's simply because he's inept. I told you, from the very beginning, that old man has been toying with him, Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. What should our Lin family do? Lin Zimo asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Fear not. You and I share some camaraderie. Chen Dong smiled reassuringly. While they conversed, Yang Kaishan was sent flying by a kick to his chest, blood spewing from his mouth like it was of no consequence. Although he did not suffer the same explosive fate as the previous two bodyguards, the brutality of his injuries suggested significant internal damage. Yang Kaishan lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, devoid of his previous vigor. But stop, trembling, Yang Kaishan raised his hand, his words slurred. I concede. I withdraw from this conflict. Do as you wish with the Lin family. With the mountain still standing, one need not fear the absence of firewood. He was merely a bodyguard hired by the Lin family. It was a transaction, and there was no need to sacrifice his life for it. Concede, youngster, you are the one who compelled me to unleash my full strength, now you wish to withdraw at your whim. How capricious of you, it cannot be solely your decision. Master Ma chuckled wickedly, resembling a mischievous old man as he slowly approached Yang Kaishan with hands clasped behind his back. Step. Each step Master Ma took felt like a crushing weight upon Yang Kaishan's heart. I apologize, I was rash. As a gesture of goodwill, I am willing to donate all my earnings from these years of service as a bodyguard to the Lin family, totaling 100 million. Yang Kaishan hastily. Upon hearing this, Master Ma smiled. I have no aversion to a courteous junior. Transfer the funds to me once this matter concludes. Yang Kaishan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Money could be earned anew, but losing his life meant losing everything. At this moment, all the Lin family members looked pale. It was over, truly over. Even a formidable warrior like Yang Kaishan had been brought to his knees. What hope did they have as mere mortals? Master Ma, thank you for your efforts. Yang Mingho approached with a beaming smile, turning to Lin Gong and saying, Patriarch Lin, your greatest support has faltered. Shall we discuss cooperation? Bar in your dreams, even in death, I shall not acquiesce. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Gong maintained his defiance in such dire circumstances. Yang Mingho's smile vanished abruptly, revealing a malevolent glint in his eyes. Lin Gong, do you wish for the complete annihilation of the Lin family? Master Ma could extinguish a clan 20 years ago, and he is still capable of doing so today. The mention of annihilation sent the Lin family into a panic. Grandfather, agree to his terms. I do not wish to die, it is merely a matter of purchasing medicine. If it truly possesses the effects Mr. Yang claims, it could be beneficial for us. Lin Zixing grasped his grandfather's arm tightly, pleading fervently. Zixing? You do not comprehend, this medicine has severe side effects and is addictive. It is merely a life force draining substance that shortens one's lifespan. Lin Gong fixed his gaze upon his grandson, articulating each word with gravity. Yet Lin Zixing raised his head, staring intently at his grandfather, slowly declaring, what does it matter to me? Lin Gong, you. Grandfather, they are merely a bunch of lowly workers, why should you care for their lifespans? Workers are abundant, this group can be easily replaced, furthermore, they are trading their lifetimes for money, they do not suffer losses. Lin Zixing's eyes widened as he spoke these chilling words with unsettling calmness. Lin Gong looked at Lin Zixing, realizing that the young man before him, who was ostensibly his grandson, felt utterly alien. At that moment, Yang Mingho clapped his hands, gazing at Lin Zixing with barely contained delight. Lin Gong, you have lived so long yet remain less perceptive than your grandson. The fate of lowly commoners is to exchange their lives for money, and we merely enhance their efficiency. Yang Mingho then turned to Lin Zixing, whispering like a devil, Lin Zixing, if I were to make you the head of the Lin family, this collaboration for purchasing medicine, of course, a 70-30 split. Mr. Yang, you shall receive 70%. Lin Zixing's eyes sparkled as he eagerly responded. Har har har, splendid, truly a clever individual, I have always preferred dealing with the astute, I hereby declare that from this moment forth, you, Lin Zixing, will be the head of the Lin family, while Lin Gong, that stubborn relic should have been buried long ago. New patriarch of the Lin family, you have no objections, right? With these words, a ripple of shock coursed through the crowd. This was a declaration of execution. Some members of the Lin family were reluctant to see the old patriarch perish, yet at that moment, no one dared to intervene, all eyes fixated on Lin Zixing. Lin Zixing tightened his grip on his grandfather's arm, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face, but in the next instant, he released his hold, resolutely stating, no objections. Upon hearing this answer, the Lin family members collectively closed their eyes, their fists clenched tightly. Mr. Chen, please save my grandfather. Lin Zimo implored anxiously, turning to Chen Dong. Why should I save your grandfather? Chen Dong retorted. Lin Zimo was taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, did you not just say you had some camaraderie with me? Chen Dong nodded, indeed, I have camaraderie with you, not with your grandfather. I can ensure your safety, but asking me to save your grandfather is beyond our acquaintance. Moreover, your Lin family mocked me coldly at the banquet, I have even less reason to intervene on your grandfather's behalf. This statement plunged Lin Zimo's heart into an abyss. Indeed, he had only just met Chen Dong. What right did he have to expect Chen Dong to risk his life against a martial artist of the mysterious realm, unless... As he recalled their first encounter, Lin Zimo took a deep breath and said, Mr. Chen, I understand that you require medicinal herbs. If you can save my grandfather, you may choose from the collection of herbs stored in the Lin family's warehouse. Over the years, my grandfather has received numerous herbs, including some rare specimens. Upon hearing Lin Zimo's proposal, a smile crept onto Chen Dong's lips. Now that is more like it. Clearly, you are a clever child. Very well, the deal is struck. Chen Dong stretched lazily and gradually rose. Having feasted and witnessed a grand spectacle, it was time to stretch his limbs. Chapter 21, The Brother-in-Law Master Mar, I must trouble you to take action. Yang Mingho clasped his fists together, bowing respectfully as Master Mar was already stained with the blood of many. One more life taken would make no difference to him, however. Yang Mingho was different. On the surface, he was a prominent businessman on Blue Island, and while his hands were not entirely clean, he had not taken a life directly. Of course, those who died from overdoses did not count, for it was not a death that occurred by his hand. As long as he was not directly implicated in any homicide, even if one day the truth came to light, he could leverage connections to minimize the repercussions. Master Mar cast a sidelong glance at Yang Mingho. They were both cunning foxes, well aware of each other's thoughts, yet Master Mar was indifferent to these matters. As long as he could reap a share of the profits later, that was sufficient. He strode toward Lin Gong, who had already resigned himself to his fate. The betrayal by his own grandson was a heavy blow. To secure the position of family head, his own grandson sought his demise. Such treachery would be hard for anyone to bear. Excuse me, I have a question for Yang Mingho, Chen Dong suddenly interjected, breaking the somber atmosphere. Yang Mingho was taken aback. What did this gambler intend to do? Frankly, he was perhaps the most contemptible person in the entire venue. Do you have a right to speak here? Yang Mingho scoffed. Chen Dong, undeterred by Yang Mingho's disdain, continued, I was informed that my sister was reassigned to the entertainment hall, coincidentally to serve your subordinates. I want to know if this is merely a coincidence. Yang Mingho exchanged glances with Manager Yin, and they both erupted in laughter. There's no harm in telling you, you guessed correctly, it is not a coincidence. Why? Chen Dong inquired, perplexed. It is only natural that you would not understand, given you reside at the bottom of society and are unaware of many matters. Were it not for today's banquet, you might not even know of the existence of martial artists, Yang Mingho derided. Chen Dong nodded, I truly do not understand, but what does that matter? Yang Mingho, looking at Chen Dong's ignorance, felt a surge of superiority and remarked, it matters greatly. In Longua, with martial artists, there naturally exists a hierarchy to manage them. The conflict with the Lin family was anticipated. Battles among martial artists will inevitably draw the attention of certain authorities. Neither the substances nor Master Mar can allow that department to find out. However, the Lin family, intoxicated, would be unable to resist such a lure, making the story more convincing. Furthermore, with you as her missing brother, I could easily find someone to impersonate you, claiming you. After all, you've been missing for 3 years. It would be normal for you to vanish after creating a ruckus. The most crucial part is that Chen Juju is unwilling to cooperate with me. Otherwise, I would feel remorse for her predicament. Yet, it was unexpected that you actually appeared, joining forces with the Lin family to rescue Chen Jiujie. This complicates matters. Your timely arrival has disrupted our well-laid plans and forced us to seek alternative justifications. Upon hearing their account, a fierce glint flickered in Chen. Har, it seems to be fate. My return is indeed timely. Chen Dong spoke with a calm demeanor. Beside him, Lin Zimo shuddered at Chen Dong's tranquility, feeling an unsettling fear. Yang Mingho chuckled. Indeed, your return is quite timely. Otherwise, your fair sister would have been subjected to unspeakable acts by a group of men. However, this outcome is also fortuitous. Honestly, having just seen your sister's state, I suddenly feel it is a pity that she fell into the hands of those ruffians. Why not let her be with us instead? By the way, Master Ma seemed quite interested in your sister earlier. You should be pleased to be our brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Chen Jiujie was in the outer hall. Jiujie, are we just leaving like this? What about your brother? Liana hurried after the still fuming Chen Jiujie. He is not my brother. His life and death are of no concern to me. Chen Jiujie retorted angrily. I understand there are misunderstandings between you siblings, but when your brother learned you were in danger, he was the first to rush to the entertainment hall. He is now seeking justice for you. I do not trust Yang Mingho. Are you not afraid your brother might truly be in danger? Liana's earnest words finally caused Chen Jiujie to slow her pace. What her friend said resonated with her, but what could two young women do? She could only run out to seek help. No, thank you. This matter is beyond our control. Rest assured, I have already called the police. Help will arrive shortly. We should head home for now. Today has been overwhelming, and I am exhausted. Chen Jiujie wore a fatigued expression. She longed to return home, to her parents and sister-in-law, and she had to inform the family about Chen Dong's return. Back in the inner chamber, brother-in-law, do you have any further questions? Yang Mingho wore a wicked smile. Har Chen Dong let out a long breath, shaking his head. No more questions, but I do have one request. Speak. Would I dare refuse a request from my brother-in-law? Yang Mingho's smile grew ever wider. It is nothing of great significance. I merely ask you, you and your ancient relic of a master, to die. Chen Dong raised his hand, pointing at Yang Mingho, Manager Yin, and Master Ma. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Gong shook his head helplessly. Lin Zixing wore a mocking expression. Did he dare to mock Master Ma? He must surely be unwell. Har, a youth unaware of his own limitations, how commendable. Master Ma cackled, his small triangular eyes beginning to rotate slowly. He decided to deal with Chen Dong first, and then turned to Lin Gong. Whoosh! Master Ma transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing towards Chen Dong, his palm striking Chen Dong's chest. Chen Dong felt a faint, nearly imperceptible energy enter his body, but it was swallowed by his spiritual energy in the next instant. As Master Ma's hand made contact with Chen Dong, Lin Gong and Lin Zimo turned ashen. It was over, all was lost. Just moments ago, two bodyguards had met their end in this manner, yet, what transpired next left everyone utterly stunned. Are you done playing? Chen Dong swiftly retaliated, seizing Master Ma by the throat and lifting him off the ground. No, this is impossible. How can you be unharmed? Are you also a martial artist? Who are you? Master Ma's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in terror as he struggled violently, but it was all in vain. No matter how he fought, exhausting all his strength, he was but a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree. Fear, at this moment, fear began to permeate the air. And no. Do not kill me, Master Ma pleaded, struggling. This insignificant insect dares to call itself a master. How laughable. Chen Dong scoffed, slightly increasing his grip. Crack, a sharp sound echoed as Master Ma's neck snapped, his head tilting as he departed this world. Chapter 22, a helping hand with a resounding thud. As Chen Dong released his grip, Master Ma's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. In that moment, all present were rendered speechless. The entire venue was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of their own breaths. Could it be a deception? Wasn't Master Ma the ruthless figure who had exterminated entire families? How was it that he fell before Chen Dong like a helpless chick, devoid of any ability to resist? Yang Mingho and Manager Yin rubbed their eyes vigorously, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Yang Kaishan stood agape, glancing from the remarkably youthful Chen Dong to the defeated figure of Master Ma, his entire worldview shattered. A master of the Shen rank could not even withstand a single move from this young man. Just how formidable must he be? Was he at the late stage of the Shen rank, or could it be that he had already reached the Earth rank? If that were true, it would be utterly terrifying. To ascend to the Earth rank before the age of 30 is to be considered a prodigy in the entirety of Long Country, destined to become a master of the Celestial rank, perhaps even having the opportunity to breach the fabled realm of immortals. The thought of having witnessed a future master of the Celestial rank sent a thrill of excitement through Yang Kaishan's heart. He would have ample material to boast about in days to come. Chen Dong cast a glance at the gathered individuals before turning his attention to Lin Zimo, stating, the threat has been neutralized, the remaining two pose no danger, you must devise a means to dispose of them in the entertainment hall. Remember, once you have done so, no outsiders are to remain besides those from Yang Mingho's group, or you shall bear the consequences. Oh, and do ensure the owner of this hotel is waiting at the entrance. I have matters to discuss with him. Only then did Lin Zimo emerge from his stupor, stammering, why yes, thank you, Mr. Chen, for saving my life. I will attend to it immediately. His tone had grown significantly more respectful. He had anticipated Chen Dong's strength, yet never to this extent. Lin Gong quickly composed himself, a broad grin illuminating his aged visage as he approached Chen Dong with an air of supplication. Such formidable prowess, coupled with extraordinary abilities, was a person one must befriend. Even if he could not be a friend, he must never become an enemy. Mr. Chen, I cannot express my gratitude enough. You have saved my life once more. I apologize for any previous disrespect towards you. From this day forth, you shall be the most esteemed guest of the Lin family. Lin Gong proclaimed, bowing deeply. Do not. Chen Dong raised a hand to interrupt Lin Gong. I have no interest in being a guest of your Lin family. Do not attempt to tie me to you. This is merely a transaction between Lin Zimo and myself. He has promised that afterwards, I may take any medicinal herbs I desire from your family's warehouse. Lin Zimo's word should hold weight, yes? Chen Dong inquired, his gaze probing. Lin Gong, sensing the gravity of the question, quickly replied, Of course, Zimo is my grandson. His words undoubtedly represent the Lin family. You have saved my life twice. Not only can you take whatever herbs you wish from the warehouse, you could even empty it entirely. Satisfied with Lin Gong's response, Chen Dong nodded appreciatively. This old man exhibited a commendable understanding of the situation. Mr. Lin, while I have saved you twice, the factors influencing your life remain unresolved. I provided Lin Zimo with 2 talismans. Should you find yourself gravely ill again, they may yet save you. If you wish to resolve this matter once and for all, as Chen Dong's words trailed off, his gaze grew meaningful, locking onto Lin Gong. Instantly, Lin Gong grasped the implication, clasping his hands together in earnestness. I beseech you, Mr. Chen, whatever you require, name it. Even the entirety of the Lin family's assets are at your disposal. The assets of the Lin family paled in comparison to Chen Dong's future. Lin Gong was gambling on that future. Before Chen Dong could respond, a member of the Lin family could no longer contain himself. Lin Zixing exclaimed, Grandfather, are you out of your mind? Those are our family's possessions. Slap! Lin Gong struck him across the face with a resounding force. What right have you to speak here? Though I am old, I am not foolish. I have noted your actions just now, Lin Zixing. Remember this, the Lin family is my legacy, not yours. If you wish to inherit it, you are sorely lacking. Mr. Chen is my savior. How can you, as a younger generation, show him disrespect? Kneel, bow your head and apologize. Lin Gong's eyes blazed with fury. Despite his anger toward his grandson's behavior, familial bonds softened his heart. He feared that should Chen Dong take offense, he might obliterate Lin Zixing. Enough with your theatrics. Should you fail to manage this grandson of yours, I would not hesitate to send him back to reincarnation. Chen Dong, disinterested in the family. The items listed here are what I need. You have 3 days. Deliver them to my residence within this time frame, and I shall assist you in resolving your troubles. Remember, you have only 3 days. Su Shiqing required a week of stability, thus granting the Lin family 3 days, with an additional 4 days as a buffer should they fail to locate Chen Dong. At this juncture, Lin Zimo had arranged everything. Mr. Chen, Yang Mingho and manager Yin have been taken to the entertainment area. However, upon encountering Zhang Ji and his group, they fainted from sheer terror. Zhang Ji and the others are in a state of utter disarray, continuously lamenting their desire to die. Lin Zimo spoke, his teeth chattering slightly. Zhang Ji and his companions had suffered immensely, itching all over. Yet you may handle the aftermath yourselves, but I must stress one point. I abhor trouble. I do not wish for any issues stemming from this incident to affect me or my family. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to obliterate everyone present. Chen Dong's gaze swept the room, and all who met his eyes instantly felt a chill run down their spines. Yang Kaishan inhaled sharply, promptly abandoning any thoughts of leveraging Chen Dong's prowess for his own gain. Having delivered his warning, Chen Dong made to leave. Lin Gong hastily followed, accompanied by Lin Zimo. Zimo and I shall see Mr. Chen off. You all wait here. Lin Gong discerned that Chen Dong preferred to avoid strangers, hence only Lin Zimo accompanied him. Upon exiting the main entrance of Junlin Hotel, the hotel owner was anxiously pacing, fully aware that a significant incident had occurred that night. Before he could inquire further, he had been hastily directed outside by the 3rd young master of the Lin family. To be unable to offend even the Lin family, this revelation terrified the hotel owner. Even in dire need of a restroom, he dared not leave. Upon seeing Lin Zimo emerge, he hurried over. Mr. Lin, Elder Lin, what brings you to me? The hotel owner inquired, a forced smile plastered on his face. It is Mr. Chen who seeks you. Lin Gong gestured toward Chen Dong. Mr. Chen. The hotel owner. He had hosted numerous notable figures, yet this youthful individual was utterly unfamiliar to him. There is no need to speculate about my identity. I am merely the brother of Chen Jiujio, Chen Dong stated coolly. The brother of... Oh, I recall now, we do have a girl named Chen Jiujio at our hotel, diligent and ambitious. I even assigned her the responsibility of overseeing the Lin family's banquet. The hotel owner quickly remembered the vibrant young woman, though his expression was not one of delight, but rather cautious concern. What of Chen Jiujio? Did she disrupt the Lin family's banquet? Lin Gong, hearing this, immediately waved his hands in denial. No. Listen, I have summoned you for 2 matters. Firstly, Jiujio has resigned and will no longer be reporting for work starting tomorrow. And secondly, I see no need for your hotel's entertainment area to continue operating. I shall assist you in this regard. The hotel owner was momentarily taken aback. He could comprehend the first condition but was perplexed by the second. Both Lin Gong and Lin Zimo wore expressions of confusion. However, while the 3 of them were still in a state of bewilderment, Chen Dong slowly raised his right hand and formed a gesture with his fingers. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the 17th floor's entertainment hall, flames bursting forth from the windows. The hotel owner stammered, this. Chapter 23. My gratitude thick, billowing smoke erupted from the windows of the 17th floor. The hotel owner stood rooted to the spot, his head tilted back as if petrified. Fear not, I have contained the flames. They will not damage the structural integrity of the building. I am merely employing this rather crude method to assist you in clearing away the debris. You shan't hold it against me, will you? Chen Dong gazed at the hotel proprietor. No. Not at all. I was just considering renovations for the 17th floor. You have saved me a substantial amount in demolition costs. I am grateful to you beyond measure. The hotel owner managed a strained smile. Hold it against him, did he dare? Oh, you wish to thank me, how might you express your gratitude? Chen Dong's eye sparkled as he beamed at the hotel owner. The hotel owner regretted his words, wishing he could slap himself. Would cash suffice? I happen to possess a card with a balance of 1 million, the password is 1 through 6. Reluctantly, he extracted the bank card from his pocket and offered it to Chen Dong. Receiving the card, Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction. One must acknowledge the proprietor's capability in handling matters. While retrieving the card, he noticed several similar cards tucked away in the owner's pocket, suggesting these were reserved for gift-giving. Suddenly, Lin Gong became acutely aware and interjected, Mr. Chen, I must extend my gratitude for your assistance during this banquet. In addition to the medicinal herbs, I have a modest token of appreciation for you. Might I request that you hand that card back to me? Chen Dong understood the implications of his request. Wealth, after all, was never an unwelcome addition. It was an essential resource for providing the best life for his family. In short order, Lin Gong completed a transfer of 10 million, remarking, Mr. Chen, let me initiate with this sum. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to inform me. The Lin family may lack in certain talents, but we are capable when it comes to matters of finance. With such courtesy, Chen Dong felt it inappropriate to maintain a stern demeanor. He replied in a gentle tone, You are too kind, Mr.Lin. Long as you resolve the issue with the medicinal herbs, I assure you I will not disappoint you. Should any issues arise, feel free to send Lin Zimo to my residence. Chen Dong furrowed his brow. He was not keen on inciting conflict with the authorities at present. I leave this matter in your capable hands. I would appreciate your discretion regarding my affairs. With that, Chen Dong vanished into the night. Lin, what is the background of Mr. Chen, my 17th floor? The hotel owner's deference towards Chen Dong was primarily due to the Lin family's reputation. However, the explosion on the 17th floor had caught him entirely off guard. A person audacious enough to detonate a building in broad daylight posed a threat even greater than the Lin family, prompting him to offer Chen Dong 1 million in hopes of averting disaster. Lin Gong's expression turned grave as he replied, Do not concern yourself with Mr. Chen's affairs. For the sake of our long-standing relationship, let me offer a word of caution. While you may offend our Lin family, never cross paths with him. If Mr. Chen disapproves of the dealings on the 17th floor, then let them cease. Life is far more precious than money, would you not agree? Upon hearing these words, the hotel owner felt his mind whirl. More formidable than the Lin family, by the time he regained his composure, Lin Gong had already departed with Lin Zimo. Zimo, were you present the entire time Mr. Chen was on the 17th floor? Lin Gong inquired sternly. Lin Zimo shook his head. No, Mr. Chen arrived somewhat earlier than I did. Grandfather, do you suspect that the recent explosion was caused by Mr. Chen planting a bomb in advance? I entertain that possibility. If it were a bomb, that would be a relief, but if it were not, at this thought, Lin Gong shuddered involuntarily. It was rare for someone of his age to feel genuine shock and fear. Even when Chen Dong had dispatched Master Ma with such swiftness, Lin Gong had merely been slightly taken aback. After all, he had encountered numerous gifted martial artists throughout the years. However, the methods Chen Dong had just displayed were unlike anything he had ever witnessed, bordering on the extraordinary. With a mere gesture, an entire floor was obliterated. The flames surged skyward only to vanish instantaneously, as though they had been conjured by Chen Dong himself. Grandfather, what are you pondering? Lin Zimo queried, noticing his grandfather's contemplative silence. Nothing of consequence, Zimo. From this moment forth, you must do everything in your power to maintain a favorable relationship with Mr. Chen, even if it costs us our entire fortune. Furthermore, notify all senior executives at the company immediately. Within 3 days, no, 2 days, we must gather the medicinal herbs Mr. Chen requires. A reward of 10 million will be granted to anyone who can procure a single specimen. All employees are eligible. Lin Gong's face flushed crimson, his chest heaving with intensity. He recalled tales from his youth, legendary stories of the past. Meanwhile, Chen Dong had returned home. The streets of the shantytown lacked the vibrant neon lights of the city, illuminated. Leaning against the wall, Chen Dong examined the bank card in his hand. What had driven him to gambling 3 years ago? Was it not the figures contained within this card? Deep within, Chen Dong harbored a secret. 3 years prior, shortly after marrying Su Shiqing, he was brimming with hope for the future, taking immense pride in having wed such a perfect woman. Yet, Su Shiqing was too perfect. A woman of such caliber proved lethal to any man. Many believed Su Shiqing deserved a better match. Surely, she should marry a billionaire or at least a multimillionaire. Right before their marriage, Su Shiqing's relatives frequently visited, introduced. They argued that marrying a rich man could provide for her family as well. Chen Dong was oblivious to how many times he had heard such remarks, but fortunately, Su Shiqing's parents were open-minded and not swayed by those relatives' provocations. He had hoped that marriage would put an end to such gossip. Alas, it did not. They began to urge Su Shiqing to consider divorce. Everyone insisted that since she was not yet pregnant, there was still time to reconsider. Even if she did have a child, given Su Shiqing's attributes, a wealthy bachelor would surely overlook it. Chen Dong was, after all, a man in his early 20s, brimming with youthful vigor. He could hardly tolerate such words. He resolved to become wealthy. He would give those superficial onlookers a resounding slap in the face. Earning money through work was too slow. He tried his hand at the lottery, yet the highest prize he ever won was a mere 100. Working one job, two jobs, not nearly enough, even if it meant exhausting himself. He could never become a tycoon. In a state of extreme anxiety, Chen Dong turned to gambling initially, to entice him into their web. The casino orchestrated a charade, deliberately losing to him. That night, he won a staggering 100,000. What was it like to earn that much in a single evening? It was euphoric. Suddenly, everything seemed bright. The future held boundless promise. Chen Dong believed he had discovered a path to vindication. But later, now, he could effortlessly obtain in one night what he had once deemed unattainable 3 years ago, yet he felt no exhilaration. Money truly is a marvelous thing. Chen Dong chuckled wryly. He resolved to keep this financial windfall a secret from his family, not out of distrust, but because he knew that if they learned of his newfound wealth, they would immediately seek to fund surgery for Su Shiqing. Once that operation commenced, the delicate balance within her would shatter, placing her life in grave jeopardy. As he approached home, he found Chen Jiujiu standing at the door, her expression icy. Her reddened eyes indicated she had been crying, likely having learned of Su Shiqing's condition from their parents. "Why aren't you coming inside?" Chen Dong asked softly. "What do you plan to do about Sister Shiqing's illness? Do you think a con artist can raise money for her? Where's the money?" Chapter 24, The Siblings' Confrontation. Or what do you intend to do about Sister Shiqing's illness? Do you think the con artist in you is trying to raise funds for her? Where's the money? Chen Jiujiu questioned with an accusatory tone, yet there was a flicker of hope in her eyes. She wished that Chen Dong's actions were all for Su Shiqing. Chen Dong paused, then shook his head. "I have no money, and I am not a con artist. I will find a way to help Shiqing, so do not worry." "No money? Aren't you friends with Lin Sanshao? Go borrow some. I am willing to accept you as a con artist, as long as you can procure the funds. Even if our entire family gets implicated, it matters not. We owe it all to her. Sister Shiqing, she cannot die." As she spoke, Chen Jiujiu collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Jiujiu, do not be distressed. I have returned to change our fate. Shiqing will not perish," Chen Dong said, his heart aching as he gently tousled his sister's hair. Chen Jiujiu shrugged off his hand, forcefully wiping her nose. "We have had no hope from you for the past 3 years, and we will not in the future. I will handle Sister Shiqing's surgical fees myself." Chen Jiujiu had come to a resolution. She was willing to do anything to save Su Shiqing. Where could one earn quick money? Certainly, it was the 17th floor. Chen Jiujiu had confidence in her appearance and thought that with some effort, she could gather the surgical fees in a short time. Observing the despair and determination in his sister's eyes, Chen Dong immediately understood her intentions. "Do not entertain such thoughts. From today onward, there will be no such dealings at Junlin." Chen Dong replied coldly. "Har." Chen Jiujiu scoffed. "Who do you think you are? Even the Lin family can meddle in the affairs of Junlin Hotel. What makes you think a con artist like you can?" Just as Chen Dong was about to respond, a voice rang out from inside the house. Jiujiu, come quickly, something has happened at Junlin." Han Mai shouted in a state of panic. Chen Jiujiu was taken aback and hurried into the house. The old television from the 1980s was broadcasting local news. "We interrupt this program for an urgent news bulletin. An explosion occurred on the 17th floor of Junlin International Hotel around 9 p.m. tonight. Investigators state that this explosion was merely due to a gas leak, and the casualty figures are currently unknown. Let us now interview the officials managing the scene." The scene shifted to an official directing the situation. "Hello, we have heard that several people died in this explosion. Have the identities of the deceased been confirmed?" "Oh, we have identified the deceased. Among them was a group associated with a notorious figure known as Brother Chiang, and 3 others, one being manager Yin from Junlin Hotel, another being Yang Mingho, the boss of Shenzhen Construction, and the last was a fugitive wanted for 20 years, with dozens of lives on his hands. As the investigation is ongoing, we cannot disclose further details." What followed were interviews with reporters and bystanders, offering little value. However, Chen Jiujiu was frozen in shock, her face turning pale as she looked at Chen Dong with terror in her eyes. "They are dead." She recognized those people. They were all somehow connected to her. "Mom and Dad, Jiujiu and I haven't seen each other for many years. I want to go out for a while," Chen Dong sighed, informing his family before stepping out of the house. "Hey. Didn't you just return from outside? Why are you going out again?" Han Mai shook her head. Chen Jiujiu felt a surge of fear, but ultimately gritted her teeth and followed him. The night deepened, and the lights at the alley flickered. Chen Dong leaned against the wall in silence. Chen Jiujiu's eyes were dazed. The person before her was a stranger. The face that once radiated warmth and sunshine had morphed into that of a crazed gambler, and later into a cowardly fugitive. Now, it bore the weight of a potential murderer. Thus, they fell into silence, the only sound being the chirping of insects. "It has been so long since I heard the chirping of insects at home. It brings such comfort, like returning to childhood, when we all squeezed onto a mat in the yard, listening to the chirping and counting stars." Chen Dong spoke softly, a smile gracing his lips. How can you still smile? Haven't you seen the news? They are dead. All of them. Did you do this? Chen Jiujiu's voice dwindled, fear creeping into her words. However, Chen Dong did not answer. Instead, he smiled and asked, Jiujiu, do you want to fly in the sky? What? Chen Jiujiu was taken aback, and before she could process it, she felt weightless, the sound of rushing wind filling her ears. When she came to her senses, she found herself surrounded by clouds. This, do not fear, with me, you will not fall. Chen Dong assured her, gently grasping her shoulders. Suddenly turning around, Chen Jiujiu realized it was indeed Chen Dong, her voice trembling as she questioned, Who are you really? You are not my brother. Hearing the tremor in her voice, Chen Dong replied, I have always been Chen Dong. I merely learned some skills during my 3-year absence. Skills? You call this a skill? Chen Jiujiu looked down at the flying sword beneath her, under which lay a sea of lights, feeling dizzy and weak in the knees. Let us talk down there, we should go down and discuss this, Chen Dong chuckled. He had felt the same way the first time he flew. Alas, fear of heights was a family trait. Once back on solid ground, Chen Jiujiu leaned against the wall, her legs still trembling. What on earth have you been doing for the last? After hearing this, Chen Jiujiu's expression became complex. A celestial being? So, did you truly kill those people? At her words, Chen Dong's expression grew serious as he locked eyes with her. Yes, because they believed my sister. Jiujiu, do you remember what I told you when we were young? Only I can bully my sister, no one else can. I fell into gambling, which was my fault, so I will do everything I can to make it up to you. Gazing into Chen Dong's profile, she did not understand the intricacies of cultivation or the costs of traversing 2 worlds, but she now comprehended that her brother had not willfully abandoned their family. While they fought to survive, her brother in another world was also struggling. For 300 years, he had persevered in that other realm. Chen Jiujiu wiped her tears and said, Though you have returned and become extraordinary, the mistakes of the past cannot simply be overlooked. Whether to accept you or not will depend on your future actions. Chen Dong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, welcome to supervise. With their hearts laid bare, the bond between the siblings began to mend. Under the moonlight, they walked side by side towards home, with Chen Jiujiu bombarding him with questions about cultivation, to which Chen Dong could only share what he knew and promised to teach her. The excitement in the young girl's eyes was impossible to conceal. This was the vivacity an 18-year-old should possess. After cultivating, can I also fly? Chen Jiujiu suddenly, I did it that way when I first came here. Chen Dong chuckled. Chen Jiujiu nodded. Then why not tell Mom and Dad about cultivation? What good would it do to tell them? Regardless of the world, the identity of a cultivator only brings trouble. If Mom and Dad knew, they couldn't help, and it would only keep them up at night. It is far better for them to remain unaware. You must not speak of this carelessly. It would invite great trouble. Chen Dong cautioned. I won't say a word. Discussing such matters would only have me labeled as insane. Chen Jiujiu replied playfully, her big eyes sparkling as she countered. Then aren't you worried I won't be able to sleep? You. Would you truly lose sleep worrying for me? Chen Dong ruffled Chen Jiujiu's hair. Don't touch me, I haven't forgiven you yet. If you want me to worry about you, first ensure Sister Shiqing is well, and let her forgive you. Chen Jiujiu swatted Chen Dong's hand away, pouting. However, the mention of Su Shiqing darkened the atmosphere considerably. Do not worry, with me here, Shiqing will be fine. Chen Dong gazed at the sky, resolving to visit the hospital tomorrow. Chapter 25. I miss you. The following day, as the first light of dawn began to grace the horizon, Chen Dong had already returned from his morning practice, clutching a breakfast purchased from the early market. Spending money so early. It is sufficient to make do with a simple morning meal, yet you insist on buying something. Every penny counts. After all, Shiqing is still in the hospital waiting for funds. Chen Wenshan chastised as he observed his son entering with buns and fried dough sticks in hand. I didn't go out of my way to buy them. I passed by the morning market during my exercise and couldn't resist getting something since it's been ages since I had a home-cooked breakfast. Didn't he cost much, Dad? Anyway, the money's already spent, and it's not like I can return these. Just have a bit, Chen Dong replied with a smile, having noticed his father's eyes fixated on the food, his throat visibly swallowing in anticipation. This was an exceedingly ordinary breakfast, yet for the Chen family, accustomed to plain broth and noodles, it represented the most lavish meal they had enjoyed in nearly a year. The more they yearned for simple pleasures, the heavier Chen Dong felt the weight of guilt in his heart. Rest assured, Dad, I promise you, Shiqing will be fine. She will always be our daughter-in-law. Chen Dong asserted with unwavering determination. Chen Wenshan gazed at his son, ultimately recognizing that Chen Dong seemed genuinely transformed from the boy he once knew. At that moment, Chen Jiujiu emerged from the room, yawning, and remarked, Dad, you can relax and enjoy your life now. Since he has returned, let him handle the future, there won't be any issues. Since learning of Chen Dong's status as a cultivator, her anxieties about the future evaporated instantaneously. With Chen Dong's capabilities, earning a living in this society seemed as effortless as child's play. You little girl, how can you trust him so easily after just one night? Don't you forget about his past misdeeds. Let's eat. Chen Dong, why are you still standing there? Get some bowls and chopsticks, and go fetch your mother. Chen Wenshan's words remained stern, yet the furrows in his brow began to ease. With the children by his side, the family gathered around the table for a meal. This scene momentarily transported Chen Wenshan and Han Mai back in time, reminiscent of the harmonious days when the family was united. How splendid it would have been if Chen Dong had not strayed from the right path. Perhaps by now, they would even be holding grandchildren in their arms. After the meal, Chen Dong planned to visit Su Shiqing at the hospital. Chen Jiujiu insisted on accompanying him, as she had some errands for Chen Dong to assist with, and he readily agreed. They chose not to inform their parents about the visit, considering the unfortunate events that had transpired at the hospital the day before, where their parents had promised Shiqing's family that Chen Dong would no longer see her. Once they left home, Chen Jiujiu, filled with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, asked, "How are we getting there? Are we flying?" Chen Dong paused for a moment before playfully tapping her on the head. "What are you thinking?" "In non-urgent situations, of course, we take transportation." "Oh." Chen Jiujiu rubbed her sore forehead, feeling somewhat disheartened. Her reaction exemplified her dual nature of being both inexperienced and playful. The siblings took a taxi to the mall. Chen Dong had noticed yesterday that Su Shiqing's jeans were faded and thought it a good opportunity to have Chen Jiujiu pick out some women's clothing to send over. Naturally, as the younger sister, Chen Jiujiu also treated herself to a brand new outfit. At first, Chen Jiujiu was somewhat reserved, opting for discounted items priced at mere dozens, but when Chen Dong swiped his card and saw the balance exceeding millions, her eyes widened in astonishment as she leaned over to count the digits on the cashier's screen multiple times. Finally, she couldn't help but exclaim, "This money is just too easy to earn." Despite the newfound wealth, the hardships of the past were etched into Chen Jiujiu's very being, leading her to prioritize practicality in her purchases. Before they left, she also helped Chen Dong select a new phone, as modern society demands one for communication. Upon arriving at the hospital, they discovered that Su Shiqing was not in her room. After inquiring with a nurse, they learned she had gone to the hospital garden. The siblings hurried to the garden, where they spotted a frail figure sitting by the water feature, gazing blankly at the lotus flowers. With tears brimming in her eyes, Chen Jiujiu nudged Chen Dong and thrust the bags into his hands. "Shiqing is so beautiful, yet look at how thin she has become. This is all your fault. If she never forgives you in this lifetime, whether you are an ordinary person or a cultivator, I will no longer acknowledge you as my brother. Hurry, go to her. Remember, Shiqing is very strong-willed. You need to be patient and comfort her." Chen Dong asked, "Aren't you going over?" Chen Jiujiu shook her head. "I'll stay back and watch from a distance. The rest is your responsibility." His sister remained the same perceptive girl she had always been, steadfast and understanding throughout the years. Chen Dong approached the delicate figure by the water's edge. "Mom and Dad, you're back." Perhaps sensing someone approaching, Su Shiqing lifted her head, only to be met with the visage of the person she least wished to see. "What are you?" "I am but a breath away from death, devoid of any resources for you to exploit. Please, spare me this charade. Let me find peace in my final days." Su Shiqing's voice, devoid of anger or hysteria, was merely cold and calm. Her heart had long since succumbed to despair. Chen Dong understood that reclaiming Su Shiqing's affection in her current state would be no simple feat, nor would it be accomplished in a day or two. It required nothing less than sincerity to mend her shattered heart. Observing the frail figure before him filled him with profound sorrow, and he spoke softly, "I will no longer ask you for money. I have wealth now, and these are some clothes I chose for you. I saw your old ones 3 years ago, and I regret the discomfort you endured during that time." Yet, as Su Shiqing beheld the bags he offered, her expression grew even more frigid, devoid of joy. "Where did you acquire this money? Do your parents know you bought all this? Did you deceive your family again?" Though the items were not extravagant, how could the destitute Chen Dong from yesterday suddenly possess the means to buy so much? Unless he resorted to his old ways of deception, Su Shiqing could not fathom how he could come into such wealth overnight. "Chen Dong, it has been 3 years, you have made no progress whatsoever. I have only a few days left to live. Who will bear the weight of these debts? Your parents, they are elderly and in poor health. Do you intend to drive them to their graves as well? And what about your relatives and friends? You have defrauded them, and your parents have had to plead with them to avoid police involvement. Do you have any idea how much has been lost along the way and how many times their dignity has been compromised? They were once proud people, look at them now. Do they still have any face left in the village?" Su Shiqing bit her lip, her eyes reddening. "Chen Dong, if you have any conscience left, earn a living honestly, and do not gamble. Don't you come looking for me again. I have repaid my debts to you by suffering to this extent." Watching the trembling woman before him filled Chen Dong with immense compassion. He could only listen quietly, allowing Su Shiqing to unleash the pent-up negativity she had carried alone for 3 years, until this very moment. As her emotions finally began to settle, Chen Dong spoke gently. "Shiqing, the past is indeed unforgivable, and I owe you greatly. However, I have changed. I have undergone a complete transformation. Please grant me a chance to make amends." Before he could finish, Su Shiqing's father, Su Jianjun, stormed over in a fury. He seized Chen Dong by the collar, his expression menacing. "I warned you, if you dare to appear before my daughter again, I will kill you. Do you really think I won't?" As he spoke, Su Jianjun made to choke Chen Dong. "Dad, please, don't," Su Shiqing interjected, stepping between them and turning to Chen Dong, urging, "You should leave, go now." At that moment, Su Shiqing's mother, Zhang Yun, approached, accompanied by a strikingly handsome and exceptionally poised man. The man regarded Chen Dong with keen interest, his gaze indifferent, as if appraising an inferior being, reminiscent of an upper-class individual surveying a lower one, as if to him, no matter how animated Chen Dong appeared, he was merely an unusual insect. Such an aura was familiar to Chen Dong. He had encountered many like him in the cultivation world, all hailing from prominent families. Undoubtedly, this man belonged to a lineage even more powerful than the Lin family. Yet, how had Su Shiqing's ordinary parents come into contact with someone of such stature? Uncle Su, please don't be angry. It seems this is the legendary Mr. Chen Dong. Greetings, I am Shiqing's employer, Jiang Yulong. Chapter 26. Jiang Yulong, Shiqing is our company's most exceptional employee. She has fallen ill, and as her employer, it is only natural for me to pay her a visit. Jiang Yulong remarked with a faint smile, his voice resonating with a magnetic charm, and the warmth of his smile evoked a sense of goodwill. I am merely a humble employee, unworthy of your personal attention, Su Shiqing replied with great politeness, subtly attempting to create a distance between herself and Jiang Yulong. In contrast, Jiang Yulong's gaze towards Su Shiqing was imbued with an unmistakable possessiveness, far from the demeanor one would expect from a superior visiting a subordinate. Chen Dong, observing the dynamics, was not oblivious to this underlying tension. Although Su Shiqing had garnered suitors since her high school days, Chen Dong had never paid much heed to them. Jiang Yulong, however, was different. His extraordinary demeanor and impeccable manners compelled even Chen Dong, upon first glance, to concede to his superiority. The fact that someone of such caliber pursued Su Shiqing instilled a sense of urgency within Chen Dong. I've heard Mr. Chen has been on a business trip for 3 years. It is indeed a great honor to meet you today. Unlike the typical disdainful sarcasm found in cliché narratives, Jiang Yulong's demeanor was remarkably humble. He refrained from exposing Chen Dong's absence, instead framing it as a business trip, thus preserving Chen Dong's dignity. Chen Dong furrowed his brow. This situation was quite awkward. One does not strike a smiling person, and with Jiang Yulong's courteousness, he felt compelled to refrain from confrontation. A master, undoubtedly a person of profound sophistication. So far, not a single person acquainted with Chen Dong had offered him a kind word, not even his own parents. Yet, Jiang Yulong had not only had he shown kindness, but he also extended a hand of friendship, inadvertently eliciting a fondness from Chen Dong. Were it an ordinary individual, they would have been deeply touched and would have readily dropped all defenses to embrace Jiang Yulong as a close confidant. However, Chen Dong was not ordinary. Having spent 3 centuries in the realm of cultivation, he had long grown accustomed to the facade of camaraderie that often concealed treachery. The more inexplicably kind a person was, the more likely they harbored ulterior motives, be it wealth, fame, connections, or even affection. Our Chairman Jiang, you flatter me. I am but a wretched soul. Were it not for my wonderful wife, I might have been slain in the streets long ago. Since Jiang Yulong was being courteous, Chen Dong felt it necessary to reciprocate, lest he appear uncouth. However, Chen Dong's words carried a deeper significance. By mentioning his good wife, he subtly reminded Jiang Yulong that Su Shiqing was a married woman, implying that he should cease any further thoughts. Should Jiang Yulong fail to heed this warning, Chen Dong would not hesitate to ensure he faced some repercussions. Nonetheless, Jiang Yulong appeared oblivious to the implication, merely responding with a smile. Youthful ambition often leads one astray. Who among us has not erred in their haste? Recognizing one's mistakes and striving for improvement is commendable. I trust Mr. Chen has turned over a new leaf. It is never too late to start afresh. His words were genuinely refreshing. Accustomed to being labelled a gambler and a failure, hearing Jiang Yulong speak was like a gentle breeze on a warm spring day. Chairman Jiang, your eloquence is remarkable. If Chen Dong possessed even a fraction of your grace, Su Shiqing's life would surely be different. Upon hearing this, Su Jianjun felt his anger dissipate, replaced by a profound sense of regret. Unbeknownst to him, his fondness for Jiang Yulong was rising sharply. Even Su Shiqing couldn't help but sigh, marveling at the vast disparity between people. Chen Dong's deep-set eyes scrutinized Jiang Yulong. The man's tactics were undeniably astute. He neither harmed others for his gain nor elevated himself by belittling others. Rather, he consistently advocated for Chen Dong, never once extolling his own virtues. Yet, amidst this, Chen Dong's reputation continued to tarnish, while Jiang Yulong's stature soared. With a flicker of inspiration, Chen Dong adopted an expression of regret for lost time. I never expected the person who understands me best to be Chairman Jiang. While others condemn me for gambling, who knows that my sole intention was to earn money to provide for my family. Others only see my flight, but who realizes I was abducted, struggling for years in a foreign land, with only my family sustaining me. The sacrifices I made to return were immense. People claim I am irredeemable, yet who has ever granted me a chance? Chairman Jiang, you understand, don't you? Authenticity is invariably the most potent weapon. If you seek to elevate yourself, then I shall utilize your words to absolve myself. As admiration for Jiang Yulong blossomed among the crowd, should he claim to understand, they would plant seeds of doubt within themselves, questioning if they had truly misjudged Chen Dong. Perhaps he merely sought prosperity for his family, but had taken a misguided path. Conversely, if Jiang Yulong claimed not to understand, it would contradict his earlier statements, casting him in a hypocritical light. Oh, well, Jiang Yulong's expression momentarily faltered. He hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. Understand you? Nonsense. What is your status? What is mine? Why should I endeavor to understand a gambler? Yet, he could not voice these thoughts, for doing so would shatter the image he had painstakingly crafted. Regaining his composure, Jiang Yulong flashed his signature smile. I hadn't realized my presence would evoke such strong emotions in Mr. Chen. However, the hour grows late, and if Mr. Chen wishes to converse further in the future, feel free to seek me out. For now, I have pressing matters to attend to. Jiang Yulong swiftly changed the subject, retrieving a bank card from his pocket. I primarily came today concerning Shiqing's health. I have a fair understanding of her parents' situation, and thus, the company has decided to cover all of her medical expenses. Additionally, we have summoned an expert from out of town to perform the surgery. Chairman Jiang, is what you say true? The Su couple trembled with excitement, having spent a sleepless night worrying about the surgical fee. They never anticipated such a resolution on this very day, let alone the involvement of an expert. In that moment, the sincerity of Chen Dong's previous remarks became inconsequential. Saving their daughter's life was the most pressing concern. That is unacceptable. We cannot accept this money. Chen Dong interjected hurriedly. Cannot accept. Jiang Yulong's expression faltered, puzzled by Chen Dong's stance. Su Jianjun and Zhang Yun trembled with indignation, while even Su Shiqing furrowed her brow. Jiang Yulong appeared to grasp something, responding with a smile. I understand your concerns, Mr. Chen. Rest assured, this money is not a loan and does not require repayment. I am aware that you have endured considerable hardship due to external debts. How about this, you tell me the amount, and I will assist in settling your debts. Absolutely not. Su Jianjun promptly stepped forward, exclaiming, Chairman Jiang, you cannot do this, it will only cause him harm. It's all right. I believe Mr. Chen has changed for the better. He would never squander this money on gambling, would you, Mr. Chen? Jiang Yulong said, pen in hand, poised to write without a flicker of hesitation. Wealthy individuals are indeed generous. Chen Dong regarded Jiang Yulong in silence. He understood the man's intentions. He wished to establish a debt of gratitude between Chen Dong and Su Shiqing. As the saying goes, the debt of gratitude is the hardest to repay. Presently, Su Shiqing could maintain her distance from Jiang Yulong, unreservedly rejecting certain matters. But what would happen if she accepted the money? Would she still be able to refuse him in the future when he came seeking favors? Chairman Jiang, you misconstrue my intentions. I merely meant that the company need not bear such expenses. We are capable of managing on our own. Chen Dong smiled as he pushed Jiang Yulong's hand away, revealing a card containing over 10 million. He had not intended to disclose his current financial capacity. Once it became known, Su Jianjun and his wife would undoubtedly rush to arrange the surgery. Yet, fate had other plans, and none could have anticipated Jiang Yulong's sudden appearance. Jiang Yulong, perceptive as he was, instantly recognized the card as an exclusive gift card, which required a minimum deposit of 100,000 to acquire. I must admit my oversight. I had no idea Mr. Chen possessed such hidden resources. With this card, you certainly do not require my assistance. Jiang Yulong took the bank card away but remained undeterred, stating, although the funds may no longer be necessary, please allow me to contribute. The expert has already been engaged and will arrive in a few days. Please utilize the specialist I have arranged for your surgery. The expert will take a few days to arrive. Chen Dong inquired. At the earliest, 4 to 5 days, but certainly no longer than a week. The expert has numerous commitments, and it is quite the feat to secure their time, Jiang Yulong explained. 4 to 5 days, Chen Dong pondered momentarily. If the Lin family's search for medicine went smoothly, the timing would indeed suffice. He could concoct the required elixirs prior to the surgery, thus obviating the need for the procedure altogether. Hence, Chen Dong nodded. Very well, I appreciate Chairman Jiang's assistance. Just as both parties were basking in satisfaction, Su Shiqing's icy voice interrupted Chen Dong's words. Where did you acquire that money? Su Shiqing confronted him. Shiqing, you are unaware. Mr. Chen's card is an exclusive gift card, containing no less than 100,000. It must surely be a gift from a friend, Jiang Yulong interjected, attempting to clarify. A gift from a friend? Su Shiqing scoffed, advancing towards Chen Dong step by step. Chen Dong, speak the truth, have you resorted to borrowing from loan sharks again? Chapter 27. Sincerity. Chen Dong gazed at Su Shiqing, his expression a tapestry of complexities. After a moment, he sighed and said, Shiqing, please believe me, I shall never repeat the mistakes of the past. This money is merely a reward for assisting someone. You are still lying. Su Shiqing replied, her disappointment palpable. What sort of assistance warrants $1 million in return? If you had such capabilities, why resort to gambling 3 years ago? This is surely a quicker way to earn. Chen Dong patiently explained, indeed, 3 years ago, I lacked such abilities. As I mentioned, I have spent these past 3 years learning from a master. Enough. Su Shiqing interjected coldly, I do not wish to hear about your affairs. Leave, I shall not accept your money. Mother, father, Director Jiang, let us return to the hospital room. With that, Su Shiqing turned on her heel and strode away, leaving Chen Dong reaching out in an attempt to retain her, only to be met with the icy gaze of Su Jianjun. Shiqing, trust me, I will save you. Your illness is something only I can remedy. Chen Dong called after her, but his words fell on deaf ears, regarded by others as mere jest. No one believed that someone like Chen Dong could heal. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will employ the most advanced medical techniques to treat Shiqing. After all, a woman of her caliber deserves to be cherished, Director Jiang remarked with a smile after everyone had departed. Are you no longer pretending? Do you intend to formally vie for Shiqing's affection? Jiang Yulong, be warned, this rogue is not to be trifled with. Lack of strength may lead to your own downfall. With the gauntlet thrown, Chen Dong no longer offered any semblance of cordiality. Pretending? What have I pretended? I genuinely believe that you love Shiqing now, yet she harbors no feelings for you anymore. I am aware that once she recovers, she will divorce you. Your marriage is but a shadow of its former self. My pursuit of her is not immoral. More importantly, you are unworthy of her. She is a pearl, and being with you would only dim her brilliance. Fear not, I shall not coerce Shiqing. Let us compete fairly, and in the end, her choice will be paramount. Jian Yulong maintained his cheerful demeanor, his words devoid of fault. Such noble competition seemed commendable indeed. In truth, Chen Dong could easily eliminate Jian Yulong, but what would that accomplish? Others like Li Yulong and Wen Yulong would inevitably arise. Su Shiqing's heart was not with Chen Dong. No matter how many rivals he vanquished, it would be in vain. By the way, you mentioned strength. Mr. Chen, this world is far more intricate than you perceive. There are realms you, as an ordinary person, will never encounter. Have you heard of warriors? To put it in terms you can grasp, they are akin to the martial arts masters of novels. Observe this leaf. Jian Yulong suddenly lowered his voice, speaking with intrigue. He plucked a green leaf from a flower bed and flicked it with his finger. The leaf shot forth with a swift whoosh, embedding itself into a distant concrete wall. Chen Dong remained silent, his heart devoid of tumult. Jian Yulong, however, mistook Chen Dong's composure for fear and chuckled. Do not be alarmed, I mean no harm. I share this with you out of genuine friendship. Those gifts in your hands are for Shiqing, are they not? She is still upset with you and would surely refuse them. Allow me to deliver them on your behalf. As he spoke, Jian Yulong naturally took the large assortment of bags from Chen Dong's hands. Jian Yulong, there is no need for you to feign this Fa8 before me. I have no interest in unmasking your hypocrisy. My intentions for Shiqing remain steadfast. She shall ultimately be mine. You would do well to adhere to your own principles of fair competition. Otherwise, your meager tricks render you unworthy to prance about before me. Chen Dong retorted frostily. Har. Hypocrisy, mere tricks. Jian Yulong's radiant smile abruptly darkened, his aura shifting ominously, yet this menacing demeanor vanished as quickly as it appeared. Chen Dong, people often dismiss matters beyond their comprehension as mere tricks. Perhaps this is for the best, at least living in ignorance can be a form of happiness. Farewell, and good luck. Jian Yulong was not angered, rather, he viewed Chen Dong as both pitiable and laughable. His threatening words resembled the croaking of a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly oblivious to the vast sky above. With a light chuckle, Jian Yulong turned and departed. Chen Dong stood quietly, gazing in the direction of Su Shiqing's hospital room. Ultimately, he felt he had wronged her. Sigh. Chen Dong sighed softly and turned to leave. Exiting the garden, he was met by his sister, Chen Jiujia, who was panting heavily. What were you doing? Why are you so exhausted? Chen Dong asked, brushing aside her disheveled hair with concern. I went to vent your frustrations. Chen Jiujia retorted impatiently, pushing his hand away. I let the air. You. Chen Dong was taken aback. This girl, appearing so demure, had engaged in such mischief. Did you know his car? Chen Dong inquired, puzzled. Of course not, but that doesn't matter. I simply targeted the most expensive one in the parking lot. Chen Jiujia replied proudly. Chen Dong rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. It seemed that after years of suppressing her nature, Chen Jiujia felt empowered by his return, leading to her exuberance spilling over. However, that was perfectly fine. You said girls must always be composed. A little liveliness is not a detriment. The two then prepared to head home. This rich kid intends to compete for Sister Shiqing's affections. Will you not simply eliminate him? If you do, you and Sister Shiqing would face far fewer obstacles. On the way, Chen Jiujia voiced her greatest concern. However, Chen Dong shook his head. The issues between me and your sister do not revolve around him. Jiujia, I hope to win Shiqing back with sincerity. You may not fathom the moments we shared on the rooftop in high school, basking in the glow of the setting sun, encouraging one another and vowing to enter the same city university. You cannot comprehend the years spent in university, taking buses back and forth every Saturday and Sunday, solely to catch a glimpse of each other and share a moment. Or the time we graduated, facing the uncertainties of the future, embracing and encouraging one another. These memories are the most cherished treasures between me and your sister. Only the treasures forged from the heart matter. I possess strength now. Perhaps I can showcase my might to compel Shiqing to yield to me, but that is not the treasure I seek to reclaim. As Chen Dong spoke, his gaze turned skyward, as if he could see two carefree young souls nestled together. Chen Jiujia was momentarily stunned, waves of emotion surging within her. Brother, I support you. You must win Sister Shiqing back with your true heart. In that instant, any resentment Chen Jiujia harbored dissipated, and she reverted to calling Chen Dong brother and Su Shiqing's sister-in-law once more. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong could not resist a smile, ruffling Chen Jiujia's hair as he said, Fear not, Shiqing will forever be your sister-in-law. Meanwhile, Jian Yulong, clutching shopping bags, surveyed his surroundings with disdain. Cheap, lacking refinement, utterly devoid of sophistication. How can you, Chen Dong, even compare? Upon reaching a dumpster, Jian Yulong unhesitatingly discarded all the shopping bags within. After regaining his composure, he resumed his sunny disposition as he entered the hospital room. Director Jiang, I truly apologize for the spectacle, Su Shiqing said, her mood somewhat. What matters now is your future, is it not? First, undergo the surgery, then start anew, Jian Yulong replied gently. Thank you for your assistance, Director Jiang, but I cannot accept the... Once I recover, I shall repay you bit by bit, Su Shiqing asserted. Shiqing, I require no repayment. You are an invaluable asset to the company. This sum pales in comparison to your worth. Jian Yulong gazed at Su Shiqing with a tenderness that could enchant many a young woman. Alas, Su Shiqing sighed, lowering her gaze to the somewhat inexpensive ring on her finger. She was no fool, she understood Jian Yulong's intentions, yet her heart had no room for anyone else. Director Jiang, I am still a married woman. Accepting this money would invite unwarranted scrutiny, so I must insist on repaying it. If you disagree, I would rather forego the surgery. Su Shiqing's stance was resolute. Jiang Yulong stared at Su Shiqing, a sudden jealousy stirring within him towards Chen Dong, the gambler, the ordinary man, the worthless wretch. Why should he? This flicker of jealousy was expertly concealed by Jiang Yulong. He maintained a aid of kindness, readily acquiescing to Su Shiqing's demands with an air of resignation. After leaving the hospital room, Jiang Yulong wore a shadowy expression. His face betrayed a tumultuous mood as he strode to the parking lot, only to find all four tires deflated. Damn it! At that moment, even Jiang Yulong could not suppress his expletive. He promptly dialed a number to arrange for someone to pick him up. Oh, and do me another favor, find out which loan sharks Chen Dong owes money to, and inform them that Chen Dong has returned and has made some profits. Chapter 28. Woman, you have successfully captured my attention. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yulong made his way to the hospital surveillance room. He was eager to discover which impertinent fool dared to deflate his tires. Having identified the culprit, he resolved that he would not bear the surname Jiang if he did not break their legs. Normally, access to the hospital surveillance footage was strictly prohibited for outsiders, but upon learning that a luxury sports car had been vandalized, all regulations were rendered meaningless. The personnel in the surveillance room hurriedly retrieved the video. Soon, Chen Jiujiu's figure appeared on the screen. Mr. Jiang, would you like me to alert the police? Her actions are utterly reprehensible. The head of security, with a sycophantic demeanor, desperately sought to ingratiate himself with Jiang Yulong. Alert the police? For what reason? Jiang Yulong, shedding his earlier fury, replied with a smile, it's merely a prank by a young girl. Do I strike you as someone so petty? The head of security was momentarily taken aback. However, upon witnessing Jiang Yulong's gaze fixed upon Chen Jiujiu, he suddenly comprehended everything. Please assist me in reviewing other surveillance footage. I wish to locate this girl, Jiang Yulong said with a beaming smile. He suspected that this young lady had deliberately deflated the tires of the expensive sports car to attract the owner's attention. When the owner was obliged to compensate for the damage, she would feign innocence, lamenting her lack of funds, and offering to repay with other means, proclaiming, I can do anything. The image of such a scenario, coupled with Chen Jiujiu's exquisite features, sent a shiver down Jiang Yulong's spine. More importantly, his keen instincts revealed that she was still a maiden, such beauty, and yet untouched. Excellent, woman, you have successfully captured my attention. Just as Jiang Yulong's thoughts wandered into fantasy, the head of security had already located the relevant video footage. Upon seeing Chen Jiujiu leaving with Chen Dong, Jiang Yulong's expression darkened, his face turning a deep shade of anger. Chen Dong, why him? Jiang Yulong clenched his fists, a wave of jealousy surging within him. Why was it that both Su Shiqing and this pure, lovely girl were orbiting around Chen Dong? Was he not Jiang Yulong as well? Mr. Jiang, perhaps these two are merely acquaintances. The head of security attempted to console him. Copy that footage for me, Jiang Yulong commanded coldly. While the video was being copied, he made another phone call. Do not notify the loan sharks, send someone directly to handle it. I want Chen Dong to remain in perpetual despair, suffering daily without hope of ever seeing the light of day again. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yulong added, moreover, the person sent must be one of our loyal subordinates. Not a whisper of my involvement should be disclosed. After all, Jiang Yulong's public persona was that of a gentleman, and should anyone discover his clandestine machinations against Chen Dong, it would tarnish his reputation. He was quite particular about his standing in society. Once he hung up, the surveillance footage was ready. Disconnecting the data cable, Jiang Yulong forwarded the video to his subordinates, instructing them to investigate the identity of the woman in the footage. Meanwhile, Chen Dong and Chen Jiujiu were already on their way home. They chose to walk rather than take a taxi. Understanding her brother's current mood, Chen Jiujiu silently kept him company. Jiujiu, I need your assistance, Chen Dong suddenly spoke after a brief silence. Brother, what do you need me to do? Just say the word. Chen Jiujiu replied playfully, puffing out her small chest. You're agreeing so readily, aren't you afraid I might sell you off? Chen Dong ruffled his sister's hair affectionately. HMPH, if you dare deceive me again, I'll bite you. You'll never earn my forgiveness, even if you become an immortal. Chen Jiujiu feigned a biting gesture, her little tiger teeth adorably sharp. Seeing such a spirited Chen Jiujiu, Chen Dong was momentarily lost in thought, as if transported back to years ago when she was just a child. Jiujiu, Chen Dong, swear I will never deceive you again. Otherwise, may I suffer the wrath of heavenly tribulations and be consumed by my own demons. Don't say such things. Chen Jiujiu quickly covered Chen Dong's mouth. Although she did not comprehend what heavenly tribulations or demonic consumption entailed, she knew they must be fearsome enough to terrify even immortals. Let us not dwell on that, brother. What do you want me to do? Not wanting to prolong the unpleasant topic, Chen Jiujiu promptly inquired. I need you to keep an eye on Shiqing. I previously mentioned her illness, only I can cure her, and performing surgery hastily would undoubtedly pose a risk. Over the next few days, I must gather the necessary medicinal ingredients. Moreover, Chen Dong chuckled self-deprecatingly, Shiqing's family currently guards against me as if I were a ferocious beast. They harbor no suspicions of you. Only you can remain by Shiqing's side at all times. Should anything occur, you can immediately alert me. Chen Jiujiu's expression turned serious as she stood at attention, declaring, yes, sir, I promise to complete the task. Gazing at the quirky Chen Jiujiu, Chen Dong could not help but smile sincerely. The two continued their journey, engaging in conversation. Chen Juju recounted the changes in the world over the past 3 years, while Chen Dong shared tales from the realm of cultivation. After some time, they arrived at the rundown district. However, they had barely taken a few steps when they heard a series of thunderous noises emanating from the direction of their home. The sound of an excavator. Is someone renovating? Chen Juju asked curiously. As a cultivator, Chen Dong's senses were far superior to ordinary people. In addition to the roar of engines, he also discerned shouts and cries. Quickly, we must go. Something's wrong. With that, Chen Dong vanished in an instant, leaving a bewildered Chen Juju behind. Brother, wait for me, take me with you. Chen Juju stamped her foot and hurried after him. As they turned the corner, they found a crowd gathered in front of their home, a yellow excavator parked ominously before them. The front door and the surrounding wall had collapsed partially, and their parents sat on the ground, covered in dirt and looking utterly defeated, resembling frightened children huddled together, helpless and pitiful. The neighbors around them could only sigh in silence, unable to express their anger. You old fool, we've heard that Chen Dong's back, and he's made some money. You better make him come out to pay up. We'll give you 10 more minutes. If Chen Dong doesn't show, we'll demolish the other half of your house. Even if he doesn't come out, no worries, your daughter has grown up this year, hasn't she? She is of age now, a girl like her is worth a pretty penny. How about we use her to settle the debt? I reckon she could fetch about 1,000. 1,000, what are you thinking? I seen his daughter, she's pure and lovely, fair-skinned and beautiful, far prettier than any internet celebrity. She's worth at least 2,000. A group of thugs surrounded the excavator, their mouths spewing vile words. The elderly couple's faces flushed with anger. How could they endure such insults directed at their daughter? You bunch of scoundrels, didn't we just settle this month's bill? Do you have no conscience? Chen Wenshan, embracing his wife, shouted with reddened eyes. The crowd erupted in laughter. Conscience, what is that? Can you eat it? One thug swaggered forward, brandishing an iron rod, inching closer to the elderly couple with a sinister grin. In this day and age, conscience is worthless. Money is king. Your son owes a debt, and he must pay. That's only right. When we come to collect, that's our business, and we do as we please. Where's Chen Dong? He better come out quickly. I don't have all day. Chen Wenshan spread his arms protectively in front of his wife and gritted his teeth. I have no son named Chen Dong. He's dead. I don't know where you heard that, but it's all a lie. You old fool, do you think we're fools? We wouldn't be here if we didn't have solid evidence that Chen Dong has returned. You think you can deceive me? You don't want your other leg, do you? The thug sneered, glaring menacingly, exuding the air of a hardened criminal. Go ahead and hit me. Even if you kill me, Chen Dong hasn't returned, and we have no idea where he is. Chen Wenshan declared resolutely. Wow, old man, you're quite tough, but I wonder if your bones are as tough as your spirit. The thug laughed derisively, gripping the iron rod tightly and preparing to strike Chen Wenshan's other leg. Chen Wenshan closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, resolved not to beg for mercy from these villains, even if it meant his life. The onlookers averted their gazes, unable to bear witnessing the scene. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Everyone assumed it was Chen Wenshan's cry, but upon looking, they discovered it was the thug who had screamed in agony. His arm had been impaled by a branch, blood gushing forth. The crowd gasped in horror. Who had done this, throwing with such precision and force? You filthy scoundrels, how do you wish to die? Chapter 29. The cycle of interest. A voice, cold and indifferent, echoed through the air. Instantly, the temperature at the scene plummeted to freezing, and despite the blazing sun overhead, everyone couldn't help but shudder. The crowd turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, only to find that it belonged to a somewhat refined young man. Isn't that the good-for-nothing son of the old Chen family? He really has returned. Quick, let's leave. Don't linger here. Aren't you afraid this brat will ask you for money? What sins did old Chen commit in his past life to have such a son? Let's go, let's go. The moment Chen Dong appeared, the crowd was first taken aback, but in the next instant, they hurriedly fled. There was no other choice. His notorious reputation made everyone wary of his potential demand for money. Dong or Chen Wenshan's gaze was vacant. 3 years prior, his son had been terrified into a state of panic by this gang, and he had assumed that even if Chen Dong were present, he would flee. To his astonishment, his son not only stood his ground but also stepped forward to defend him. The old father's heart swelled with relief. The gangsters, initially startled, soon turned their furious eyes toward Chen Dong. You worthless wretch actually dared to show your face. Have you forgotten who scared you off 3 years ago? Har, if someone hadn't called the police back then, your wife would have been our plaything before he could finish. The man was sent flying backward, crashing into an excavator, unconscious and possibly lifeless. What witnessing this scene, everyone present was rendered speechless. They saw Chen Dong merely push, and the man was sent hurtling away. Such strength, with such abilities, why did you flee 3 years ago? It should have been us who ran away. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Don't worry, I won't let any of these people go. Chen Dong helped his parents to their feet, his icy, bloodthirsty gaze sweeping across the gathered thugs. His eyes resembled a butcher's glinting knife, sending a chill down everyone's spine. They sensed a profound danger emanating from Chen Dong, akin to humanity's primal instinct when faced with a ferocious beast. Son, what have you been through? How have you changed? The recently supported Han Mai tightly grasped her son's arm, filled with concern. Even she could see that the Chen Dong of today was no longer the coward he had been 3 years ago. His strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, though Chen Dong was now formidable. A mother's worry lingered. What mother wishes for her son to live amidst violence? Mom, rest assured, I have indeed grown stronger over these 3 years, but my strength is meant to protect our— Chen Dong patted his mother's hand, offering comfort. At that moment, Chen Zhizhi rushed over, panting heavily. Upon seeing their home reduced to ruins, her eyes instantly turned red. Mom and Dad, are you all right? The elderly couple shook their heads. Chen Zhizhi looked at the dust on her parents' faces, her little frame trembling with anger. Brother, we cannot let them off their hook. You foolish girl, what are you saying? Your brother has just returned. Do you wish for him to be locked up immediately? Han Mai scolded, tapping Chen Zhizhi's head lightly. Okay. Chen Zhizhi lowered her head, feeling wronged. Chen Dong had previously mentioned that his strength had diminished and that he did not wish to confront the relevant parties just yet. Upon hearing Han Mai's words, the thugs narrowed their eyes. They were still an ordinary family, constrained by rules and regulations, unlike them, who had long since disregarded such so-called rules. Chen Dong, long time no see. I come with no ill intentions. I merely wish to collect the money you owe. It is only right to repay debts. Wouldn't you agree? The leading thug stepped forward. Donger, do not engage in violence. We can repay the debt slowly. If you get caught, our family will truly be doomed. Before Chen Dong could respond, Han Mai spoke first. Chen Dong glanced at his anxious mother, took a deep breath, and addressed the thugs. You are correct. Repaying debts is only fair. I wish to know how much I owe you after these 3 years. What? How much? The thug was taken aback. He couldn't recall the exact amount, only that he came to collect monthly. I'll call the boss to ask. He is responsible for all the accounts. The thug nervously dialed the boss's number. After a moment, the thug cleared his throat and said, I've just clarified the situation. Today's events were indeed not handled properly on our part, and since you've injured our brother, let us consider it even. I won't pursue further responsibility. As for the money you owe us, I'll just round it up to 2 million. Upon hearing this figure, both Han Mai and Chen Wenshan felt their vision darken. Upon hearing about settling the score, they had thought these people still had some conscience, only to find that it was all added to the total amount. 2 million, this is an astronomical figure. How could an ordinary family like theirs possibly earn such a sum? 2 million, Chen Dong remained remarkably calm, scoffing lightly. I recall borrowing only 500,000 from you. Over the past 3 years, my family has been repaying regularly. How has the amount only increased? Confronted with such skepticism, the thugs were well practiced in their response. The debt grows larger, that's on you. If you had repaid promptly, the interest wouldn't be so high. The longer you delay, the more it accumulates, interest upon interest. Before you know it, you owe us 2 million. The thug shrugged, feigning helplessness, claiming it was the boss's rule. Speaking of the boss, Chen Dong felt a twinge of curiosity. Though he had borrowed from a loan shark, he had never met this boss. The more the thug spoke, the more confident he became. The pressure Chen Dong had exerted earlier dissipated entirely. Chen Dong, you should understand the traps of borrowing from loan sharks. Don't blame others. If you wish to call the police, go ahead. We've managed to survive in Blue Island for years. Surely we have our means. Let me be frank with you. Your accounts are monitored personally by our boss, and he is the one who sent us here. We already have our eyes on you. Unless you repay the debt in full, you'll have no good days ahead, the thug declared with pride, repaying 2 million in one go. It wasn't he that they overestimated Chen Dong. Given this brat's capabilities, he was doomed. Both Chen Wenshan and Han Mai wore expressions of despair. Zhizhi, take mom and dad back inside for now, Chen Dong suddenly said. Chen Zhizhi nodded, understanding that her brother was about to take action. Mom and Dad, let us go. Leave this to brother. It'll be fine. Chen Zhizhi supported her elderly parents back inside. The couple wanted to say something, but seeing their daughter's confident gaze, the words caught in their throats. Finally, Han Mai only cautioned them not to engage in violence before they left. What is this? You sent your parents and sister away, hoping to bow down and submit, the thug mocked. Of course not. You want money, don't you? I'm here to repay the debt. You must have a portable POS machine with you, Chen Dong replied with a smile. Repay 2 million. Are you out of your mind? Do you have that kind of money? The thug was momentarily thrown off by Chen Dong's statement. Whether I have it or not, you can check for yourself. Chen Dong handed over the bank card gifted by the hotel owner. The thug, confused, accepted the card and examined it repeatedly before asking one of his lackeys to bring over the POS machine to check the balance. When the thugs saw the balance displayed on the POS machine, they all gasped in astonishment. They glanced from the screen to Chen Dong, disbelief etched across their faces. You this over 10 million, did you also start lending at high interest over these 3 years? Chen Dong snatched the bank card back and replied nonchalantly, don't concern yourself with where the money came from. If you want me to repay, go back and tell your boss to come find me personally. When one is broke, one is a loser. When one has money, even if one owes a debt, the other party will greet them with a smile. Seeing Chen Dong with such wealth, the thugs instantly plastered on smiles. No problem, I'll head back and inform the boss right away. A group of them squeezed onto an excavator, roaring off into the distance. Chen Dong watched them leave with a cold gaze. They were unaware that he had left his mark on them. He intended to use these thugs to track down the so-called boss. No matter the reason for their interest in him, anyone who harmed his family would pay with their lives. He had initially planned to deal with Su Shiqing's illness before handling these loan sharks, but it seemed they had come knocking for their own demise. He could hardly be blamed. After all, it wouldn't take long. Meanwhile, at a villa on the outskirts of Blue Island, a middle-aged man stood shivering in the living room, while a younger man lounged casually on the sofa. Sir, that Chen Dong is nothing but a weakling. Why go to such lengths to deal with him? The middle-aged man smiled ingratiatingly. Do not ask what you shouldn't. The man on the sofa replied coldly. The middle-aged man swallowed hard and said, "Can you truly help me find my son? Since noon yesterday, my son and his group have gone missing. I can't reach them, and they must have been kidnapped by my enemies." The middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to Jiao Ming. Chapter 30, Encountering a Master. When it comes to mastery, the man seated on the sofa waved his hand impatiently. Jiao Qiang, as a regional overlord, shouldn't you be able to keep your composure? You need to assist us diligently, regardless of who your adversary may be. If I fail to rescue your son, the man pointed to his own head, how about I offer my head for you to kick like a bull? I wouldn't dare. I have faith in Brother Xing's abilities. Jiao Qiang repeatedly shook his head, though inwardly he cursed. Of course, it's easy for you to remain calm since it's not your son. If I could take you on, I would. With that port, Jiao Qiang could only sigh silently in resignation. At that moment, the door of the villa echoed with hurried footsteps as thugs burst in excitedly. Brother Qiang, great news. Splendid news. However, Jiao Qiang's expression darkened as he admonished, "Our leader now is Brother Xing. Any matters must be reported to him immediately." Understood. The thugs paused, exchanging glances, before recalling the scene from earlier in the afternoon where Brother Xing single-handedly took down dozens of men. Yes, my apologies. Brother Xing, we have results regarding the task you assigned us. The thugs quickly adopted a respectful demeanor and recounted the events that transpired at Chen Dong's residence that day. Over 10 million. Are you sure you didn't misread? Absolutely, we were all taken aback at the time. We hit the jackpot. What? Chen Dong, that coward, has some skills. After 3 years, he transformed from a debt-ridden wretch into a millionaire. I almost want to discuss his money-making strategies with him instead of lending at exorbitant interest rates. Jiao Qiang's curiosity was piqued. He had some knowledge of Chen Dong's situation. In truth, a debtor like him would owe at least 500,000 in his hands. Most people, driven by desperation, ended up selling their homes, losing their families, and ultimately choosing to leave this world. Yet, Chen Dong's rise was unprecedented in the past decade. I didn't expect this lad to possess such wealth. 2 million is quite the understatement. At that moment, Brother Xing, seated on the sofa, stroked his chin in contemplation. 2 million is an understatement. Chen Dong initially borrowed 500,000, and after partial repayments, he has nearly returned 1 million. Adding this 2 million brings the total to 3 million. That's 6 times the principal. Is that still an understatement? Jiao Qiang couldn't help but interject. Even as a loan shark, he found the situation harsh. You don't understand. My aim is to ensure he never rises again, to keep him perpetually in torment, burdened with unending debt. Brother Xing stated. At his words, a chill ran through those present. It was a fate more terrifying than death. How ruthless could Chen Dong have been to provoke such a person? Bang! Just then, the villa's door was kicked open from the outside. Moments later, Chen Dong walked in with an expression of calmness. Have I wronged you in any way? Why must you condemn me to a life of torment? Chen Dong spoke indifferently. Why are you here? The thugs were taken aback. They had seen many desperate for money, but never someone eager to repay a debt. Chen Dong must have been intoxicated by wealth, voluntarily bringing money to them. You are Chen Dong. Since you heard what I said, I'll get straight to the point. Brother Xing leisurely lit a cigarette while lounging on the sofa, taking a deep drag before proclaiming, hand over your money, and from now on, you will pay me 10,000 each month. I can ensure the safety of your family. Hearing this, Chen Dong smiled. You could have simply robbed me, yet you insist on ensuring my family's safety. Shouldn't I be thanking you for that? There's no need for thanks. Just work hard to earn more money. Now, fetch your bank card. Brother Xing waved his hand dismissively. Yes, Brother Xing. The thug who had previously visited Chen Dong's residence turned to him. However, as he approached, Chen Dong seized him by the throat. I warned you all, any harm to my family, and you shall pay with your lives. Looking into Chen Dong's icy gaze, the thug panicked, struggling desperately and attempting to plead for mercy. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the thug's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, lifeless before he hit the ground. The next moment, Chen Dong carelessly tossed the thug's body aside like refuse. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. Those familiar with Chen Dong gaped in disbelief, their pupils constricted. No one had anticipated that this infamous coward would dare to kill. Chen Dong, you're courting death. Jiao Qiang's face darkened as he issued a command, summoning a dozen black-clad bodyguards from all directions. In that moment, he could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent. A man capable of killing without a hint of hesitation could hardly be deemed a coward. These bodyguards were meticulously selected mercenaries. No matter how skilled Chen Dong was, could he contend against so many, unless, as that thought crossed his mind, Jiao Qiang glanced at Brother Xing behind him. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion. True martial artists were exceedingly rare, and an ordinary person would never encounter one in a lifetime, let alone 2 in a single day. Such luck was better spent on the lottery. Yet, a single phrase from Brother Xing shattered his disbelief. Rising slowly, Brother Xing declared, Enough, let your men withdraw. These useless, rotten eggs of yours are no match. This lad is a martial artist. A martial artist? Jiao Qiang exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. If he were a martial artist, would he have fled 3 years ago, terrified by us? This was absurdity beyond comprehension. To encounter 2 martial artists in one day was sheer lunacy. Don't be so alarmed. This lad is merely at the yellow level. He possesses slightly greater strength than an ordinary person. He must have encountered an opportunity in the past 3 years, however. It's a pity, Brother Xing scoffed, his gaze fixed on Chen Dong as if he were observing a jester. You have encountered a master at the Xin level. Had you not crossed paths with me, your future would have been quite spectacular. After all, even the weakest yellow-level martial artist is revered by the common folk, but now, you are destined to become a waste. Before Brother Xing could finish, Chen Dong's finger sliced through the air. Brother Xing's voice halted abruptly, a crimson line appearing across his neck. As his head slowly detached from his body, his eyes remained fixated on Chen Dong, unable to comprehend how it had come to this. Enough of your incessant prattle, Chen Dong remarked with a dismissive huff. Jiao Qiang trembled as he gazed at Brother Xing, who was still gushing blood. The opulent villa had already been stained crimson. Was the once mighty Brother Xing truly dead? He hadn't even had the chance to put on a show. Brother Dong. I assure you, I had no part in this. Today's events were forced upon us by him. He appeared out of nowhere this afternoon, threatening to kill us all if we did not obey his orders. Jiao Qiang pleaded, dropping to his knees and bowing repeatedly before Chen Dong. Oh. He wasn't your leader. Chen Dong was taken aback, wondering why they had targeted him if they were not loan sharks. No, we only know him as Brother Xing. His origins are entirely unclear. Jiao Qiang's voice quivered with fear. Truly unclear. Chen Dong's expression remained impassive, an invisible pressure enveloping Jiao Qiang. I truly don't know. Jiao Qiang stammered, his voice trembling. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he were under the gaze of an ancient beast, and he could not muster any thoughts of deceit. This was no mere human, this was a death god from hell. Could he be seeking revenge for Master Ma and Yang Mingho, or perhaps he is affiliated with Jian Yulong? Chen Dong pondered, recalling the individuals he had truly wronged since his return, while his suspicions of Jian Yulong stemmed from his perception of him as a duplicitous hypocrite. Oh, by the way, I sense a familiar aura from you. What is your name? Chen Dong suddenly inquired of Jiao Qiang. Jiao Qiang's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly replied, I am Jiao Qiang. Jiao, then who is Jiao Ming? My son, I cannot believe you know my son. This must be the fortune of our Jiao family across generations. Jiao Qiang felt an overwhelming urge to embrace his son tightly, grateful that his offspring had managed to forge a connection with such a formidable being. In that moment, he completely forgot about the fact that 3 years ago, he had driven Chen Dong to jump out of a window in fear. Master, since you are a friend of my son, please spare my life for his sake. I am wealthy, I can offer you a substantial amount. Oh. Chen Dong lifted the oppressive aura surrounding him, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Perceiving Chen Dong's softened demeanor, Jiao Qiang's heart soared with joy. He hastily opened a hidden compartment in the living room, retrieving a platinum card. Master, this is my lifetime savings. It contains 100 million. The password is 12365 for. Consider it my token of respect for your presence. With a smile, Jiao Qiang handed the bank card to Chen Dong. As Chen Dong accepted it without hesitation, Jiao Qiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Surely, having accepted his offering, Chen Dong would not turn against him. Master, I have one more request. My son has been missing since yesterday. Chapter 31, The Scheming of the Lin Family. Master, I have one more request. My son has been missing since yesterday. Puff, before Jiao Qiang could finish his words, he felt a chill pierce through his chest. His expression turned to one of disbelief as he slowly glanced down at his heart, only to discover a gaping hole where it once resided. Why? Jiao Qiang clutched at his hollow chest, his eyes reflecting immense resentment and confusion. I told you, anyone who harms my family must die. However, in light of this monetary compensation, I shall grant you a swift demise. You should be grateful. For facing me, you'll find that death is the only solace, Chen Dong declared as he withdrew his hand, glancing at Jiao Qiang, whose mouth and nose were bleeding profusely. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he leaned in to say, by the way, I am not friends with Jiao Ming. He sought to kill me, so I sent him to the other side ahead of time. Your family will be reunited in full, no need for gratitude. Oh, gurgle, Jiao Qiang stared wide-eyed, his mouth filled with blood foam, rendering him incapable of speech. Moments later, he succumbed to death. As for the ruffians and bodyguards present, they appeared as if they had plunged into an abyss, their faces ashen, legs trembling, even forgetting to flee. You all deserve to die. Chen Dong snorted lightly, unleashing countless sword energies that sliced in all directions. Within moments, the 20-odd individuals present were neatly severed into segments, akin to a plucked chicken. None among them were virtuous, their hands were stained, to varying degrees, with blood. Chen Dong was not a chivalrous figure seeking to punish the wicked. Rather, he was simply averse to complications, believing that only the dead would not cause further trouble. Vanquishing Avilders merely provided him with a sense of moral justification. Having completed this gruesome task, Chen Dong transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Shortly thereafter, a fireball quietly emerged within the villa, instantaneously engulfing the entire structure. The flames did not spread but burned solely within Jiao Qiang's residence. After departing the villa, Chen Dong did not return home directly but instead visited Lin Zimo. Upon seeing Chen Dong, Lin Zimo was filled with excitement. Brother Chen, I was just about to share some good news. The medicinal herbs you need have made progress and will be delivered in a few days. Oh. Is that so? Thank you. Chen Dong expressed genuine joy upon hearing the news, as it meant he could stabilize Su Shiqing's condition before the surgery, making her indistinguishable from a normal person for at least a month. Brother Chen, have you come for other matters to arrange? Lin Zimo inquired. Chen Dong nodded, recounting the events involving Jiao Qiang. I've already incinerated the scene, as it involves a martial artist, and I suspect the matter won't be handled like an ordinary case. Therefore, I must trouble you. As he spoke, he produced a platinum card. This contains 100 million, consider it your reward for tying up loose ends. Faced with such a colossal sum, Lin Zimo's expression turned serious, and he replied earnestly, Brother Chen, all that I am today is thanks to you. The Lin family remains intact because of your assistance. I cannot accept this money for merely assisting you. Seeing the unwavering determination in his counterpart, Chen Dong was not one to be overly sentimental. Very well, jot down my mobile number. You can contact me whenever there's a need. He put away the bank card and provided his phone number. Lin Zimo was overjoyed. After their brief interactions, he understood that Chen Dong was not one to casually befriend outsiders, and his repeated help stemmed from mutual benefit. Now, being granted Chen Dong's personal mobile number indicated that their relationship had transcended mere transactions. It was a promising beginning. After exchanging numbers, Chen Dong departed without delay. Lin Zimo relayed the news to his grandfather. Har har, Zimo, well done. Compared to befriending Chen Dong, 100 million is nothing. From now on, all resources of the Lin family will be at your disposal. We must do everything in our power to assist Mr. Chen, even if we merely serve as tools for his ends. Lin Gong's face radiated excitement. He had a premonition that Chen Dong was destined for greatness. Aligning with such a formidable ally would elevate the Lin family beyond measure. Thus, the Lin family sprang into action. That day, the city of Blue Island was destined for unrest. Shortly after the death of the chairman Yang Mingho, the Jiao family, half of the underground empire, was reduced to ashes. Both parties were influential enough to shake Blue Island with a mere stomp, and their sudden demise would undoubtedly have significant repercussions, especially among their rivals, who would not miss the opportunity to expand their influence. With so many casualties, even the Lin family could not maintain complete secrecy. Soon enough, the news made headlines once more, though the official narrative claimed it was a gas explosion. Only a select few were privy to the underlying truths, such as Jiang Yulong. Jiang Yulong gazed at the news displayed on his tablet, his brow furrowed in consternation. In just one afternoon, Xiaoxing is dead. Young master, based on our internal investigation, Xiaoxia was killed in a single strike. Although the body was severely charred, the neatness of the incision indicates that the assailant was a martial artist far superior to Xiaoxing, likely a sword master, a servant reported, kneeling before Jiang Yulong. Xiaoxing was a mid-level practitioner of the Xian rank. Anyone capable of killing him in an instant must be at least a high-level practitioner or even at the earth rank. Is there truly such a master hidden in Blue Island? Jiang Yulong remarked. The servant continued, our investigation reveals that Lin Zimo of the Lin family visited Jiao Qiang's villa. Lin Zimo has a close relationship with Chen Dong, and he is also connected to the deaths of Yang Mingho and Master Ma. More importantly, both incidents were concealed under the guise of explosions. I suspect that Lin Zimo is at least a late-stage practitioner of the Xian rank. Upon hearing the servant's analysis, Jiang Yulong rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. Lin Zimo, the third young master who is said to have been neglected by the Lin family. What a cunning scheme they have devised, hiding such a martial talent under the pretense of neglect. To rise to the late-stage Xian rank within such a small family, Lin Zimo is indeed a prodigy. It seems the Lin family is on the verge of a resurgence. Young master, it is said that the Shu NWS has taken an interest in this matter. As for dealing with Chen Dong, let it rest for now. I have already discovered that girl is Chen Dong's sister, and a mere ant like Chen Dong is not worth my efforts. Jiang Yulong brushed aside such trivialities and stated, inform the family physician to come quickly. A rare talent like Su Shiqing must not perish. She holds great potential for me. The city of Blue Island trembled in chaos, while the architect of the turmoil, Chen Dong, sat together with his family, relishing a long-awaited warmth. Upon seeing the news, Chen Zhujiu naturally deduced Chen Dong's involvement. The elder couple was ecstatic, exclaiming that heaven had eyes. They harbored no doubts about Chen Dong, for Jiao Qiang's villa was located at the far eastern edge, requiring a 2-hour taxi ride for a round trip. Although Chen Dong had left home for half an hour, in the eyes of his parents, such a duration was insufficient to reach Jiao Qiang's villa. Now that the debts had vanished, their family had effectively embarked on a new life. As long as their son refrained from treading the same path, the future appeared bright. As night fell, Chen Dong and Chen Zhujiu sat in the courtyard, enjoying the gentle night breeze. Surveying the partially collapsed courtyard wall, Chen Dong made a decision. Let's buy a house. Chapter 32, The Nouveau Riche and the Purchase of a Home. Prior to this, Chen Dong had never contemplated such a matter. After all, upon his return, Su Shiqing's illness became a thorn in his heart. Now, the Lin family had gathered the necessary medicinal ingredients, and they merely needed to wait a few days, temporarily alleviating Chen Dong's anxiety. Furthermore, having acquired a substantial sum from Jiao Qiang, and with his own house being sold, Chen Dong resolved that it was time to provide his family with a more favorable environment. In the future, reconciling with Su Shiqing would be more pleasant in a better residence. 100 million, while insufficient to compare with the top-tier wealthy, was more than adequate to purchase a modest villa in Blue Island City. After sharing his thoughts with Chen Jiujiu, she was visibly excited. She believed that after 3 years of seclusion, Chen Dong was unaware of the housing market's intricacies, and she felt compelled to accompany him to prevent him from falling prey to sales tactics. Chen Dong could only smile in resignation, having encountered countless individuals during his 3 centuries in the cultivation realm. How could he possibly be outsmarted by real estate agents on Blue Star? This girl simply wanted to join him for the adventure. The next day, the pair took a taxi to Qingyun Villa. This was the most renowned villa district in Blue Island City, where nearly 90% of the city's elite resided. The dignitaries, business magnates, and even some fortunate nouveau-riche regarded owning a property in Qingyun Villa as a point of pride. Of course, Chen Dong did not choose this place for such superficial reasons. He was drawn to the harmonious environment that Qingyun Villa offered. It emphasized the coexistence of humanity and nature, with lush greenery everywhere, creating a natural oxygen bar that greatly benefited the health of its residents. Additionally, Chen Dong could take advantage of the local feng shui by subtly arranging a formation, ensuring his family's longevity and wellness. In the sweltering heat of summer, there were not many people at the sales office. The television in the lobby was not displaying property information but rather broadcasting some news. One particular story about an individual in Blue Island winning 55 million in the lottery sparked lively discussions among the sales staff. When they noticed customers arriving, their eyes lit up, only to dim again upon seeing that Chen Dong and Chen Jiujiu had arrived by taxi and were quite young. They promptly lost interest. Typically, those who visited were wealthy entrepreneurs worth tens of millions, arriving in luxury cars worth over $1 million. This was the first time since the opening of the development that someone had come by taxi. Consequently, the sales staff did not believe that Chen Dong and his companion possessed the financial means to purchase a home. The more seasoned salespeople pretended not to notice, some applying makeup with their small mirrors, while others congregated to flaunt their manicures from the previous day, and some continued to envy the lottery winner on the television. Ultimately, they dispatched the youngest saleswoman to attend to Chen Dong. Naturally, the arduous task fell to the least experienced employee. Such dynamics exist in every workplace, where seasoned employees often take advantage of newcomers. The saleswoman, however, bore no grievances and diligently introduced the properties to Chen Dong and Chen Jiujiu, exhibiting commendable professionalism. The older sales staff exchanged glances, their lips curling into smirks, for they did not believe any further discussion would merely be a waste of breath. Mr. Chen, Miss Chen, this is the second phase of our Qingyun Villa project, just completed this year. Like the first phase, it boasts complete facilities, and the interior decor is even superior, designed by renowned masters, the saleswoman explained patiently to Chen Dong. Chen Jiujiu scrutinized the surroundings and remarked, the second phase, the location feels a bit remote, with the mountains to the west, it gives me a sense of insecurity. Just as Chen Jiujiu finished her statement, a heavily made-up woman could not contain her laughter, still feeling insecure. You speak as if you were genuinely looking to buy. The others stifled their laughter but did not find it as amusing as this woman. What did you say? Of course, we're here to buy a house. What do you mean genuinely? Chen Jiujiu retorted, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Right, you are indeed here to purchase. Since you find the remote properties unappealing, why not consider those in the center? They are the crown jewels of Qingyun Villa, the woman said, her tone laced with sarcasm. Lily, please stop. The saleswoman quickly intervened, attempting to smooth over the situation, then turned to Chen Dong and Chen Jiujiu with a smile. Mr. Chen, Miss Chen, Lily meant no offense, please don't be upset. I will continue with the introduction. No need. Chen Dong suddenly raised his hand, interrupting the saleswoman. He looked towards the central villas and declared, I find her comments quite reasonable. The ones in the center are indeed impressive. I will purchase this one. As soon as these words left his lips, the previously quiet sales office fell into a stunned silence. Observing Chen Dong's earnest demeanor, the saleswoman was momentarily taken aback before responding, Mr. Chen, the villa you selected is the top-tier property in Qingyun Villa. Purchasing it will require 100 million. Indeed, that is correct. I will take it. Let us sign the contract. Chen Dong nodded, the price being just sufficient. The astonishment among the sales staff grew palpable as they ceased their tasks and turned to Chen Dong with fervent gazes. To buy a villa worth 100 million at a whim, surely he must be some wealthy heir. Arriving by taxi, how unexpectedly humble. Suddenly, they recalled the news from earlier. 55 million, lottery, could this young man be the winner? Mr. Chen, what did you just say? The saleswoman stammered, hardly able to trust her own ears. 100 million, if this transaction went through, her commission would suffice for several years of salary. Did you not hear? I said to sign the contract. I want this villa. Chen Dong produced a platinum card and presented it to the saleswoman. If there had been any lingering doubts regarding his financial status, the sight of the platinum card dispelled them entirely. This was a platinum card, second only to diamond status, requiring a minimum asset of 100 million to obtain. Why yes. I will retrieve the contract immediately. At this moment, the saleswoman's mind was racing, her limbs feeling somewhat uncooperative. Wait. Suddenly, the earlier woman, Lily, approached with a sultry sway, her demeanor transformed to one of overt warmth. When purchasing a property, we must follow a proper procedure. At the very least, we should take the clients to see the house in person. Models are merely models, and they can differ significantly from reality. Upon hearing Lily's words, the saleswoman snapped back to her senses. Right. I almost forgot. My apologies, Mr. Chen, Miss Chen, I will take you to see the property right away. With that, the saleswoman retrieved her car keys. Are you really planning to take such esteemed guests in your modest Geely? This is a villa worth 100 million. Lily interjected, producing her Mercedes keys. Mr. Chen, with your distinguished status, how could you possibly travel in a domestic vehicle? Let me take you instead. While my car may not be extravagant, it is a Mercedes. Lily posed alluringly, exuding an air of invitation, nearly leaning toward Chen Dong. The saleswoman's complexion paled upon hearing this, her own keys retreating behind her back, embarrassed to present them. What is wrong with domestic cars? I actually prefer traveling in domestic vehicles. Step aside, I will have her take us. Chen Jiujiu interjected, wrapping her arm around the saleswoman's and shooting a defiant glare at Lily. She had not forgotten the woman's previous snide remarks. Moreover, this woman dared to flirt with her brother. The only sister-in-law she acknowledged was Su Shiqing. Accompanying her brother today had indeed been the right decision. Lily's embarrassment was palpable, her expression shifting between shades of irritation and humiliation. Let us go. I too would like to experience the domestic vehicle, Chen Dong said calmly, decisively leading the trio outside. The trio's dismissive attitude left Lily's face flickering between green and white. Just a nouveau riche, what is there to be so arrogant about? A little money and he acts all high and mighty, just because he won 100 million, does he think he can maintain such a lifestyle? With that, Lily pulled out her phone and dialed someone. Chapter 33, only Mercedes can pass here. The villa area was not far from the sales office, however, it was quite expansive, necessitating a vehicle to explore it thoroughly. Soon, the sales representative drove Chen Dong and Chen Jiujiu to the grand entrance of the villa community. Throughout the journey, she navigated the vehicle with great care, striving to ensure her clients felt at ease. The environment of the villa area exceeded their expectations, prompting a satisfied nod from Chen Dong. At that moment, a group of security personnel suddenly appeared, halting their vehicle. Gentlemen of the security team, I am from the sales department, escorting clients to view properties, the sales representative stated politely as she exited the car. However, the guards disregarded her words entirely, with two of them proceeding to lock the car's wheels with a device. Seeing this unfold, the sales representative panicked, grasping the arm of the head guard and pleading, "Sir, what are you doing? If you lock the car, how am I supposed to show the property to my clients?" Apologies, but new regulations state that only Mercedes vehicles are permitted to enter. Common domestic cars are not allowed, the head guard replied with a smirk. The sales representative was taken aback, questioning the existence of such a rule. It was clearly directed at her. Instantly, a wave of indignation surged within her, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Yet, she refrained from crying, inhaling deeply, biting her lip as she implored, "Please, sir, unlock the wheels. My status is inconsequential, but the client in the car is of great importance. Treating him poorly could tarnish our reputation at Qingyun Villa." The head guard's expression remained frosty as he glanced at Chen Dong inside the vehicle, jealousy evident in his gaze. What esteemed client? Just a lucky lottery winner, a nouveau riche who thinks he can reside in Qingyun Villa. What do you take this place for? A gathering of the newly wealthy. Allowing such individuals entry would only lower the standards of Qingyun Villa. People often harbor resentment towards the wealthy, particularly those who have suddenly found fortune. They perceive it as favoritism from fate and develop a grudge against such affluence. Sure, you mustn't say such things. A client is a client, and we must dedicate ourselves to serving them, the sales representative interjected, fearful that her words might reach Chen Dong and offend him. Har. Serve as you wish, we have no time to waste here, the head guard scoffed, preparing to leave. Wait. At that moment, Chen Dong had already exited the vehicle. Is there something you need? With a sudden crack, a resounding slap echoed as Chen Dong delivered a powerful blow to the head guard's face, causing him to spin 360 degrees before crashing to the ground. Am I a nouveau riche? Am I lowering the standards here? Care to repeat that? Chen Dong inquired, his expression devoid of emotion as he lifted his foot and pressed it against the head guard's face. The onlookers were immediately stunned. No one anticipated such a ferocious response. He's attacking someone. Why are you all just standing there? This guy is asking for it, the head guard shrieked, howling like a wounded animal. However, with merely a glance from Chen Dong, the other security guards froze in place, understanding that any movement would result in their downfall. Brother, just teach him a lesson, but don't escalate it too much, Chen Jiujiu suggested, stepping forward. It's too late. Regret now is futile. To cause a commotion at Qingyun Villa is to invite death, the head guard spat, lying on the ground in fury. He had expected that mentioning his connections would deter Chen Dong. Crack. The head guard was taken by surprise, as Chen Dong swiftly kicked and broke his arm. Even if I were indeed a wealthy nouveau riche, I am still capable of purchasing a villa. Who gave you the audacity to lock my car and prevent me from viewing properties? Chen Dong crouched down, his tone calm. Our regulations are regulations. This is a high-end community, and only luxury vehicles are permitted, the head guard gritted his teeth defiantly. Oh, luxury vehicles, you say? Chen Dong feigned realization and proceeded to dial Lin Zimo on his phone. What? You're at Qingyun Villa, you could have just informed me about your intention to buy, no need to come in person. Lin Zimo responded eagerly. Upon learning of Chen Dong's predicament at Qingyun Villa, Lin Zimo immediately grasped the situation. Rest assured, leave it to me, he stated before ending the call. You can call however you want. I'm adhering to regulations. If you disagree, you may confront the company, the head guard continued to shout. Meanwhile, Chen Dong returned to the car, silently waiting. After a few minutes, the distant roar of engines filled the air. Upon hearing it, the head guard and the sales representative stood frozen, witnessing an unforgettable spectacle. A veritable torrent of steel approached the community, as hundreds of vehicles, exclusively Mercedes S-Class, entered the villa area, swiftly filling the roads and creating a blockade. What? The head guard was left in shock. He realized he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. To gather so many Mercedes S-Class vehicles in such a short time required not just wealth, but also significant connections. Such a person could not possibly be a mere lottery winner. How about that? All Mercedes as you requested. Now, does this violate the regulations? Chen Dong stepped out of the car, his demeanor unfazed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. And no violation, but your actions are disrupting the other residents of the community. If the company owner hears of this, you will undoubtedly face repercussions. You may not realize that Qingyan Villa is actually owned by Lin Construction, the leading family in Blue Island. The head guard foolishly attempted to leverage the company's background against Chen Dong. Lin Construction. Chen Dong's expression became peculiar, suddenly understanding Lin Zimo's excitement upon hearing about his experience at Qingyan Villa. At that moment, Lin Zimo emerged from one of the vehicles. Brother Chen, are these cars sufficient? Lin Zimo grinned. Chen Dong replied blandly, Zimo, this individual claims that Qingyan Villa is part of your family's holdings. As the third young master of the Lin family, shouldn't you reflect on the issues caused by your employees? This scene left the security personnel and sales representative utterly dumbfounded, rendering them speechless for quite some time. Their head guard's face turned ashen, wishing he could strangle the sales representative. The security team at Qingyan Villa was not comparable to others. Many aspired to join due to the attractive salary and leisurely work environment, earning upwards of hundreds of thousands annually. In the current social climate, where could one find such a favorable job, especially since he had already climbed to the position of head guard, earning a considerably high salary, but now, with this uproar, everything was ruined. Young Master Lin. Mr. Chen. I was wrong, it was all that wretched sales representative's fault, she incited me to act this way. The head guard, disregarding the excruciating pain in his arm, crawled before Chen Dong and Lin Zimo, pleading for forgiveness. Chapter 34, The Words of a Tiger and a Wolf. In the sales office, the salespeople were fervently discussing Chen Dong and the matter of the 100 million villa. What made them even more envious was the commission they would have earned from the sale of such a luxurious property. Each one lamented their missed opportunity, regretting that had they foreseen such an outcome, they would have eagerly attended to Chen Dong, rather than leaving it to a mere newcomer. Stop being sour, this deal will not go through. Sister Li, casually grooming her nails, interrupted the conversation with indifference. Sister Li, what do you mean by that? Someone inquired, with a dismissive snort. Sister Li replied, I just called the head of security to lock that girl's car. Without her vehicle, I wonder how they will view the property. It's at least a 7 or 8 kilometer trek back and forth, and with the sweltering summer heat, do you think that newly wealthy country bumpkin will still have the patience to purchase a home? The ambiguous relationship between Sister Li and the head of security was common knowledge within the sales office. A single phone call could achieve such a result without raising suspicion. But Sister Li, aren't you afraid that the company will blame you once they find out? A 100 million deal could just evaporate. Another voice expressed concern. The company had always turned a blind eye to the rivalries among the sales staff. As long as the properties were sold, it did not matter who made the sale. Yet now, Sister Li's actions jeopardized the company's interests, and if the blame fell upon her, quitting would be the least of her worries. To everyone's surprise, Sister Li appeared unconcerned. She chuckled, only that girl's deal is doomed, not the company's. Once that nouveau riche returns, I have 100 ways to make him fall at my feet. In the end, this villa will still be sold, just from my hands instead. The others understood her cunning plan. No wonder Sister Li had been leisurely applying makeup and even fixing her nails after Chen Dong and company left. But then, a thought occurred to them. If Sister Li could intercept the deal, why couldn't anyone else? Thus, the atmosphere in the sales office turned peculiar. The female salespeople ceased their idle gossip, retreating to corners to meticulously touch up their appearances. Before long, the office door swung open. Chen Dong and his companions entered. Sister Li's heart lifted, and she eagerly swayed her hips towards them. Mr. Chen, you've returned. You seem quite displeased. Have you encountered some trouble? Please don't be upset. Is there anything I can assist you with? Actually, there is something I need your help with, Chen Dong replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Sister Li hurried to Chen Dong's side, her smile radiating even more brightly. Please, tell me. As a seasoned salesperson, I shall fulfill all your requests, ensuring you gain a thorough understanding of our properties, for there is indeed a distinction between salespeople, and I will showcase my expertise to you in depth. Chen Dong couldn't help but glance at Sister Li again. Was this a suggestion? It was as if she was explicitly hinting, are you hoping to discuss the villa's structural intricacies and the various entryway designs with my brother? Chen Jiujiu interjected coldly from the side. Chen Dong nearly choked, astonished. Jiujiu, where did you learn such sharp-tongued words at your young age? The others were equally taken aback, as Chen Jiujiu appeared no older than 17 or 18, her youthful face still bearing traces of innocence. With a huff, Chen Jiujiu turned her head, proudly declaring, don't think I'm clueless. Sister Lina often teaches me these clever phrases. She says we girls must be aware, or else we'll unwittingly fall prey to unscrupulous men. Now Chen Dong felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He wanted to say something, but couldn't he deny the validity of her words? From now on, refrain from such talk. What kind of image does it project for a young lady to speak so openly? With that, Chen Dong gestured outside, addressing the visibly embarrassed Sister Lee. Let us return to our previous discussion. I need you to identify someone for me. As Sister Lee looked on in confusion, Lin Zimo entered, accompanied by several bodyguards clad in black. The bodyguards were escorting none other than the head of security. Throwing the head of security at Sister Lee's feet, Chen Dong inquired, "Do you recognize this person?" Sister Lee was taken aback, her mind whirling in a haze. "Bitch, you filthy bitch, you've ruined me. What lottery-winning country bumpkin, what newly wealthy tycoon? Mr. Chen is clearly the eldest brother of young Master Lin Zimo." The head of security wailed from the ground. Ever since Lin Gong gradually entrusted the Lin family business to Lin Zimo, the latter's name had been circulating throughout Lin Construction. Naturally, those present were aware of Lin Zimo's reputation. Mouths agape, they stared in disbelief at the seemingly frail young man, who would have thought a simple real estate transaction could draw the third young master of the company into the fray. Seeing Lin Zimo, Sister Lee was consumed by terror. Hastily lowering her head in apology, she repeatedly implored Chen Dong, "Mr. Chen, I was wrong, please forgive me. I only sought a commission and never intended to offend you. As a humble woman, I beg you to overlook this once." Sister Lee wept, her face a tragic sight, yet her words lacked any genuine contrition. Chen Dong had no desire to waste any more time on such a person. He entrusted the matter to Lin Zimo and followed the saleswoman to sign the contract. As for Sister Lee and the head of security, their fates were all but sealed. The entire Lin family would not dare to offend Chen Dong, let alone two insignificant employees. Dismissal was inevitable, and Lin Zimo would also investigate whether they had engaged in any actions detrimental to the company during their tenure. Ultimately, it would be Lin Zimo's decision whether any harm had been done to the company. This incident would undoubtedly serve as a profound lesson for both of them. With the matter resolved, Lin Zimo entered the contract signing room and smiled. "Mr. Chen, should you have an interest in this villa, I would be delighted to gift it to you as a token of goodwill from the Lin family." Chen Dong shook his head. "After our interactions thus far, you should understand my nature. I dislike being indebted to others. If you refuse to accept this payment, I shall have no choice but to seek a property elsewhere." Lin Zimo had anticipated such an outcome, yet he still felt compelled to express some flattering words, although Chen Dong declined this favor. Hearing those words undeniably elevated his regard for the Lin family. "By the way, there is something I wanted to inform you, Mr. Chen. The medicinal herbs you require will arrive tonight," Lin Zimo said with a slight smile. "Oh, so soon? I thought it would take a few more days." Chen Dong inquired, surprised. My grandfather leveraged some connections and arranged for air cargo, which expedites the process, Lin Zimo explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong fell into contemplation. He recognized the Lin family's intentions to align themselves with him. It is human nature to seek association with the powerful. Chen Dong did not oppose this, especially since the Lin family was diligently working on his behalf. In such circumstances, he too should demonstrate sincerity to reciprocate their efforts, for it was only through mutual goodwill that their relationship could strengthen. "Your grandfather's ailment has lingered for several days. I believe we should resolve this matter today," Chen Dong suggested with a smile. Lin Zimo appeared momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, bowing to Chen Dong in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Chen. No need for thanks. This is rightfully due to your family. Inform Grandfather Lin to prepare. This afternoon, we shall visit the Lin family ancestral tomb," Chen Dong instructed. Chapter 35. The ancestral tomb is gone. Lin Zimo placed a call to inform Lin Gong about the situation here. Upon hearing the news, Lin Gong was equally agitated and immediately asserted that he would ensure everything was properly arranged, inquiring whether there was anything they needed to prepare for Chen Dong. "This is not a spring outing. Why make such a fuss?" Chen Dong declined Lin Gong's suggestion and continued, "Let me make it clear, this journey will not be peaceful. The more people there are, the more complications arise. It is best to take only a few key individuals." During the phone call, the housing contract had been finalized. Chen Dong instructed Chen Jiujiu to go to the hospital to care for Shiqing. He advised his sister to wait for his return to discuss the matter of buying the house, assuring her that he would devise a reasonable way for their parents to accept the villa. In the afternoon, Chen Dong and Lin Zimo hurried back to the Lin family home. After picking up Lin Gong, the three of them set off for the Lin family's ancestral tomb. Initially considering taking bodyguards, Lin Gong reflected that none of the bodyguards at home would be a match for Chen Dong. Being beside him was the safest option. As the three drove away from the Lin residence, a man and woman in a nearby van were observing the Lin family's every move intently. Chen Dong merely cast a disinterested glance in their direction, choosing to ignore them entirely. The vehicle continued its journey northward, gradually reaching the outskirts. Through Lin Gong's narration, they learned that the Lin family's ancestors were once merely local landowners from a small village. Later, amid societal upheaval, they relocated to Blue Island to evade disaster, as it was then still a colony, untouched by the ravages of war. Once peace was restored, the family settled there, only returning to the ancestral tomb during Qingming or on the anniversaries of family members' deaths. As Chen Dong gazed out the window, the surroundings began to take on a desolate appearance. Fields surrounded them, yet most lay fallow, and those toiling in the land were aged individuals nearing 70. In the past, this area was filled with numerous villages. Over the years, 90% of them have been abandoned. As there is no hope in farming, the young have all migrated to the cities, leaving the elderly to tend to the land, eking out a living until they can no longer work and are left to await death at home. Lin Gong lamented, his weary eyes fixed on the horizon. Once these elders pass away, the village will cease to exist. I never realized you had such deep feelings for the countryside. With your wealth, why not invest in revitalizing the rural areas? Chen Dong inquired, a hint of amusement in his tone. Lin Gong shook his head self-deprecatingly. It's not that I haven't tried, but the funds never reach the common folk. Eventually, it became disheartening. This response was within Chen Dong's expectations. Regardless of the world, ordinary people always bore the brunt of hardship. As they conversed, time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, the vehicle arrived at their destination for the day. After disembarking, Chen Dong surveyed the area and subtly sensed that the spiritual energy surrounding them was converging here. He couldn't help but nod in appreciation, stating, "It appears your ancestors had wise counsel. This place indeed harbors excellent feng shui." "Oh, Mr. Chen, can you read feng shui?" Lin Gong asked, his surprise evident. "To some extent, what I know is akin to feng shui," Chen Dong mused, considering that employing the natural elements to set traps for enemies might align with feng shui principles. "Brother Chen, are you suggesting that my grandfather's ailment is linked to the ancestral tomb? Could it be that the feng shui here has been disturbed?" Lin Zimo pondered aloud. To his surprise, Chen Dong shook his head. "The feng shui here is intact. Rather, it appears there is an issue with your family's ancestral tomb. Let us proceed to investigate." Lin Gong and Lin Zimo exchanged startled glances. The reverence for ancestors runs deep in the blood of the Dragon Kingdom's people, and upon hearing that something was amiss with their forebears' tomb, both were beset with profound concern. The remainder of the journey had to be completed on foot. Fortunately, it was not far, and they arrived after traversing a stretch of woods. Upon emerging from the trees, the sight before Lin Gong and Lin Zimo left them dumbfounded. Instead of an ancestral tomb, they were confronted with row upon row of brick houses, resembling a small village. Beside the village, remnants of shattered coffins and gravestones were barely visible. The inscription of the Lin family on the gravestones confirmed that this area had once been their ancestral land. "Where is my family's ancestral tomb?" Lin Gong stammered, taking a few hesitant steps forward before collapsing to his knees, overwhelmed by the blow. Lin Zimo staggered back a few steps, clutching his chest as he struggled to regain his composure. This is truly unforgivable." Chen Dong rubbed his temples, momentarily at a loss for words. He had encountered grave robbers and seen corpses desecrated, but this was the first instance of a village being built atop generations of ancestral graves. Moreover, those responsible were undoubtedly no ordinary people. The entire journey had been through desolate villages, making the sudden appearance of this newly constructed one exceedingly suspicious. It was no wonder Lin Gong had previously been plagued by ominous energy and nearly lost his life. "Father! Grandfather! I am unfilial," Lin Gong cried, tears streaming down his face as he collected the scattered bones. Had it not been for Chen Dong leaving a trace of spiritual energy within him to stabilize his heart, he might have succumbed at the sight of their ancestral tomb being desecrated. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" A hoarse, aged voice called out from behind the three. Turning to face the source of the voice, they saw a gaunt old man with disheveled hair, resembling a beggar. Yet, his eyes were sharp and piercing like those of a hawk, and neither Lin Gong nor Lin Zimo could fathom when he had appeared. The ability to approach silently in the woods indicated he was no ordinary individual. Having positioned himself behind them, he effectively cut off any chance of escape for Chen Dong and his companions, a clear sign of malicious intent. Fuming, Lin Gong pointed at the old man, exclaiming, You dare ask us who we are? I want to know what you are doing here. Why did you dig up our ancestral tomb? Oh, so it is your family's ancestral tomb. My apologies. Upon hearing Lin Gong's furious retort, the old man's malevolence seemed to lessen, though his murderous intent remained unwavering. Apologies. You have desecrated our ancestral tomb, and you think 2 words of apology suffice. Lin Zimo supported his grandfather and spoke sternly. You misunderstand, young man, the elder said, extending a finger that resembled a gnarled root. The first apology is for disturbing your ancestral tomb. The second apology is directed at you. You should not have come here. Everything here must remain concealed from the outside world. Thus, I am afraid you must pay with your lives, but rest assured, I will ensure your deaths are painless. Lin Gong and Lin Zimo were left in stunned silence. They had never encountered such audacity. Not only had he desecrated their ancestral tomb, but he also intended to kill them. Surely, this devil was well versed in cruelty. Lin Gong was so enraged he could only gasp for breath, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Do you have anything else to say? The old man pulled 3 long needles from his sleeve, speaking calmly. I will grant each of you a final word. Once we proceed below, you cannot say I lack compassion. Understand that the moment you stepped into this forest, you 3 were already dead. It is my mercy that allows you to die without suffering, and I have even granted you the chance to speak your final words. I am simply too benevolent. Chen Dong's lips curled slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. To occupy my ancestral tomb and then to kill us, do you truly believe the Lin family is a soft target? Lin Gong felt a twinge of apprehension as the old man appeared ready to act. However, seeing Chen Dong's composed demeanor, his fear dissipated entirely. Once Lin Gong finished speaking, the old man remarked indifferently, the Lin family, oh, so this burial ground bears the Lin surname. My apologies, I am illiterate, so I simply uprooted and discarded the gravestones. Have you finished speaking? Now, young one, it is your turn. But Lin Gong could no longer contain himself. Despite Chen Dong's protective energy, he couldn't help but spit out blood. How could this old man, of similar age to himself, be so infuriating? Grandfather, Lin Zimo shouted in alarm, deeply concerned. Have you finished? Now, the last young man, it is your turn. The old man turned his gaze toward Chen Dong. Lin Zimo. Chen Dong. You truly are quite the talent. Chen Dong could hardly contain his amusement. Was this old man acting deliberately or simply clumsy? If he had not been present, the Lin family duo would likely have exploded from anger. Though your words may be ungracious, I shall take them as praise. With your final words spoken, it is time to depart. Point 1 needle to the life gate, and it will be swift. You will feel no pain at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he spoke, the old man hurled 3 flying needles. For him, a single needle was sufficient to kill an ordinary person. After casting the needles, the old man confidently turned away, muttering, Today I have done another good deed. A needle to the life gate. How would you know it is painless if you have never died? At that moment, Chen Dong held the 3 long needles, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 36, The Emergence of the Xuanwu Division. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, the elderly man abruptly turned his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. How is this possible? You are not an ordinary person, you are a martial artist. The composure and tranquility that previously adorned the old man's face vanished, and his muscles tensed throughout his body. No, I am not a martial artist. Before Chen Dong could finish his sentence, the old man firmly interjected, Do not deceive me. To have withstood my flying needles, you must at the very least possess the prowess of a high-ranking Huang-tier martial artist among the younger generation. His words came to an abrupt halt as a flying needle pierced through the old man's skull, impaling him against a nearby tree. Why are you so verbose? Leaving us with the last word, you chatter on endlessly, and I feel myself becoming benevolent just listening to you. Chen Dong discarded the remaining 2 long needles from his hand and then gazed at the lifeless body of the old man on the ground, muttering to himself, his countenance is serene. It seems he truly felt no pain. In the future, I must be cautious and avoid this place, lest I inadvertently grant the enemy an advantage. Lin Gong and Lin Zimo felt a slight chill run down their spines upon hearing this, their resolve to avoid opposing Chen Dong strengthening deep within. It is regrettable that we did not inquire about his purpose for building a house here, Lin Zimo lamented, disappointment evident in his voice. The old man appeared to be a martial arts master. Such individuals might hold significant authority here, and the information they possess must be vast. No worries, this old man is merely a gatekeeper. The truly formidable presence lies within, Chen Dong reassured him, shifting his gaze towards the depths of the small village. Lin Gong furrowed his brow and followed Chen Dong's line of sight. The gatekeeper was a martial artist, and the matters entangled with this village were likely more intricate than they imagined. The power behind it all and the undertakings planned were far beyond their capabilities. Mr. Chen, perhaps we should cease our exploration for now. After all, I have no pressing matters at hand. I can return to address the ancestral grave issue another time, Lin Gong suggested. What, you no longer care for your ancestors? Chen Dong inquired. Of course I wish to attend to it, but the individuals within here are likely beyond our means to provoke. While we still have the chance, let us withdraw, Lin Gong replied through gritted teeth. Years of experience had instilled in him the wisdom that they must not further entangle themselves in this affair, lest they risk their very lives, let alone the task of dealing with their ancestors' remains. He could still distinguish between the living and the dead. We cannot leave, as that old man stated. The moment we entered the woods, we were detected. There are hidden sentinels everywhere. That old man was merely dispatched to eliminate us. Now that he realizes he cannot do so, I suspect he is preparing to reveal himself. Chen Dong maintained his calm demeanor. Seeing Chen Dong's nonchalance, Lin Gong could not help but ask, Mr. Chen, could you disclose your true level? Why do you remain so composed in the face of a martial artist like the gatekeeper? My level? Chen Dong paused momentarily. I truly do not know, but rest assured, here, no one is my match. Young man, speaking so confidently is not wise, came a voice from the shadows. Turning towards the sound, they beheld a hazy figure approaching slowly, with strides spanning dozens of meters. The figure traversed the distance of over 100 meters in mere blinks, swiftly arriving before Chen Dong and the others. As the figure drew closer, Lin Gong and Lin Zimo could discern his appearance. Whereas the previous old man resembled a human, this one seemed as though he had just clawed his way out of a grave. His skin resembled the texture of aged tree bark, sparse hair hung limply over his face, and his eyes were dull, devoid of any vitality. Lin Gong and Lin Zimo felt a wave of terror wash over them, standing frozen in place, scarcely daring to breathe. Youth, to have slain my junior, you are quite impressive. To defeat someone at the late stage of the Shen tier at such a young age is indeed a rarity, the ghastly figure remarked, his ghastly gaze fixated on Chen Dong, disregarding the Lin family duo. Chen Dong slowly raised his head, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. How can you be so certain that I am at the late stage of the Shen tier? What if I am stronger than you? Truly, the bond of brotherhood seemed to extend to their tendency to speak without restraint. The old man's confidence in his assumptions only served to amuse Chen Dong. Har har har, I admire the fearless spirit of youth. The elder's grin widened, unleashing a laugh reminiscent of a rusty bell, sending shivers down one's spine. However, one must sometimes pay a price for such audacity, a price that may even be life itself. The mirth in the elder's eyes was replaced with a fierce intensity. Just as the elder prepared to make his move, 2 figures descended from the sky, positioning themselves between the 2 parties. After following you all this way, you finally deigned to show yourselves. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow at the appearance of a man and a woman, curious about their identities. Halt. The Xuanwu division's Dunshan is here, both parties retreat. Dunshan commanded, his face ashen. Xuanwu division, what is that? Chen Dong inquired of Lin Gong. It seems to be a governmental agency responsible for managing martial artists, though I am not certain of the specifics, Lin Gong explained. People from the Xuanwu division. The elder's expression darkened. The arrival of the Xuanwu division was wholly unexpected. Esteemed members of the Xuanwu division, my junior brother and I have been living in seclusion here to cultivate, yet these three have disrupted our peace. My junior brother approached them to discuss matters, only to be slain by them. I hope you can seek justice for my junior brother, the elder asserted, taking the initiative to frame the narrative, hoping to have Chen Dong taken away by the Xuanwu division, leaving the matters here unexamined. Otherwise, he would have to resort to eliminating everyone present. Rest assured, old sir, once we have thoroughly investigated the matter, we will ensure justice for your junior brother, the female member assured the elder before striding toward Chen Dong. She produced an investigation order and stated, Chen Dong, we currently suspect you are connected to the arson and murder case at the Junlin Hotel and the murder case at the Gao family villa, involving dozens of lives. We hope you can accompany us for a while, along with the head of the Lin family and the third young master Lin. Har absurd, the Xuanwu division is a governmental body managing martial artists, and you treat investigations as a trifling matter. Not to mention whether you possess any evidence that old man has undeniably usurped the Lin family's ancestral grave and seeks to eliminate us to cover his tracks. Instead of investigating him, you wish to seek justice on his behalf. As Chen Dong spoke, his expression darkened gradually, continuing, or do you mean to imply that the Xuanwu division is merely a bully, fearing the strong while oppressing the weak, believing me easy prey because you cannot contend with that old man? As Chen Dong's words resonated, both Dunshan and the female member felt their faces flush with indignation. They were well aware that it was the elder's faction that initiated the attack, however, in comparison to the elder's transgressions, they were more concerned with the two cases involving dozens of lives, despite the deceased being mere trifles. Chen Dong, rest assured. I, Qingling, guarantee that we will report the matter of the Lin family's ancestral grave to our headquarters and request that they dispatch others to investigate. However, your involvement in these cases is far too severe. You must accompany us, Qingling asserted firmly. Har. A scornful smile crept across Chen Dong's face. What are you laughing at? Qingling, feeling the sting of Chen Dong's derision, retorted with irritation. I laugh at your foolishness. You cannot even discern whose issues are more severe. Chen Dong replied with a chuckle. Qingling, be careful. Just as Qingling was about to say more, Dunshan's urgent shout rang out. Qingling spun around, only to see the elder's withered hand, enveloped in dark energy, striking towards her forehead. Boom, a deafening sound erupted, and a tempest swirled around them. Dunshan positioned himself protectively in front of Qingling, his muscles taut and as unyielding as steel. Hard chi. The elder retreated, creating distance from Dunshan. Realizing his ambush had failed, the elder turned to Chen Dong and declared, Kid, you best not entertain any ill thoughts. With a mere flick of my hand, I can extinguish you. I offer you two choices, either stay put obediently, or join me in eliminating the both of them. Dunshan, observing this, let out a cold snort, just a late-stage Shentir, and you still expect him to aid you in overcoming us. Qingling, now somewhat incensed, addressed Chen Dong, stay obediently, and once we deal with this old scoundrel, we will take you back. Should you dare act recklessly, members of the Xuanwu division possess the authority to execute first and report later. In that moment, Chen Dong found himself regarded as the weakest entity, yet none wished for him to become an ally to their adversary. Chapter 37, The Thunderous Hand, Huang Kailang feel free. Chen Dong chuckled heartily, retreating a few steps with the Lin family's ancestors and descendants. He relished the prospect of observing the unfolding conflict from a distance, especially since neither party desired his involvement, prompting his enthusiastic acquiescence. Excellent. You possess a commendable self-awareness. The elder nodded with satisfaction, then shifted his sinister gaze towards Shenshan and Qingling. Two fledgling members of the suspended martial division, allow me to gauge the caliber of fresh talent it has produced over the years. With a disdainful snort, he launched his attack without. His legs propelled him forward with such force that the ground cracked beneath him. Here it comes. Shenshan braced himself for battle, arms crossed defensively in front of him. Meanwhile, Qingling deftly unsheathed a soft sword from her waist, her movements as graceful and swift as a darting swallow, effortlessly weaving through the surroundings. With her enchanting figure and visage, one could almost forget they were witnessing a battle and mistake it for a performance. How beautiful can martial artists truly engage in combat with such elegance? Lin Zimo could not help but exclaim. All style and no substance. Most of those movements serve merely to confuse the enemy, only a move or two may conceal lethal intent. In fact, these deceptive maneuvers could be entirely discarded against a seasoned expert. Such feints are utterly ineffective. Perfecting those few killing blows to their utmost speed is far superior, Chen Dong remarked with keen interest as he critiqued the skirmish. Having witnessed the ethereal dance of the Nine Heavens Fairy, he knew true beauty intertwined with deadly intent, where dance harnessed the forces of nature to assail foes, capable of moving mountains and filling seas with just a flick of her jade fingers. No matter how formidable a martial artist may be on Blue Star, they could never rival an immortal cultivator. As he spoke, the three were already embroiled in an intense clash. Shunshan and Qingling exhibited remarkable teamwork, with Shunshan absorbing damage to create opportunities for Qingling to strike decisively. Unfortunately, their strategy faltered. The elder sneered, his fists delivering powerful blows that defied the expectations one might have of a frail old man. Each strike bore the weight of a colossal beast. Shunshan, renowned for his hard chi techniques, was not adept at evasion. He could only grit his teeth and withstand the full brunt of the elder's assault. Bang, bang, boom, with fists and palms alternating, the two exchanged dozens of blows in mere moments. Each strike landed with a resounding thud, as if Shunshan were not flesh and blood but forged from bronze and iron. His face turned ashen, his arms were numb from pain, and continuing the fight would surely lead to defeat. Moreover, the elder exhibited no openings in his onslaught, leaving Qingling unable to find a moment to counterattack. Wait. Shunshan suddenly retreated a step and called for a pause. What? Do you have any last words? The elder, surprisingly accommodating, ceased his assault and inquired. Senior, we came here with intentions solely directed at the Lin family and had no desire to disturb you. Might you consider sparing us for the sake of the suspended martial division? Shunshan bowed respectfully, using the gesture to signal Qingling discreetly. Qingling understood and pressed the distress button hidden within her wrist. You young man, the reputation of the suspended martial division may hold some weight elsewhere, but here, it will not only fail to save your lives, it may very well lead to your untimely demise. The elder's laughter was chilling. Shunshan's heart sank, and he struggled to maintain his composure, asking, could it be that you harbor a grievance against the suspended martial division? May I inquire your name, so that even in death, I shall know I fell to the hands of a renowned elder? This remark pleased the elder, prompting him to regard Shunshan with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that this towering figure not only possessed physical prowess, but also considerable wit. Very well, I shall grant you clarity in your demise. It has been ages since I have used my name. I wonder if the younger generation in the martial world still recognizes it. Have you heard of the Thunderous Hand, Huang Kailang? The elder spoke nonchalantly, a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. The Thunderous Hand, Huang Kailang. Shunshan furrowed his brow in contemplation, then suddenly widened his eyes in realization. It's you. The A-class wanted criminal of the suspended martial division, a demon stained with the blood of thousands. No, it cannot be. I have seen your dossier. You cannot be older than 50. Huang Kailang laughed heartily at the recognition of his infamy. There is nothing impossible. To obtain what one desires, one must pay a price. Shunshan's face paled at this revelation. He had never imagined that a routine assignment would lead him to an A-class wanted criminal. Let us join forces. Otherwise, we shall both perish. Shunshan turned to Chen Dong, his voice tinged with anxiety. Oh, is the Thunderous Hand, Huang Kailang, truly formidable? Chen Dong inquired casually, his expression remaining remarkably calm. Formidable does not even begin to describe him. His methods are exceptionally cruel. Over 30 years ago, he poisoned and murdered his own masters for martial arts techniques, defiled and killed his master's daughter, and later, in his reckless pursuit of power, he descended into madness, slaughtering the entire Divine Healer Pavilion to alleviate his symptoms. The Divine Healer Pavilion has always been a neutral force, solely dedicated to healing and never entangled in martial quarrels, enjoying a high standing in the martial world. Huang Kailang incurred the wrath of many, prompting a pursuit, yet he had already mastered the Thunderous Hand. Those who sought to hunt him met with heavy casualties, including members of the suspended martial division. Eventually, the true masters recognized the severity of the situation and led a team of Earth-tier experts to encircle him. To their astonishment, he not only survived but vanished without a trace. Shunshan inhaled deeply. Despite his efforts to remain composed, his voice trembled slightly as he concluded. He was already an Earth-tier expert over 30 years ago. Qingling and I have only recently ascended to Earth-tier. We stand no chance against him. If we are to survive, we must confront him together. Perhaps, through this endeavor, we can absolve you of your past transgressions. Hearing Shunshan's words, Lin Gong and Lin Zimo felt a chill run down their spines. First Master Mar, and now Huang Kailang, why did the Lin family keep encountering such monstrous foes, each more terrifying than the last? Brother Chen. Lin Zimo quietly shrank back behind Chen Dong. Huang Kailang merely observed, making no attempt to thwart Shunshan's appeal to Chen Dong. How nostalgic. I never imagined that after all these years, there would still be juniors who remember my illustrious achievements. Huang Kailang remarked with interest, turning his gaze towards Chen Dong. So, you choose to align with them. Let me be clear, even if you stand by my side, I will not express gratitude. Ultimately, you too shall meet your end. Why not join forces with them and take a chance? His initial reluctance to allow Chen Dong to join stemmed from his uncertainty regarding Shunshan and Qingling's abilities. Now it mattered little. Did you hear that? What are you hesitating for? Do you truly wish to die? Qingling, growing frantic, shouted at Chen Dong. Our Chen Dong stretched lazily, nonchalantly clearing his ears. What do you hope to gain by this? Do you still expect this demon to show you mercy? Shunshan exclaimed, both furious and anxious, unable to comprehend Chen Dong's refusal. He cannot kill me. Chen Dong's response was succinct. Insane. Shunshan and Qingling cursed in unison. With this, Chen Dong was no longer a source of support. They were left to fend for themselves. Have you nothing more to say? Then I shall make my move. Huang Kailang sneered, his emaciated form surged with astonishing speed, and in an instant, he appeared above Qingling, extending a mass. As she beheld the approaching palm, fear filled Qingling's eyes, her legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rendering her immobile. Ultimately, it was Shunzhan who collided with Qingling, pushing her aside just in time to evade the deadly strike. Mr. Chen, will you truly not lend a hand? They are, after all, members of the suspended martial division. If anything were to happen, I fear. Lin Gong considered the situation thoroughly, feeling torn between the notion that Huang Kailang deserved punishment and the belief that the suspended martial division stood for the nation and thus warranted assistance. Why should I help? Chen Dong's icy voice cut through the air. They have followed us here. Did we invite them? That old man sought to kill us, yet did they step in to assist? In their eyes, we are no better than Huang Kailang. They are only concerned about those two incidents, Lin Gong replied. Har. Should those individuals continue to live? Chen Dong retorted, leaving Lin Gong speechless. After a moment, Lin Gong stammered, but they are both representatives of the state. Enough. Chen Dong waved a hand dismissively. Rest assured, they are not fools. They won't perish so easily. Including me is merely a means to share the burden of firepower. As his words fell, a piercing sound echoed from a distance. Thief, halt. Chapter 38, The Malevolent Sorcery and the Demon King. The sound of scolding reverberated through the heavens like thunder. A figure was rushing towards them at an extraordinary speed. It's Elder Yi, we are saved. Shunzhan and Qingling couldn't help but shout in excitement. How could they not be thrilled? They had suffered immensely, their bodies battered and bruised, with no unscathed flesh, multiple fractures, and internal bleeding. They had thought they were on the brink of death, yet, unexpectedly, amid despair, the dawn of hope had arrived. How could they not feel elated? HMPH, no matter who comes today, you shall perish. Huang Kailang's countenance was as dark as a storm cloud. Initially, he had thought the three were mere fools wandering into the mountains, but now they had entangled the Shu Northwest S and summoned a formidable expert. The series of unforeseen events was truly vexing for him. Witnessing the smiles on the faces of the two only ignited an inexplicable fury within him. I will make you stop laughing. With a leap, Huang Kailang struck both their hearts with his palms. The blow was delivered without reservation, the tips of his fingers slicing through the air with a chilling shriek that sent shivers down the spine. As they beheld the deadly hand descending upon them, the smiles on Shunzhan and Qingling's faces abruptly vanished. You dare, scoundrel. At that moment, an elderly man clad in black rushed forth. In the blink of an eye, he was before Shunzhan and Qingling, raising his fists to unleash a powerful strike at Huang Kailang. The clash of fists erupted with a thunderous roar, shaking the ground beneath them, which could not withstand the overwhelming force and collapsed into cracks, sending an invisible shockwave radiating outward. Trees, as thick as a bowl, were uprooted, and the thicker ones snapped like twigs, the residual force extending over 50 meters. Shunzhan and Qingling struggled to stabilize themselves, while Chen Dong merely waved his hand, parting the shockwave as if it were nothing, allowing it to flow around him and the Lin family. However, all attention was fixated on the battlefield between the two elderly men, oblivious to Chen Dong's presence. In their initial confrontation, the two did not linger too long. Huang Kailang, seeing his attempt to kill them fail, I thought I was hearing things just now. Qingling exclaimed with palpable excitement. Elder Yi's involvement assured their safety. It is indeed you, little Qingling. I was attending to matters on Blue Island when I received a distress signal from the Shu Northwest S and rushed over. Their helicopter was too slow, so I came on foot. Elder Yi steadied himself, a gentle smile gracing his aged face. Shunzhan straightened up and bowed respectfully, stating, Thank you, Elder Yi, for saving our lives. This man is Huang Kailang, an A-class wanted criminal of the Shu Northwest S. Please, Elder, put an end to this scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Elder Yi's expression hardened, his gaze filled with murderous intent as it locked onto Huang Kailang. So it is you, the weasel that fled in disgrace all those years ago after being defeated by me. I let you escape back then, but today, you dare to lay hands on my descendants. Have you forgotten the pain of 30 years ago? You think you can put on a show, Yi? Was it truly just you who fought me back then? Huang Kailang's demeanor remained unperturbed, though his eyes burned with seething hatred. Very well, today, the heavens have opened their eyes. I shall see how much you have grown while hiding for 30 years. Elder Yi scoffed and immediately launched his assault. The two titans clashed in an instant. Their battle was a stark contrast to the earlier skirmish, their movements so swift that the eye could scarcely follow. The two elders exchanged blows with ferocity, leaving devastation in their wake. Mr. Chen, this new warrior seems formidable. Can he truly prevail? Lin Gong inquired. Of course he can. Do you think Elder Yi is an ordinary person? He is a master on the cusp of reaching the celestial realm. In just a year or two, he will formally enter that realm. Dealing with someone like Huang Kailang will be a piece of cake. Unbeknownst to them, Qingling and Shunzhan had retreated to their side, engrossed in discussing Elder Yi's prowess while keeping their eyes glued to the battle. Upon hearing this, Lin Gong and Lin Zimo's mouths fell agape in astonishment. The celestial realm, such figures had been inconceivable to them in the past, yet here they were today. Only Chen Dong wore a scornful smirk. Qingling, do not be complacent. Huang Kailang was already at the Earth realm 30 years ago. Who knows what level he has reached in the intervening years? Shunzhan spoke with gravity. Rest assured, Huang Kailang's ascendance to the Earth realm was solely due to consuming numerous elixirs from the Divine Physician Pavilion. It is not reflective of his true strength. Moreover, after hiding for 30 years, he has had neither the time nor the resources to train in martial arts. Elder Yi has had the backing of the Shu Northwest S for these 30 years, with ample resources. How could he possibly lose to him? Jingling retorted, then turned her gaze to Chen Dong, her tone dripping with arrogance. Are you regretting your earlier inaction? If you had assisted us in confronting him, perhaps the crimes you committed could have been absolved. Do not think that slaying of elders grants you immunity. As a martial artist, killing ordinary people without the Shu Northwest SS consent is a crime, even if they deserve it. What do you think my strength is? Chen Dong interjected unexpectedly, his question cutting through the tension. Jingling paused, instinctively responding, peak of the profound realm, what of it? Chen Dong's cold gaze met hers. Given that both of you in the earth realm are in such dire straits, have you not considered that a mere peak profound might very well be slain? Or were you both intent on using my life to buy you time from the very beginning? This, Jingling faltered, glancing at Shunzhan. Shunzhan fixed his intense stare on Chen Dong, his expression complex. Indeed, it was he who had first invited Chen Dong, harboring similar thoughts. After all, in his eyes, Chen Dong, who could ruthlessly slay so many, was certainly no good person. Having Chen Dong buy them time seemed only right. Chen Dong, in the face of a demon like Huang Kailang, I only wish for everyone to survive. Every additional person is an extra strength. If we act together, we certainly would not let you bear the brunt. Shunzhan proclaimed grandly. Yes, we would never let you perish. Thus far, you are merely a suspect. As public servants of the Shu Northwest S, we have a duty to protect you. No matter the situation, we shall perish before you do. Jingling added. HMPH. Chen Dong scoffed, remaining silent. Boom. At that moment, a figure was sent flying, crushing through several massive trees. Has a victor emerged? Did Elder Yi win? All eyes were fixed intently on the figure amidst the dust. Har, regrettably, you have all lost. All of you shall die. Remain here and become my nourishment. Huang Kailang's voice, reminiscent of a crow, echoed ominously, tinged with a sinister edge that sent chills down their spines. Boom. A shockwave erupted, dispersing the dust and revealing the scene. Elder Yi leaned against a tree, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, while Huang Kailang's already gaunt form now appeared skeletal, surrounded by wisps of dark energy. Evil arts. Huang Kailang, you have actually cultivated evil arts. Elder Yi ground his teeth, his earlier composure long gone. Evil arts, have you not always referred to me as a demon? A demon naturally practices evil arts. Otherwise, how could I live up to that title? Huang Kailang grinned wickedly, relishing Elder Yi's panic. Elder Yi fell silent, suddenly finding Huang Kailang's reasoning disturbingly logical. Observing Huang Kailang's predicament, he continued, do you know how much I have suffered for this power? I lived among the dead in a cemetery, surrounded by corpses day in and day out. Look at me, this is the price I paid. And the price I paid has garnered me unparalleled strength. Behold this marvelous power, earth realm, celestial realm, I am an immortal, a god high above. Dogs of the Shu Northwest S, prepare to face the retribution of the immortal. Huang Kailang's madness intensified, his aura swelling, the dark, malevolent energy expanding outward. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Shunzhan and Qingling's faces turned ashen. This day had been a rollercoaster of emotions, from despair to elation, and now back to despair. At that moment, a roaring engine echoed from the distant sky. Huang Kailang's expression hardened as he turned towards the sound. A helicopter was rapidly approaching from afar. Hey, a helicopter, today, I shall demonstrate how to tear one apart. Huang Kailang began to gather dark energy in his hands, his expression unwavering. Fire! Fire! Elder Yi bellowed. Whoosh, a missile was launched towards Huang Kailang. Har, mere tricks. Huang Kailang swatted with his right hand, unleashing a black palm print. Boom, the missile collided with the dark palm, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Go. Seizing the opportunity amid the chaos, Elder Yi hoisted Shunzhan with one hand and Qingling with the other, fleeing desperately. Elder Yi, they haven't, Qingling paused, suddenly realizing and urgently pointing at Chen Dong and the others. Qingling, there is no time to worry about them. We must prioritize our own safety. Shunzhan interrupted her. Elder Yi glanced back at the three still remaining, a flicker of regret in his eyes before he turned away and accelerated his escape. The helicopter also began to turn and retreat. Seeing this scene, Lin Gong and Lin Zimo felt as though their souls were leaving their bodies. Chen Dong watched the Shu Northwest SS departure with a smirk of derision. Chapter 39. I am an immortal. Before long, the helicopter and the few elders of the Yi family vanished into the mountains and rivers. What is happening? Have they escaped? Not only Lin Gong and Lin Zimo, but even Huang Kailang appeared bewildered. The Shu Northwest Division actually fled. Such a dignified organization was made to flee in utter disarray by me. Huang Kailang laughed heartily, the pent-up frustration of 30 years dissipating at this moment. How could the Shu Northwest Division escape? Is this still the Shu Northwest Division? Lin Gong whispered to Chen Dong, for at this moment, only Chen Dong was their pillar of support. Of course they fled when they were outmatched. Would they rather stay and wait to be killed? Chen Dong found little surprise in the Shu Northwest Division's actions. Rather, he considered it a natural human response to retreat when faced with insurmountable odds. However, he felt a twinge of disdain for the Shu Northwest Division's pretentious rhetoric. If they were truly willing to sacrifice themselves for those who fell before them, Chen Dong would have genuinely respected them and perhaps even intervened. What shall we do now? This fiend appears terrifyingly formidable, impervious even to missiles. Lin Gong anxiously fixed his gaze on Chen Dong, uncertain whether Chen Dong could defeat such a monstrous opponent as Huang Kairang. Nevertheless, Chen Dong's expression remained unruffled. Reflecting on the past, Lin Gong realized that since meeting Chen Dong, nothing seemed to disturb the young man's composure. He always bore an air of calmness. At times, Lin Gong even questioned if this young man was, in fact, older than himself. Observing Lin Gong's discomfort, Chen Dong inquired, "Is he truly that strong? I fail to see it." Boom. At that moment, instead, it resembled two long-lost friends greeting each other with a friendly pat. In disbelief, Huang Kairang lifted his hand and uncertainly muttered, "Did I misjudge? No matter, let's try again." Kneel. Another heavy strike ensued. Yet, Chen Dong remained unmoved, standing firm in place. "You are lacking in skill." Chen Dong scoffed, then raised his foot and delivered a swift kick. Huang Kairang, still grappling with the confusion of his failed attempts, suddenly felt a tremendous force strike his abdomen. Boom. Chen Dong's seemingly gentle kick unleashed a torrent of power, manifesting as a faint shockwave. Huang Kairang was propelled backward like a comet, crushing through buildings, trees, and rocks, until he came to a halt nearly 100 meters away. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Gong and Lin Zimo were left speechless. Such a formidable fiend was dispatched with a mere kick. The surreal nature of the event was undeniable. When they turned to look for Chen Dong, they found he had already vanished from sight. "Oh no. It can't be. I was kicked away by him. Oh, isn't he at the late stage of the Shen rank? Why?" Huang Kairang, retching, questioned the very fabric of his existence. Not bad, still intact," came Chen Dong's languid voice. Huang Kairang turned to see Chen Dong approaching leisurely. "Oh cough, I never expected the one hiding the deepest here would be you, at such a young age, possessing heavenly-tier power. You must be a disciple of some hidden family." Huang Kairang, rubbing his painfully throbbing belly, engaged in conversation to buy time while using his internal energy to mend his injuries. Chen Dong understood the other's intentions but remained indifferent, expressing genuine interest. "I am merely a child from an ordinary family. You are quite impressive. You are the most resilient person I have encountered on Blue Star thus far. I know you possess hidden techniques. If you do not reveal them now, you may miss your chance. Fear not, I shall grant you time, otherwise, it would be a waste to let you die like this." With that, Chen Dong surprisingly found a stone, wiped it with his hand, and sat down. You are too arrogant. An ordinary family. If you are a child from an ordinary family, then I was born in a doghouse. Are all signs of noble families this presumptuous?" Huang Kairang felt a surge of humiliation rise within him as he realized Chen Dong did not regard him with any respect. After enduring humiliation for 30 years, was it merely to be ridiculed by this brat? No, today, regardless of the consequences, he must kill him. He must kill him. With bloodshot eyes, Huang Kairang produced a dark purple orb from his pocket. "You will regret your arrogance." He swallowed the orb whole in an instant. The next moment, dark energy surged wildly around Huang Kairang, his emaciated body inflating like a balloon, yet his skin lost all semblance of humanity, turning an ashen black. Feeling the surging power within, Huang Kairang let out a roar. With just that one shout, he cleared the trees within a 10-meter radius. Power, absolute power, this is the power that an immortal should possess. Boy, do you regret it now? Let me tell you, it is too late for regrets. I shall kill you with the most brutal methods. As Huang Kairang prepared to boast, he caught sight of the disappointment in Chen Dong's eyes. "You have utterly disappointed me. What a waste of excitement. I thought you would employ that dark orb. Why did you have to swallow it? It's not a tonic, isn't it choking you?" Chen Dong's patience waned, and he felt disinclined to continue the fight. Even before Huang Kairang had appeared, Chen Dong had sensed the presence of an object filled with dark energy on him. He had expected Huang Kairang to utilize it, yet he merely consumed it. Seeing Chen Dong's demeanor, Huang Kairang was driven to madness. How utterly insulting. He risked shortening his lifespan to unleash his trump card, and Chen Dong couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge it. A mere clap of encouragement would have sufficed. This disdainful attitude was intolerable. It felt akin to playing cards with a girlfriend, taking a blue pill, only for her to display a look of scorn. "Bastard. I will kill you." Huang Kairang's legs surged with power, the ground beneath him cracking into a deep pit. In this state, he moved with incredible speed, transforming into a streak of black light. Har. In the face of the raging Huang Kairang, Chen Dong merely raised his hand for a slap, smack. Huang Kairang's face contorted as he rolled several times, crushing into the mountainside. He was left dazed, his mind blank. "No. How is this possible? I am an immortal. I am now an immortal. Immortals are invincible." He mumbled, launching another attack in a fit of rage. An immortal. A mere imitation of an immortal would suffice. If this is the level of immortals, then countless lifetimes would be wasted in a dog's belly. As Chen Dong spoke, he effortlessly countered Huang Kairang's advances, employing no intricate techniques, but rather treating him as a parent would a wayward child. A slap here, another slap there, followed by a kick. Such plain and unadorned attacks were unavoidable for Huang Kairang, leaving his face swollen and bruised. In that moment, despair washed over Huang Kairang as memories of decades of arduous training flooded his mind. He suddenly felt as though all his past efforts had become a mere joke, all those lives he had taken for the sake of martial prowess, only to be toyed with by a young man. If given the chance to choose again, he would have preferred the simplicity of being an ordinary person. Who are you? What realm do you truly belong to? Huang Kairang, like a beaten dog, knelt on the ground and struggled to ask. Or as a punching bag, you have proven somewhat adequate. In light of your role in helping me stretch my muscles, I shall grant you a glimpse of true power. Chen Dong cracked his neck and slowly lifted his foot, stepping into the void. Buzz, the air hummed, ripples expanding as Chen Dong ascended step by step into the heavens. He formed a hand gesture, and the previously clear sky darkened ominously, thick clouds rolling in, while arcs of lightning flickered within the tempest. Chapter 40. The Yin Pearl, how is this possible? Huang Kailang gazed at the swirling thunderclouds, his lips quivering and his complexion as pale as a sheet of paper, completely dumbfounded by the spectacle before him. Under the might of the heavens, he lost all dignity as a martial artist, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It was no wonder he was so discomposed. Everything unfolding had transcended Huang Kailang's understanding, shattering his worldview the moment Chen Dong stepped into the void. You are not of the celestial tier, you are of the immortal level. No. This is not a power that a martial artist can wield. Could it be that you are a true immortal? You are, Huang Kailang stammered, a legendary tale that seemed utterly impossible flashing through his mind. The legend, it turns out to be true. To perish under such a legend, I, Huang Kailang, have not lived. Once the lightning faded, a yin pearl was collected by Chen Dong. This trip was not in vain. Assisting Lin Gong in repairing the ancestral grave has completed today's mission, Chen Dong remarked as he stretched lazily, slowly making his way back. Meanwhile, in the distance, the helicopter crew witnessed the unparalleled thunderstorm. What a terrifying bolt of lightning. There weren't this many thunderclouds just moments ago, Shan Shan remarked, gazing towards the direction of the lightning, his heart racing. Cough. Elder Yi leaned against the helicopter seat, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. Elder Yi, are you all right? Shan Shan and Qingling inquired anxiously. Elder Yi slowly waved his hand, weakly replying, it's nothing, my internal organs are injured and require some time to recuperate. I never expected that this weasel would resort to the path of evil for vengeance. His strength has now reached the early celestial tier. Once we return to the suspended martial division, we must report this matter and request celestial experts to hunt him down. I previously said I would protect him, even to the point of dying ahead of him. Seeing Qingling's expression of self-reproach, Shan Shan attempted to console her. Qingling, we cannot blame ourselves for this. It is Huang Kailang's strength that is overwhelming. Elder Yi saving us at that time was already the limit. He had no strength left to save them. Moreover, Chen Dong is not exactly a good person either. During our battle with Huang Kailang, he was too cowardly to join. A person like that is not worth risking our lives to save. Qingling furrowed her brow. That cannot be said. He is at the late Xian tier. It is only natural to be hesitant against someone like Huang Kailang. Besides, we are members of the suspended martial division. He is not. It is our duty to fight on the front lines. Shan Shan was about to say more when Elder Yi interrupted. Enough. Do not bicker any further. We owe that young man a debt. Here is what we will do. Tomorrow, you two will take some gifts to visit his family. The remains will be collected by other team members. Elder Yi arranged. Understood. Shan Shan and Qingling nodded in agreement. On the other side, Chen Dong assisted the Lin family in repairing the ancestral grave. During the process, they discovered that although only Huang Kailang and another elderly man resided in this small village, the signs of life indicated that many had lived here before. Furthermore, there were numerous instruments present, suggesting that some concoction had been prepared here. However, this was not Chen Dong's concern, so he paid it no mind. On the way back, Lin Simo excitedly recounted the spectacle of the lightning. Chen Dong explained that just as he was about to finish Huang Kailang off, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, turning Huang Kailang to ash. Upon hearing this, Lin Simo continued to explain that it was a sign from the heavens. Lin Gong appeared to be lost in thought, occasionally glancing at Chen Dong. Lin Lao, tomorrow I would like to request your assistance, if possible. Chen Dong spoke slowly. Oh, Mr. Chen, what do you mean? Lin Gong asked, startled. Chen Dong fixed his gaze on Lin Gong for a moment and smiled. Are you still pondering the matter of the thunder? In truth, Zimo is right. As long as one does not stray from the righteous path, the thunder will not strike oneself. Would you not agree? Why yes, Lin Gong felt a cold sweat break out on his back. What did this mean? Was he being admonished? Was it a warning that as long as he remained loyal to Chen Dong, he would not be struck by lightning? Did this imply an acknowledgement that the thunder was, in fact, Chen Dong's doing? The thought sent Lin Gong's heart racing. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, my Lin family will never stray from the righteous path in this lifetime. Lin Gong hastily expressed his loyalty. That is good. Returning to our previous topic, tomorrow I hope the Lin family can assist me. I have purchased a villa, but I do not wish for my parents to know about my violent undertakings. Therefore, the source of the funds is quite important. I hope you can help me launder the money for the villa, allowing my parents to reside there with peace of mind, Chen Dong elaborated. Thinking it was a trivial matter, Lin Gong immediately agreed. To avoid any slip-ups, the two discussed further details along the way. Upon returning to the city, Chen Dong did not go home but instead took residence in the guest house arranged by the Lin family. Firstly, the medicinal herbs he required for Su Shiqing had arrived, and he needed to refine pills for her. Secondly, he had obtained the yin pearl earlier that day. He instructed his sister to bring the blood ginseng from home and informed her of the plan to launder the villa, urging her to maintain discretion. Next came the pill refinement. The concocted pill was called the rejuvenation pill, the most basic elixir in the cultivation world that enhances vitality. With this pill, Su Shiqing's health could be stabilized for a month. The process was not difficult. As long as the materials were complete, it could be prepared in less than half an hour. After storing the still warm pill, Chen Dong took out the yin pearl and began to observe it closely. This yin pearl was a treasure born of the earth, typically found in mass graves, formed from a confluence of spiritual and sinister energies, favored by ghostly and demonic practitioners alike. Upon examination, Chen Dong discovered that the energy within the yin pearl was still abundant. It seemed that Huang Kailang had acquired the treasure without understanding how to utilize it. However, if he did not know how to use it, how had he developed such a powerful inner force imbued with sinister energy? After pondering, combining Huang Kailang's penchant for searching for graves, Chen Dong suddenly realized the yin pearl has a characteristic. Once it is born, it no longer expands its capacity for containing yin energy. If the energy within the pearl is at full capacity, any further absorption of yin energy will cause it to overflow. Thus, Huang Kailang had been absorbing the overflow of yin energy all these years. It felt akin to a miser guarding a vault brimming with gold, only utilizing the excess coins that spilled out. For a moment, Chen Dong felt a pang of pity for Huang Kailang. However, it was fortunate for him that the yin pearl remained in a full state upon reaching Chen Dong's hands. Crack! Chen Dong crushed the yin pearl in his hand, and instantly, a chilling wind swept through the room, accompanied by howls of anguish as a torrent of yin energy erupted forth. "We're fine." Chen Dong sat cross-legged, forming a vortex above his head as vast amounts of yin energy were drawn into his body. If this scene were witnessed by practitioners of the cultivation world, they would undoubtedly think Chen Dong had lost his mind. Aside from ghostly and demonic practitioners, absorbing such sinister energy into one's body could adversely affect one's character at best, or lead to madness and death at worst. Thus, in the cultivation world, ghostly and demonic practitioners often exhibited a touch of madness in their demeanor. However, Chen Dong was different. The cultivation method he practiced was one that the old man had stumbled upon by chance, capable of refining all forms of energy and transforming it into spiritual energy. To Chen Dong, whether it was yin energy, evil energy, or demonic energy, they were all potent resources for enhancing his cultivation. As time passed in minutes and seconds, the yin energy in the room dwindled. When the last wisp of yin energy was absorbed, Chen Dong suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing through his gaze. "I never expected that a single yin pearl could restore my strength to the early golden core stage. It seems that cultivation is indeed possible on Blue Star." Stretching his limbs, Chen Dong realized that daylight had arrived. "It's time to return home. I hope my parents will accept the villa without issue." On the drive back, the damaged courtyard walls had been temporarily propped up with wooden frames, and the courtyard was neat and tidy, evidently having been organized by his mother. Chen Dong felt a pang of sorrow for his parents, such a simple elderly couple who, despite life's hardships, would still keep their home so orderly. In his mother's words, this was the essence of living. Pushing the door open to enter the house, Chen Jiujiu emerged with a stern expression. "Why are you alone at home? Where are Mom and Dad?" Chen Dong asked in confusion. "HMPH, Mom and Dad went." Upon hearing about the second cousin, Chen Dong's expression darkened. "Why was I not informed that our second uncle's family was hosting a celebration?" Chen Dong wondered, having already been back for several days. Logically, his parents should have mentioned it if there was a celebration. Chen Jiujiu scoffed. They never intended to inform us at all." Chapter 41, Second Uncle. They never intended to inform us in the first place. Chen Jiujiu continued, her voice filled with indignation. "Not only you, but even our parents heard the news from the neighbors early this morning. They simply look down on us and do not wish for us to attend the wedding." Upon hearing this, Chen Dong's expression darkened further. He did not blame others for looking down on the Chen family. After all, their misfortunes were of their own making, and he could not fault others for their disdain. However, the situation with his second uncle's family was different. Ever since Chen Dong could remember, his second uncle's family had held the Chen family in contempt. Over the years, their cold jibes and mockery had become commonplace. Once, when Chen Wenshan had sought a favor, he had brought gifts, yet he was met with the humiliation of not even being allowed to cross the threshold. Since then, the relationship between the two families had grown distant, and Chen Wenshan, being a man of pride, never sought their help again. 3 years ago, when Chen Dong was in debt, despite their reluctance to see the second brother, his parents borrowed money. The outcome was predictable. They were humiliated before they even entered the door, told to stand outside until dawn if they wished to borrow money. Such indignity was endured for their son, yet they were ridiculed as fools. Ultimately, they did not manage to secure the funds. Didn't Dad say he would never acknowledge the second brother again after that incident? Why are we going to the wedding now? Chen Dong asked, bewildered, for he had always perceived his father as a man of integrity and stubbornness, unyielding to the passage of time. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiujiu cast a glance at him, her eyes filled with a complex emotion. "Is it because of me?" Chen Dong immediately grasped the implication, astonished, as he pointed to himself. "Our parents said that since you've returned, everything must start anew. Second cousin has been doing well these past years, so they hope the two families can mend their relationship, at least to help you find a job," Chen Jiujiu explained slowly. Chen Dong was taken aback. A wave of sorrow and guilt surged within him. His father was indeed a man of principle and stubbornness, but when it came to his children, all principles could be cast aside. "Let us go. We need to find Mom and Dad," Chen Dong exclaimed, taking Chen Jiujiu's hand as they rushed out. At that moment, Qingling and Shunzhan arrived at Chen Dong's residence following the provided address. Even before reaching the alley, they spotted Chen Dong and Chen Jiujiu hurrying away. Am I seeing things? Is that really Chen Dong? Shun Han exclaimed, astonished. I saw it too, he is alive. How did he survive under that monster Huang Kairang? Jinling was equally shocked, yet felt a significant burden lift from her heart. After their surprise, Shun Shan's expression turned serious. We must report Chen Dong's situation to our superiors immediately. Huang Kairang is ruthless and would never let go of his prey easily. Perhaps they have formed some unmentionable alliance. Chen Dong had already noticed their presence, but at that moment, he had no time to concern himself with them. His parents would undoubtedly be bullied, and as a son, he was determined to ensure his father held his head high before all their relatives. From Chen Jiujia, he learned that second cousin South wedding was taking place at the Junlin Hotel. To hold a wedding banquet at such a venue indicated that second cousin had indeed prospered over the past 3 years, explaining why his father was willing to swallow his pride to ingratiate himself with them. On the way, Chen Dong withdrew some money from the bank, deliberately placing it in a snakeskin bag. He also informed Lin Gong, having prepared everything, they made their way to Junlin Hotel. At this moment, at the hotel entrance, a red carpet, flowers, and a rainbow arch adorned the scene, radiating joy and festivity. Fortunately, Junlin Hotel was well known, with direct bus routes. Upon seeing the names of the bride and groom on the rainbow arch and confirming that they were indeed at the right place, the elderly couple cautiously stepped inside. For a luxurious establishment like Junlin Hotel, they had never even dared to dream of entering. Upon crossing the threshold, they felt quite out of place, anxious not to offend anyone with their presence. Are you two here for the wedding? Please present your invitation, the receptionist at the entrance said with a slight smile. We're here for the wedding, but we do not have an invitation, Han Mai replied timidly. I'm sorry, but without an invitation, we cannot allow you to enter. Perhaps you could contact the hosts of the wedding and have them escort you in, the staff explained patiently. Old Shen, do you still have the contact information for second brother's family? Han Mai whispered. I deleted it in a fit of anger 3 years ago. Alas. Chen Wenshan replied, his voice tinged with regret. After a moment's thought, he approached the staff member and said, Young man, I am the groom's third uncle. Could you please inform Chen Wenhai that Chen Wenshan is here to congratulate his nephew on his wedding? Chen Wenhai was indeed Chen Dong's second uncle. As a third uncle without an invitation, the staff merely cast a puzzled glance but ultimately proceeded into the venue to find the wedding host. Soon, the staff returned. So, can we go in now? Chen Wenshan inquired. I'm afraid you will have to wait a bit longer at the entrance. Mr. Chen Wenhai has mentioned he will come out to meet you personally, the staff replied. Come out personally? Chen Wenshan was taken aback. Was this truly the second brother he knew? When had he become so courteous? There was no choice, since he had said so. They would wait a while. However, Chen Wenshan never anticipated that this wait would stretch into an hour. It was summer, and the sun climbed higher in the sky, causing the temperature outside to soar. Chen Wenshan's expression grew increasingly grim. Truly, it was easier to change the landscape than one's nature. This was clearly an attempt to humiliate the couple. I'm done waiting, let us go. Chen Wenshan snapped, turning to leave. Wenshan, your temper remains as explosive as ever. It has been 3 years, and you've shown no growth, a mocking voice echoed from within the hotel as Chen Wenhai sauntered out leisurely. Wenshan, sister-in-law, I sincerely apologize. I intended to come out to greet you immediately, but there were too many guests. You must have heard that your nephew Chen Zhan has been doing quite well in recent years and is highly regarded by the leadership. Thus, the guests at the wedding are all of distinguished status, high-ranking officials from major companies, as well as some business owners. I simply couldn't break away, he continued, unable to contain his urge to boast. This display ignited a fire of resentment within Chen Wenshan, making him grit his teeth in fury. Han Mai tugged at her husband's sleeve, signaling him to endure this for their son's sake. Chen Wenshan patted his wife's hand, inhaling deeply, and spoke slowly. Second brother, I heard that Xiaozhen is getting married today. As his uncle, I ought to come and offer my congratulations. I hope you won't think ill of this modest gift. As he spoke, he pulled out 6 red bills from his pocket. 600. Chen Wenhai scoffed, a sneer evident in his eyes. Indeed, I recall that when Donger got married, each family only contributed 200. Xiaozhen's status is different now, so we've given a little more. Please accept it, second brother, Han Mai added with a smile. Har, sister-in-law, you've completely misunderstood my point. I didn't mean to imply you gave too little. Rather, it's quite the opposite. Among our relatives, the least anyone has contributed is 1,200, and you, as the uncle, are offering only 600. Har. Chen Wenhai's disdainful smirk deepened. Chen Wenshan held the 600 yuan, his face shifting from green to white, feeling as if an enormous mountain of shame had been placed upon him. 600, the money they had saved through hardship, meant nothing in the eyes of others. Enough, I know why you are here today. You merely wish to mooch off the food and drink. After all, Junlin Hotel is a place you could never afford to patronize in your lifetime. You might as well take that 600 back for your retirement, as I will not accept your money, Chen Wenhai proclaimed, as if he had performed an extraordinary act of kindness, his self-satisfaction evident. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and added, "Oh, you can eat, but don't take any leftovers. How embarrassing." Chen Wenshan trembled with rage, wishing he could strike down this brother of his with a cane. Just then, 2 warm and strong hands pressed down on his shoulders. Such a mere establishment as Junlin Hotel shouldn't be treated as if others cannot afford to dine here, came Chen Dong's voice from behind. Chen Wenshan turned to see that the hands belonged to his son and daughter. In that moment, he felt an immense warmth envelop him. Chen Dong tossed a stack of money at Chen Wenhai's feet. 4,000. Each of us in the family contributes 1,000 as a gesture of respect for our blood ties. Chapter 42. Attending the wedding. 4,000 yuan lay carelessly at Chen Wenhai's feet. Yet, more than the money, it was Chen Dong's unexpected appearance that left him astounded. You are Chen Dong, you didn't die, you've returned. From the tone of my second uncle, it seems you didn't wish for my return. Chen Dong scoffed, stepping forward to stand in front of his father. Chen Wenhai was momentarily taken aback, then forced a disingenuous smile as he replied, "Not at all, your second uncle has been quite worried about you after your years of absence." As he spoke, Chen Wenhai cast a glance at the 4,000 yuan on the ground and continued, "It appears you have been busy earning money these past 3 years. Have you settled your gambling debts? Otherwise, perhaps it would be best to take this 4,000 back. After all, it represents the hard-earned money you made far from home. There's no need for your concern, second uncle. Please keep the 4,000. From this moment onward, our two families shall sever ties." With that, Chen Dong turned to his father and declared, "Dad, let us go home. If you wish to savor Junlin's cuisine, we can dine there every day." Seeing that Chen Dong completely disregarded him, Chen Wenhai's anger flared. "This little brat, who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner, with your family's circumstances, you think you can enjoy Junlin's delicacies daily, even they wouldn't dare make such claims, yet here you are. Acting all high and mighty, are we today? I shall teach you a lesson and make you witness just how vast the gap between our families truly is." Chen Wenhai forced a smile and said, "Wenshan, look at how little Dong speaks. Severing ties, indeed, it seems that after years apart, his temper has grown considerably. Enough, I shall accept the money. Since you travelled such a distance, don't leave just yet, stay for dinner. It's merely a matter of a few extra pairs of chopsticks. Young Dong, one must not be too brash. Once you taste Junlin's dishes, you won't be so boastful." Just as Chen Dong was about to turn and leave, he halted, turning his head with a wry smile, and said, "You truly wish for me to attend the wedding? Let me make this clear, if I attend, your banquet shall not proceed." Chen Wenhai dismissed Chen Dong's words entirely. What storm could a mere returnee bring? Har, Wenshan, when you have a moment, perhaps you should have a word with Dong. This child seems to have lost his senses on his return, truly believing himself to be someone of importance. With that, Chen Wenhai strode into the banquet, instructing staff to collect the money on the ground. He could not bring himself to bend down for money, especially when it belonged to Chen Dong's family. "Daughter, about that money," Han Mai finally found the opportunity to ask her son. "Mom, worry not. My return this time is truly different. You can rest assured about the money, and there are even greater surprises to come." Chen Jiujiu interlocked her arm with Han Mai's, speaking in a tone of feigned innocence. The elderly couple remained somewhat skeptical about Chen Dong, yet they felt entirely at ease with their daughter. Since she had said so, they decided not to press further. "Daughter, you were too harsh with your words earlier. No matter the quarrel, as a junior, you should not speak to your second uncle in such a manner. If anyone is to confront him, it should be me." Chen Wenshan reprimanded, though there was no real reproach in his eyes. Despite the ethical implications of Chen Dong's actions, they were undeniably gratifying. Unbeknownst to him, his son had become a protective tree, able to shield him from the storms of life. "Dad, if others respect me by a foot, I shall respect them by a mile. The Chen Wenhai family is not deserving of my respect," Chen Dong declared. "Alas, what did you mean by saying the wedding banquet would not proceed? You cannot disrupt the wedding, that would only serve as a source of mockery for the relatives." Chen Wenshan felt it prudent to offer a warning, sensing that his son had returned with a newfound boldness. "Rest assured, if I were to attend their wedding, it would be a testament to the glory that Chen Wenhai's ancestors earned over 8 generations. Chen Dong declared with pride. "Smack! You insolent child, he is your second uncle. His ancestors are your ancestors as well, speak not such nonsense." Chen Wenshan admonished, delivering a sharp slap to his son's nape, swiftly bringing the proud Chen Dong back to reality. My apologies, Chen Dong chuckled, though despite the chastisement, he felt a warmth in his heart. This sensation was something he could never experience in the world of cultivation. Before long, the Chen family entered the wedding venue. The atmosphere was vibrant, and as they stepped inside, they drew many curious gazes. The expressions directed at them varied: astonishment, disdain, scorn, sympathy. In an instant, the Chen family became the topic of conversation among all the guests. Those unfamiliar with Chen Dong were left puzzled, but once inquiries were made, their expressions shifted to mockery. "Mr. Chen Wenshan, right, your family's seating is over here, please follow me." A server approached and guided the Chen family to the most secluded corner. "This is too much, we are still family, how dare he treat us this way?" Chen Jiujiu cried out in indignation, her frustration palpable. Having worked as a server at Junlin Hotel, she understood the significance of their assigned table. In a wedding of this scale, with so many aspects managed by the event company, this particular table was designated for the wedding staff, barely qualifying as a seat. It was glaringly obvious that this was meant to embarrass Chen Dong's family. "Jiujiu, sit down, don't be hasty, he will surely invite us to the front later." Chen Dong smiled gently, pulling out chairs for his parents to sit. Goodness, they actually sat down. They have no shame, willing to stoop so low for a free meal. Sure, keep your voice down, don't let him hear you, be careful he doesn't come to ask you for money. It seems Chen Dong's 3 years of disappearance have not fared him well. Look, he even brought a snakeskin bag to the wedding, planning to collect scraps. Perhaps he intends to take some dishes home, after all, they may only get to eat Junan's cuisine once in their lifetime. Some relatives who recognized Chen Dong whispered mercilessly, their words sharp and unrelenting. The snakeskin bag in Chen Dong's hand became the focal point of ridicule, while the Chen Wenhai family attended to their guests, their thoughts remained fixated on Chen Dong's family, seeing the ongoing mockery, their lips curled into faint smiles. Little Dong, should we perhaps leave? Han Mai suggested, fearing her son might be unable to withstand the provocation. Not at all. I faced far worse than this is nothing. Chen Dong reassured with a smile. At that moment, an elderly man with a head of white hair approached slowly. Upon seeing him, Chen Wenshan immediately stood up. Third uncle, what brings you here? Little Dong, Jiujia, greet your third grandfather. Third grandfather Chen Dong and Chen Jiujia rose to pay their respects. Sit, please. The elderly man wore a kindly expression, gesturing for Chen Dong and the others to take their seats. He looked at Chen Dong with affection. It's good to have you back, little Dong. I have watched you grow up. I know your heart is kind. Your parents have had a tough time these years. As a son, you must repay their kindness upon your return. Facing this elder, Chen Dong felt immense gratitude. 3 years prior, when Chen Wenshan sought a loan, the elderly man had unhesitatingly provided him with 20,000 yuan from his pension. Later, when Chen Dong's debt issues surfaced, the old man never came to demand repayment. Chen Dong replied respectfully, Third grandfather, worry not, my return this time is to rectify past mistakes. Good, away, you are still young, it is never too late, come visit me sometime, I recall you loved my braised pork the most, I shall make it for you. The elderly man beamed with joy. Excellent. Chen Dong nodded earnestly. After exchanging a few more words with Chen Wenshan, the elder prepared to leave. Third grandfather, please wait a moment. Chen Dong called out, placing the snakeskin bag on the table. This scene caught everyone's attention. What was he up to? The dishes had yet to be served, and there was nothing to pack. Amidst the audience's curiosity, Chen Dong deliberately raised his voice. Third grandfather, you provided me with aid in my time of need. I have long wished to express my gratitude. Now that I have returned, it is time to repay your kindness. 3 years ago, you lent me 20,000, I now return to you 40,000. The once bustling wedding venue fell into an abrupt silence. Chapter 43, The Society of Human Relationships. As the snakeskin bag was overturned, bundles of vibrant red banknotes cascaded forth, spilling across half of the banquet table. Most attendees appeared as if they had been petrified, their eyes wide and unblinking, heavy breaths escaping their lips. This wedding venue, aside from the company owners and executives seated at the front tables, the remainder were mere common folk. These ordinary citizens had never before laid eyes on such a staggering amount of money, which piled together resembled a small mountain. Dong, where did you acquire all this money? Chen Wenshan sprang to his feet as if the table had transformed into a searing coal. Father, rest assured, this money is mine, earned honestly, neither stolen nor borrowed, just consider it a stroke of good fortune, Chen Dong reassured. For third uncle, who had lived for so many years, this was a spectacle he had never witnessed before. Leaving him momentarily dazed, Chen Dong directly placed 4 bundles of cash into third uncle's hands, saying, please accept this money. Had it not been for your assistance back in the day, I might not have made it to this moment. Third uncle stammered, glancing at the money in his hands and then at Chen Dong's family, trembling with uncertainty. Alas, Chen Dong sighed heavily, acknowledging that his reputation among relatives was indeed tarnished. Even with wealth in hand, he hesitated to claim it, fearful of potential legal troubles. In a moment of desperation, he produced a bank receipt as proof. Third uncle, look, this is the bank's official documentation, complete with their seal and my signature. You can take this money without worry. If you refuse, I shall set it ablaze. With that, Chen Dong brandished a lighter, prepared to incinerate the cash. No. I shall take it. Dong, you have truly made something of yourself. Third uncle's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, feeling more gratified by Chen Dong's accomplishments than by the money itself. The gathered relatives watched in envy as third uncle, who had lent 20,000, now received back 40,000. The return on investment was astronomical, 3 years for a simple doubling, surpassing even the most usurious of loans. Dong. I am your cousin, remember when I lent your family 10,000 back in the day? A middle-aged man cautiously approached. I remember, indeed, apologies for the delay in repayment. Here are 20,000 for you, please count it, Chen Dong replied with a smile, handing over 2 bundles of cash. No need to count, I know your character well, I did not misjudge you back then. The middle-aged man's grin widened at the sight of the money. One by one, all relatives who had previously lent Chen Dong money could no longer sit still. They rose from their seats, eagerly flocking towards Chen Dong's family with extraordinary enthusiasm, as if it were a wedding celebration for Chen Dong himself. Mother and father, you are fully aware of the debts incurred. Let us repay all the relatives who lent us money in double. Chen Dong delegated this task to his parents. Instantly, a torrent of flattery and praise engulfed Chen Wenshan and Han Mai. Initially bewildered, the couple gradually lost themselves in the flood of compliments. Chen Wenshan, who was already proud and concerned with appearances, found his pride bolstered by the relatives' admiration, leaving his mouth agape in disbelief. While the atmosphere was jubilant on one side, the Chen Wenhai family sat in stark contrast, cold and desolate. Chen Wenhai and his son ground their teeth in frustration. They had spent the majority of their savings hosting a grand banquet, seeking to uphold their dignity, only to find all attention diverted to Chen Dong's family. In light of this, Chen Wenhai regretted not lending money to Chen Dong back then. Double repayment. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have sold off his assets to assist Chen Dong. Watching relatives joyfully clutching their money, he felt as if he had missed a fortune, his insides twisting with regret. But regret is a luxury not afforded in this world. Soon, the money in the snakeskin bag was halved, and all debts to relatives were settled. Yet, those relatives lingered, unwilling to depart, enthusiastically engaging Chen Wenshan in conversation. With such generous relatives, who cared about Chen Wenhai's wedding banquet, Chen Dong's actions had effectively brought the festivities to a standstill. Chen Wenhai's face darkened to a shade akin to charcoal. Is this what you meant when you said the wedding could not proceed? Chen Dong, you are far too naive, you are still too young. Chen Wenhai strode onto the wedding stage, seizing the microphone. May I have your attention, please? Today is indeed a joyous occasion. On one hand, it is my son's wedding, and on the other, it is the return of my nephew, Chen Dong, whom I have watched grow up. The situation of Chen Dong is well known to our Chen family. 3 years ago, he was ensnared by gambling, drowning in debt, abandoning his family and wife. He vanished for 3 long years. Little did I expect my nephew to one day strike it rich. As his elder, I am genuinely delighted. One may strike the man, but not the face, reveal the faults without exposing the flaws. Chen Wenhai laid bare Chen Dong's past indiscretions, making even strangers at the banquet aware of his 3-year ordeal. However, Chen Wenhai was not finished. He shifted his tone to that of a reprimand. But today, as your elder, I must offer you a few words. Young people must not become arrogant with newfound wealth. Humility is essential. Just look at the esteemed individuals seated here today, each one worth millions. Are they not wealthier than you? Their success stems from their modesty. It is a blessing for these distinguished guests to attend my son's wedding, a fortune for our Chen family. Allow me to introduce them. Clearing his throat, Chen Wenhai pointed to a rotund, oily gentleman in the audience. This gentleman is Mr. Wang, the owner of Blue Island Yonggang Company. This gentleman is Mr. Zhang, the owner of Fully Building Materials. This gentleman. This tactic proved effective as the crowd's attention swiftly returned to Chen Wenhai's family. It was clear to all that while Chen Dong may have wealth, it was not his own. Such fortunes are fleeting. In contrast, these affluent business magnates had established careers, and in a society where connections are paramount, they represented future opportunities for employment. Even if one does not seek work, one must consider their offspring. With their formidable network, the Chen Wenhai family became the center of admiration. Chen has truly made a name for himself, inviting so many prominent figures. Indeed, our Chen family is fortunate to have someone like Chen emerge. Little Chen, you often played with my son back in the day. Remember, that rascal has struggled to find a proper job since graduation. You must lend him a hand. Feeling the warmth of renewed familial affection, Chen Wenhai and Chen Zhen could not suppress their smug smiles. Chen Zhen cast a taunting glance towards Chen Dong, a look that clearly conveyed, you, Chen Dong, merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Such fortune is not guaranteed to repeat itself. But I, on the other hand, possess a network that will one day yield abundant rewards. What will become of you then, left to squander your wealth? On Chen Dong's side, aside from a few particularly close relatives, the rest had already rushed over to curry favor with Chen Wenhai. Why are they acting this way? They laughed more heartily than anyone when receiving money, yet now they turn their backs. Chen Zhujiu exclaimed, furious. It matters not, they are merely looking out for themselves, and there is no fault in that. However, Chen Zhen's gaze unsettles me. Zhujiu, I must trouble you to make a trip to the office of the owner of Junlin Hotel. You should know where it is. Please ask him to come down to see me, Chen Dong said, tapping the table before him nonchalantly. At that moment, Chen Zhen approached, beaming with confidence. Chen Dong, I heard from my father that you intend to disrupt my wedding. It seems your plans will come to naught. With this small sum of money you acquired through sheer luck, you think you can impress me. You are sorely mistaken. Chen Dong calmly lifted his cup of tea, took a sip, and replied, who told you my plans would fail? Believe it or not, I could terminate your wedding banquet with a single word. Har har har. Chen Zhen erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke, clutching his stomach until tears streamed down his face. Chen Dong, you may not be aware, but the new lobby manager of Junlin Hotel is my friend. Do you really think they would heed your words over mine? Chapter 44. I feel ashamed. New lobby manager. Chen Dong suddenly recalled that the previous manager had seemingly met his demise at his hands. Chen Zhen continued, you know what, my buddy mentioned that this wedding banquet is being offered to me at a 30% discount. Brother, no matter how wealthy you are, sometimes connections are what truly matter. As he spoke, a dapperly dressed man, exuding vigor and confidence, strode over. Arshan, how's everything going? Is the wedding proceeding smoothly? The man greeted Chen Zhen with a smile. Chen Zhen's eyes brightened, and he quickly replied, Old Han, I was just talking about you with my brother. Your brother? When did you acquire a brother? Old Han looked puzzled. Oh, it's Chen Dong, my cousin I mentioned to you. Chen Zhen casually explained. Old Han paused for a moment, then suddenly seemed to remember, exclaiming, oh, I recall now, isn't he the one who ran off after accumulating a mountain of gambling debt, abandoning his wife and family? Weren't you the one who said he died out there? Not only is he alive, but he's also become quite formidable. Just a moment ago, he was adamant about having Junlin Hotel cancel my wedding. Old Han, what do you think about this? Har har, your cousin is quite the character. If I didn't know better, I'd think Junlin Hotel belonged to him. To harbor such delusions is quite the affliction. I happen to know of an excellent psychiatric hospital. Perhaps you should take your cousin for a visit. Mention my name for a discount. The two continued their banter, completely disregarding Chen Dong. In the face of their provocations, Chen Dong remained unfazed. If trivial matters could provoke him, he would have long perished in the realm of cultivation. By the way, you should thank me for your position as lobby manager. Is it appropriate for you to speak to me this way? Chen Dong cast a sidelong glance at Old Han, speaking with indifference. Har har, Arjun, your cousin. Har har, perhaps he should hurry to get himself checked out. He is hilarious. Thank him for my promotion. I've arrived at this position through hard work and perseverance. Is that so? A mocking glint filled Chen Dong's eyes. Some people just love to embellish their achievements. If that fellow Yin hadn't perished, would this managerial position have anything to do with you? This statement seemed to strike a nerve with Manager Han, causing him to erupt with fury. He could hardly tolerate such remarks. Ever since his promotion, he had been subjected to the incessant whispers of others claiming he had merely inherited a dead man's position, that he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Men are sensitive about their pride, and while he might have endured humiliation as a lowly employee, he was no longer in that position. He was a manager, his status had changed, and so had the value of his pride. Don't he blame me for not giving you face? Old Han remarked coldly. Chen Zhen found amusement in this. Wasn't the purpose of bringing Old Han here to deal with Chen Dong. Please, do not spare me any niceties. Unleash your full might against my foolish cousin, and let him witness the prowess of his elder brother. Do not concern yourself with me. It is only fitting to teach a young man a lesson. Chen Zhen suppressed his laughter and then admonished Chen Dong. If you truly enrage my buddy, your entire family will be thrown out. This admonition appeared directed at Chen Dong, yet it was implicitly aimed at Old Han. The goal was to have Old Han expel Chen. Nothing could be more humiliating than being ejected from a hotel. Chen Zhen looked at Chen Dong, silently praying he would not back down, that he would stand firm. Chen Dong glanced at Chen Zhen, whose intentions were written all over his face, lacking any subtlety. Apologize. Can he even bear it? Chen Dong's tone was flat, his gaze completely dismissive of the two. Old Han was incensed. Did he truly not regard himself as a leader, a mere gambling addict there to treat him with such disdain? Meanwhile, Chen Zhen was reveling in joy. Chen Dong was still as reckless as 3 years ago, unafraid of anyone. Har, I can't bear it. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Manager Han glared at Chen Dong, his face darkening. Nearby, Chen Wenshan and Han Mai, who had been engaged in conversation with relatives, sensed the tension and hurried over to smooth things over, apologizing on Chen Dong's behalf. To their surprise, Manager Han not only dismissed their apologies but also looked at Chen Dong's parents with disdain. You two old fools, do you even deserve to smack? Before Manager Han could finish, he was sent flying, scattering shards of teeth in his wake. The right side of his face swelled visibly. Everyone stared in astonishment at Chen. That slap was brutally swift, striking without a moment's warning. Chen Dong, have you lost your mind? He's the manager of Junlin Hotel. Do you wish to get us all kicked out? Chen Zhen was the first to regain his senses after a brief stupor. He had not anticipated that Chen Dong would resort to such violence. This was an entirely different person from before. You dare hit me. You're finished. Security. Manager Han clutched his numbed right cheek, wishing he could. Soon, a team of security personnel rushed in. Beat him to a pulp. Manager Han roared, seeing so many people surrounding Chen Dong. Han Mai panicked. Arjun, quickly, save your brother. He was just impulsive. We are willing to compensate. Han Mai grasped Chen Zhen's arm, disregarding the dignity of their elders as she pleaded with a younger relative. Chen Zhen shook off Han Mai's hand, coldly stating, save him. On what grounds? Old Han is my buddy. Chen Dong struck my buddy, and I haven't sought retribution. Why should I save him? If anyone is to be blamed, it's Chen Dong for being foolish, thinking he can act recklessly just because he has some money. Han Mai remained undeterred, pleading again, Arjun, I know Chen Dong made a mistake, but he is still your cousin. We are family. Can you speak to your friends on his behalf? We are willing to compensate, whatever the amount. Har, family, I find that utterly embarrassing. Chen Zhen stepped back in disgust, sneering, do not plead with me. It will do you no good. This beating is unavoidable, and you will have to pay for it. Upon hearing this, Han Mai and Chen Wenshan were filled with anxiety. They did not mind paying, but facing so many security guards, even the toughest individual could be harmed. What? Get to it. Manager Han barked. I dare you to try. At that moment, a powerful voice resonated through the air. Everyone turned to see Chen Jiujiu approaching with a middle-aged man. What was happening? Had Chen Dong's family found a powerful ally? Mr. Chen, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? I would have personally welcomed you. The owner of Junlin Hotel approached enthusiastically, his back drenched in cold sweat. Who are you? Know your place and leave. This is not your domain. Chen Zhen was excessively arrogant, stepping forward to chase them away. He presumed that with Chen Dong's social standing, the most he could know were the security team leaders from the gambling den. Unfortunately, Chen Zhen failed to notice that Manager Han had turned as pale as a sheet, his soul nearly escaping him. Oh owner, Manager Han's voice was barely audible, yet it rang painfully in this moment. Chen Zhen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, even questioning if his ears were malfunctioning. You call him what, boss? He is the owner of Junlin Hotel. Chen Jun shouted in disbelief, resembling a startled groundhog. The owner of Junlin Hotel cast a cold glance at Chen Jun, ignoring him entirely as he approached Manager Han. Little Han, I believed you to be a clever child who wouldn't offend those you shouldn't. I never expected that after your promotion, you would be even more reckless than before you're fired. Boss, say nothing, it would be better for everyone if you resigned voluntarily, otherwise, do not blame me for lacking compassion. After addressing Manager Han, the owner turned, Chen, is this resolution satisfactory to you? If not, I can terminate him immediately. Manager Han collapsed in despair, having barely settled into his managerial role before losing it. Witnessing his boss groveling before Chen Dong, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. At this moment, he was filled with regret. The wedding venue was enveloped in silence. Everyone was perplexed as to why the esteemed owner of Junlin Hotel was so subservient before Chen Dong. This was utterly unbelievable. While Chen Jun's mind short-circuited, Chen Dong's calm voice echoed in his ear. I told you, your wedding must be cancelled. Do you believe I possess the capability to enforce that now? Chapter 45. There are ups and downs of life. I have stated that your wedding must be halted. Do you now believe I possess the capability to do so? Suddenly turning around, Chen Jun's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that Chen Dong would be acquainted with the owner of Junlin Hotel. For someone of such stature, halting his wedding would merely require a single utterance. Brother, we are family. Just moments ago, I distinctly heard someone declare that being related to us was a source of shame. Chen Dong scoffed coldly, observing the playful smile on Chen Dong's face. Chen Jun began to panic. If this wedding were truly to be interrupted, his family would become the laughingstock of Lan Island City. Brother, I was merely jesting. Our blood ties are thicker than water. Chen Jun forced a smile. Is that so? Chen Jun glanced at the rural-clad elderly couple, his flesh quivering involuntarily. Logically speaking, as the nephew, he had no qualms about kneeling before his uncle and aunt. However, having been influenced by Chen Wenhai since childhood, he harbored an inherent disdain for Chen Dong's family and had never regarded Chen Wenshan and Han Mai as elders. The thought of kneeling now was a psychological burden he could scarcely bear, yet, to refuse would mean that his family would become a subject of ridicule from this day forth. Weighing his options, Chen Jun's knees gradually bent. Breaking news. The head of the Lin family, Mr. Lin Gong, accompanied by young Master Lin Zimo, has arrived to extend their congratulations for the wedding. At that moment, a staff member rushed in, panting heavily. Upon hearing this, Chen Jun's knees, which had only just begun to bend, snapped straight. While the owner of Junlin Hotel was certainly formidable, he paled in comparison to the Lin family. This revelation instantly transformed the previously subdued wedding venue into a cacophony of excitement. Everyone turned their astonished gazes towards Chen Jun. The Lin family, are they not? Is there another Lin family in Lan Island? Unbelievable. Not only have we seen the owner of Junlin Hotel today, but even the head of the Lin family has come. Ultimately, Chen Jun has outdone himself. This prestige, TSK, even old Master Lin has personally attended the wedding. Not only were the onlookers astonished, but even Chen Wenhai wore a bewildered expression. My son, when did you establish a connection with? I did collaborate with Lin's construction recently, but I never even laid eyes on any member of the Lin family, Chen Jun replied, equally perplexed. Hearing his son's words, Chen Wenhai's joy surged. My son. It must have been that collaboration that revealed your talents to the Lin family. They wish to curry favor with you. Is that so? Chen Jun pondered, recalling the praise received from Lin's construction during the last collaboration. Could it be that my hidden potential has been discovered by the Lin family? Indeed, gold will shine regardless of its location. The arrival of the Lin family made Chen Jun feel as if he had regained his footing. Chen Dong, your performance today has indeed surprised me. However, in the end, I still hold the upper hand. You have heard of the Lin family, correct? Do you understand what it signifies for the Lin family to attend my wedding? Chen Jun raised his chin, resembling a victorious. With the Lin family backing me, who would dare to interrupt the wedding? The owner of Junlin Hotel gazed at Chen Jun as if he were utterly bewildered. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from outside the banquet. Soon, 2 rows of bodyguards clad in black entered, followed by an elderly gentleman and a young man. The elder, with his white hair yet spirited demeanor, was dressed impeccably, exuding an aura of authority that compelled the ordinary attendees to instinctively bow in deference. The younger man, handsome and poised, epitomized the etiquette of a distinguished family. These were truly the upper echelons of society, their entrance marked by an extraordinary presence. Chen Wenhai and his son, Chen Jun, rushed forward to greet them. Old Master Lin, your presence at my son's wedding truly elevates the occasion. Chen Wenhai beamed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Stop. Just as Chen Wenhai approached Lin Gong, a bodyguard stepped in to block his path. Lin Gong, perplexed, inquired, who are you? Huh. Chen Wenhai was taken aback, swiftly realizing that the Lin family was interested in his son, so it was only natural that they did not recognize him. Thus, he called Chen Jun over and reintroduced himself. Old Master Lin, I am Chen Jun's father. Son, greet our esteemed guest. Head of the Lin family. Chen Jun exclaimed, exhilarated. Here stood a genuine titan of Lan Island City, a figure he had only ever seen on television, and today he was able. Such an encounter alone provided ample fodder for boasting. Oh, who is Chen Jun? Before the father and son could bask in their joy, Lin Gong's words left them frozen in place. The onlookers were equally bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't the Lin family come to attend the wedding? How could they not even recognize the groom? Old Master Lin, you jest, are you not here to celebrate my son's wedding? This is my son, Chen, the groom of the day. Chen Wenhai stammered, his voice trembling with anxiety. If this were a misunderstanding, it would be a monumental embarrassment, yet, today, only their family was getting married. There should be no possibility of error. Oh, how could I forget, I am indeed here for the wedding. Lin Gong slapped his forehead, as if suddenly recalling something. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenhai and Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, their anxious hearts finally at ease. However, in the next moment, both father and son were left dumbfounded. Lin Gong continued, I am here to find Mr. Chen Dong. I heard he was attending his cousin's wedding, so we took the liberty of coming. Lin Gong scanned the crowd and soon spotted Chen Dong, hurrying over with Lin Zimo in tow, and remarked amiably, Mr. Chen, I hope our unexpected visit has not disrupted the normal proceedings of the wedding. Not at all, the wedding has just concluded. Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. Boom, it felt as though a thunderclap had struck the minds of all present. The Lin family had come specifically for Chen Dong. Just moments ago, they had mocked Chen Dong as a mere fortunate bumpkin, devoid of connections, yet now, the owner of Junlin Hotel and the head of the Lin family had become his allies. These connections alone eclipsed the status of Chen Chen's so-called bosses and executives. As Chen Chen watched the Lin family pass by him, he felt the world spin around him, his ears ringing. The extreme highs and lows of life were simply overwhelming. This is Chen Wenshan and Han Mai were equally astonished. How could a legendary figure from Lan Island City come to meet their son, Chen's parents? Lin Gong grasped Chen Wenshan's hand warmly, exclaiming, to have raised such an exceptional individual as Mr. Chen, your contributions are undoubtedly significant. I hope you will not take offense at our unannounced visit. For the first time, Chen Dong witnessed this expression on his father's face and couldn't help but smile. He then followed the previously agreed upon script and inquired, Old Master Lin, may I ask if there is an important matter that brings you here today? Indeed. Lin Gong beckoned, and Lin Zimo promptly retrieved a property deed from his briefcase, presenting it. In gratitude for Mr. Chen's previous assistance, our Lin family has prepared a gift for you. This is the deed for a villa in Qinyan Xiaoju, and the property transfer has already been completed. This villa is now yours. Wow. Another wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Qinyan Xiaoju, it was rumored that even the least expensive villa would cost upwards of 10 million. Such a lavish gift. Not only was Chen Wenshan thrown into disbelief, but everyone present felt as though they were in a dream. Chen Wenhai stood frozen, his eyes fixed on the property deed, nearly ready to burst from the intensity of his gaze. It must be fake. It had to be. What merit did Chen Dong possess to deserve this? Mr. Chen, please take a moment to examine the contents of the deed. Here is the key. Lin Gong opened the property deed, revealing the official seal inside. How much is this property worth? Lin Gong smiled faintly. Not too much, just 100 million. Chapter 46, Cluelessness and Mortality. Not too expensive, merely 100 million. A collective gasp echoed through the banquet hall. A house worth 100 million can simply be given away. Chen Wenhai and Chen Chen's eyes burned with envy, their chests heaving as if they were bellows, their minds desperately assuring themselves, this must be a dream, an absolute nightmare. Suddenly, they were struck by a wave of dizziness, and both father and son collapsed, their vision fading to black. Fortunately, the hotel staff were sufficiently professional, employing emergency techniques to revive the two. Dad, is it dawn yet? I just had a terrifying nightmare. Chen Chen mumbled, still dazed. My son, what a coincidence, I too experienced a frightful nightmare. Do take a look over there. The staff member not only helped them grasp reality but also kindly pointed out the direction. Following the staff's indication, father and son beheld the moment when Lin Gong handed the property deed to Chen Wenhan. Gasp, everything was undeniably real. Just as the two were about to succumb to the overwhelming shock once more, the staff hastily intervened to prevent their fainting. Rest assured, gentlemen, we are professionally trained. At that moment, it seemed more preferable to lose consciousness than to confront the harsh reality. Yet, the staff provided them with no such option. With the property deed exchanged between Chen Wenhan and Han Mai in their dazed state, the elderly couple reluctantly accepted the house. This was precisely Chen Dong's plan. To utilize Lin Gong to facilitate his parents' acceptance of the property, while dealing with Chen Chen's family was merely an ancillary benefit. The presence of the Chen family once again shifted the focus of the wedding to Chen Dong's family. This time, not only were the relatives of the Chen family present, but even the small business owners and executives invited by Chen Chen were eagerly trying to ingratiate themselves with the Lin family. One by one, they shed their previous airs of superiority, bending and bowing like ancient sycophantic eunuchs. It was no surprise they lacked backbone. After all, the Lin family's reputation on Blue Island was formidable. A mere hint of favor from them could fill their coffers to overflowing. In this moment, no one cared about the feelings of Chen Chen's family. The bride's family had long been infuriated and departed without so much as a word. Chen Chen and Chen Wenhai sat slumped on the ground, surrounded only by the staff member who prevented their fainting. No one else was in sight. This wedding had become a mere formality. The bride had fled, rendering any further proceedings pointless. As everyone crowded around Chen Dong's family, the banquet's entrance was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash, capturing everyone's attention. Another arrival. Could it be yet another visitor for Chen Dong? What on earth had he been up to these past 3 years? Shun's Han and Qingling entered slowly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Is that them? Upon seeing Shun's Han and his companion, Lin Gong's expression darkened, the previous day's abandonment by the Shu NWS still fresh in his mind. I am in a good leave? Chen Dong regarded the two coldly. Since yesterday, he had harbored no goodwill towards the so-called Shu NWS. Chen Dong, I am here on behalf of the Shu NWS to question you. Do you truly believe we are too timid to take action? Shun's hand strode toward Chen Dong, a pair of handcuff-like devices already appearing in his hand, clearly designed to restrain martial artists with great efficacy. The crowd, upon witnessing the items in Xunshan's grasp, scattered as if fleeing from a plague. Given the nature of the objects and the tone of Xunshan's speech, it seemed they were indeed the rumored plainclothes officers. Plainclothes officers had come to confront Chen Dong. Could it be that he had committed some transgression? Chen Zhen and Chen Wenhai perked up, craning their necks to follow the unfolding drama. Shun's Han. What are you doing? Jingling swiftly intervened, her face etched with concern as she addressed Chen Dong. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for yesterday's events. We bear no ill will today. Our leader simply wishes to discuss a few matters with you. If it is convenient, please accompany us. Accompany, that familiar phrase only deepened the suspicion of Chen Dong's alleged wrongdoing. Chen Wenhan and Han Mai wore expressions of anxiety, grasping their son's arm. Chen Dong patted his parents' hands, signaling them to remain calm, then turned to Shun's Han and his companion, his voice icy. I shall grant you both an opportunity. Any matters can be discussed later. Now, disappear from my sight at once, lest you wish for me to show no mercy to the Shu NWS. Boom, as his words fell, an invisible pressure radiated forth, causing the temperature in the banquet hall to plummet. Chen Dong. You are utterly arrogant. Do you think the Shu NWS is your family, that you may come and go as you please? You must accompany me today. Shun's Han could not tolerate Chen Dong's haughty demeanor. Since joining the Shu NWS, no martial artist had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Brandishing the handcuffs, he advanced, clearly intent on forcibly taking Chen Dong back to the Shu NWS for questioning. Shun's Han. You cannot act this way. The leader has not declared him guilty. You cannot apprehend him as if he were a criminal. Jingling exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Having felt a sense of guilt over yesterday's events, she had, ignoring Jingling's warning, Shun's Han continued to close their distance to Chen Dong. You truly are ignorant. Chen Dong's expression darkened as he took a step forward, his foot rising to strike. Golden Bell Shield. Shun's Han never anticipated that Chen Dong would dare to strike him directly. His muscle memory kicked in, and he activated his technique, his body becoming as resilient as steel, inwardly mocking Chen Dong for courting his own demise. His Golden Bell Shield had reached the 7th tier. Any martial artist of lesser cultivation would not only fail to inflict harm upon him but would also be injured by the recoil. Bang! Just as Shun's Han reveled in his superiority, he was sent flying, a footprint appearing on his chest. With a gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This is impossible. Jingling's eyes widened in disbelief. Xunshan's Golden Bell Shield had seemingly failed to provide. He had been knocked away. Was it possible that Chen Dong's cultivation surpassed his? No, that could not be. He had underestimated Chen Dong and had not prepared adequately. Jingling, take action. What are you hesitating? He has already attacked me. Shun's Han bellowed, rising to his feet once more, the Golden Bell Shield operating at full capacity, his muscles bulging like a tank as he charged. Jingling sighed. Now that they were engaged, it seemed impossible to return Chen Dong peacefully. Swish, with a swift movement, Jingling launched her attack from the side. You truly seek your own demise. Chen Dong, he had intended to avoid bloodshed in front of his parents, hoping to intimidate them into retreating, yet they had only pressed further. As Shun's Han barreled toward him, Chen Dong delivered another kick, sending Shun's Han flying even farther. Without even glancing back, Chen Dong extended his right hand, seizing Jingling's delicate neck. Yesterday, you abandoned us and fled. I could overlook that, yet you have the audacity to seek me out. Do you truly believe I, Chen Dong, am as malleable as clay? Chen Dong murmured, tightening his grip around Jingling's throat. Jingling struggled to break free, pounding on Chen Dong's arm, but her efforts were futile. His arm was as unyielding as forged iron. Before long, Jingling's complexion turned a shade of purple, her eyes glazing over, on the brink of death at Chen Dong's hands. Please. I was wrong. Chen Dong, I was wrong. I was arrogant and presumptuous. Jingling has always spoken well of you. If anyone is to be harmed, let it be me. Panicked at the sight of Chen Dong's murderous intent, Shun's Han attempted to intervene, yet his injuries left him unable to. Smack! At that moment, a shoe struck the back of Chen Dong's head. Chapter 47, Chivalry and Justice. You insolent wretch, do you dare to rebel? Chen Wenshan brandished a shoe in hand, his eyes blazing as he admonished Chen Dong. Have I not made? Release her at once. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant with Chen Wenshan's intervention. Dad, please don't hit. Stop it. I'll let go right now. Han Mai rushed to support Jingling, her concern evident as she inquired about her well-being. Cough. Auntie, cough. I'm fine. Jingling clutched her neck, still shaken from the harrowing. Your neck is bruised. Han Mai glared at Jingling's delicate neck, marred by a glaring handprint, her anger flaring. You scoundrel, I thought you had turned over a new leaf, yet your old vices have merely morphed into new ones. Old man, strike him, break this rascal's hand and let us see if he dares to fight again. Fear not, young lady, I shall take matters into my own hands today and ensure this boy's hand is broken. Are Jingling and Han Mai and Chen Wenshan appeared to be avenging Jingling, yet their true intent was to protect Chen Dong. After all, it was a fact that Chen Dong had resorted to violence, and as parents, their aim was to impart a lesson in hopes of curbing any further transgressions. Uncle, please stop. Truly, it was our fault today. We should not have spoken to Chen Dong in such a manner. Qingling, regaining her composure, stepped forward to intercede. Did Chen Dong commit some transgression outside? We are with the relevant authorities. Yes, we are agents from the relevant departments, here to inquire about Mr. Chen Dong. Once we finish our questions, there should be no further issues. Qingling quickly explained. Is that so, you rascal? Hurry and cooperate, if you dare to fight. Oh, Mr. Lin and young Master Lin, I must trouble you both as well. They need not accompany us. I can manage alone. Qingling attempted to include Lin Gong but was cut off by Chen Dong. Recalling Chen Dong's earlier terrifying demeanor, she decided to relent. Mr. Lin, I shall leave the ensuing matters to you. Please take my parents to view the house and help them settle in. Zhejiu, remember your assigned task, and should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me. Parents, if all goes well, we should return home tonight. If not, it will be the following day, so do not worry about me. Having made the arrangements, Chen Dong departed the wedding banquet alongside Qingling, casting a disdainful snort at Dunshan as they passed. Dunshan, catching the intensity of Chen Dong's gaze, shivered involuntarily. Ultimately, it was Qingling who bore the injured Dunshan away from the wedding festivities. Watching Chen Dong leave, Chen Wenshan and Han Mai exchanged anxious glances. Despite Qingling and Chen Dong's assurances of safety, the fact that their son had drawn the attention of the authorities and was being taken away left them far from at ease. Zhejiu, you and your brother have been close these past few days. Tell us the truth, what has Donger been up to outside? What task has he assigned to you? Chen Wenshan fixed his gaze on Chen Zhejiu, inquiring earnestly. My brother, Chen Zhejiu, as she explained, my brother has been upholding justice. Over the past 3 years, he has honed his skills, and when he picked me up that night, he happened upon a robbery and gallantly intervened to save someone. That is likely why the authorities are seeking him. As for the task, my brother merely asked me to keep an eye on my sister-in-law. There is nothing particularly special about it. Lin Gong chimed in, eager to corroborate. Indeed, Mr. Chen has acquired remarkable skills and even saved my life. Thus, this villa is my token of gratitude. In the future, I wish to employ Mr. Chen as our personal bodyguard, with an annual salary of 1 million, no, 10 million. Rest assured, Mr. Chen will handle matters outside with utmost capability. Though Chen Zhejiu's statements may have contained embellishments, Lin Gong's words garnered unwavering belief from all present. They could not fathom a reason for the esteemed head of the Lin family to deceive them. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenshan and Han Mai breathed a sigh of relief, their expression softening with gratitude, so that is the case. 3 years without news, and it turns out he was honing his craft. This child ought to have informed us. Mr. Lin, I will rely on you to look after my son. Please do not hesitate to assign him any arduous tasks. Not at all. Lin Gong's heart raced at the thought of imposing such labor on Chen Dong. He wished to preserve his own longevity. With the storm now settled, the revelation of Chen Dong's secret after 3 years stirred envy among many, as he had undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming the personal Chen Zhen and Chen Wenhai appeared ashen, fully aware that their chances for redemption had vanished. Meanwhile, Chen Dong and Qingling arrived at the Shu NWS. Chen Dong was escorted to a room resembling a guest suite, furnished with all necessary amenities. Satisfied with the accommodations, he felt at ease. Dunshan and Qingling were dispatched to the treatment room of the Shu NWS. High-level Earth stage, he must be at the late stage of... Who would have thought that apart from the infamous Huang Laomor, there lurked another adept at the Earth stage in Blue Island City. Dunshan lay on the hospital bed, trembling slightly, still shaken from his previous terror. I had warned you to be more... It was clearly our fault yesterday, yet you barged in so brazenly. Now look where it has led. You endured the beating while I barely escaped with my life. Qingling scolded Dunshan, visibly irritated. I had no inkling. The intelligence indicated he might be at the late stage of the Shen realm. No one anticipated he would be this formidable. At such a young age, he has already reached the late stage of the Earth realm. Such a talent for cultivation could only be rivaled by the disciples of ancient martial families. Dunshan lamented, still shaking. I hope the leaders exercise caution. I sense that Chen Dong is unlike ordinary warriors. He shows no fear of the Shu NWS. During our encounter at the hotel, I could feel that he genuinely intended to kill me without a hint of hesitation. Qingling recalled the incident with trepidation, adding, I have a foreboding feeling that our regulations may not bind him. Should we provoke him, it may be the Shu NWS that suffers the consequences. At her words, Dunshan paused, incredulous. Surely not, no matter how strong Chen Dong may be. Our Shu NWS is guarded by a heavenly stage master, and it is said that a celestial level expert also resides within. Can he truly turn the tide single-handedly? Listening to Dunshan's assertions, Qingling fell silent. She merely harbored an unsettling premonition, convinced that the strength Chen Dong had displayed was but a fraction, perhaps even less than 1%, of his true capabilities. This intuition had proven accurate in the past, having saved her life on several occasions. In summary, Chen Dong could be an ally but must never be made an enemy. In the room, Chen Dong sat cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, a click echoed as the door lock turned, and several individuals clad in black uniforms entered, led by a middle-aged man with a square face. Upon entering, the square-faced man slammed a hand on the table, indignantly accusing, Chen Dong, do you know your crimes? Chapter 48, The Invitation from the Suspended Martial Affairs Commission. The middle-aged man with a square face wore a stern expression, his sharp gaze fixated on Chen Dong. If you have something to discuss, speak plainly. Chen Dong sat cross-legged on the bed, too lethargic to even open his eyes. Noticing Chen Dong's indifference, the square-faced man softened his demeanor significantly, waving his hand to dismiss the uniformed officers behind him. For those who were apprehended for the first time, a display of slight firmness was often sufficient to exert considerable psychological pressure, making subsequent interrogations considerably smoother. Clearly, this tactic bore no fruit with Chen Dong. There's no rush. My name is Zhang Yuyang, you may call me Uncle Zhang. Let us engage in a casual conversation first. I've heard you were missing for 3 years, and I am quite curious about what you experienced during that time that has rendered you so formidable. Zhang Yuyang pulled up a chair and sat before Chen Dong, resembling an old friend, entirely shedding his earlier menacing facade. The initial intimidation had failed, thus, he resorted to the second strategy, fostering familiarity. By engaging in conversation, he aimed to bridge the gap between them before gradually steering the dialogue towards the information he sought. Slowly, Chen Dong opened his eyes and replied coolly, "This is your last chance, ask what you wish, or I shall take my leave." Zhang Yuyang was taken aback, for he was, after all, Chen Dong's elder. Did he not deserve any semblance of respect? Nonetheless, this revelation illuminated Chen Dong's character. For Zhang Yuyang, clearing his throat, he adopted a serious tone. "Very well, I will dispense with the pleasantries. Why did Huang Kailang spare you? Did you agree to any conditions? Where is he now?" Zhang Yuyang's gaze was penetrating, scrutinizing the subtle shifts in Chen Dong's expression. He had anticipated that Chen Dong would elaborate in response to his 3 inquiries, yet he was met with nothing more than a terse reply. "It's quite simple, he is dead," Chen Dong stated flatly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. "Dead? Impossible." Zhang Yuyang sprang to his feet, unable to maintain his previous composure. It was important to note that Huang Kailang was a ruthless individual whom even Elder Yi could not subdue. Was it conceivable that this young man before him surpassed Elder Yi in prowess? No, that was utterly implausible. To slay Huang Kailang, one would at least need to be a celestial tier warrior. The celestial tier represented the pinnacle of martial prowess, an echelon that commanded respect wherever one ventured. Though the difference between the celestial and earth tiers was merely 1 level, that divide was akin to a chasm. Those who achieved the celestial tier were invariably prodigies, a rarity among millions. Could Chen Dong possibly be such a genius? Perhaps, but a celestial tier warrior in their 20s was simply chilling. Taking a few deep breaths, Zhang Yuyang regained his composure and returned to his chair, reflecting on Chen Dong's expression when he spoke. It had shown no signs of deception. Yet, he remained unconvinced that Chen Dong was telling the truth, concluding that Chen Dong possessed a formidable mental fortitude, allowing him to lie with ease. In the estimation of the suspended Martial Affairs Commission, Huang Kailang had already reached the celestial tier. "You claim he is dead. Do you truly believe you could slay a celestial master?" Zhang Yuyang pressed further, convinced that no lie was flawless. With persistent questioning, even the most robust psychological defenses could falter, creating openings for falsehoods to emerge. Confronted by Zhang Yuyang's hawk-like gaze, Chen Dong smirked disdainfully. "And what of the celestial tier? Even before the thunderous celestial, one may be reduced to ash." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuyang was momentarily, "If you don't believe me, you may inquire with the 3 who fled in terror yesterday. Although they escaped swiftly, they should have caught sight of the thunderbolt." Chen Dong replied with a mocking tone. Zhang Yuyang could easily discern the disdain Chen Dong harbored for the suspended Martial Affairs Commission. However, he had no time to dwell on that. He moved to a corner and made a phone call. After hanging up, Zhang Yuyang returned to his seat. "I have dispatched personnel to investigate the site where the lightning struck yesterday. If Huang Kailang truly perished by lightning, we shall surely uncover some traces. Until then, I must trouble you to remain here and cooperate." Such an inconvenience. Chen Dong frowned slightly. Though displeased, he suppressed his irritation for the sake of his parents. He merely hoped that this matter could be resolved cleanly, ensuring that the suspended Martial Affairs Commission would not trouble his family again. "The matters involving Huang Kailang are quite serious. Since you have not colluded with him, I can now address another issue." Zhang Yuyang, believing the questioning was concluded, was surprised when he not only remained but also wore a smile as he continued. "Is it regarding the Junlin Hotel and the Gao family villa?" Chen Dong surmised, understanding that these 2 cases would inevitably require clarification. "Whether they are deemed innocent or guilty hinges upon your personal choice," Zhang Yuyang replied with a smile. "What do you mean?" Chen Dong furrowed his brow. "Your youthful prowess in defeating both Shun. Thus, the suspended Martial Affairs Commission intends to recruit you as a member. Once you join, you will possess the authority to act justly, defining both Master Mar and the Gao family. Joining the suspended Martial Affairs Commission to serve the nation, protect the weak, and fight for justice is your rightful path." Protect the weak, fight for justice. Indeed, the suspended Martial Affairs Commission was established precisely. I ask you, what has your suspended Martial Affairs Commission been doing while Master Mar and the Gao family wreak havoc? Huang Kailang has roamed freely for decades. What has your suspended Martial Affairs Commission accomplished? Your members incessantly proclaim their intent to protect the weak, yet yesterday, you abandoned both me and the Lin family, a grandfather and grandson duo. Regardless of my martial status, the Lin family comprised an elderly man and a child, innocent of any wrongdoing, yet you discarded them. Is this your notion of protecting the weak? In my view, the hypocrisy of your suspended Martial Affairs Commission is utterly. Elder Yi was also constrained in his capabilities. We have reprimanded Shunshan and Qingling. The suspended Martial Affairs Commission is not as inept as you suggest. At least the majority of us strive to protect the weak, Zhang Yuyang replied, his face reddening as he pressed on. Chen, even if the suspended Martial Affairs Commission has its faults, it remains an authority governing martial artists. Joining us would bring you nothing but benefits. Your transgressions could be expunged in one fell swoop. I'm not interested. With that, Chen Dong closed his eyes, disregarding Zhang Yuyang. Zhang Yuyang had not anticipated Chen Dong to be so obstinate. He reluctantly rose to leave, but not before stating, I urge you to reconsider. I am willing to engage with you amicably. The next time I come, it's unlikely I will be as congenial, especially given that, in a certain office of the suspended Martial Affairs Commission, Zhang Yuyang entered, looking dejected. Did that brat agree to join? A burly man with a fiery temper, reminiscent of Shunshan, inquired. Zhang Yuyang cast a sidelong glance at him, replying irritably, Li Gang, how dare you ask, what kind of disciple have you trained? Let us not even discuss yesterday, Elder Yi, and today, it was our fault to begin with, sending Shunshan to invite him back for questioning. How did it escalate to violence? In any case, Chen Dong holds a very poor impression of our suspended Martial Affairs Commission. The prospect of him joining seems bleak. Upon hearing this, Li Gang's face turned red with indignation as he slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, my disciple has stated clearly, that brat struck first. How dare he turn his discontent against us? It seems he is itching for a fight. Were it not for Shunshan forcibly attempting to detain him before his parents, would he have resorted to violence? Zhang Yuyang lamented, Shunshan used to be quite meticulous. Ever since he began working with you, he has grown reckless. The suspended Martial Affairs Commission is short on manpower, and Chen Dong is a promising talent, alas. It was. Li Gang, exasperated by Zhang Yuyang's complaints, scoffed, what is the big deal? It's merely a matter of getting him to join the suspended Martial Affairs Commission. You've been too lenient with him. Youngsters like him need a firm hand. Let him stew for a night, and tomorrow I'll deal with him. Chapter 49, The Inviolable Underworld. Until dusk, no one came to seek out Chen Dong. During this time, his parents had made a phone call to inquire about him. Chen Wenshan and Han Mai, upon realizing that their son was still able to communicate normally, felt a sense of relief, as surely if there were genuine issues, he would not have access to a mobile phone. After reminding their son to cooperate well, they returned to inform Su Shiqing about the plans to move and seek employment, hoping to bring her some joy. Shortly after exchanging a few words, the elderly couple ended the call, hinting at a desire to visit them. Listening to his parents' tone, akin to children who had just received a new toy, Chen Dong felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Since his parents had urged him to cooperate, he resolved to do so, curious to see who would outlast whom, just as Zhang Yuyang had suggested. Li Gang, known for his fiery temper, was not one to be easily placated. Upon discovering that Chen Dong was residing in the guest room, he deemed the arrangement far too lenient. Consequently, Chen Dong was shifted from the comfort of the guest room to the cramped, dark confines of the isolation chamber. This dim and confined environment was eerily silent and oppressive, easily inducing both psychological. It was a common tactic employed by the Shu Northwest Division, however, for Chen Dong, it merely represented a shift in his training surroundings. Thus, the night passed without further incident. The following morning, Li Gang and his team arrived at the staff member, offering a resigned smile, replied, you can see for yourself, he moved an inch all night. This is the first time I've seen someone so relaxed in an isolation chamber. Li Gang, intrigued, approached the one-way mirror, only to discover Chen Dong seated cross-legged on the floor, his expression serene, devoid of any signs of distress. He meditated the entire night. Li Gang asked, astonished. The staff member nodded in affirmation. Impossible, this chamber is specially designed. In such a tranquil environment, distractions in the heart and mind are amplified infinitely. A martial artist cannot calm their thoughts to cultivate internal energy. How is he achieving this? Li Gang was baffled. He recalled the time when the chamber was constructed, how its secluded atmosphere almost drove him to madness. How could this young man possibly manage it? Did he possess no distractions at all? Just as Li Gang was engulfed in confusion, Chen Dong slowly opened his eyes. You need not ponder further. While you seek strength within, I pursue the Tao of heaven and earth. Regardless of the environment I find myself in, I remain within the realm of the Tao. To me, there is no distinction between confinement. Chen Dong spoke calmly. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, both Li Gang and the staff member were momentarily taken aback. Did you activate the audio? Li Gang questioned the staff member. The personnel quickly glanced at the control panel, noticing that the audio system was indeed turned off, shaking his head in disbelief. Not activated, then how did he hear our conversation? Li Gang felt utterly bewildered. He turned to face Chen Dong, only to find him gazing intently back. Is he looking at me? Is he truly watching me? A chill ran down Li Gang's spine. The mirror, a specially crafted barrier several centimeters thick, appeared as an ordinary wall from the isolation. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Gang cautiously took a few steps to the right. To his astonishment, Chen Dong's gaze followed him. Indeed, he can see me. Li Gang, is it worth making a fuss over such trivial matters? Chen Dong remarked with a faint smile, laced with sarcasm. Li Gang felt his face flush with embarrassment, realizing he had lost his composure. After clearing his throat a few times, he regained his demeanor, approaching the control panel to press the audio switch. Chen Dong, I must admit, your perceptiveness exceeds my expectations, but this does not grant you the right to be arrogant. The purpose of the Shu Northwest Division is to oversee all martial artists, and you are no exception. Thus, you are faced with two choices. Firstly, join our Shu Northwest Division and become a proud member, serving the nation. Secondly, we shall convict you, and for a prolonged period, you will remain in this dark, cramped environment, ultimately becoming a blacklisted individual within our ranks, forcing those unwilling to join into submission. Chen Dong scoffed, his disdain for the Shu Northwest Division deepening. You are nonsense. This is an opportunity offered by the Shu Northwest Division for redemption. Your current predicament. Joining the Shu Northwest Division is meant to regulate your actions, preventing you from committing more grievous transgressions in the future. Li Gang's face flushed. Chen Dong's words did indeed evoke a sense of banditry. However, having previously promised Zhang Yuyang to bring Chen Dong into the Shu Northwest Division, he could only muster the audacity to continue. Har! Truly the mark of bureaucratic staff, spinning tales with such finesse. Just yesterday, one of your members claimed I would perish before them. And yet, what has transpired? Following this, Chen Dong closed his eyes once more, stating coolly, whatever your intentions may be, noon today marks the final deadline I shall grant you. Once the clock strikes 12, I shall take my leave. Li Gang's nostrils flared in fury, arrogant, utterly audacious. It was a rare occurrence for someone to exhibit such hubris to think he would simply depart at noon. Who granted him such assurance? Who would heed his words? Li Gang resolved firmly to ensure this young man learned his lesson, extending his confinement for another day and night. Just then, a sudden ringtone echoed through the isolation chamber. What is happening? How does he still possess a mobile phone? Li Gang was taken aback. As per protocol, all electronic devices were to be surrendered. The duty officer was equally perplexed, expressing his ignorance. For a cultivator, smuggling items into the isolation chamber was as effortless as drinking water. Hello, Jiujiu. I'll be home by noon. Tell Mom and Dad not to worry. Chen Dong, noticing the call was from his sister, initially thought their parents were anxious. Oh no, it's not Mom and Dad, it's sister-in-law. Chen Jiujiu's tone was urgent. Chen Dong sprang to his feet, serious. What happened to Shiqing? Brother, a doctor claiming to be an expert has arrived at the hospital and is about to perform surgery on sister-in-law. I can't stop him. You need to come quickly. An expert? So soon? Chen Dong was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated Jiang Yulong, who had summoned an expert in such haste. Detecting the urgency in his sister's voice, Chen Dong reassured her, Jiujiu, I'll be there immediately. After hanging up, Chen Dong turned to Li Gang, stating decisively, I have urgent business and must leave at once. If you wish to avoid any harm to the Shu Northwest Division, open the door. Chen Dong, do you think this is some sort of a hotel? You can arrive and depart as you please. Since you are confined here, reflect upon your actions. You shall not leave until you have done so, and do not harbor thoughts of using violence. This isolation chamber is constructed from special materials that absorb internal energy. Nothing below the heaven rank can breach it. Li Gang bellowed, glaring furiously at Chen Dong. Chen Dong slowly approached the one-way mirror, his gaze icy. It seems you in the Shu Northwest Division have misunderstood something. I am not a prisoner here, nor have you confined me. I chose to enter this isolation chamber of my own volition. Otherwise, what authority do you possess? Nothing below the heaven rank can breach it. Then watch closely. Chen Dong clenched his right fist at his waist, internal energy surging towards his knuckles. In that moment, his fist resembled a volcano ready to erupt. What are you planning? Do you intend to shatter the wall with your fist? Har har, boom. A thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the Shu Northwest Division S building. Li Gang, caught mid-sentence, stood frozen, his eyes wide. The isolation chamber was situated in the heart of the Shu Northwest Division S office building, and Chen Dong's punch had obliterated the floor above. What on earth is happening? Zhang Yuyang rushed in, his expression fraught with alarm as he beheld the scene before him, equally stunned. Who did this? Have we been bombarded? Chapter 50. I died before you. Where is Chen Dong? Is he unharmed? Zhang Yuyang suddenly recalled that Chen Dong had been confined by Li Gang in the detention room. Li Gang stuttered, as if his soul had been lost, pointing at the ruins of the detention room. What on earth is wrong with you? Usually so carefree, yet now you act like a frightened child. Zhang Yuyang was on the verge of panic. He had known Li Gang for nearly 20 years, and this was the first time he had seen this burly man so shaken. Gulp. Li Gang swallowed hard, attempting to steady his emotions, and spoke, Heavenly stage. Chen Dong is at the heavenly stage. He broke through the detention room. What? Zhang Yuyang screamed, his voice breaking. No, that's impossible. How old is Chen Dong? He doesn't even have a powerful family backing him. How could he possibly ascend to the heavenly stage at such a young age? Are you sure this isn't just the result of an explosion? Zhang Yuyang still could not bring himself to believe that Chen Dong had reached the heavenly stage. Li Gang huffed disdainfully. Do you think my eyesight is poor? I witnessed him demolish the detention room with a single punch. Enough with the chatter. What do we do now? The emergence of a heavenly stage warrior in Blue Island may prompt even the head. The situation has escalated beyond the jurisdiction of our Blue Island branch and must be reported to the East China headquarters. Secondly, we need to check if anyone within the bureau has been injured because of Chen Dong. We must ensure the safety of our own. Lastly, Chen Dong's urgency to leave indicates that something significant has occurred. If a heavenly stage warrior acts impulsively, the entire Blue Island city could be in peril. We should request the headquarters to dispatch a skilled expert. Should the situation spiral out of control, it would be prudent to have someone capable of restraining Chen Dong. As they spoke, the two exited the suspended martial arts division. Only outside did they fully grasp the extent of Chen Dong's destructive force. Half of the suspended martial arts division had been reduced to rubble. Fortunately, it was only around 8 o'clock, and as it was a departmental operation, Furthermore, since Chen Dong had primarily targeted the reception and interrogation rooms, a thorough search revealed that no one had been injured. Upon discovering that there were no casualties, the two let out a sigh of relief, exchanging glances before exclaiming. Not long after, Chen Dong arrived at the hospital. Outside the operating room, Jiang Yulong and two black-clad bodyguards stood guard at the entrance, while Su Shiqing's parents were comforting the sobbing Chen Juju. Chen Juju's wrist was slightly red, and there were visible handprints on her face, indicating she had been slapped. Witnessing his sister being harmed, an invisible aura of murderous intent erupted from within Chen Dong. He approached with a grim expression. Who did this? Chen Dong asked coldly. Brother. Chen Juju felt a surge of joy upon seeing Chen Dong, but in the next moment, her expression turned anxious. Don't worry about me. The surgery has already begun. You must save sister-in-law. It was natural for him to feel concern for his sister, but at this moment, Chen Dong understood the gravity of the situation. What do you intend to do? Today is Shiqing's surgery. I won't allow you to act recklessly. Su Jianjun blocked Chen Dong's path, as if guarding against an enemy. Please trust me just this once. Chen Dong implored earnestly. Uncle Su, my brother has truly learned a great deal during his time away. He will undoubtedly be able to save sister-in-law. Chen Juju chimed in, trying to persuade them. Su Shiqing's mother, Zhang Yun, pulled Chen Juju close, disappointment evident in her voice. Juju, you're being foolish. This is Chen Dong. Have you forgotten how he deceived you? Why are you still defending him? Auntie, I know my brother has... I swear it. Chen Juju raised 3 fingers, her sincerity palpable. Child, you're truly being naive. Despite Chen Juju's fervent pleas, Su Shiqing's parents remained unconvinced. Observing this, Chen Dong furrowed his brow. It seemed he had no choice but to force his way in. Perhaps sensing Chen Dong's intent, Su Jianjun suddenly produced a fruit knife and pressed it against his own throat. Chen Dong, if you take another step forward, I will die right before your eyes. If you still regard me as your father-in-law, I beg you, let Shiqing go. Yulong has painstakingly invited the expert. This is Shiqing's only chance. I implore you, please spare her. Su Jianjun's emotions ran high, the blade throwing blood on his neck. Jiang Yulong, beside him, watched the unfolding drama with keen interest, making no attempt to intervene. His thoughts were simple: the more chaos, the better. The more turmoil Chen Dong created, the worse his reputation would become, and the more Su Shiqing would despise him. Seeing Su Jianjun's desperation, Chen Dong felt a pang of pain. Dad, do you really not trust me this much? Even if I am worthless, I have never joked about Shiqing's life. Shiqing truly cannot undergo surgery. It poses a danger, and only I can save her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yulong could no longer contain himself. Chen Dong, are you implying that even if you spent 3 years learning medicine without eating or drinking, can you truly compare to a renowned expert with decades of experience? Grow up. Shiqing is not... If you wish to prove yourself, there are plenty of patients in the general ward waiting for your treatment. Someone like you is not worthy of loving Shiqing. Jiang Yulong's words stoked the flames, further solidifying Su Jianjun and Zhang Yun's resolve. They would not allow Chen Dong to enter, even at the cost of their lives. Chen Dong cast a cold glance at Jiang Yulong, his voice icy. I am in a very foul mood right now. You would do well to remain silent. Confronted with Chen Dong's chilling gaze, Jiang Yulong felt a shiver run down his spine, an unsettling sensation creeping over him. Mom, Dad, do you truly... How can we possibly believe you? Su Jianjun replied. I understand. In that case, I have no choice but to offend you. Just as Chen Dong prepared to employ his abilities to restrain Su Jianjun and Zhang Yun, the door to the operating room swung open. Family of Su Shiqing. Family of Su Shiqing, a nurse called out anxiously. Upon hearing the nurse's summons, everyone rushed over, their focus shifting away from Chen Dong. I am Su Shiqing's father. The nurse produced a document, stating, this is a critical illness notice. Please sign it. Upon hearing the words a critical illness notice, Su Jianjun and Zhang Yun's faces turned ashen. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Yulong exclaimed in shock. I invited the renowned expert, old Master Han Fengchen. How could there be an accident under his scalpel? I don't know, the patient just came out of surgery, and all her vital signs plummeted. Even old Master Han is at a loss now. Seems what? Su Jianjun bellowed. The young nurse was startled, her voice quivering. Old Master Han said that this patient is likely beyond saving. The family should prepare for the worst. Gulp. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun felt a rush of darkness envelop her vision, her body collapsing. Su Jianjun, too, could no longer support himself, sliding down the wall inch by inch, despair etched across his face. Jiang Yulong lowered his head, lost in thought, before suddenly stepping forward with his bodyguards. What are you doing? You can't go in there, that's the operating room, the nurse shouted. Get out of my way. Jiang Yulong unreasonably shoved the nurse aside. The petite nurse, weighing less than 100 pounds, was no match for a martial artist's shove and went crashing against the wall. Just as the nurse braced herself for impact, a warm, powerful hand caught her back. Jiang Yulong, take another step forward, and you die. Chen Dong stood behind the nurse, his voice laced with murderous intent. Chapter 51, alive hanging by a thread. Jiang Yulong, a figure of immense pride, found himself threatened for the very first time since his birth. Chen Dong, have you forgotten the chasm that separates us? Jiang Yulong halted, casting a dark glare at Chen Dong. The disparity he referred to was not one of wealth or status, but rather the profound difference between a martial artist and an ordinary person. With his martial artist identity, he had always perceived himself as superior, expecting the common folk to look up to him from below. Now, a mere commoner dared to issue a threat? Disable him. Jiang Yulong uttered coldly. Rest assured, young master, we will make this brat regret ever speaking to you in such a— What do you think you're doing? If you dare to come any closer, I will call security. The young nurse, sensing impending doom, hurriedly intervened. One of the bodyguards sneered. Is security what our young master intends to do? Even the king of hell can— They were robust and towered over him, standing like colossi, gazing down with contempt. Yet, in the face of these two hulking brutes, Chen Dong remained eerily calm, showing no reaction whatsoever. He is too scared to even flinch. One bodyguard mocked. Is that all? I truly wonder where you found the audacity to threaten the young master. Get lost. Chen Dong replied, nonchalantly uttering a— In that moment, the two bodyguards momentarily faltered, as if they were confronted by a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood, with Chen Dong standing atop it all, gazing down upon them. Hiss! They suddenly drew a sharp breath, their eyes wide. How could this insolent youth instill fear in them? It must be an illusion. They vowed to eradicate this delusion at its roots. One on the left and one on the right, they raised their hands, preparing to strike Chen Dong down. Yet, to their utter disbelief, as Chen Dong merely stepped forward, just one step, they were sent flying as if struck by a freight train. Bang, bang, the sound of two heavy impacts echoed as the bodyguard slammed against the hospital walls, losing consciousness. Jiang Yulong, who was about to enter the operating room, turned back, believing the bodyguards had subdued Chen Dong. What? Jiang Yulong Though the bodyguards were not formidable, they were still martial artists of the Shen rank. How could they be defeated in a mere instant? You too, Jiang Yulong stammered in disbelief, recalling how he had flaunted his martial prowess in front of Chen Dong just moments ago, heat rushing to his face with embarrassment. Before he could gather his thoughts, a shadow flashed before him with terrifying speed. In the next moment, Jiang Yulong was hurled from the operating room like refuse, landing in a most undignified manner. Bang! The doors of the operating room slammed shut. To prevent any interruptions, Chen Dong placed a seal on the door, allowing no one but himself to enter. Chen Dong! Chen Dong! Jiang Yulong raged outside, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. He approached the two bodyguards, kicking them awake from their stupor. You useless fools! Go! Break down that door for me. Jiang Yulong commanded, his anger palpable. The groggy bodyguards, still dazed, had no choice but to obey their master's order, gathering their strength to crash. Bang bang once more, as they collided with the door, their vision darkened, and they fell unconscious again. Su Jianjun cradled the unconscious Zhang Yun, despair filling his eyes as the nurse's words echoed in his mind, prepare for the worst. Now, his daughter was on the brink of death. Suddenly, an image of Su Shiqing in a wedding dress flashed in his mind, the scene of her wedding to Chen Dong marking the turning point of their lives. Had he not consented to their marriage, perhaps things would not have spiraled into this chaos. Chen Dong. Su Jianjun glowered at the operating room, his grip on the fruit knife tightening until his knuckles turned white. Inside, Chen Dong had already entered the operating room. Several nurses and an elderly doctor were sweating profusely as they worked to save Su Shiqing. Seeing Su Shiqing lying on the operating table, her color fading, Chen Dong's, who allowed you to come in here? A nurse was the first to notice him, approaching with intent to expel him. With a flick of his finger, Chen Dong sent a gust of wind towards her, causing her to collapse in a heap. The others, too slow to react, quickly succumbed to his might. Now, only Chen Dong and the elderly doctor remained conscious. Young man, are you here for this girl? The old expert, recognizing Chen Dong's extraordinary presence, understood his intention. Remove all these tubes and stitch up the incision. Chen Dong commanded with an unyielding tone. Remove them? Have you lost your mind? You want this girl to die sooner? The old Chen Dong's icy gaze bore into the old expert. Then may I ask, do you have the means to save her? The old expert faltered, his resolve crumbling. It seems I am powerless. I cannot save this girl. Then cease your prattling. Do as I say. Chen Dong declared, gently caressing Su Shiqing's cheek. Shiqing, rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall take you from me. The old expert, witnessing the boundless tenderness and affection in Chen Dong's eyes, sighed deeply and acquiesced to his request. In his mind, he believed Su Shiqing was already beyond salvation, thinking that Chen Dong merely wished to grant her a dignified farewell. As the old expert began to stitch her wounds, Chen Dong did not remain idle. He placed his hand upon Su Shiqing's forehead, channeling his vital energy into her, yet, even with his efforts, her condition continued to deteriorate. A dense aura of death clashed within her body against Chen Dong's life-giving energy. This is bad. She is slipping away. The old expert glanced at the monitors, alarmed to see Su Shiqing's vital signs plummeting. Chen Dong's gaze shot upward as the walls of the operating room began to warp, a dark chain shooting towards Su Shiqing from the underworld. Chen Dong's expression darkened, and with a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed a blade of energy that collided with the chain. A tempest erupted within the operating room, papers swirling like leaves in a storm. The old expert stood frozen in place, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Continue with your work, do not concern yourself with anything else. Chen Dong spoke firmly to the old expert, then stepped forward to stand before Su Shiqing. He dares to obstruct the underworld's soul retrieval. A voice resonated from the distorted space, its gender indiscernible. I care not who you are, minion of Yarmer. Today, I, Chen Dong, shall protect Su Shiqing's life. If there are any objections, let Yarmer come and confront me. Chen Dong declared indifferently to the warped space. What is Yarmer? Regardless of your identity, anyone who dares obstruct the underworld's soul retrieval shall not escape unscathed. Swish. Swish. Before the words could fully escape, several iron chains shot forth from the depths of the space. Chen Dong frowned slightly, astonished that they were unfamiliar with Yarmer's name. With no time to ponder, the soul lock chain surged toward him. Qiangang 5 Divine Thunder Decision. Chen Dong's thoughts surged, and in an instant, countless bolts of lightning erupted beneath his feet, striking towards the chains. Some even traversed space to attack the unseen assailants behind the assault. The old expert was left utterly astonished, his glasses askew. Chapter 52, Trembling Needle. The entire operating room was illuminated by flashes of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning surged toward a single direction before vanishing into thin air. The elderly expert beside them felt his scalp tingle and his heart race. This was no longer a battle between humans. Chen Dong was not human, and the enigmatic adversary he fought against was undoubtedly not human either. Humanity instinctively harbors fear of the unknown, especially when it is invisible. In that moment, the old expert's hand, which held the suturing needle, trembled uncontrollably. Focus on what you must do. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Chen Dong's icy voice pierced through the air, jolting the dazed old expert back to reality. Yes, yes. Upon hearing, at this moment, the battle between Chen Dong and the soul-locking chains had reached a fever pitch. The chains had transformed from 3 into 9. Why are you able to withstand the attacks of the... Naturally, there exists a force in this world that counters the ghostly essence of your underworld. You cannot win, Chen Dong replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by crackling thunder. You cannot protect her. What do you mean? Chen Dong immediately pressed for clarification, but alas, the distorted void gradually dissipated, offering no response. As the adversary vanished, Chen Dong's aura diminished in an instant, and his complexion grew notably pale. This victory was indeed a stroke of luck. The ability to counter the soul-locking chain stemmed from the fact that Chen Dong had already surpassed the tribulation of thunder during his time in the cultivation realm. The thunder he wielded retained a hint of that tribulation's might, which, even if his cultivation regressed to the golden core stage, still lingered. Moreover, the opponent had been deceived by the false impression Chen Dong projected, leading them to believe he was effortlessly managing the situation. Otherwise, I would truly be in trouble. Despite the victory, Chen Dong felt no joy, for the opponent's last words pierced his heart like a dagger. The underworld governs the life and death of mortals, and the innate treasure, the Book of Life and Death, records the entirety of a mortal's existence. Thus, the fact that the adversary could utter such words indicated they were not mere idle chatter. Gazing at the pallid Su Shiqing on the operating table, Chen Dong clenched his fists. No matter how extraordinary your fate may be, I, Chen Dong, vow to protect you for all your days. Chen Dong silently resolved. At that moment, the old expert timidly spoke up. The wound has been sutured, but her vital signs have not yet stabilized. What should we do next? Leave it to me. Step aside, Chen Dong instructed as he approached the operating table, placing the pre-prepared elixir into Su Shiqing's mouth. However, she was now in a near-death state, and the elixir merely transformed into liquid within her mouth without flowing into her abdomen. Can't swallow. Chen Dong raised his finger, preparing to use his spiritual energy to guide the liquid into Su Shiqing's body. Just as he lifted his hand, hesitation washed over him. Looking at Su Shiqing's delicate lips, he decisively chose to administer the medicine mouth-to-mouth. 300 years. He had longed for this sensation for 300 years. Harboring guilt towards Su Shiqing, Chen Dong had refrained from pursuing romantic interests in the cultivation realm for a full 3 centuries. Those who knew him even suspected he harbored an aversion to women. Today, however, Chen Dong had finally indulged. After a long moment, their lips parted, satisfied. Chen Dong licked his lips, as if savoring the sensation of the moment. The old expert beside them murmured, "Is it really necessary to..." Truth be told, his mind had been filled with the soft sensation, completely forgetting that there was an elderly man present in the operating room. Should this news leak, where would he hide his face? Kissing his own wife, yet having to do it in secret. How humiliating. The old expert nodded vigorously. I won't say a word, but can that single pill truly save her? Cough, cough. Chen Dong cleared his throat, restoring his previous stern demeanor. Of course it can, but the balance within Shiqing's body has been disrupted. The absorption of the elixir will be slow and requires external assistance. To go fetch me a set of silver needles. Silver needles? I happen to have a set right here. The old expert turned and retrieved a package of silver needles from the nearby medical box. Why do you have silver needles? Chen Dong inquired, puzzled. The old expert scratched his head sheepishly. Actually, I studied traditional Chinese medicine since childhood. Who would have thought I would become an expert in the process? Har har. Chen Dong couldn't help but roll his eyes. This old fellow seemed rather pleased with himself. Accepting the package of silver needles, he spread them out, each needle arranged neatly within. The old expert fixed his gaze on Chen Dong, eager to see what kind of technique this extraordinary individual would employ, hoping to glean something from his needlework. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the silver needles appeared to come to life, soaring into the air as if guided by an unseen force. Each needle danced gracefully, reminiscent of slender fish weaving through water. This is the legendary technique of using qi to control needles. The old expert's pupils constricted, his face a mask of shock. This technique was something he had only seen in ancient texts. To master the art of using qi to control needles, one must be a martial artist, and their internal energy must reach a level of external manifestation. Ordinary martial artists find it nearly impossible to reach the earth grade, let alone refine their skills in both martial and medical arts simultaneously. Such stringent conditions rendered the technique of using qi to control needles a legendary skill. Amid the old expert's excitement and astonishment, Chen Dong directed the silver needles into Su Shiqing's internal organs. As the needles entered her body, their tails remained outside, emitting a faint trembling sound. Upon closer inspection, each needle vibrated at a distinctly different frequency. Is this the trembling needle technique? The old expert was utterly astounded, recognizing yet another method recorded in. He explained, ancient texts once recorded that the 5 internal organs of the human body resonate at different frequencies. In ancient times, practitioners used a 5-string zither to treat ailments, where each string plucking the strings would evoke the corresponding organ's resonance frequency, thus serving as a healing method. The principle is akin to that of tuning forks with identical frequencies, even without direct contact. Striking one will cause the other to vibrate. The trembling needle technique was developed based on this principle. However, modernity has lost the data on the resonant frequencies of the 5 internal organs, the craftsmanship of the 5-string zither, as well as the principles governing the vibrations of the trembling needle. As he spoke of these lost arts, the old expert felt, I can teach you, Chen Dong offered nonchalantly. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Before Chen Dong could finish his sentence, the old expert had already knelt on the ground, fervently bowing his head. The speed at which he knelt was so swift that even Chen Dong was taken aback. You kneel with such proficiency. Chen Dong's lips twitched, unable to suppress his sarcasm. I've lived my life this way for decades. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared, the old expert replied proudly. Observing the old expert's shameless arrogance, Chen Dong began to understand how this fellow had managed to become an expert in Western medicine while simultaneously studying traditional Chinese medicine. He had likely taken on numerous apprentices, outlasting them all until he emerged as the sole expert. Enough, I do not accept disciples. I am not a true healer. Moreover, this is not some profound art. If you wish for me to teach you the trembling needle, there is only one condition. Chen Dong paused before continuing. Since Jiang Yulong sought you out, it indicates you are an expert in this ailment. You have treated many similar cases before. Tell me, is this condition a result of accumulated stress or a preordained fate? He remained concerned about the words of the underworld's envoy regarding fate, extraordinary destiny, a life fraught with calamities. Could it be referring to this illness? Upon hearing Chen Dong's inquiry, the old expert's previously excited expression gradually sobered, becoming grave. Indeed, I have treated many cases of this nature. It is not a matter of fate, but rather acquired. If one were to say it is a result of stress, it could be considered so. Chapter 53, The Fruit Knife. What does it mean to count? Is there some hidden truth within? Chen Dong furrowed his brow. Ever since Su Shiqing's illness, it had weighed heavily on his mind. How could 3 years reduce a person's body to such a state? The old expert sighed. I wonder if you have heard of a certain drug that has emerged on the market, which, once ingested, can endow a... You may call me Chen Dong, he replied, his brow still knitted with concern as he suddenly recalled having heard of such a substance before. Very well, master, the old expert continued. This drug, rather than being it essentially transfers vitality from tomorrow to today, ultimately exhausting one's own life force. Among the patients I have treated, 90% are ordinary individuals struggling to make ends meet. They resort to this drug in their quest for financial gain. For these people, taking the drug allows them to work for a week with only a single day of rest, effectively earning several times their usual wages in a month. And yet, this drug is exceedingly inexpensive, with a single bottle costing just a few hundred yuan and lasting half a month. Upon closer inspection, Chen Dong finally remembered where he had encountered such a drug. At Lin's family banquet, the deceased proprietor had once invited Lin Gong to sell this very substance. Such severe side effects, surely someone must stand up to put a stop to this? Chen Dong questioned. Those who are willing to take this drug for profit are largely indifferent to the consequences it may have on their well-being. And the employers, they would be delighted for their employees to work around the clock. How could they possibly prohibit such a miraculous drug? In fact, they might even promote its use, suppressing any news of its adverse effects. Alas, it is all for the sake of money. The old expert Upon hearing this, Chen Dong's mind erupted with realization. Ultimately, Su Shiqing had acted for him. In her effort to repay debts and take on multiple jobs, she had chosen to deplete her own vitality. No wonder this fragile woman had managed to sustain such a greedy group of loan sharks all on her own. Shiching. Chen Dong gently caressed Su Shiching's withered hair, his heart ached beyond words. He owed her an immeasurable debt. With such a remarkable woman by his side, how could he not treat her with the utmost care? Millimeter. Su Shiching suddenly emitted a soft groan, her delicate brows knitting together. Thanks to the silver needles, the elixir had begun to take effect, restoring some vitality to her internal organs, suppressing the previous pallor. Chen Dong wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, sweeping the silver needles aside. Thank you for today's assistance. May I inquire your esteemed name, expert? Chen Dong asked. You need not be so formal, Master. My name is Sun Shaoyuan. You may call me Xiao Sun, Sun Shaoyuan replied, filled with, this is a technique of the quivering needle, practice it diligently upon your return. With that, Chen Dong pointed his finger to Sun Shaoyuan's forehead, imparting knowledge of the technique to him. As Sun Shaoyuan absorbed this newfound knowledge, he stood agape, unable to close his mouth for an extended moment. This was beyond his comprehension. Even the brain-machine interfaces of science fiction could not compare to this ease. Master, what exactly are you? Sun Shaoyuan stammered, trembling. Just an ordinary cultivator, Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. A cultivator, not a martial artist, then, who was it that I just fought? It was the underworld, the so-called emissaries of death, commonly referred to as the Black and White Impermanents. However, the Black and White Impermanents hold a high position. The ordinary tasks of claiming souls are usually carried out by lesser beings, Chen Dong elucidated. Sun Shaoyuan gulped, his worldview shattered within a matter of minutes. Decades of life had been lived in vain, and only today did he realize he had never truly comprehended this world. Master, upon my death, will I also be taken by these emissaries? Since you have offended them today and I am your disciple, will they make things difficult for me in the afterlife? Sun Shaoyuan suddenly became aware of his own advancing age, realizing that each day was one less he had to live. Given the events of today, he pondered whether he should preemptively burn some money for himself to use in the afterlife. Chen Dong glanced at him. Do not worry, the emissaries are not so idle. Generally, when a person passes away, they automatically enter the cycle of reincarnation. Only a small number of exceptional individuals require an emissary to guide them. At this, Chen Dong couldn't help but wonder what kind of fate Su Shiching possessed that had attracted the attention of an emissary. If he had known the cultivation world was so fraught with peril, he would have learned divination instead. As Su Shiching's condition continued to improve, Chen Dong's heart momentarily eased. Let us go. Those outside are likely growing anxious. Chen Dong found a clean surgical sheet to cover Su Shiching, ensuring her modesty before looking towards the door, his expression complex. Sun Shaoyuan obediently followed. As the seal was lifted, the surgical room door swung open. A figure lunged towards Chen Dong, yet he neither dodged nor evaded. Thud. The fruit knife pierced Chen Dong's body without resistance. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone, leaving them frozen in place as they gazed at Chen Dong and Su Jianjun. Chen Dong, you have killed my daughter. I demand your life in return. Su Jianjun's eyes were aflame with now he appeared as frail as a man in his 60s or 70s. In truth, Chen Dong had sensed Su Jianjun waiting at the door with the fruit knife in hand before he had even stepped out. He understood what Su Jianjun intended to do, which was why he did not evade the blow. This was a debt he owed to the Su family. What are you doing? Sun Shaoyuan exclaimed in alarm. Your daughter is not dead, she is alive and well. Upon hearing this, Su Jianjun seemed to turn to stone. Son, are you serious? Shiching is still alive. Truly, you are a remarkable man. I knew inviting you was the right choice. Jian Yulong exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. Sun Shaoyuan waved his hand. I am ashamed, my abilities are limited, and it is solely thanks to my master that I was able to save the patient. Master, but your master has already passed. Jian Yulong was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Nonsense. My master is right here, he is Chen Dong. It is solely due to my master's extraordinary efforts that Miss Su has turned her crisis into safety. Sun Shaoyuan proudly introduced another thunder. All eyes turned to Chen Dong in disbelief. No. It cannot be, absolutely impossible. As Su Jianjun released his grip on the fruit knife, staggering backward in disbelief. He could not accept this reality. No, to be precise, he could not accept the truth of it. He had just stabbed Chen Dong, and now he was being told that the one who had saved his daughter was Chen Dong. His own son-in-law? Sun Shaoyuan, do you know what you are saying? He saved Shiching, that gambling addict? Jiang Yulong questioned coldly. Sun Shaoyuan shrugged. Miss Su is currently sleeping soundly inside. Upon hearing this, Su Jianjun nearly tumbled into the surgical room to confirm the situation. Chen Dong withdrew the fruit knife from his abdomen, choosing to leave silently. If he remained, it would only serve to cause Su Jianjun further anguish. Chen Dong, stop right there. What despicable means did you employ to corrupt Sun Shaoyuan? If you do not clarify this, you shall not leave today. Jiang Yulong suddenly blocked Chen Dong's path, his eyes filled with hostility. Chapter 54, Unconventional Moves. At this moment, Chen Dong was devoid of any enthusiasm. Faced with the obstruction posed by Jiang Yulong, he merely uttered a single word, scram. Jiang Yulong was momentarily taken aback, and then his countenance rapidly turned crimson with humiliation. It was utterly disgraceful, having been humiliated by Chen Dong repeatedly today. He could not swallow this indignity. Young Master Jiang, you have misunderstood Mr. Chen. There are no despicable tactics involved. I am genuinely impressed by Mr. Chen's exquisite medical skills and have voluntarily chosen to become his disciple. Therefore, I urge young Master Jiang not to harbor any resentment towards Mr. Chen. Sun Xiaoyuan had been associated with Jiang Yulong for quite some time, often constrained by the Jiang family. However, he was acutely aware of Jiang Yulong's narrow-mindedness and his treacherous disposition. While he maintained a polite and respectful facade, he had not hesitated to stab others in the back. Although Chen Dong possessed formidable strength, potentially surpassing that of a martial artist, Sun Xiaoyuan perceived him as exceedingly youthful. After a brief interaction, he discerned that Chen Dong was quite arrogant. An arrogant individual fears the likes of a sinister character such as Jiang Yulong, especially with the formidable Jiang family looming in the background. Thus, he stepped forward to ease the tension, hoping to prevent further escalation between the two. Sun Xiaoyuan. Jiang Yulong's stormy gaze shifted towards him. What business do you have? Young Mars. Jiang Yulong continued. You think being called an expert makes you something special? You treacherous dog. Without the Jiang family's support, where would you be today? Have you filled your belly with dog food and now wish to change masters? No matter how one viewed it, he was a renowned expert, and as an elder in his 70s, he deserved more respect than to be subjected to such vile words from a younger person. Sun Xiaoyuan's face flushed with anger, the veins on his neck visibly throbbing. What nonsense are you spouting? When has the Jiang family ever supported me? All my accomplishments today are a result of my own abilities. My dealings with your family have been purely transactional. How many people have I healed for the Jiang family over the years? Are you truly unaware? Hearing this, Jiang Yulong let out a cold laugh. Transactional? A mere dog dares to negotiate with the Jiang family? Sun Xiaoyuan, do you have any idea how my family deals with treacherous dogs like you? At this moment, Sun Xiaoyuan, noticing his reaction, Jiang Yulong continued, let me tell you, we can raise dogs at any time, but a disobedient dog has only one fate, death. As he spoke, Jiang Yulong hurled a punch towards Sun Xiaoyuan's solar plexus. For someone of Sun Xiaoyuan's age, even a young man's punch would be difficult to withstand, let alone that of a martial artist like Jiang Yulong. Just as the fist was about to make contact with Sun Xiaoyuan, a large hand seized Jiang Yulong by the back of his neck. In the next moment, he was hurled across the room, crashing into the hospital wall, leaving cracks in its surface. I told you to scram. Chen Dong spoke coldly. Master, you saved me. Who would willingly face death when life was an option? Do not misunderstand. I merely found him obstructive. Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. This dismissive remark was, without a doubt, like pouring fuel on the fire for Jiang Yulong. What, then, is your purpose in being by her side? Is it merely for her beauty? Sun Xiaoyuan cast a glance at Chen Dong, astonished that he could grasp the underlying implications of Jiang Yulong's words amidst such fury. Chen Dong's intellect was indeed formidable. I admit, Xu Shiqing was beautiful in the past, but after consuming the extreme pill, her appearance has diminished, no longer captivating enough for me. What draws me now are other attributes she possesses. Would you like to know? Jiang Yulong said, a smug look on his face, his lips curling into a smirk. In your next life. Fourth uncle, take his life. Boom, an elder shattered the hospital wall, charging at Chen Dong. Chen Dong slightly sidestepped, evading the sudden blow. Upon recognizing the identity of the attacker, Sun Xiaoyuan's face turned ashen. Jiang Yuqian. Who is that? Chen Dong inquired. The fourth brother of the current head of the Jiang family. Jiang Yuqian. Sun Xiaoyuan, trembling with fear, whispered urgently, Master, we must flee, do not engage him, you cannot win. Jiang Yuqian's strength is beyond human comprehension. Oh, beyond human comprehension, can he match me? Chen Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued, but upon sensing the absence of any spiritual energy within Jiang Yuqian, he noted the profound internal strength emanating from him. Oh, perhaps not. Sun Xiaoyuan, caught off guard by Chen Dong's question, felt his fear diminish significantly. He almost forgot that this master before him could hardly be considered human. Master, while your methods are indeed extraordinary, should a conflict arise, you would likely suffer losses. Sun Xiaoyuan inhaled deeply, stating, Jiang Yuqian has been a celestial-level martial artist for over a decade. His body is impervious to blades and bullets, your lightning may not affect him. Is that so? I wonder how a true celestial-level martial artist compares to Huang Kailang. Chen Dong muttered to himself, then shifted his gaze back to Jiang Yulong, a cunning plan forming in his mind. Jiang Yulong, I did not expect you to have even called upon a celestial-level powerhouse. You truly are formidable. Chen Dong sighed, feigning reluctance. Sun Xiaoyuan turned to Chen Dong, his expression filled with confusion. What was happening? Hadn't he been indifferent just moments ago? Why did he suddenly appear so submissive? The current generation of youth truly lacked substance, all bravado with little substance. When it came to real battle, they faltered. Sun Xiaoyuan found himself reminiscing about how strong his own generation had been in their youth. While Sun Xiaoyuan was lost in thought, Jiang Yulong gleefully spoke up. Har, Chen Dong, weren't you quite arrogant? Let me see you act so brazenly in front of my fourth uncle. From the moment you defeated my bodyguard, I knew I was no match for you, which is why I called my fourth uncle while you were in the operating room. To have summoned a celestial-level martial artist to deal with you, Chen Dong. You have ample reason to be proud. Jian Yulong felt a rush of elation, akin to sipping an ice-cold Coca-Cola from 1982. Who would have thought you were so cautious? Now that things have escalated to this extent, can you reveal the purpose behind your pursuit of Shiqing? And how much do you know about that extreme pill? Chen Dong was waiting for Jian Yulong to let slip his overconfidence. Do you wish to know? Jian Yulong laughed. Indeed. Chen Dong nodded. I shall not divulge it. Jian Yulong turned to Jian Yuqian and commanded, Fourth uncle, kill him. Damn it. This scoundrel is completely unpredictable. Even Chen Dong could not help but curse inwardly. Since he could not draw out any information, there was no need for pretense. The attack range of a celestial-level martial artist was vast, easily endangering innocents, especially Su Shiqing and his in-laws in the operating room. It seemed necessary to shift the battlefield elsewhere. With this thought in mind, Chen Dong leaped through the opening created by Jian Yuqian's strike. Fourth uncle, do not let him escape. Meanwhile, in the operating room, Su Jianjun had just looked at his sleeping daughter. She is truly out of danger. Su Jianjun felt a wave of relief wash over him, his body going limp. He grasped his pale hair in anguish, muttering to himself, I killed Chen Dong. I actually killed Chen Dong. Guilt, pain, and regret surged within him. Chen Dong had saved Shiqing, yet he had taken Chen Dong's life. A man who had lived honestly all his life now found himself at a loss on how to face Chen Dong's family. Boom, the resounding crash from outside jolted Su Jianjun from his torment. He had no time to ponder the source of the noise. It was fortunate that the sound had cleared his mind somewhat. Evading this has no purpose. Su Jianjun gritted his teeth, resolved to confront the situation head-on. As he stepped out of the operating room, Su Jianjun was left in stunned silence. He watched in disbelief as Chen Dong leaped down from the 10th floor. Chapter 55, The Inevitable Demise of Chen Dong. Chen Dong jumped from the building. Su Jianjun stood there, staring blankly at the shattered wall before him, as if his soul had left his body. He could not comprehend why such a large hole had suddenly appeared in the hospital, yet Su Jianjun believed that it was his own actions that had wounded Chen Dong, leading him to despair and ultimately to leap to his death. It was he had killed Chen Dong once more. At that moment, the unconscious Jianyun slowly regained her senses. Upon seeing her husband's ashen face, her heart tightened involuntarily, and with a quivering voice, she asked, Jianjun, could it be that our daughter truly? Su Jianjun turned his head, forcing a semblance of a smile. It's all right, don't worry, Shiqing is doing well. She has emerged from danger and is currently resting. You should be happy that our daughter is out of danger. So why did you look like that just now? Jianyun inquired, puzzled. Of course, I'm happy. It was Chen Dong who treated Shiqing. Su Jianjun spoke with a pained expression. Chen Dong. Jianyun was taken aback, her surprise evident as she remarked, I never expected he possessed such skills. At least he has a bit of conscience, however. Shiqing's condition arose from him, so his treatment is merely a responsibility. Don't think you can use this matter to morally bind us. We still need to divorce. Help me up, I must find Chen Dong and clarify this matter. After a prolonged silence, Jianyun raised her hand, waiting for her husband to assist her. Yet, no matter how long she waited, he remained rooted in place. You seem dazed, come help me. There is no need to look anymore, you will never find Chen Dong again. Su Jianjun's face was filled with sorrow as he recounted the events that had just transpired. You foolish old man, how could you be so confused? Jianyun sprang up from the ground, gripping Su Jianjun's ear and scolding, regardless of Chen Dong's character, we need not associate with him. Why did you stab him? You stabbed him, setting aside what might happen to Chen Dong. You are certainly going to jail. What are we supposed to do? Moreover, now that Chen Dong has saved Shiqing, your actions, alas. What are you still doing here? Go see how Chen Dong is faring. Su Jianjun hesitated, murmuring, is there really a need to check? He was stabbed and then jumped. Can he still be alive? I will wait for our daughter to wake up, accompany her, and then turn myself in. Though he spoke such words, Su Jianjun nonetheless took small steps toward the direction where Chen Dong had leapt. Upon reaching the edge of the gaping hole, he looked down and was immediately struck dumb. How can this be? Where is he? Su Jianjun craned his neck to look below, but aside from some rubble, there was not even a trace of blood on the ground. Jianyun approached, glanced down, and remarked with irritation, is it amusing to deceive me? I'm not deceiving you. Chen Dong truly leapt from here. Su Jianjun struggled to convey the scene he had just witnessed, yet the reality before them was undeniable. There was not a single shadow of a person on the ground. Jianjun, have you been overly stressed and are now hallucinating? Jianyun worriedly touched her husband's forehead. Hallucination, could it be? But I truly stabbed Chen Dong. Look, the knife is still on the ground. Su Jianjun pointed to the fruit knife lying there. Rest assured, since Chen Dong is no longer here, he must have gone for treatment. This knife is not lethal. We will look for Chen Dong in the hospital and apologize. Jianyun reassured him. With that, she entered the operating room to see their daughter. Su Jianjun followed behind, still perplexed. The earlier scene felt too real to be mere illusion. Har, foolish mortals. Jian Yulong observed Su Jianjun and Jianyun as one would a clown, his face a mask of derision and contempt. In his eyes, these ordinary individuals had no right to speak with him. Were it not for Su Shiqing, they would never have had the chance to encounter him in their lifetimes. Particularly amusing was witnessing the couple's initial belief that Chen Dong had jumped off, only to later consider it a mere hallucination. This series of actions left Jiang Yulong, who understood the truth, feeling amused, as if he were a deity gazing down upon foolish mortals. After mocking them, Jiang Yulong descended the elevator. It was not that he did not wish to pursue through the gap, but rather that his abilities did not permit such a feat. Should he leap down, he would likely sustain a fracture, rendering him unable to witness Chen Dong being ruthlessly tormented by his fourth uncle. Meanwhile, Chen Dong and Jiang Yuqian traversed the rooftops of various buildings with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers completely oblivious to the presence of two formidable figures above them. Jiang Yuqian, noting Chen Dong's relentless flight, could not help but smile slightly. Young man, you possess a commendable self-awareness. Knowing you cannot defeat me, you choose to flee. To have honed your lightness skill to such a level at your age is indeed commendable. However, how dare you bully my grandson Yulong simply because of your superior strength? I, too, appreciate talent. Should you kneel and apologize, promising to be Yulong's servant for life, I shall intercede on your behalf and spare you. Ahead, Chen Dong could not help but roll his eyes at the old man's words. You. Such a sharp tongue, it's no wonder Yulong despises you so. It seems you shall not be spared. The phrase, not the demeanor of a strong individual, struck a nerve with Jiang Yuqian, for it was the first time anyone had dared to say such a thing since his ascension to the heaven stage. Was the heaven stage not strength? What, then, constituted true power? Jiang Yuqian's expression darkened. Boy, today I shall make you understand that the might of the heaven stage is not to be trifled with. Chen Dong remained silent, merely rolling his eyes even more dramatically. This old man was of little skill, yet possessed a remarkable talent for posturing. To speak of the inviolability of the heaven stage, had he not been concerned that this old fool could not keep up, Chen Dong would have long since vanished on his sword. Trailing behind Chen Dong and Jiang Yuqian, an armed vehicle was in hot pursuit. Damn it, it's the fourth of the Jiang family. How could Chen Dong have provoked such a figure in such a short time? Li Gang clenched his teeth, his expression exceedingly grim. Zhang Yuyang fared no better. Upon discovering Chen Dong's location, the two rushed over, only to witness Chen Dong leap from a building, immediately followed by another individual. They hastily gave chase, finally recognizing the second person's identity. The Jiang family is not weak. Even we must give them some respect. Let us hope Chen Dong has not deeply offended them. Zhang Yuyang sighed. Were it not for the scarcity of heaven stage warriors in our suspended martial division, with only a few experts stationed in each region, we would not fear these families. To dare to pursue and act violently in broad daylight is clearly to disregard our suspended martial division. Upon hearing this, Li Gang could not help but sigh as well. This was also the reason Zhang Yuyang was eager to recruit a promising talent like Chen Dong into the suspended martial division. While there were numerous strong individuals in the division, they were woefully thinly spread across regions. Every larger or historically significant city in Longqua housed one or even multiple families, rendering local suspended martial divisions incapable of competing with these familial powers. Fortunately, these families still feared the might of the state and dared not overstep their bounds. Yet, in recent years, the deterrent power of the suspended martial division had diminished, and each region yearned for strong individuals to settle. The emergence of Chen Dong seemed to offer a glimmer of hope to Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang. Li Gang shook his head. Let us hope Chen Dong does not perish at the hands of Jiang Yuqian, and can hold on until our heaven stage experts arrive. Zhang Yuyang reassured him, there is no need for concern. Chen Dong's strength is formidable, likely at the heaven stage level, he won't easily perish. While we have long speculated about Chen Dong's capabilities, Jiang Yuqian is an established heaven stage expert. Should a conflict arise, I fear Chen Dong will undoubtedly perish. This young man is incredibly reckless, daring to provoke a heaven stage warrior. Undoubtedly perish, is it truly so? For some inexplicable reason, every time Zhang Yuyang encountered Chen Dong, he felt an odd sensation. It was as if he were facing not a mere individual, but an unfathomable abyss, with no understanding of the limits of the other's strength. Yet, Zhang Yuyang knew that intuition was a mysterious thing, not to be relied upon for certainty. He still dialed the phone, requesting that the heaven stage experts hasten their arrival. Jiang Yulong followed behind in his vehicle, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. You dare to defy me. Chen Dong, you shall come to regret your very existence in this world. At that moment, Chen Dong had arrived at a small hill on the eastern side of the hospital. Not bad, you've even chosen a burial site for yourself. Jiang Yuqian descended from the sky, surveying the surroundings with satisfaction. Chapter 56, A single finger is all it takes to slay you. Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang, who were trailing behind, arrived at the small hillock. Upon alighting from the vehicle, they immediately instructed the others inside to seal off all roads leading up the mountain. Why has he stopped fleeing? Is he courting death by pausing here? Li Gang exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily convinced that Chen Dong was losing his sanity. Zhang Yuyang maintained a composed demeanor. Chen Dong does not strike me as a foolish individual. His halt likely signifies a degree of self-assurance. Li Gang shook his head vehemently. Impossible. No matter how formidable Chen Dong may be, he cannot possibly contend with Jiang Yuqian. That man is an established powerhouse. Even if Chen Dong had been training in the womb, he would never catch up. Enough, I never claimed that Chen Dong would emerge victorious. I merely suggested that he possesses confidence and should be able to exchange a few moves with Jiang Yuqian. However, Chen Dong is far too young and overly arrogant. I suspect he is a disciple of some reclusive ancient master, just newly emerged from seclusion, utterly unaware of the profound depths of the martial world. Zhang Yuyang urged Li Gang to hasten their pursuit. Perhaps they could defuse the tension before Jiang Yuqian resorted to lethal force against Chen Dong. On the hilltop, Chen Dong slowly turned to face Jiang Yuqian. Young man, your capacity to evade me for so long at your age is indeed commendable. My previous offer still stands. Kneel before Yulong and admit your wrongdoing, vowing to serve the Jiang family for life, and I may spare your life. Jiang Yuqian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a transcendent sage. Flee. Chen Dong chuckled lightly. If you cannot discern whether I am escaping or luring the enemy, it appears you have lived far too long. Should I wish to slay you, it would take but a mere finger. Thud. Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang, who were striving to ascend the hill, stumbled upon hearing Chen Dong's words, collapsing to the ground in shock. They stared at Chen Dong, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Is this audacity even remotely reasonable? A single finger to kill a celestial tier beginner. Who does he think he is? What does he take Jiang Yuqian for? A mere insect. Har. Jiang Yuqian's chest heaved, his breathing resembling that of a bellows, evidently incensed by Chen Dong's audacity. You insolent wretch, you seek death. Jiang Yuqian's fists coalesced with white inner strength, visibly forming a lion's visage around his knuckles. The renowned technique of the Jiang family, Lion Fist. This is bad. Jiang Yuqian is intent on killing him. Li Gang shouted. Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang rushed forward, positioning themselves between the two. Lord Fourth Jiang, please temper your anger. Chen Dong is a recently cultivated newcomer from our suspended martial division. He has yet to experience the harsh realities of society and may have spoken rashly. We hope for your understanding. From the suspended martial division. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuqian's lion-headed fists gradually dissipated. Even if you are from the suspended martial division, such humiliation towards the Jiang family warrants a proper explanation from you. Of course. Once this matter concludes, I shall personally come to apologize, Zhang Yuyang replied with a smile. No need for a personal visit. Jiang Yuqian waved his hand and continued, just a casual compensation of 1 or 200 million should suffice. You are National Department, surely, the country can afford such a sum. 1 or 200 million. Upon hearing this, the smiles on Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang's faces nearly plummeted to the ground. Everyone knew that the aristocratic families had become increasingly brazen, but they had not anticipated such audacity, demanding 1 or 200 million outright. If this trend continues, will these families not soon be sitting atop the suspended martial division, treating it with contempt? What? You cannot afford this sum. If you cannot, do not blame me for showing no mercy to your suspended martial division. Jiang Yuqian sneered coldly. Li Gang spoke earnestly. Lord Fourth Jiang, you are a well-respected elder. Do you truly wish to clash with someone so much younger? Moreover, he is one of ours from the suspended martial division. Wait, when did I ever agree to join your suspended martial division? Chen Dong interjected, his brow furrowing. At this, Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang were utterly exasperated. Silence, we are trying to save you, do you comprehend? For the first time, even Zhang Yuyang appeared genuinely angry. Do I require your assistance? Chen Dong stepped forward, his figure shifting to stand before Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang. Har. You truly seek death, even if you are from the suspended martial division, it matters not, just a mere suspended martial division. Jiang Yuqian go forward. Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang's expressions darkened, realizing that these aristocratic families had completely disregarded the suspended martial division. Chen Dong turned to face the two, tauntingly remarking, is this what your suspended martial division amounts to? Is this the prestige you uphold in the martial realm? Har. Chen Dong's words struck a painful chord in the already fragile hearts of both men. Old fool, should you wish to kill me, be prepared to be killed in return. I shall not be unfair. Chen Dong extended 3 fingers, 3 moves. If you can touch the hem of my garment within 3 moves, I, Chen Dong, will serve Jiang Yulong as his chamberlain. Swish. The air around them seemed to freeze. Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang were momentarily stunned, forgetting to breathe. What did they just hear? Has Chen Dong gone mad? He dares to challenge a celestial tier expert to 3 moves. Surely he must be intoxicated to utter such outrageous words. Jiang Yuqian was initially taken aback, but the next moment, he erupted in laughter. Har, I thought you were a genius. It seems you are merely a lunatic. Poor Yulong, to be bullied by a madman, it appears I must teach him better. Old toad, how noisy, if you do not strike, you shall miss your chance. Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. Old toad. You seek death. Jiang Yuqian roared in fury. Never had anyone dared to insult him in such a manner. Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang could only avert their eyes, witnessing such reckless behavior for the first time. They had initially believed Chen Dong to be talented, but now they pondered whether such madness would indeed infect others in the suspended martial division. Reforming the lion's head, Jiang Yuqian gathered astonishing power within his legs, causing the rocks beneath him to shatter. Whoosh! Jiang Yuqian transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching himself at Chen Dong. Roar, accompanied by the roar of the lion, a fist barreled towards Chen Dong's face. Just as Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang anticipated that Chen Dong's head would burst like a watermelon, he merely tilted his head slightly, evading the formidable strike. Boom! A tree, capable of being embraced by 2 men, was obliterated by the force of the punch. He dodged. Zhang Yuyang gasped in astonishment. Must have been luck, Li Gang conjectured. Seeing his strike miss, Jiang Yuqian was engulfed by an overwhelming rage. If he could not subdue Chen Dong in 3 moves, his once illustrious reputation would be reduced to a laughingstock. A celestial tier expert, unable to defeat a mere youth. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Yuqian's fist morphed into a claw. The lion's head formed from inner strength bared its fangs, sweeping towards Chen Dong's neck. The claw sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing sound, demonstrating their incredible speed. Yet, facing this perilous attack, Chen Dong lightly tapped the ground, instantly retreating several meters, narrowly evading the assault. Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. They were no novices to the martial world. Dodging once may be attributed to luck, but to evade a second time could not simply be chance. Either Jiang Yuqian was holding back, or Chen Dong possessed remarkable strength. Of the two possibilities, Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang preferred to believe in the former. "You insolent wretch, die!" Jiang Yuqian bellowed, unleashing a torrent of inner strength from within, manifesting a colossal white lion composed of inner energy before the onlookers. A celestial tier expert, transforming inner strength into form, Chen Dong regarded the lion, towering over him by a meter, with keen interest. This technique approached the application of spiritual energy, yet it remained quite crude. The lion, now manifested, lunged forward, its speed surpassing even that of sound, creating a sonic boom. How swift is this? The strength of a celestial tier expert. Just from observing from a distance, Li Gang felt a cold sweat break out along his back. This is it. With such speed, Chen Dong cannot possibly evade. Zhang Yuyang lamented, boom, as the lion landed. The entire hill shook violently. Chen Dong's previous standing position was now a deep pit over 30 meters in diameter, yet Jiang Yuqian's might was met with silence. "Where's Chen Dong? Has he been reduced to dust?" Li Gang exclaimed in horror. "Wait, look at Jiang Yuqian's expression. That is not the countenance of a victor." Zhang Yuyang observed astutely. Jiang Yuqian's face darkened. He had felt no impact from that last blow. "Chen Dong, is your only skill evasion?" Jiang Yuqian roared, his face reddening with rage, searching for any sign of Chen Dong. Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang joined in the search. "3 moves have concluded. Gentlemen, you have both witnessed it. Those 3 moves were lethal, and I am now forced to retaliate, which constitutes justifiable defense. If he perishes, do not seek me out. It will be bothersome." Chen Dong's voice emanated from behind Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang. Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang were left speechless. "So, your intent in allowing the opponent 3 moves was merely to establish a claim of justifiable defense. How much disdain do you harbor for the suspended martial division?" At that moment, Jiang Yuqian located Chen Dong, a cruel smile creeping across his face. "I die. What a joke. Do you think you are something special? Apart from being as slippery as an eel, can you truly breach my defenses?" With that, Jiang Yuqian lunged at Chen Dong once more. Chen Dong raised his finger, pointing directly at Jiang Yuqian. "I have said it before, to slay you, I require but a single finger." Chapter 57, The Power of a Single Finger to Kill You. All it takes is but a single finger. Chen Dong proclaimed with a subtle smile, exuding confidence. "Har har, a finger. You little beast, you are too." Whoosh, a terrifying energy coalesced at Chen Dong's fingertip, an orb of spiritual energy forming visibly to the naked eye, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. With a mere thought, the energy surged forth, a beam of light shot towards Jiang Yuqian like a laser cannon. Before Jiang Yuqian could finish his sentence, he was drenched in cold sweat from the overwhelming energy, hurriedly gathering all his internal strength for defense. Boom. The thick beam engulfed Jiang Yuqian, leveling the small hill behind him to a flat surface. As the light dissipated, only a wisp of greyish dust remained where Jiang Yuqian had stood. The initial stage Heavenly Realm warrior, Jiang Yuqian, met a fate so complete he was left unrecognizable. Not even the process of cremation was required. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang gaped in shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Their faces were etched with disbelief. A dream. This was undoubtedly a dream. That was a Heavenly Realm warrior. Even if merely at the initial stage, he was still a master of the Heavenly Realm. They had contemplated the possibility of Chen Dong's victory, but only as a last-ditch effort, trading injuries for injuries. They never imagined that from beginning to end, Chen Dong had toyed with Jiang Yuqian, ultimately extinguishing him with a mere lift of his finger. Silence reigned on the small hill as Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang stood frozen, mouths agape for several minutes. "You both witnessed the entire affair." "I was forced to retaliate, a legitimate act of self-defense. Do not bother me, members of the Xuanwu division. I will not join your ranks." Chen Dong's indifferent voice echoed in their ears. Upon hearing his voice, the two snapped back to reality, their gazes towards Chen Dong shifting entirely. Li Gang trembled, his voice quivering as he stammered, This, how can this be possible? Jiang Yuqian was a Heavenly Realm warrior, and just like that, he has gone. There is nothing impossible. If one's strength is lacking, they will naturally perish, Chen Dong replied flippantly. Zhang Yuyang was utterly astonished, the Heavenly Realm being weak across the nation, perhaps even globally, no one would dare utter such words. How powerful was Chen Dong? Truly, was he at the mid-stage of the Heavenly Realm? Could he possibly be at the late stage? More importantly, Chen Dong was still quite young, with ample time to cultivate. As long as there were no unforeseen events, his future achievements would far surpass his current state, perhaps even reaching the legendary celestial level. At that moment, a figure rushed up from the foot of the hill. It was Jiang Yulong. He had exerted considerable effort to evade the Xuanwu division members blocking the road at the base of the hill. Jiang Yulong, why is he here as well? Li Gang questioned, puzzled. Is Jiang Yulong seeking death? The Jiang family has already lost one Heavenly Realm warrior. If this last scion meets with misfortune, the Jiang family will surely go mad. Zhang Yuyang's mind raced, quickly piecing together the situation. Jiang Yuqian had been so obedient to Jiang Yulong, doting on him, precisely because he was the sole heir of the younger generation of the Jian family. Thus, the family placed great emphasis on him, ensuring he always had bodyguards and hidden heavenly realm protectors on long journeys. If Chen Dong were to kill Jiang Yulong today, he would invoke the wrath of the entire Jian family, provoking a relentless pursuit at all costs. Lanshan City was on the brink of chaos. Why are you the only ones here? Where is my fourth grandfather? Jiang Yulong scanned the area, not spotting Jiang Yuqian's figure. You've arrived just in time. There are some matters I wish to inquire about. Chen Dong strolled toward Jiang Yulong. At that moment, Jiang Yulong remained oblivious to the impending danger, rather provocatively challenging, Chen Dong, you're still alive. Zhang Yuyang broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly stepped in front of Jiang Yulong. Regrettably, old Master Jiang Yuqian was killed by Mr. Chen Dong in an act of self-defense while pursuing him. Young Master Jiang, if you have questions, please inquire at the Xuanwu division tomorrow. For today, you should leave. Jiang Yulong failed to grasp that Zhang Yuyang was trying to save him, instead mocking loudly, he killed my fourth grandfather. Xuanwu division, can you be any more outrageous? My fourth grandfather is a heavenly. Suddenly, an invisible gust of energy sliced through, and Jiang Yulong felt a wave of crimson blooms erupt before his eyes. He paused momentarily before staring blankly at his empty right arm. Chen Dong, how dare you hurt me? When my fourth grandfather arrives, he will not spare you. The excruciating pain jolted Jiang Yulong back to reality, clutching his wound and screaming. Whoosh, another gust of energy severed Jiang Yulong's other arm. I ask, you answer. I do not wish to hear any extraneous words. Chen Dong declared coldly. Chen Dong, please, calm down. He is the last hope of the Jian family. If you kill him, the Jian family will not let you off. Jiang Yuqian ranks fourth. The Jian family still has at least 3 heavenly realm warriors stronger than him. No matter how strong you are, you cannot possibly defeat 3 heavenly realm masters at once. Zhang Yuyang urgently interjected. Jiang Yulong seeks to kill me, yet I cannot kill him simply because he is a Jian family member. Is this the logic of your Xuanwu division? An audience must possess the awareness of an audience, know when to remain silent. Chen Dong cast a glance at Zhang Yuyang, and an unseen pressure immediately bore down upon the two. What does he say? Why are you pressuring me? Li Gang bent over, an expression of grievance on his face. Zhang Yuyang glanced helplessly at Li Gang. Jiang Yulong, having lost both arms, was utterly panicked, his voice hoarse as he screamed, Fourth grandfather! Fourth grandfather, where are you? Come save me, Chen Dong, this scoundrel wants to kill me. Fourth grandfather. Yet after calling for a long time, why don't you come out? When I return home, I will ensure my grandfather strips you of your cultivation and expels you from the family. It wasn't until Jiang Yulong had exhausted himself cursing and had lost a significant amount of blood that he fell silent. Stop shouting. Haven't I already informed you that Jiang Yuqian is dead? Chen Dong leisurely raised his finger, pointing at the grey dust on the ground. Look, this is your fourth grandfather. Born into a family of martial artists, Jiang Yulong was no stranger to the sight of ashes. No, this is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Jiang Yulong, now exceedingly weak, plopped down onto the ground with a thud. Were it not for the robust physique of a martial artist, he would have likely succumbed to blood loss by now. Whoosh, a third strike severed Jiang Yulong's leg. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the heavens and earth. I do not wish to hear any more nonsense, I only seek the truth. Chen Dong stated coldly. Hoo-har, Jiang Yulong gasped for air, stammering, you may ask. Have I not already asked? My apologies, let me rephrase. Chen Dong displayed no hint of remorse, clearing his throat twice. First question, if you do not harbor feelings for Su Shiqing, why do you linger by her side? What is it you seek? Jiang Yulong trembled with pain, cursing Chen Dong in his heart. How could he claim to be sorry when it was clearly intentional? I remain by Su Shiqing's side, to defy fate and change destiny. Chapter 58, The Secret of Su Shiqing, Defying Fate. Everyone, including Chen Dong, was struck dumb. If you wish to defy fate, then do so. Why pursue a woman? Moreover, she is already a married woman. Is it possible that you, the illustrious young master of the Jian family, have a penchant for such affairs? Clarify this. Chen Dong furrowed his brow. To ensure that Jiang Yulong remained lucid, Chen Dong purposefully infused a stream of spiritual energy into him, maintaining his vitality. Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang were equally intrigued, pricking up their ears to listen intently. Jiang Yulong felt the pain in his body dissipate significantly, and his mind cleared. He turned to Chen Dong and said, This matter is rather lengthy. It all began when I was young, then make it brief. Chen Dong interjected with a cold snort. Jiang Yulong recoiled slightly, gathering his thoughts before continuing. I need Su Shiqing's assistance to alter my constitution, transforming me into an unparalleled martial genius. What do you mean by that? Su Shiqing is merely an ordinary person. How could she possibly assist in altering your constitution? Chen Dong's frown deepened. Even he found Jiang Yulong's words perplexing. Jiang Yulong looked at Chen Dong, a strange glint in his eyes. He slowly replied, Aren't you the beneficiary of Su Shiqing's alteration of constitution? Me? Chen Dong pointed to himself. At that moment, Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang began to regret staying. They had an inkling that they were about to hear something they shouldn't. However, having already listened halfway, leaving now would be a disservice to their curiosity. Thus, they steeled themselves and remained. Jiang Yulong let out a bitter laugh and continued, "Many years ago, our Jiang family received a directive to seek out individuals bearing the Taiji birthmark. A reward of a celestial level martial arts manual would be granted upon finding any leads. I was quite curious about what sort of person warranted a celestial level martial arts manual, so I took it upon myself to investigate. Eventually, 6 months ago, I found an ancient text at a martial arts auction, which detailed such individuals. The ancient text referred to this constitution as the martial altar, stating that those who merge with it invariably become formidable experts, the weakest among them being celestial level. However, the prerequisite is that the martial altar must willingly merge for it to be effective." At this point, Jiang Yulong paused and looked at Chen Dong. "Initially, I was skeptical until you made your forceful appearance as a martial artist. I realized this constitution is indeed real. I investigated you. For 3 years, you were merely a gambling addict. Even if a master had enlightened you during that time, it would be impossible for you to become so powerful. The only plausible explanation is Sushiqing." Silence engulfed the room, thick and foreboding, the weakest being celestial level. This temptation was undoubtedly the most lethal for a martial artist. No need to expend vast resources, no need to scour the world for rare treasures, and no adverse effects, just a single union. If this news were to spread, the entire martial arts community would descend into madness. For a fleeting moment, both Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang felt their hearts race. Chen Dong, too, stood rooted in place. The Taiji-shaped birthmark, Su Shiqing indeed bore one, right on her left chest, typically hidden from all but those closest to her. Chen Dong had often teased Su Shiqing about this birthmark, joking that she must have been a charming nun in a past life, and had even played along with ghost-catching scenarios. I digress. As these thoughts flooded back, Chen Dong couldn't help but reminisce about the sweet moments they shared. He began to ponder whether he had been chosen by the old man because he was a promising candidate for cultivation. Initially, he had doubted this, given his mediocre athletic performance throughout his life. If what Jiang Yulong said were true, it was Su Shiqing who had altered his constitution. Chen Dong felt a pang in his heart. He had thought he possessed a celestial destiny, planning to return and bring happiness to his family. Little did he realize that it was Su Shiqing who had ultimately transformed him. One crucial question remains. How did you know about the birthmark on Su Shiqing's left chest? Chen Dong asked, hands behind his back, a faint aura swirling at his fingertips. Jiang Yulong understood Chen Dong's implication and hurriedly explained, "Please don't misunderstand. It was during a physical examination. A female staff member saw it. Su Shiqing is one of the individuals our Jiang family monitors, so I came to know about the birthmark." "I see." Chen Dong's expression softened slightly. Upon seeing a smile emerge on Chen Dong's face, Jiang Yulong felt a sense of relief wash over him. Perhaps he wouldn't die after all. As for the severed limbs, given the short time elapsed, modern medical technology could still reattach them, though he might have to bid farewell to the path of martial arts. Now, the pressing question is, why did your Jiang family monitor Su Shiqing before the birthmark was revealed? Was it merely because of her beauty? Just as Jiang Yulong began to relax, Chen Dong's voice cut through the air once more. Jiang Yulong froze, realizing he had carelessly spoken too much, his eyes darting nervously. "Do not attempt to deceive me. Speak the truth, and perhaps I may show you mercy." Chen Dong's voice turned icy. Feeling the intensity of Chen Dong's gaze, Jiang Yulong's heart raced, and he quickly replied, "It's about the extreme pill. Our Jiang family is the agent for the extreme pill in Blue Island City. Every individual who consumes it is subject to our regular health checks. Of course, all of this is voluntary. I have never coerced anyone. Once I learned that Su Shiqing was the person I was searching for, I ceased to let her purchase the extreme pill, and even invited experts to assist in her treatment." Zhang Yuyang interjected, "So it was you. Is Huang Kailang also one of your people?" "What does that have to do with Huang Kailang?" Chen Dong inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing Chen Dong's question, Zhang Yuyang's body tensed, his demeanor becoming respectful. "During our investigation of the Lin family's ancestral tomb, we discovered semi-finished extreme pills, leading us to suspect that Huang Kailang's presence there was to manufacture these pills." Chen Dong turned to Jiang Yulong, seeking clarification. Jiang Yulong quickly waved his hands. "That old devil Huang Kailang has no connection to our Jiang family. We are merely responsible for sales and observation. Oh, by the way, the individuals who commissioned us to sell the extreme pill and those who instructed us to seek the Taiji birthmark are the same group." Having spoken, Jiang Yulong looked at Chen Dong with eager eyes, his desire to survive palpable. Yet a trace of malice lingered in the depths of his gaze. As long as he lived, there was still hope. Despite being the only heir of the Jiang family, he was woefully lacking in martial talent, only reaching the profound level after more than 20 years. In the eyes of other families, he was considered a waste. In the world of martial families, lacking martial talent equated to a lack of value. To maintain his status among others, Jiang Yulong had developed a facade of charm, treating everyone with politeness. However, he never forgot the mockery directed at him. Thus, upon discovering that Su Shiqing was the martial altar, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Had it not been for the stipulation that the martial altar must willingly consent, Su Shiqing would likely have been thoroughly exploited by him long ago. Now, Jiang Yulong cast aside any semblance of arrogance befitting a young master, smiling broadly at Chen Dong. "Chen Xiao, I have disclosed everything you wish to know. Are you satisfied? I swear, from this day forth, I, Jiang Yulong, will follow your lead. If you command me to go east, I shall not venture west." Survival, nothing is more vital than that. Chen Dong cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yulong and said nonchalantly, one final question. Have you revealed anything about Su Shiqing? Not a word, not a single whisper. How could I possibly divulge such an opportunity? Jiang Yulong shook his head fervently. Hearing this response, Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, if the matter of the martial altar were to leak, the entire dragon country, no, the entire world, would tremble. Countless individuals would rush to vie for Su Shiqing. At that point, her fate would be 100-fold more tragic than now. She might even become an incubator for certain factions to nurture martial experts. That you have not disclosed this is commendable, Chen Dong remarked, looking at Jiang Yulong with a smile. Jiang Yulong's heart leapt with joy, ready to say something, but when he met Chen Dong's gaze, a shiver ran down his spine. Though the other was smiling, a profound fear surged within him. He intends to kill me. In an instant, Jiang Yulong's complexion drained of color. You promised to show mercy. Indeed, you have been cooperative, so I grant you the mercy of a swift death, Chen Dong replied, lightly kicking a stone on the ground with his toe. Whoosh! The stone shot through the air, whizzing past Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang's ears, and directly obliterating Jiang Yulong's head. Bang! A dull thud echoed, akin to a bursting watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere, with several worn pieces even landing on Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang's faces. The two trembled involuntarily. They understood that Chen Dong intended to eliminate witnesses. The revelation of Su Shiqing's secret was too shocking. Only silence could preserve it. Thud, thud, both men felt their legs weaken and fell to their knees. Mr. Chen Dong, we swear we shall not breathe a word of today's events. Please show us mercy. Zhang Yuyang pleaded hastily. You are wise. You surely understand that the mouths of the dead are the most secure. I cannot allow Su Shiqing to be put at risk, Chen Dong said, his expression apologetic. Witnessing this scene, both men felt their scalps tingle. Curiosity had indeed led them into peril. Had they known, they would have kept their distance from the start, avoiding the temptation to listen. Impudent wretches. Do not act recklessly. Do not harm a member of the Shu Northwest Division. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the mountains below. They saw a figure of immense stature and speed approaching rapidly. It was a celestial-level expert from the Shu Northwest Division coming to their aid. Yet, rather than expressions of relief, Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang were faces of despair. Another harbinger of death had arrived. Chapter 59. The predicament of the Shu Northwest Division. It is not that Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang look down upon the heavenly stage masters of the Shu Northwest Division. Rather, it is Chen Dong's formidable strength that instills fear. With a mere flick of his finger, he obliterated a novice at the heavenly stage, a display of martial prowess they had never witnessed before, with such overwhelming lethality and destructive force. The secret techniques of the Dali clan, such as the One Yang Finger and the Six Meridians Divine Sword, are already regarded as top-tier heavenly stage martial arts in the realm of combat. Mastering either would grant one unrivaled prowess in the martial world, yet, even these techniques lack the sheer ruthlessness to reduce a person to ashes. With a resounding crash, a cloud of dust enveloped the scene as the Shu Northwest Division's heavenly stage master plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. As long as I, Elching Song, am here, let us see who dares to act recklessly. An elderly man clad in a grey training outfit stood resolutely before Chen Dong, his demeanour reminiscent of an ancient pine tree. Despite his hair having turned silver, his upright posture and extraordinary presence were qualities many young men in their 20s could scarcely rival. Oh Lao, you should leave. Zhang Yuyang's face bore a bitter expression. He genuinely could not allow Elching Song to remain in this perilous situation. The Shu Northwest Division's grip over the martial aristocracy was waning, and should a heavenly stage master suddenly perish, the division would likely lose its dominance in the Eastern Hu region. Rest assured, Xiao Zhang, with my presence today, I shall ensure your safety. Elching Song proclaimed confidently, mirroring the initial bravado of Jiang Yuqian when faced with Chen Dong. Who are you? Chen Dong regarded Elching Song with a frosty gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. Was it not said that heavenly stage masters are exceedingly rare, yet here stood two before him in such a short span? This venerable elder is Elching Song. He is a long-standing senior of our Shu Northwest Division, having contributed immensely to the Dragon Kingdom, dedicating nearly half of his life to safeguarding our borders. Zhang Yuyang interjected, recounting Elching Song's achievements in hopes that Chen Dong would soften and spare a man who had devoted his life to the nation. So it is the esteemed El Lao. I, Chen Dong, pay my respects, Chen Dong replied, his icy demeanour thawing as he clasped his fists in salute. He held great reverence for those who protected the nation. After all, without such individuals, the current stability and prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom would be unattainable. On a personal note, without their defense of the borders, his own family would not enjoy a good life. Elching Song, witnessing Chen Dong's gesture of respect, found himself momentarily perplexed. Shouldn't this be the act of a callous criminal? It seemed he was not as malevolent as portrayed. Xiao Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Elching Song turned to Zhang Yuyang, confusion etched on his face. Zhang Yuyang chuckled, Oh Lao, you misunderstand. Brother Chen Dong is not a villain. We hope to persuade him to join the Shu Northwest Division. However, he is not inclined to do so, and we cannot deter him. Thus we implored for your assistance, hoping you could convince him to reconsider. Is that so? Elching Song pointed at the lifeless body of Jiang Yulong on the ground, frowning. Then what of this situation? Such a ruthless act. Upon hearing Elching Song inquire about Jiang Yulong, Chen Dong remained silent, yet the energy within him began to stir. Should any word be misplaced, none of the three present would leave unscathed. Reluctantly, Chen Dong did not wish to become an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom. This is Jiang Yulong from the Jiang family. He was involved in the sale of illicit pills. Brother Chen Dong uncovered his crimes and executed him. The brutal manner of his death stems from the fact that Brother Chen Dong's wife is among the victims of Jiang Yulong's nefarious drugs. Having just escaped peril today, Zhang Yuyang recounted steadily, his expression natural, revealing not a word that should remain unsaid. I see, El Chingsong nodded, then turned to Chen Dong. Harboring a righteous indignation towards evil is commendable. Your temperament seems well suited for the Shu Northwest Division, young man. I eagerly anticipate your joining. Chen Dong remained silent, noticing his reticence. Zhang Yuyang hastily, seeing the two men exhibit no signs of distress, El Chingsong nodded and departed. Once El Chingsong had distanced himself, Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang let out a collective sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. I am curious. It is evident you are protecting El Chingsong, but what makes such a heavenly stage elder worthy of such devotion? Or is it that you merely feign righteousness before me, hoping to earn my favor and thereby spare your lives? Chen Dong remarked coolly. Zhang Yuyang met Chen Dong's gaze, then seated himself cross-legged on the ground, addressing him directly. Mr. Chen Dong, I understand that the Shu Northwest Division's current actions may appear disgraceful to you, a hypocritical organization that merely shouts slogans without any real action. Indeed, you possess some self-awareness. Chen Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang exchanged glances, both managing a wry smile. We are acutely aware of this fact ourselves. The Shu Northwest Division has arrived at this point through sheer necessity. As you can see, among the effective combatants you have encountered within the Shu Northwest Division, aside from Shielder and Qingling, we are both over 50 years of age, while Elder Yi, who was previously in the mountains, and Elder L today, are both over 80. In the past, the members of the Shu Northwest Division were all retired martial artists from the military, driven by a fervent desire to protect the nation. Thus, they willingly joined the Shu Northwest Division after their service, continuing to serve the country in another capacity. However, times have changed, the pace of life has accelerated, and everywhere one turns is a world of indulgence. Ideals and beliefs have become inconsequential, overshadowed by a mere stack of cash. Ordinary martial artists have become highly sought after in society, with yellow stage martial artists earning annual salaries in the hundreds of thousands, rendering the Shu Northwest Division's pay utterly uncompetitive. The Shu Northwest Division currently finds itself in an awkward predicament, lacking the capacity to contend with the martial aristocracy. As long as they do not overstep their bounds, we are willing to compromise. The heavenly stage combat strength of Elder L is of utmost importance to the Shu Northwest Division, hence we are prepared to sacrifice ourselves. We implore Mr. Chen Dong to spare Elder L. As he spoke, Zhang Yuyang knelt before Chen Dong once more, yet this time, there was no fear on his face, only a sincere plea. I too, Li Gan echoed, our lives are inconsequential, but Elder L has fought tirelessly for the Dragon Kingdom throughout his life. He must not perish because of us. With a deep sigh, Chen Dong sat down on a nearby stone. I am not a man who revels in slaughter, I slay only those who oppose me. Born and raised in the Dragon Kingdom, I naturally hold respect for elders like L. I will not indiscriminately take lives, but as for you, Chen Dong stroked his chin, contemplating. Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang felt their hearts race. To survive is a desire shared by all. Their lives now rested entirely in Chen Dong's hands. After a moment, Chen Dong raised his head, declaring, you need not perish. I shall inscribe 2 soul marks within your consciousness. Should you ever divulge information pertaining to Shiqing, these soul marks will obliterate your spirit, turning you into soulless, wandering corpses. Of course, upon accepting the soul marks, your lives will lie within my control. Whether you choose to accept them is a matter for you to deliberate. As he spoke, Chen Dong flipped his wrist, revealing 2 intricate runes floating in the air before him. The method Chen Dong described was unprecedented and unfathomable to the 2 men. Such a technique seemed beyond even the capabilities of celestial beings. Was Chen Dong even still human? Yet, at the very least, they could continue to live. We are willing to accept. Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang affirmed in unison. Chen Dong nodded, and the 2 soul marks subsequently floated into their minds. An extraordinary sensation surged within them, akin to certain thoughts being locked away. Should they dare to touch this lock, their entire consciousness would cease to exist. What a marvelous technique! Zhang Yuyang could not help but exclaim. Now, remember my words. Should you wish to avoid becoming soulless entities, keep your mouths shut. Discussions of joining the Shu Northwest Division are hereby concluded. Although your circumstances sound grievous, it is precisely your own actions that have led to this outcome. Regardless of how weak the Shu Northwest Division may be, you are fundamentally different from those aristocratic families. Do you not grasp why ordinary people remain the mainstream in today's society? Chen Dong rose, stating, I have matters to attend to, farewell. With a grand gesture, he transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the heavens. Flying he flew. The 2 men stood frozen in place, gazing up in disbelief at the sky. Chapter 60, People Change. Old Li, have you ever heard of a warrior who can fly? Zhang Yuyang asked slowly, tilting his head upwards. No. Li Gan also looked up, continuing, perhaps a celestial level being could, but we have never encountered a celestial level warrior. I think so too. The 2 then fell into silence, gazing quietly at the vanishing streaks of light on the horizon. After a long while, they rubbed their sore necks and exchanged a knowing smile. While they were astonished by Chen Dong's strength, they also felt a surge of excitement at their narrow escape. What should we do now? I never anticipated that Mr. Chen Dong was a celestial-level warrior, celestial, that SA being that even the nation would regard with utmost seriousness. This is beyond our control, Li Gang said with a helpless smile, recalling how he had confined Chen Dong to a small room the previous night and had provocatively challenged him that morning. In hindsight, he realized he had been dancing on the brink of death. Zhang Yuyang sighed with a wry smile. What can we do? As you saw, he showed no interest in joining the suspended martial society. If we push him too hard, who in the suspended martial society could withstand him? Let's adopt a policy of gentle persuasion, gradually building rapport with him. Even if he ultimately refuses to join the suspended martial society, I believe he would still lend us a hand out of personal friendship. Li Gang nodded, acknowledging that Zhang Yuyang was indeed more astute than he was. The two then sent someone to clean up the aftermath at the small hill and rushed towards the suspended martial society to deal with the Jiang family. With Jiang Yulong and Jiang Yuqian dead, the Jiang family would undoubtedly seek revenge. Their task now was to minimize the fallout from these events. Meanwhile, the instigator, Chen Dong, was on his way back to the hospital. He needed to see Su Shiqing. At this moment, he was no longer concerned about whether Su Jianjun would feel awkward upon meeting him. The pressing matter was to ascertain whether Su Shiqing truly possessed the ability to alter one's physical constitution, as Jiang Yulong had claimed. On the way, Chen Dong reflected on his experiences in the realm of cultivation. The term furnace cauldron was not unfamiliar. It typically referred to women used by certain nefarious practitioners to enhance their cultivation. They could be understood as experienced babies. However, the notion of a furnace cauldron that could change one's constitution was entirely new to him. Moreover, as long as it was consensual, there were no limits on the number of such individuals. Such an extraordinary constitution would not only be coveted on Blue Star, but even in the realm of cultivation, it would incite a frenzy among various powerful factions. Lost in thought, Chen Dong arrived at the hospital rooftop. The hole created by Jiang Yuqian's attack was still being repaired, and the staff of the suspended martial society were handling the aftermath. Su Shiqing had been moved to a regular ward and was already awake when she learned that it was Chen Dong who had saved her. A glimmer of light flickered in her previously dim eyes. However, upon discovering that her father had stabbed Chen Dong, she nearly fainted. You old fool, my daughter has just woken up, and you have to bring this up now. Zhang Yun sat by the bed, glaring at Su Jianjun while gently stroking Su Shiqing's back to help her breathe easier. I know Shiqing has just awakened, but I'm afraid that if I don't speak now, there won't be another chance. I just went around the hospital and couldn't find that kid Chen Dong. He is not even hospitalized. I've stabbed someone, and someone will come to arrest me soon. If I don't clarify this, Shiqing will be in an even worse position. Listen, daughter, Chen Dong saved you, and that is what he ought to do. You don't need to feel grateful. I understand this kid's mindset. He just doesn't want a divorce. I stabbed him out of impulse, and you must not compromise for my sake. Chen Dong has indeed changed a bit since he returned, but the heart of a person is inscrutable. No one can be certain if he will revert to his former self. Daughter, you cannot take this risk again. Su Jianjun had come to a realization. He must bear the consequences of his actions alone and not drag his family into this. He could not allow Chen Dong to hold anything against him, continuing to entangle his daughter. Dad, how could I just stand by and watch you get arrested? If I plead with Chen Dong, he will surely reconcile. No. Su Shiqing's words were cut off abruptly by Su Jianjun's firm interjection. Haven't you suffered enough over the years? Don't you worry, my injury isn't deep. I'll probably just be locked up for a few years. You need to take care of yourself outside, otherwise, who will support me when I get out? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of the ward. It must be to arrest me. Shiqing, remember what your father said, as long as you take care of yourself, I have no regrets about everything I've done. Su Jianjun stood up, preparing himself to face whatever was coming. He approached the door but hesitated to open it. With a deep breath, he finally placed his hand on the doorknob. Dad, why do you look so pale? As soon as he opened the door, the figure he had imagined in a uniform was absent. Instead, it was Chen Dong, standing at the entrance with a warm smile. Chen Dong, what are you doing here? Su Jianjun looked at Chen Dong in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. I am fine. How could a small fruit knife injure me? With my tough skin, you, on the other hand, should take care of your health. It was quite dangerous today. With a fruit knife in hand, you almost faced a disaster. If it weren't for me, any ordinary person would have been in serious trouble. Chen Dong casually fabricated an excuse for Su Jianjun, sparing his father-in-law the embarrassment. Boosting his father-in-law's favorability would also aid in winning back Su Shiqing. Thus, offering him a way out now was a wise choice. Me almost facing disaster. Su Jianjun, for a moment, could not grasp Chen Dong's meaning. Mom and Dad, you both should step out. I have some matters to discuss with Chen Dong privately. Su Shiqing's cool voice interrupted. Can you handle it, daughter? Su Jianjun asked, concern etched on his face. Enough, let us go. She is grown up. She knows what she is doing. Zhang Yun pushed Su Jianjun out of the ward. As they left, she cast a complex glance at Chen Dong, a mix of warning and gratitude. Zhang Yun understood that Chen Dong's previous remarks had been a way to give Su Jianjun a graceful exit, and she was grateful for it. The warning, of course, was a caution to Chen Dong not to engage in any inappropriate behavior. Her parents were waiting just outside the door. Bang, the ward door closed, leaving only Chen Dong and Su Shiqing inside. A gentle breeze stirred the white curtains, dazzling Su Shiqing's slightly disheveled hair. Shiching, it's been a while since we had a proper conversation, Chen Dong said, his heart racing as he gazed at her exquisite features, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. Thank you for saving me, and also for giving my dead face just now. About my dad stabbing you, Su Shiching clearly did not wish to engage in idle chatter and promptly redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. Chen Dong, unsurprised, could only manage a wry smile as he replied, rest assured, I won't hold your father accountable, nor will I use it as leverage against you. I can understand why he acted as he did. With that, he walked over to the ward's table, picked up an apple and a fruit knife, and began peeling it for himself. This declaration took Su Shiching aback. What, you intend to divorce? Su Shiching could not comprehend why Chen Dong would forfeit such a good opportunity. Chen Dong kept his head down, meticulously peeling the apple, and replied nonchalantly, of course, I don't wish for a divorce. However, using such a method to keep you is utterly meaningless. What I desire is your sincere intention to continue our life together. Here, the apple is ready. You need to eat more to regain your strength. Chen Dong offered the apple to Su Shiching, but she did not take it. Instead, she stared intently into his eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and she found it hard to believe that Chen Dong could hold such resolve. Yet, after gazing for a long time, she discerned nothing but a depth in his eyes that had grown significantly since 3 years ago, like one who had witnessed life and death, resembling an elder who had endured many trials. Not eating. Didn't you love apples before? Chen Dong spoke softly. People change, even things once adored can become unappealing after experiencing heartache. Though she said that, I didn't mean to abandon you back then. I was forced by circumstances. You don't need to explain. I don't want to hear it. The mention of 3 years ago caused Su Shiching's demeanor to turn icy. You saved me, and I am sincerely grateful. Since you are here not to coerce me into repaying a debt or to threaten me through my father, if your intention is merely to visit, then you have seen me now, and if there is nothing else, please leave. Even now, she could not forget that desperate night. Upon hearing Su Shiching's dismissive words, Chen Dong quickly interjected, there is indeed something, of course, I have something to discuss. I came this time to see your Chapter 61, Shiching, please believe me. As Chen Dong spoke halfway through his sentence, an ominous premonition washed over him. A freshly sliced apple was hurled towards his head. Get lost, just get away from me, Chen Dong, you have no shame. Su Shiching's charming face flushed with a rapid surge of crimson, her eyes a tempest of shyness and indignation. Chen Dong caught the apple that had been thrown at him, noticing a row of tiny bite marks adorning it. In a moment of impulsive folly, he took a bite. Upon witnessing Chen Dong consume the very apple she had bitten, Su Shiching's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Chen Dong, you are utterly outrageous. Su Shiching was infuriated with Chen Dong, but even more so with herself for having entertained the notion that he might have sought her out for something serious. To her dismay, compared to 3 years ago, Chen Dong had acquired an additional layer of audacity and rogue charm. Shiching, you misunderstand me. I have no intention of taking advantage of you. I merely wish to conduct a medical examination. Yes, while I have temporarily alleviated your condition, your frail state necessitates regular observation. Do you not feel a sense of tightness in your chest or shortness of breath? Chen Dong's mind raced, conjuring a plausible excuse related to health. What other explanation could he offer? To claim he was merely interested in examining the birthmark on her chest, surely that would be construed as lewd behavior. Who, in their right mind, would seek to inspect a birthmark? Framing it as a medical concern made it appear far more natural. To lend authenticity to his pretext, Chen Dong subtly exerted some pressure, allowing Su Shiching to genuinely feel the tightness in her chest. Is it truly just a medical examination? I am uncertain where you acquired your medical knowledge, but I have heard that a physical examination does not necessitate a singular focus on the chest. Are you not supposed to take a pulse? Su Shiching replied coldly, although she did indeed feel a wave of discomfort in her chest. She remained suspicious of Chen Dong's intentions. For this ailment, taking a pulse is ineffective. I require a detailed observation of the skin tone surrounding each organ. Chen Dong coughed lightly, gathering his thoughts, his gaze becoming resolute as he stated, Shiching, trust me. I genuinely wish to understand the reason behind your condition. The tension that had initially permeated the atmosphere dissipated upon Su Shiching's encounter with the clarity in Chen Dong's eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she sensed an added layer of mystery and ethereality surrounding Chen Dong, starkly contrasting the man she had once known. Inhale, exhale, Su Shiching took a deep breath, murmuring, I hope you speak the truth. To be candid, having shared years of intimacy, they had traversed the realms of affection. There was little left to be shy about. With this in mind, Su Shiching gradually began to unfasten her hospital gown, revealing her porcelain skin. A Taiji symbol materialized before Chen Dong's eyes. That's enough, Chen Dong interjected, though he yearned for her to continue. Pressing matters took precedence, and there would be ample time for his more indulgent thoughts later. Upon hearing Chen Dong's interruption, Su Shiching halted her actions. At this moment, Chen Dong's gaze deepened, and Su Shiching keenly observed the subtle shifts in his expression. Noticing that Chen Dong exhibited no other emotions, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. At the very least, it indicated that he had not devolved into a rogue. He was indeed focused on her health. Conversely, upon glimpsing the Taiji birthmark, Chen Dong unleashed his spiritual energy to perceive its essence, yet he found nothing particularly extraordinary about it. It appeared to be an ordinary birthmark. Could it be that this mark served merely as a symbol, lacking any substantial significance? Was the true value found within Su Shiqing herself? With this thought, Chen Dong hastily resumed his examination of Su Shiqing's body, this time with far greater attentiveness. No discernible difference. How can that be? Chen Dong's brow furrowed deeper as he meticulously scrutinized her form multiple times. Su Shiqing appeared to be an ordinary person. Could it be that Jian Yulong had fabricated his claims? Yet, with Jian Yulong now deceased, was he to venture into the realm of the dead to interrogate him anew? Given Chen Dong's current strength, he would likely be struck down before even reaching the ghostly domain. Gazing at the Taiji birthmark, Chen Dong slowly raised his hand, gently touching it. The moment his fingertip made contact, he felt a pull within his consciousness, causing a jolt of energy to reverberate through his mind. Before he could fully comprehend the sensation, a delicate hand forcefully swatted his hand away. If you are merely examining, then do not touch me. Su Shiqing reacted with considerable resistance towards Chen Dong. Having regained his senses, Chen Dong's fingertips still lingered with the smooth texture and warmth of her skin. Indeed, there is something amiss. Chen Dong was astounded, yet his curiosity only deepened. He was currently a golden core stage cultivator. How could an ordinary person's birthmark evoke such a reaction within his consciousness? What was this consciousness? Simply put, it resembled a person's soul. To directly affect the soul was not an ability one would expect from an ordinary individual. What is it? Have you discerned something? Su Shiqing's icy voice broke through the silence. Chen Dong collected his thoughts, donning a smile once more. It's nothing, rest assured. In a month's time, you will be just like everyone else. Su Shiqing immediately latched onto the key point in Chen Dong's statement, urgently inquiring, a month. And what happens after that month? Do not worry, I possess the means to heal you. However, to eradicate your ailment entirely, I will require numerous precious medicinal herbs. A month should suffice for me to procure them. Chen Dong reassured. Listening intently, Su Shiqing straightened her posture and remarked earnestly, it appears you have indeed changed. Then shall we not proceed with the divorce? Chen Dong exclaimed with excitement upon hearing her words. Observing Chen Dong's exuberance, Su Shiqing responded coldly, we are still getting divorced. No one can guarantee that you won't revert to your former self. Once bitten by a snake, one remains wary of rope for 10 years. Furthermore, Chen Dong had subjected Su Shiqing to 3 years of suffering, ultimately ruining her health and leading her to the brink of death. Chen Dong's response left a twinge of sorrow in his heart. I understand that you cannot accept me just yet. Chen Dong rose slowly, his gaze resolute, but rest assured, I will make you fall in love with me again. With that, he turned to depart. Before leaving, he cautioned, Shiqing, you must take the extreme limit pill again. It is a life-draining medication, and your current condition is a result of its side effects. With a creak, the door swung open, and Su Jianjun and Zhang Yun stumbled in, nearly losing their balance. Mom and Dad, I have explained everything to Shiqing. From now on, please take care of her. If anything arises, call me, and I will rush back at the speed of light, no matter the distance. Before Su Jianjun and Zhang Yun could react, Chen Dong had already exited the ward. Watching him leave without hesitation, Su Shiqing found herself momentarily dazed. Chen Dong, have you truly changed, or is this but a facade? She glanced at her empty hand and couldn't help but pout. What a cad, he was the one who peeled the apple for me. After leaving the hospital, Chen Dong sought out the Lin family. He needed their assistance in locating Jian Yulong's residence. Su Shiqing's constitution remained a mystery. Perhaps only the ancient text in Jian Yulong's possession could provide clues. Now that Jian Yulong was deceased, it was highly probable that his belongings remained within the Jian family. Without unraveling the secrets of Su Shiqing's condition, he could not administer the appropriate remedy, whether it was a seal or an improvement. Possessing such a constitution, paired with her extraordinary beauty, could lead to a tragic fate if mishandled. This thought compelled Chen Dong to reflect on the final words of the emissary of the underworld. Could it be that what the emissary spoke of was this? The more he pondered, the more his head ached. Even the ghost realm was aware of this, and he truly regretted not gathering more information regarding individuals with special constitutions during his time in the realm of cultivation. Meanwhile, Jian Yulong's lifeless body lay covered with a white sheet, positioned in the center of the Jian family's living room. A heavy pall hung over the Jian family, the atmosphere thick with despair. My dear grandson, my precious grandson. Jiang Chenqian, the head of the Jian family and Jian Yulong's grandfather, wept openly, his tears flowing freely. As a heavenly stage master, he now trembled, barely able to maintain his footing. Gazing upon his grandson's tragic visage, Jiang Chenqian's eyes burned with a fierce, predatory intensity. Tell me, who has slain my grandson? Jiang Chenqian fixed his gaze upon the members of the Shu NWS who had brought the body. Several warriors from the Shu NWS quaked in fear, perspiration pouring down their brows as they hastily gestured. Elder Jiang, please calm your rage. We are merely following orders to deliver young Master Jiang's body. We know nothing of the murderer. Know nothing, then you may as well die. Go accompany my grandson in death. Jiang Chenqian unleashed a powerful palm strike, his internal energy surging forth like a tidal wave towards the two Shu NWS members. Just as they were about to be torn apart by Jiang Chenqian's overwhelming force, another gust of energy intervened, dissipating the impending crisis. Elder brother, while the Shu NWS may appear subdued, we cannot resort to indiscriminate killing. The second son of the Jian family stepped forward, attempting to soothe the situation. Har har har, Jiang Chenqian gasped for breath, his eyes wide with fury as he demanded, then what do you propose we do? Yulong is dead, is he to perish without reason? Where is the fourth? Was he not tasked with protecting Yulong? The second son replied, we have yet to establish contact with the fourth, he is likely off gallivanting somewhere. However, I have inquired with the bodyguards who accompanied Yulong, and prior to this, Yulong had a confrontation with a young man named Chen Dong. Chen Dong. Jiang Chengqian ground his teeth. Then he must die. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. I will ensure that everyone who has crossed paths with Yulong meets the same fate. Chapter 62, Can't You See I'm a Killer? As Jiang Chengqian's voice faded, the other two exchanged hesitant glances. Revenge was understandable. After all, the sole heir of the Jiang family had been slain, and it was certain that the entire clan was seething with rage. Yet, while anger was one thing, to indiscriminately punish 1,000 for the sins of one was excessively cruel, was it not? Did they truly believe the Jiang family was invincible, free to take lives at will? To put it plainly, it was Jiang Qinqian's grandson who had perished, a matter that held little relevance for them, the second and third uncles. Although Jiang Yulong addressed them as a second granduncle and third granduncle, what tangible benefits could they expect once Jiang Yulong ascended? In fact, with Jiang Yulong's demise, their own children might inherit a larger share of the family fortune. Jiang Chengqian detected the reluctance in his second and third brothers and let out a cold snort. Second and third. Do you have something to say? The oppressive aura of a mid-tier celestial realm cultivator was unleashed without restraint, leaving the two early-stage celestial cultivators gasping for breath. Though the difference in their ranks was merely a single level, that level felt akin to divine retribution. A mid-tier celestial could easily overpower several at the early stage. What my elder brother means is what we also mean. The second and third brothers felt a chill run down their spines and hastily clasped their fists in agreement. Though Jiang Yulong had passed, Jiang Chengqian remained in his prime. As long as he held power, the Jiang family was his alone. HMPH. Jiang Chengqian scoffed, fully aware of the ulterior motives of his second and third brothers. Unlike the fourth brother, who remained childless and held a genuine affection for Jiang Yulong, Jiang Chengqian had trusted the fourth brother to protect Jiang Yulong. To his astonishment, the usually reliable fourth brother had committed such a grave error. Jiang Chengqian longed to find the fourth brother and obliterate him. Since no one has objections, order the immediate execution of the Chendong family. I intend to use their heads to honor my grandson's spirit in the afterlife, and then we shall devote all our efforts to finding the true culprit and the fourth brother. Jiang Chengqian declared with indignation. Understood. The second and third brothers could only comply, hastening to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Chendong had returned to the villa, having been away for some time. His parents had lost the joy of living in the villa, fearing their son had strayed onto a dangerous path. The moment Chendong stepped through the door, the worries of the elderly couple were finally laid to rest. Sensing their concern, Chendong reassured them that he had been out for a while but had visited Su Shiqing at the hospital before coming home, informing them that her condition had improved and their relationship had also softened. In light of this, Chen Jiujiu had even called Su Shiqing. When discussing Chendong, Su Shiqing's tone remained icy, yet the previous animosity had dissipated, marking a positive development. The change in Su Shiqing brought immense joy to his parents, surpassing even the excitement of acquiring a new villa, as they vied for the phone to chat with her. Ultimately, it was Chen Jiujiu who intervened, citing Su Shiqing's need for rest. Wonderful, we've moved, and our daughter-in-law's health has improved. Today truly brings double joy, dear. Whip up a few dishes. I want to celebrate with a few drinks. Chen Wenshan beamed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Honestly, look at you so giddy. You should set a better example as a father in front of the children, Han Mai chided, though a smile graced her features. Brother, it's been over 3 years since Mom and Dad have laughed like this. You've done well. Chen Jiujiu gave Chendong a thumbs up. Chendong smiled faintly. This atmosphere of familial joy was precisely what he had yearned for over the past 3 centuries. Seizing the moment of his father's delight, Chendong approached. Dad, how about we enjoy some fine wine tonight? I could buy a few bottles of Mount Tai. Let me treat you to a drink as an apology for my neglect over the years. You HMPH, 10 of you wouldn't equal my capacity. If you aren't afraid of embarrassing yourself, then go ahead and buy. Chen Wenshan declared, head held high, pride radiating from him. Then I hope you'll go easy on me, Dad. Chendong smiled slightly and promptly called the property management. The upscale community offered delivery services, and within the vicinity was a large supermarket stocked with various goods. Soon, an entire case of Mount Tai was delivered to the villa. Han Mai prepared 6 home-cooked dishes, and the family of 4 sat together, warmth flooding their hearts after such a long time apart. As Chen Wenshan downed a glass, he immediately let loose, engaging in discussions ranging from trivial matters to profound philosophies. The family reminisced about Chendong and Chen Jiujiu's childhood, filled with laughter and joy. That night, Chendong, unusually, did not employ his powers to counteract the effects of alcohol. He savored the feeling of being with his family. Just as the familial atmosphere reached its zenith, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chendong's eyes as he cast a glance out the window. Brother, what's wrong? Chen Jiujiu, sitting beside him, keenly sensed the sudden chill emanating from him. Nothing, just feeling a bit tipsy and needing to use the restroom. Keep Mom and Dad entertained, I'll be right back. Chendong replied with a smile. Chen Wenshan, swaying slightly, raised his glass. This, can't be so you're saying I've always been the best. I said you can't drink as much as me later, you'll owe me 3 cups, if you don't drink, you're a coward. Han Mai covered her face, unable to watch. Chen Jiujiu eagerly pulled out her phone to record, knowing her usually serious father rarely displayed such a side. Chen Dong wore a wry expression. It was amusing that the wine had turned him into a sibling in his father's eyes. All right, when I return, don't mention 3 cups. I could handle 300. Chen Dong replied helplessly. Splendid, little brother, your elder brother awaits you. Chen Wenshan exclaimed, attempting to rise to accompany Chen Dong. Enough of that, you old fool, sit down, you're in no state to escort your son. Han Mai pulled Chen Wenshan back to his seat. You don't understand. I am just so happy. Today is a joyous occasion. As Chen Dong absorbed the warmth of the dining room, his murderous intent intensified. There would always be some thoughtless fools who chose the most joyous moments to wreak havoc. These individuals were marked for death. Stepping out of the villa, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Chen Dong walked directly to the stone bench in the yard and sat down. Moments later, shadows flickered around him. 3 men clad in black approached him slowly from 3 different directions. Without needing to look, Chen Dong knew they were late-stage profound realm cultivators. Before long, one of them stood just a short distance away, sharp eyes fixed on the unmoving Chen Dong, and with an air of curiosity, said, "Have you lost your wits from drinking? Why aren't you running or calling for help? I'm in my own home, why would I run or shout?" Chen Dong replied casually. "Isn't our attire obvious? We are clearly assassins." The man gestured to his dark garb, somewhat incredulous. "To kill me? You sent just the 3 of you, is the Jiang family bereft of intelligence?" Chen Dong inquired. "Shut up, one of us is more than enough to take you down. You dare to clash with young Master Yulong. Truly ignorant of your own mortality," the assassin retorted coldly. So, it was from the Jiang family. Chen Dong realized that they must not have investigated his strength and thus remained unaware that he was the one who had killed Jiang Yulong. The only entity capable of concealing such information would be the Xuanwu division. Who would have thought I still owe the Xuanwu division a favor? Chen Dong chuckled softly. Even at the brink of death, you can still laugh. Have you truly lost your mind? The assassin narrowed his eyes, jesting on the surface but growing wary internally. The fact that Chen Dong maintained such calm in the face of 3 assassins suggested either madness or a hidden strength. Realizing further conversation was futile, he decided to strike swiftly. He drew a dagger and lunged toward Chen Dong's neck. Chen Dong slowly raised his hand, effortlessly pinching the glimmering dagger between his 2 fingers, and casually remarked, "You're fortunate. My parents are in high spirits today, and I wouldn't want to disturb them, so your death will be swift and painless." With that, he flicked his fingers, sending an invisible wave radiating outward. In an instant, the assassin transformed into a mist of blood, drifting away into the distance. Witnessing this, the remaining 2 men turned pale, as if they had seen a ghost. A perfectly healthy individual had just evaporated before their eyes. They instinctively opened their mouths to scream in terror but found their throats constricted, unable to produce even a whisper. "I warned you to remain quiet. You must not disturb my family," Chen Dong said with a smile as he approached the 2 remaining assassins. At that moment, in the eyes of the 2 assassins, Chen Dong transformed from a mere man into a demon emerging from the depths of hell. They attempted to flee, but their feet felt as though they were glued to the ground, rendering them immobile. They wished to plead for mercy, but no matter how hard they struggled, their faces turned purple, yet not a sound escaped their lips. Step by step, with each of Chen Dong's strides, the terror within them swelled, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Bang, bang, 2 muffled thuds echoed, followed by 2 fresh bursts of blood mist. Amidst the utmost fear, the 2 met their demise. Chen Dong gently waved his hand, sending the blood mist away, ensuring these 3 would not taint his new home. After completing this, Chen Dong sent a message to Lin Zimo. Secure the Jiang family's address within 3 minutes. Chapter 63, The Jiang Family Manor. After vanquishing 3 foes, Chen Dong returned to the dining hall, brushing off his hands. The events outside had not disturbed his family. With a slight smile, he resumed his seat. Half an hour later, as Chen Wenshan succumbed to the effects of alcohol and fell asleep, the family banquet was deemed officially concluded. Chen Dong retrieved his phone and, upon seeing the address sent by Lin Zimo, stepped out once more. Meanwhile, within the Jiang family manor, an air of solemnity pervaded, adorned with white silk wreaths. Jiang Chengtian stood sorrowfully before his grandson's coffin, flanked by his weeping son and daughter-in-law. He gazed at the black and white photograph of Jiang Yulong, his fists clenched tightly, his face a mask of hatred. "Yulong, fret not. Grandfather shall avenge you. I will not spare anyone who wronged you in life. They shall all pay with their lives." Casting a glance at the time, Jiang Chengtian pondered that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the men he dispatched would soon return with the heads of Chen Dong's family. "Yulong, let the first step of vengeance commence with this Chen Dong. I hope you will find it to your liking." Jiang Chengtian spoke with a calm demeanor. High above, Chen Dong stood upon his fated flying sword, surveying the brilliantly lit manor below. A cursory glance revealed that this estate spanned at least several thousand square meters, complete with pavilions, towers, artificial hills, fish ponds, and flowing gardens. Surprisingly, a designated training ground for martial artists occupied one corner of the estate. Such a trivial Jiang family, yet they indulged themselves so extravagantly. Chen Dong scoffed, retracting his flying sword and plummeting downward as if in free fall. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the entire Jiang manor. Dust and debris erupted as the force of his descent created a deep crater several meters wide. "What is happening?" Jiang Chengtian stormed out of the morning hall, his face twisted in fury. What day could be so mournful yet produce such a ruckus? Master, master, something has fallen from the sky, a frantic steward rushed forth. Something? Jiang Chengqian furrowed his brow. R. Before he could finish, piercing screams erupted from the courtyard outside the morning hall. What now? A sudden wave of dread washed over Jiang Chengqian, an ominous premonition gripping his heart. However, still reeling from the pain of losing his grandson, he dismissed the thought. At that moment, the screams abruptly ceased, the classically adorned walls exploded, and there stood Chen Dong, hands in his pockets, leisurely retracting his right foot and strolling forward with an air of nonchalance. Who are you? Jiang Chengqian scrutinized the young man before him, his eyes brimming with suspicion. You sent people to kill me, yet you do not recognize me. Chen Dong chuckled lightly, noting the profound impact Jiang Yulong's death had on the old man. Jiang Chengqian, recalling the multitude of enemies he sought to eliminate, momentarily faltered in recognition. However, he quickly regained his composure, brow furrowing as he inquired, You are Chen Dong? Indeed. Chen Dong nodded, casting a glance at the morning hall before entering as though it were his own home. Jiang Chengqian regarded him coldly. Your presence here signifies that my men have all perished. I did not expect someone so young to possess such formidable strength. Not too shabby, Chen Dong replied casually, circling Jiang Yulong's coffin and giving it a light pat. Witnessing this, the Jiang family's guards surged forward, ready to rend Chen Dong into pieces, only to be halted by a raised hand from Jiang Chengqian. Though his eyes simmered with murderous intent, Jiang Chengqian refrained from unleashing it, narrowing his eyes instead. Yet I find your audacity surpasses your strength. Knowing full well I intend to kill you, you still dare to enter the Jiang family. Perhaps you have some hidden allies. Let them show themselves. There are at least dozens of martial artists within the Jiang family who will not let you escape. A mere Jiang family? Do you truly think I would not suffice alone? Chen Dong retorted. Arrogant, utterly arrogant, the Jiang family had never witnessed such insolence within their own abode. Indeed, a young bull unafraid of tigers, you possess the vigor of youth, yet you have misapplied it. Do you not realize that the trivial Jiang family is a martial lineage guarded by 4 heavenly-tier warriors? Jiang Chengqian straightened his back, as if bearing the weight of immense honor. Not quite, Chen Dong interjected, shaking a finger gently. There are only 3. Your 4th has long since met his demise. What did you say? Jiang Chengqian, astute enough to have ascended to the position of family head, quickly grasped. The absence of news regarding the 4th member hinted at dire consequences indeed, as Chen Dong suggested. More critically, the 4th had always been in close proximity to Yulong. If an adversary capable of defeating the 4th was truly at play, then Jiang Yulong's fate was all but sealed. A sudden realization dawned on Jiang Chengqian, his expression darkening as he queried Chen Dong. Did you kill my grandson? You're not as dull as I thought, Chen Dong replied, stepping towards the offering table. It was you. Return my son, you little beast. I will make you pay in blood for this. I will ensure your entire family atones for Yulong. A woman, her features twisted with rage, lunged at Chen Dong, evidently Jiang Yulong's mother. Do not approach. Jiang Chengqian urgently warned. But it was too late. Chen Dong had already grasped the woman's throat, his gaze icy as he uttered, You wish to slay my entire family. With a sharp crack, the woman's neck was snapped. You audacious brat. To kill my daughter-in-law before my very eyes, do you truly believe the Jiang family is so easily trifled with? Jiang Chengqian propelled himself forward like a comet, launching a fierce punch aimed at Chen Dong's head. The force of this strike was immense. Even those not facing it directly could feel the suffocating pressure. However, this seemingly terrifying blow was effortlessly thwarted by Chen Dong, who simply raised his hand, enveloping the fist and neutralizing the attack. How is this possible? Jiang Chengqian stared at Chen Dong in disbelief. He was a mid-tier heavenly warrior. Even a casual strike should not be so easily deflected by a youth. No, I refuse to believe it. How could there be such a young heavenly-tier warrior? Chapter 64. Mid-stage of the celestial realm, Jiang Chengqian was struck with profound shock. The punch he had just delivered had not been executed with full force, yet it was far beyond what anyone below the celestial realm could withstand. The nostalgia for his grandson had long since evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming desire to drag Jiang Yulong from his coffin and deliver a vicious beating. You've died, so what? Even in your last moments, you had to entangle yourself with such a formidable figure, a young powerhouse like this. If he claimed to be a lone cultivator without any backing, Jiang Chengqian would not believe it even if his head were twisted off. At this point, there was no room left for negotiation. It was either his demise or Jiang Chengqian's. If Chen Dong were to escape, it could lead to even greater complications. It would be far better to eliminate him on the spot, obliterating all traces. Then, if anyone came asking questions, he could simply deny everything. After all, the Jiang family was a well-known and prominent clan, and no matter how domineering the opponent, they could hardly annihilate the entire Jiang family without any evidence, could they? With this thought, Jiang Chengqian suppressed his astonishment and his murderous intent surged. He was, after all, at the mid-stage of the celestial realm. The mid-stage could easily eradicate the early stage, as simple as taking candy from a child. What a shame it would be for such a talent to perish. Har har har, Jiang Chengqian let out a long, reverberating roar, for in his lifetime, he had slain many, yet he had never vanquished a genius so dazzling. The feeling was akin to destroying a beautifully crafted snowman on a snowy day. The more exquisite the snowman, the greater the thrill of destruction, and Chen Dong was the most perfect snowman he had ever toppled. However, fearing Chen Dong's background, he could not publicly claim this achievement. Otherwise, the history of martial arts in the entire Dragon Kingdom would be indelibly marked. Die for me. With a powerful kick to the ground, Jiang Chengqian unleashed a tremendous burst of white internal energy, causing the stone tiles beneath him to disintegrate into powder. A magnificent white lion, grander and more imposing than Jiang Yuqian, emerged mid-stage of the celestial realm. This is getting interesting. Chen Dong sensed the pressure emanating from the white lion, and a flicker of battle intent flashed in his eyes. He lightly tapped the ground, causing the earth to tremble as if a dragon were rising from the depths. The soil beneath the tiles seemed to come alive, churning violently. What kind of technique is this? Magic, an illusion. Which sect's martial arts is this? The onlookers, including Jiang's second and third sons, wore expressions of shock. With their experience, they could not discern the origins of Chen Dong's technique. Could it be that Chen Dong was indeed a direct disciple of some reclusive master? Boom, boom, roar. A resounding roar echoed as a giant serpent, formed from compressed earth, erupted from the ground, letting out a furious bellow towards the Jiang family. At that moment, it seemed as if everyone's brains had short-circuited. A monster, a creature. This was no mere manifestation of internal energy. It was a tangible, real entity. This young man's techniques are bizarre. We cannot hold back. We must settle this swiftly. Jiang Chengqian fully activated his family's martial arts, causing the already colossal lion to swell even further, reaching a staggering height of 10 meters. Even from outside the Jiang estate, one could see this white lion. Meanwhile, the giant serpent conjured by Chen Dong was equally formidable, coiling and rising to stand over 10 meters tall. The two colossal beasts gazed at each other from afar, and the onlookers felt as though they were watching a movie depicting a battle of monsters. Boy, Die, Jiang Chengqian was the first to strike, launching himself towards Chen Dong from within the white lion, which also pounced fiercely. Chen Dong merely beckoned with a finger, and the giant serpent lunged forward. The collision of the serpent and lion generated a shockwave that left the spectators' ears ringing, with some weaker members of the Jiang family fainting on the spot. Chen Dong leisurely found a chair to sit down on, casually munching on an apple. In stark contrast, Jiang Chengqian was breathless from the struggle with the giant serpent. This evenly matched battle demanded his undivided attention. The superiority of one over the other was immediately apparent. The clash of the two titans wreaked havoc, reducing much of the Jiang estate to ruins. Gradually, Jiang Chengqian realized he had severely underestimated Chen Dong. Second son, third son, what are you still standing there for? Get in the fight. Are you waiting to be killed? Jiang Chengqian roared angrily. The second and third sons, who had been standing among the crowd, jolted to attention. As they hesitated to intervene, they noticed Chen Dong, who remained unperturbed throughout. Jiang Chengqian's words elicited no reaction from him. Could it be that his strength was such that he was utterly unconcerned about facing one or two additional foes? Go Die, accompany my son and daughter-in-law to the afterlife. At that moment, a furious shout came from behind Chen Dong. A middle-aged man, wielding a sharp blade, swung it towards Chen Dong's neck. However, Chen Dong did not even glance back, simply using a single finger to block the blade. To sneak attack and still shout out loud, foolish, but to dare strike at me in such a moment, you still can't as a man. On that account, I shall grant you a complete corpse, Chen Dong said calmly. With a gentle flick of his finger, the blade shattered, the splintered tip hung in the air, redirecting itself towards the man's brow. A flash of light zipped past, and the man collapsed slowly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. A commotion erupted within the Jiang family. He was dead now. Only Jiang Chengqian remained of the family patriarch's line. And with Jiang Chengqian's advanced age, he certainly lacked the ability to continue the lineage. Wasn't this a clear indication that the patriarchal line was facing extinction? The second and third sons were momentarily taken aback, but soon an uncontrollable wave of elation surged within them. My son, Jiang Chengqian let out a heart-wrenching wail. The sorrow in his voice even moved Chen Dong. I will kill you. I will grind you to dust. The death of his son completely shattered Jiang Chengqian's will. Ignoring the strain on his body, he pushed his martial arts to the limit. The immense pressure caused his blood vessels to burst, blood mingling with his internal energy, gradually staining the white lion crimson, giving it an awe-inspiring yet eerie appearance under the moonlight. Roar! The blood-colored lion's power surged, and with a single roar, it forced the giant serpent back before raking its claws, tearing the serpent into several pieces. Extracting life force has led to such power. Chen Dong remarked with keen interest. Beast, you wretched beast, you sever my lineage, leaving me without heirs. I shall not live, and neither shall you. Jiang Chengqian stepped forward, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his visage twisted with rage as he glared at Chen Dong. Strike, kill him, best if we perish together. The second and third sons were so excited they could hardly contain their fists. This scene was something they had dreamed of countless times. The blood-colored lion approached Chen Dong, and compared to the lion, Chen Dong appeared no larger than a paw, seemingly vulnerable. Little beast, your strongest technique has been destroyed by me. Let us see what else you have. Jiang Chengqian glared fiercely at Chen Dong, hoping to see a hint of panic in his eyes. Strongest, her Chen Dong couldn't help but chuckle lightly, feeling pity for Jiang Chengqian's narrow-mindedness. When did I ever claim that was my strongest technique? You bluster, go down and atone for my son and grandson. Jiang Chengqian could no longer contain himself, raising his hand to strike down heavily, while the blood lion also lifted its paw, attacking Chen Dong. A frog in a well. Chen Dong slowly raised his right hand. What does he intend to do? Could he possibly be planning to block the patriarch's attack with one hand? Has he exhausted all his tricks? After the giant serpent was destroyed, he has lost all capacity to resist. Arrogant, too arrogant, patriarch, crush him. The surrounding Jiang family members erupted in chaos at Chen Dong's actions. Kill him, he must die. The second and third sons prayed in their hearts. They didn't care if they perished together. As long as Chen Dong died, Jiang Chengqian would not have many days left to live, having depleted his life force. Boom, a tremendous sound erupted, dust and debris flying everywhere. The entire courtyard fell into a deadly silence as they witnessed a diminutive figure hold the assault of the enormous lion. Chen Dong stood there, hand raised, and regardless of how fiercely the blood-colored lion attacked, it could not budge an inch. No. I don't believe it. This must be a dream. Har har har. I'm dreaming. Jiang Chengqian went mad. Continuous blows had driven him to escape reality. Whether it is a dream or not, you shall experience it for yourself. Chen Dong exerted a slight force, sending the massive blood-colored lion flying. Just as the blood-colored lion regained its footing, it saw Chen Dong slowly raising his right hand, pressing down. An irresistible force descended from above, pinning the blood-colored lion to the ground. Jiang Yulong harmed my wife, ordered my assassination. Your son and daughter-in-law also aimed to kill me, and you even sent assassins to annihilate my entire family. You think you can escape death? With that, Chen Dong's grip intensified. Boom, the blood-colored lion could no longer withstand the pressure, deforming and ultimately exploding. With the lion's protection gone, Jiang Chengqian could not endure even for a second before being crushed into a pulp. In his final moments, regret consumed Jiang Chengqian. If he could start over, he would surely crush that wretched grandson himself. The Jiang family was engulfed in silence. The Jiang family, I see, has no future. Before Chen Dong could finish his words, two figures suddenly darted out. Chapter 65. The loyal dog. Two figures darted forward like lightning. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the eyes of the Jiang family members, astonished to discover that there were such valiant heroes within their ranks. Even after the family head had been defeated, these two still dared to charge ahead. Truly, they are brave warriors. Just as everyone prepared to cheer for these two, a muffled thud echoed in their ears. Thud, thud, dot. In full view of the assembly, the two individuals descended from the heavens, landing on one knee before Chen Dong in an impeccably respectful posture. Jiang Haoqian of the Jiang family, Jiang Lintian of the Jiang family. The two knelt reverently on the ground, speaking in unison. We are willing to lead the entire Jiang family in recognizing you as our master. The members of the Jiang family were left speechless. These were their second and third family heads. Not only the Jiang family, but even Chen Dong himself was rendered momentarily at a loss for words by their actions, swallowing back his earlier thoughts of annihilating the Jiang clan. Your great righteousness, you have helped us eliminate this tyrannical family head. Jiang Chengqian has monopolized the resources of the entire Jiang family for his own lineage, leaving the rest of us in utter misery. Thanks to your intervention, we have been spared further exploitation by that scoundrel Jiang Chengqian. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. It would be a blessing for our Jiang family to have you lead us. Jiang Haoqian rose and clasped his fists in a gesture of profound respect towards Chen Dong, extolling his virtues, observing his elder brother's shameless flattery. Jiang Lintian inwardly cursed him as a cunning fox and hastened to add, my elder brother speaks the truth. The actions against you were all instigated by Jiang Chengqian. Although we attempted to dissuade him, that old wretch would not listen, being solely fixated on avenging his grandson. That old scoundrel even dared to scheme to rally us against you. HMPH, how could we ever conspire with him? As for Jiang Yulong, he is the only male descendant left in our family, which has fostered his arrogant and overbearing nature. Although he is not of our direct line, we are willing to apologize on behalf of that wretched creature. Jiang Haoqian cast a sideways glance at his younger brother, astonished. Who would have thought that the usually boisterous third brother possessed such cunning? Living long enough, one realizes that no one is truly innocent. Chen Dong observed the two men exerting every effort to ingratiate themselves, and although he recognized that their compliments stemmed from a desire to survive, his murderous intent began to dissipate uncontrollably. He indeed required a loyal family of sycophants to assist him in sourcing medicinal herbs, while Zhu Shiqing remained unharmed for the month. What of the month thereafter? The remaining herbs would be even rarer, necessitating vast resources and manpower that could potentially bankrupt a family. The Lin family would not suffice. Their relationship was merely one of cooperation, and they had treated him well throughout, so he felt reluctant to impose upon them continually. Rather than extinguishing the Jiang family, it would be more prudent to incorporate them into his fold. There were various trivial tasks they could handle. Although these two sorts of evil, they had made a valid point. Aside from Jiang Yulong and Jiang Chengqian, he held no animosity towards the other members of the Jiang family. You two are indeed astute, recognizing the need to submit and plead for mercy. While I have no objection to your desire to acknowledge me as your master, let us not mince words regarding the matter of survival. Chen Dong, hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely to the grand chair and sat down, continuing, however, what I require is not mere servants, but dogs utterly devoted to me. Can you ascertain that the entirety of the Jiang family is willing to become my loyal hounds? Upon hearing this, the second and third brothers fell silent. Their previous statements had only been made to save their lives. They could accept the notion of recognizing a master. It is human nature to cling to the powerful, but to be referred to as dogs, such an affront to their dignity, a trampling of their very humanity. Oh, by the way, I heard you mention earlier that Jiang Yulong is the only male left in the Jiang family. Chen Dong inquired nonchalantly. Jiang Haoqian collected his thoughts and replied respectfully, indeed, my younger brother and I each have only daughters. Do not laugh at us, esteemed sir. In our youth, we endeavored to have sons, but for some unknown reason, every time my wife became pregnant with a boy, she would miscarry, and we could do nothing to prevent it. Jiang Lintian nodded in agreement. Yes, my wife shares the same plight, and the fourth brother is even more unfortunate. He was born impotent and has never wed. That is indeed tragic. I hope he finds a better fate in his next life. Chen Dong contemplated before adding, I once encountered a divine physician who gifted me a recipe. After using it, even an old man could regain his youth and father a son. Sir, we are willing to become your dogs. Chen Dong had not even finished speaking when both men simultaneously declared, without the slightest hesitation. You too? Chen Dong was genuinely at a loss for words. In certain respects, these two were indeed talented, with the second and third heads of the Jiang family now submissive. The remaining members naturally voiced no objections, nor dared to express any dissent. Gazing at the two men kneeling before him, Chen Dong extended his palm and infused them with 2 runes, stating, I have embedded a rune in your minds. You would do well to be truly loyal to me, for with but a thought, I could take your lives. As he spoke, Chen Dong focused his thoughts, subtly activating the rune. In an instant, both men felt as though something within their minds was on the verge of exploding, an excruciating pain overwhelming them. Sir, we understand. Please spare us. We, the Jiang family, shall remain loyal to you for generations to come. We beseech you to show mercy. Writhing in agony, the two continued to plead for their lives, their last vestiges of hope utterly extinguished. Moreover, my visit to the Jiang family serves not only to resolve this predicament, but also to accomplish 2 other tasks. Chen Dong raised a finger. The first, Jiang Yulong claimed that your family has been serving a certain faction. Bring me the leader of that faction, for I wish to meet him. The second matter, Jiang Yulong once possessed an ancient tome. Retrieve that tome for me. As his words fell, Jiang Haoqian and Jiang Lintian exchanged glances, their expressions turning bitter as they fell into a prolonged silence. What, is there a difficulty? Chen Dong inquired. Jiang Haoqian stepped forward, clasping his fists. Esteemed sir, I fear we may not be able to fulfill these 2 tasks. Boom. As the final word left his lips, an overwhelming pressure forced Jiang Haoqian to the ground. His body sprawled in a big shape, pressed firmly against the earth as though trampled by a dozen elephants, unable even to move a finger. Only by experiencing it firsthand did Jiang Haoqian comprehend Chen Dong's might. He himself was at the initial stage of the celestial realm, yet the other party had not even lifted a finger. Do you truly believe that I would hesitate to annihilate your Jiang family? Chen Dong snorted coldly, unleashing an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet abruptly. The members of the Jiang family could not help but shudder. Jiang Haoqian felt the mounting pressure upon him and longed to explain, yet found himself unable to produce a sound, only able to seek assistance from his younger brother through his gaze. Receiving his brother's silent plea, Jiang Lintian hastily clasped his fists and spoke, Esteemed sir, you may not be aware, but Jiang Chenqian has never trusted us. The means of contacting that faction are known only to him. With his demise, our ability to connect with them is contingent upon their initiative to reach out to us. Is that so? Chen Dong scrutinized Jiang Lintian's eyes, and after a moment, retracted the pressure weighing upon Jiang Haoqian. Your gaze is resolute. I trust you have not lied. Now, what is the reason for your inability to fulfill the second task? Jiang Lintian continued. The ancient tome is no longer in the Jiang family. It has been sold to Wanbaotang by Jiang Yulong. How can you be certain that the ancient tome I seek is the same as the one you described? Chen Dong countered. At this juncture, Jiang Haoqian had regained his composure, offering a wry smile. You may not be aware, esteemed sir, but Jiang Yulong presents himself as a paragon of virtue outside, yet within the Jiang family, he displays a tyrannical arrogance, showing no interest in scholarly pursuits. However, not long ago, he suddenly mobilized the entire family to search for an ancient tome, making this matter widely known throughout the Jiang household. Yet shortly after obtaining the tome, Jiang Yulong sold it, for to him, money held greater appeal than mere books. This indeed aligned with Jiang Yulong's character. Having discovered the tome's whereabouts, it could simply be repurchased. What manner of place is this Wanbaotang? Chen Dong inquired with curiosity. Wanbaotang is a trading association within the martial world, reputed to be capable of acquiring anything, provided one possesses sufficient wealth. Jiang Haoqian elucidated. Chen Dong's interest was piqued. Could it be that Wanbaotang might procure the medicinal herbs he required? Noticing Chen Dong's intrigue in Wanbaotang, Jiang Haoqian seized the opportunity. Esteemed sir, Wanbaotang is about to hold an auction. Would you care to join in the festivities? Chen Dong nodded. Very well, let us bring forth all of the Jiang family's assets and attend. Chapter 66, Wanbaotang. 3 days later, Chen Dong and the Jiang brothers were en route to the auction venue of Wanbaotang. Throughout the journey, the Jiang brothers forced smiles in the presence of Chen Dong, their expressions more sorrowful than a weeping countenance. This Fa8 was born of the fact that, in order for Chen Dong to participate in this auction, the Jiang family had nearly exhausted their entire fortune. After finally seeing off Jiang Chenqian, it was now their turn to take the reins of the family. However, scarcely had they settled into their roles when the entire Jiang clan began to feel like a hollow shell. Generations of savings were on the verge of vanishing. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that no one could muster joy. Chen Dong empathized with their woeful expressions, akin to those mourning a lost father. The vehicle continued its journey towards the outskirts of Blue Island City. Observing the scenery retreating rapidly outside, Chen Dong inquired, isn't Wanbaotang located within the city? Indeed, Wanbaotang primarily serves martial artists, and to avert unnecessary complications, the Dragon Kingdom has mandated that Wanbaotang be situated in a more remote locale. Jiang Haoqian replied respectfully. This indicated that the Dragon Kingdom preferred to prioritize the lives of ordinary citizens, wishing to keep martial artists out of public view. Does Wan Baotang truly possess treasures? I wonder, if I were to simply seize them, Chen Dong mused, stroking his chin as he contemplated the notion of acquiring items without cost. Upon hearing this, Jiang Haojian and Jiang Linqian were taken aback, quickly urging Chen Dong against such folly. Sir, that would be unwise. Wan Baotang is no ordinary establishment. It possesses formidable treasures and has firmly established itself in this realm. The power backing it is certainly not comparable to that of a typical family. Indeed, there have long been rumors in the martial world that an immortal-level powerhouse oversees Wan Baotang, and no one dares to act against them. At this revelation, Chen Dong's eyelids flickered, and a hint of battle spirit ignited in his indifferent gaze as he retorted, an immortal-level powerhouse. Is that truly the case? Such tales have circulated, yet no one has ever witnessed it, Jiang Haojian responded, then suddenly recalled something and excitedly added, there is, however, one incident that lends credence to the existence of an immortal-level warrior. 20 years ago, a late-stage Heavenly Realm expert attempted to coerce Wan Baotang into relinquishing its treasures. The result? He barely made it out of Wan Baotang before his head was severed, witnesses described. More importantly, Chen Dong had yet to share the secret of fathering a son with them. However, to his astonishment, Chen Dong became increasingly exhilarated, brimming with combat fervor. Discreet? Why should we be discreet? Only the weak require such caution. An immortal-level warrior, you say? I am eager to test my mettle against such a formidable opponent. The brothers were left dumbfounded. Jiang Haojian hastily interjected, Sir, I recognize your strength, but please do not underestimate the immortal level. At that tier, conventional measures no longer suffice to gauge their combat prowess. Indeed. Jiang Linqian chimed in addition to the immortal-level warriors, it seems Wan Baotang also has ties to the Dragon Kingdom's authorities. Upon hearing the mention of the Dragon Kingdom's officials, Chen Dong furrowed his brow. To be candid, he still held a degree of apprehension regarding the technological capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom. Conventional firearms were ineffective against him, yet those strategic-level weapons would still exact a toll, even at his golden core stage. Especially nuclear weapons, whose explosive temperatures could reach tens of millions of degrees. Perhaps an infant transformation stage cultivator could withstand them, but only at the god transformation stage could one truly disregard the might of nuclear arms. Nevertheless, Chen Dong did not dwell excessively on these concerns. He believed that as long as he did not overstep his bounds, the Dragon Kingdom would not resort to such extreme measures to eliminate a single individual. Ultimately, he could always retreat to one of the major cities if necessary, and if they were capable of wiping out millions, so be it. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Chen Dong harbored deep affection for the Dragon Kingdom. As long as it did not betray him, he would remain loyal to it. Seeing Chen Dong lapse into silence, the Jiang brothers felt their anxieties ease. The journey continued in silence. After 4 hours on the highway, they exited at an inconspicuous small county, nestled amid mountains. This county was accessible only via a single national road. There were no commercial residential buildings or factories. Only rows of neatly arranged 2-story traditional Chinese houses and a few private villas. Essential facilities such as hospitals, supermarkets, and restaurants were adequately provided. Due to the lack of industrial activity, the environment was pristine, with fresh air. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as isolated from the world. However, upon entering the venue, Chen Dong sensed the extraordinary nature of the place. Astonishingly, 90% of the county's residents were martial artists. This is a city inhabited by martial artists? Chen Dong suddenly inquired. At this, the Jiang brothers exchanged astonished glances. Sir, how did you know? Have you been here before? Jiang Haojian asked incredulously. It is merely a sense I picked up, Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. A sense? The Jiang brothers found it hard to believe that such abilities could be exhibited by a mere human. They suddenly realized they had never truly comprehended Chen Dong's actual prowess. Even during his confrontation with Jiang Chengqian, he had displayed an effortless demeanor, scarcely breaking a sweat. Such behavior led them to question whether Chen Dong might indeed be the legendary immortal-level powerhouse. If he truly were, the implications were terrifying. What are you pondering? Chen Dong noticed their dazed expressions and could not help but inquire. Nothing. As they regained their composure, their demeanor grew increasingly respectful, their attitude almost abject. Jiang Haojian explained, Indeed, sir, you are astute, your perception is correct. This county is predominantly inhabited by martial artists, most of whom are affiliated with Wan Baotang. In other words, Wan Baotang constructed this county specifically for business purposes. There are 4 other counties of similar scale besides this one, located in North China, South China, West China, and Central China. This revelation even surprised Chen Dong. It appeared that Wan Baotang's connections to the Dragon Kingdom's authorities were closer than he had initially thought. The vehicle came to a stop at the Jiang family's villa, a property they had purchased at great expense solely to assert their status. After a brief rest, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the auction commenced. In the heart of the county stood a grand Chinese-style edifice, gleaming resplendently under the illumination, reminiscent of an ancient palace. According to Jiang Haojian, the building was constructed from premium materials akin to those used by the suspended martial department, impervious to damage below the heavenly realm. Even national departments like the suspended martial department only utilized such materials for their confinement cells, highlighting Wan Baotang's immense financial resources. Guided by Jiang Haojian, the group arrived at the VIP area. Each VIP room was private and closest to the auction stage, allowing for the most intimate observation of the auction items. The proximity of the room indicated the status of its occupant. Sir, this way, please. Our Jiang family holds a certain standing in East China, allowing us the privilege of a VIP room, Jiang Kaoqian said with a sycophantic smile as they reached the entrance of the VIP area, handing an identification card to the elderly security guard at the door. The guard, with his wrinkled face and hunched back, appeared to be of considerable age. Chen Dong turned to the guard and asked, "Old man, at your age, aren't you afraid of being harmed by unruly patrons while working as a security guard?" The elderly guard, shuffling forward with trembling steps, chuckled, "Young man, you needn't worry. No one dares to cause trouble in Wenbaotang. My role as a guard is merely ornamental, serving tea and running errands." "All right, your room is ready," the old guard said, producing a key and opening the door, inviting Chen Dong and the others inside. Just then, a group approached from another direction, exuding an imposing presence that suggested they were not there for friendly purposes. Chapter 67 My Rules. Upon hearing of the recent passing of the head of the Jiang family, why were we, the Shu family, not informed? We could have paid our respects with a floral tribute to honor the late patriarch. What a cold reception. It seems we are not regarded as friends. Fortunately, we encountered each other today, allowing us to rectify the oversight. 3 days prior, following Jiang Xinqian's death, the Jiang family had publicly announced his demise and conducted a simple funeral, inviting only those with whom they shared a closer relationship, excluding families like the Shu family, with whom they had long-standing enmity. As Jiang Kaoqian gazed at the flower lying on the ground, a surge of anger welled up within him. The gaudy adornment was unmistakably the sort favored by debauched youths frequenting opulent establishments. Though Jiang Xinqian's relationship with them was not particularly close, he was still a member of the Jiang family. To use such a trinket in remembrance of the deceased was nothing short of a profound insult. Xu Jixin, my father, the head of the Shu family, is of the same generation as your grandfather. Is this how your family teaches you to respect your elders? Jiang Kaoqian retorted coldly. We naturally show respect to our elders, but as for you, with Jiang Xinqian's death, you are nothing. Xu Jixin scoffed, utterly dismissing Jiang Kaoqian, who was merely at the initial stage of the heavenly realm, or perhaps, disregarding the entire Jiang family altogether. Who is this? Such audacity. Chen Dong inquired. Jiang Lintian replied respectfully, his name is Xu Jixin, the current third-generation heir of the Shu family, their most talented descendant, having already reached the initial stage of the Earth realm at such a young age. I thought he was someone significant. Turns out he is merely a small fry. Chen Dong shook his head, unimpressed by someone of Earth realm merely daring to speak to Jiang Kaoqian with such insolence, evidently a product of familial indulgence. In the face of such a person, Chen Dong exhibited no semblance of cordiality. Moreover, the Jiang family was now effectively his subordinate. As the saying goes, one must consider the owner when striking a dog. Chen Dong's voice bore no hint of restraint, making his contempt unmistakably clear to all present. At that moment, Xu Jixin noticed the Jiang family surrounding a young boy. I heard the Jiang family's third generation has only one male, Jiang Yulong, a complete waste. So, who is this newcomer? Is he some illegitimate child of yours, old men? As his words fell, Xu Jixin stomped his foot into the ground with force, propelling himself before Chen Dong. Xu Jixin, what do you intend to do? Jiang Kaoqian demanded, his voice laced with fury. Nothing much, just can't stand some worthless individuals pretending to be impressive in my presence. Jiang Yulong was a waste, but you, as an illegitimate child, are even more useless, lacking even a hint of internal energy fluctuation. Xu Jixin laughed derisively, flaunting his abilities, only to find that the other party showed no sign of awareness regarding his actions. Chen Dong chose to ignore this fool, his gaze turning icy as he directed his words at Jiang Kaoqian. As a dog, you are woefully inept. With such circumstances, are you not going to take action? Jiang Kaoqian tensed, hastily responding, Sir, please forgive me this once. There is a rule at Wenbao Hall that prohibits any martial artist from engaging in combat here, which caused me to lower my guard. If someone were to strike, the of Wenbao Hall would likely. The oppressive aura of the of Wenbao Hall was indeed formidable. Regardless of the grievances outside, be it a vendetta for a slain father or a stolen wife, once inside Wenbao Hall, one must behave with decorum. Thus, the martial artists here had lost the vigilance they maintained in the outside world. Although Chen Dong said nothing, the disappointment in his eyes was palpable. Xu Jixin, though oblivious to the meaning behind the initial part of Chen Dong and Jiang Kaoqian's conversation, grasped the latter half and couldn't help but laugh. Where did you find this bumpkin of an illegitimate child from the Jiang family? You don't even understand Wenbao Hall's rules. Does your mother hail from some brothel? Bang! Chen Dong suddenly struck out, sending Xu Jixin flying several meters away, rolling multiple times before coming to a stop. The immense force left Xu Jixin seeing stars, his left cheek swelling instantly, and as he opened his mouth, he found it filled with broken teeth. You dare to lay a hand on me? You're finished. Xu Jixin shouted in impotent rage, clutching his shattered teeth. This unexpected turn of events drew the attention of many, with several emerging from the VIP room. The Shu family, on the other hand, wore expressions of shock. Xu Jixin was their family's most outstanding descendant in a century, having cultivated to the Earth realm at a young age, a true genius even in the entire Dragon country. How could such a prodigy, nurtured by the family, be sent flying by a mere slap? Insult my mother, and I shall demand your life in atonement, otherwise, I will make your existence a living hell. Chen Dong spoke quietly, advancing slowly toward Xu Jixin. You are dreaming. This is Wenbao Hall. If you dare to act, it will be your demise. Xu Jixin retorted, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, his pitiful state doing nothing to diminish his haughty demeanor. What sustained him was the so-called rules of Wanbao Hall. Sir, this WAN, Jiang Kaoqian began to speak, but was immediately silenced by the murderous glare from Chen Dong. Chen Dong shifted his focus back to Xu Jixin, flicking his finger, boom. Xu Jixin's right leg exploded, showering the ground with gore, while gasps echoed through the crowd. This individual truly showed no regard for Wanbao Hall. How many years had it been since someone caused a disturbance here? 20, perhaps. The of Wanbao Hall had always been a legend. Could it be that today they were fortunate enough to witness one in action? Young master. The Xu family members, their eyes wide with horror, rushed toward Chen Dong, disregarding the rules. With a casual flick, Chen Dong unleashed a wave of sword qi. In an instant, those rushing Xu family members were cleaved in two, fountains of blood erupting high into the air. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were instantly filled with dread. They had never anticipated that this young man would act with such ruthless ferocity, unhesitatingly slaughtering so many. To kill within Wanbao Hall was a guaranteed death sentence. Young man, you are alarmingly young and yet possess such a murderous disposition. For the sake of the elderly, I implore you to cease your actions. I am, after all, the security here and cannot remain passive. You have violated the rules of Wanbao Hall. Come with me, and I shall overlook the actions of your companions. At that moment, the old security guard, who had been previously ignored, approached Chen Dong, hands clasped behind his back. What rules? The rules of Wanbao Hall are merely established upon the foundation of the strong. Without the strong, rules are nothing but excrement. Chen Dong replied, turning his gaze toward the elderly guard, and continued, Old man, let me share my own rule. Those who insult my kin shall surely meet their demise. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in shock. Gasps filled the air as everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their minds reeling. This young man was audacious. It was clear he held Wanbao Hall in contempt. Everyone understood the principle of respecting the strong. But are you a strong individual? Can you surpass the of Wanbao Hall? This was no longer a matter of a naive youth unafraid of tigers. This was sheer ignorance of the concept of mortality. Jiang Kaoqian and Jiang Lintian felt the world spinning around them. It was over. This time, it was truly over. The Jiang family, having barely survived, was now on the brink of annihilation by their. How could this happen? From the outset, the Jiang family had struggled with their lack of male heirs. Jiang Yulong was a waste, and now, with Chen Dong's arrival, they had provoked a string of misfortunes seemed to be relentlessly driving the Jiang family toward destruction. There had to be something amiss. There must be. If they were fortunate enough to survive, they would certainly seek a feng shui master for guidance. Youth, are you truly prepared to make an enemy of Wanbao Hall? The old security guard regarded Chen Dong, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Having worked as a security guard at Wanbao Hall for decades, this was the first time a young person did not dismiss him and instead engaged him in conversation, fostering a certain fondness for Chen Dong. Thus, he had refrained from intervening when Chen Dong struck Xu Jixin, only to find Chen Dong's demeanor shift to such arrogance, surpassing anyone he had ever known. Old man, do you wish to oppose me? Chen Dong raised an eyebrow, pointing once more, causing Xu Jixin's left leg to explode. The entire VIP area was filled with Xu Jixin's anguished screams. Sigh. The old guard's admiration for Chen Dong dissipated entirely as he slowly raised his gnarled hand toward Chen Dong's chest. Unfazed, Chen Dong met the attack head-on. Buzz. Suddenly, a ringing filled everyone's ears, akin to the sensation experienced during a flight when atmospheric pressure shifts. Yet, this feeling was not unusual, so the crowd paid it no mind. However, the old guard's expression shifted dramatically. What began as regret transformed into sheer astonishment. Chapter 68. Better to die than live. The old security guard gazed incredulously at Chen Dong, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. Elder, are you certain you wish to make an enemy of me? Chen Dong retorted once more. Upon hearing Chen Dong's voice, the old guard finally snapped out of his shock. His expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, and after a long pause, he sighed helplessly. Young friend, just do not go too far. Rest assured, Elder, I only intend to eliminate those who deserve it. With that, Chen Dong disregarded the old guard entirely. The old man, stooped and weary, slowly shuffled away, his gaze wandering, lost in thoughts unknown. Witnessing the scene, the onlookers displayed a spectrum of expressions. What does this mean? Is Wanbao Tang planning to turn a blind eye? That old man is simply too weak. Even if he wishes to intervene, he lacks the strength. Fear not, he is likely going to inform the higher-ups of Wanbao Tang. It won't be long before someone comes to impose justice on him. I wonder if we will be fortunate enough to witness a celestial-level warrior in action. Alas, it is a pity for such a promising talent to face demise at such a young age. From what I gathered, he seems to be a bastard child of the Jiang family. If only he could temper his temperament a bit, perhaps the Jiang family could ascend to new heights. The crowd buzzed with chatter, most reveling in the spectacle with a sense of schadenfreude, eagerly awaiting the display of a celestial master. A scant few felt a sense of regret for Chen Dong, lamenting the impending fall of such a prodigy. Xu Jixin, on the other hand, was overtaken by terror. The swift annihilation of his family's experts made it clear to him that Chen Dong was not jesting. He truly had the audacity to kill. The only path left before him was one of submission, to plead for mercy and buy time until the celestial experts of Wanbao Tang arrived. At that moment, he would be saved, while Chen Dong would meet his end. The experts of his family were nearby. Once they emerged from Wanbaitang, they would surely capture all of Chen Dong's family and execute them one by one before his very eyes. To fulfill his thirst for vengeance, he resolutely chose to beg for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. I am not worthy of being called a man. Please spare me. I am willing to bow an apology. I am willing to apologize to your mother. I should not have insulted her. With his legs rendered useless, Xu Jixin disregarded the pain and prostrated himself on the ground in lieu of bowing. At this moment, no one viewed Xu Jixin as humiliating. Rather, they regarded him as someone with a sense of self-preservation. After all, survival took precedence over pride. Once the celestial experts arrived, the dynamics would shift instantaneously. The once defiant Chen Dong could very well become a lifeless corpse in the blink of an eye. Hearing Xu Jixin's pleas for mercy, a cold smile crept across Chen Dong's lips. You have but one opportunity, and since you have squandered it, what awaits you is a fate worse than death. I am a man of my word. In that moment, Chen Dong's smile appeared devilish in Xu Jixin's eyes. He trembled uncontrollably. A fate worse than death. How would Chen Dong treat him? Would he ruin his meridians? Sever his hands, dismantle his very features? Xu Jixin dared not contemplate further. If that were the case, what use would it be to survive? It would be better to die. I was wrong. I am not human. I truly repent. I beg you. I implore you. As Xu Jixin's desperate cries echoed, Chen Dong's hand slowly descended toward his crown. Was he to be struck dead with a single blow? Perhaps it would be better to die swiftly than to be reduced to a mere husk. However, after a brief wait, the anticipated strike did not come. Instead, Chen Dong's palm halted just an inch from Xu Jixin's brow. What do you mean? Xu Jixin stammered, trembling. Chen Dong smiled faintly. You will soon understand. In short, physical pain has its limits, but the torment of the mind knows no bounds. I am quite curious how long you can endure. Xu Jixin froze for a moment, only to feel the world spin around him, his eyes growing increasingly vacant. To the onlookers, he appeared as if his soul had left his body, staring blankly into the distance. Sir, what is happening to him? Jiang Haojian asked, puzzled. Chen Dong replied calmly, just a minor trick. He has fallen into an illusion. As I mentioned, mental anguish is limitless. As long as Xu Jixin is human, he harbors someone dear to him deep within his heart. In the ensuing illusion, he will repeatedly experience the murder of those he cherishes most during his happiest moments, killed in various ways, in the manner he fears most. His psyche will slowly unravel until his demise. Jiang Haojian and Jiang Lintian, upon hearing this, stared wide-eyed, momentarily forgetting to breathe. To transition from bliss to despair, to experience joy only to be met with sorrow time and time again, how could such a terrifying method exist? And yet, it sounded utterly unfathomable. Was it truly within the realm of human capability? With such doubts in mind, the Jiang brothers turned their attention to Xu Jixin. At that moment, a blissful smile crept across Xu Jixin's face, but it was short-lived, soon replaced by anxiety, terror, and despair, culminating in a heart-wrenching wail of grief. Round 1, Chen Dong stated indifferently. The Jiang brothers shivered at the sight, exchanging glances that conveyed a mutual understanding. They vowed never to cross Chen Dong. In the following minutes, Xu Jixin endured several rounds of illusions, his spirit utterly deflated, slumped on the ground like a puddle of mud. Although the onlookers remained oblivious to the specifics of what transpired, Xu Jixin's bizarre demeanor sent chills down their spines, and their gazes toward Chen Dong now brimmed with trepidation. 4 rounds in, and it seems to be going well, Chen Dong remarked, snapping his fingers. Xu Jixin trembled, his weary eyes scanning the surroundings before finally locking onto Chen Dong. Kill me, please, I beg you, just end my life. At that moment, Xu Jixin yearned only for death. You may not yet understand me. When I make a statement, I will see it through. Do not worry, you will not die just yet, trust me. Chen Dong said with a benevolent smile. To an outsider, it would seem as though he was a devoted friend striving to protect Xu Jixin. However, upon hearing this, Xu Jixin erupted in rage, shouting, You are a demon, may you suffer a fate worse than death. My Xu family will not spare you. A fate worse than death. You are not the first to utter such words, nor will you be the last. Did you ever consider this moment when you sought to bully me? Chen Dong replied coolly. Individuals like Xu Jixin were far too common in Chen Dong's experience. They merely spoke of strength when they were in power, and invoked morality when they were weak. Moreover, such individuals shared a common trait. They were petty and vengeful, always seeking retribution if granted a second chance. Chen Dong had suffered enough due to his leniency, often dragging innocent people into peril. Henceforth, he would show no mercy to his enemies. At that moment, a formidable group clad in the distinctive attire of Wanbaitang approached with an imposing presence. Xu Jixin's lifeless eyes suddenly ignited with fervor as he cackled, Har har har, it is the enforcement team of Wanbaitang. The higher-ups are aware now. You are finished, this time you are truly done for. The onlookers could not help but shake their heads. Chen Dong had been excessively arrogant. He possessed the power to resolve the situation, yet chose to torment his opponent. Now, the enforcers had arrived. Not only would Xu Jixin escape unscathed, but he would also see Chen Dong pay with his life. Jiang Haojian and Jiang Lintian felt their legs weaken at the sight of the formidable enforcement team, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was over, truly over. While the celestial level warriors had yet to appear, the enforcement team was nonetheless fearsome. Each enforcement team typically boasted at least one Earth-ranked leader, and their presence indicated that the concealed celestial level warriors had taken notice of the unfolding events. Should the enforcement team fail to subdue Chen Dong, the celestial level warriors would undoubtedly intervene. At this moment, aside from Xu Jixin's maniacal laughter, all fell silent. Esteemed members of the enforcement team, save me, this man has disregarded the rules of Wan Baotang, murdered my Xu family members, and tormented me. I beg the enforcement team to uphold justice. Xu Jixin clawed his way to the feet of the enforcement team, weeping profusely. The members of the enforcement team turned their attention toward Chen Dong. Chapter 69, the heavenly VIP room. So many lives have been lost, and Xu Jixin has been beaten so brutally. Even the turmoil from 2 decades ago was not this severe. Numerous faces in the crowd were filled with anticipation, curious about how Wan Baotang would deal with such brigands. Kill him! Kill him! Xu Jixin internally screamed, his eyes wide and round, his molars grinding audibly. Jiang Haoqian and Jiang Lintian held their breath, anxiously observing the unfolding events, their aged hearts racing like those of youthful lads. Families at odds with the Jiang clan secretly rejoiced, hoping Wan Baotang would also take the opportunity to deal with the Jiangs. The entire scene was rife with ulterior motives. At this moment, a deadly silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were fixed on the enforcement team, while others searched for the legendary expert rumored to be lurking in the shadows. Just then, the enforcement team approached Chen Dong directly. Chen Dong's demeanor remained calm as he glanced at the leader and said coolly, "Is there something you need?" The leader clasped his hands in salute, bowing slightly as he replied, "Sir, the auction is about to commence, yet this man is wailing incessantly, which may disrupt your enjoyment of the event. May I grant him a swift end, allowing you to focus on the auction?" Xu Jixin, sprawled on the ground, felt his smile freeze, incredulous as he looked at the enforcement team of Wan Baotang. Hearing the leader's words, Chen Dong replied nonchalantly, "I have stated my intention to make him wish for death. You would have me break my word." The leader's expression faltered, and he bowed even lower. "My apologies, sir. It was thoughtless of me to express our regret. Wan Baotang has prepared the heavenly VIP room for you, and additionally, you may select one item from today's auction to take with you, if you wish. Select one. Anything at all. Indeed, anything you desire from the upcoming items, simply raise your paddle, and our association will reserve it for you without charge. What do you think?" the leader said respectfully. "That is acceptable, but Xu Jixin has insulted my mother. I must handle this personally." With that, Chen Dong flicked his fingers, and a surge of energy sent Xu Jixin's skull flying off. Even in death, confusion lingered on Xu Jixin's face. He could not comprehend why Wan Baotang, known for its strict enforcement, would set such a precedent for Chen Dong. Not only Xu Jixin, but the rest were also left dumbfounded by the scene. After dealing with Xu Jixin, the leader of the enforcement team waved his hand for his subordinates to clean up the area and turned to lead Chen Dong toward the heavenly VIP room. As Chen Dong was about to follow, he noticed Jiang Haoqian and Jiang Lintian, along with other Jiang family members, standing dumbfounded in place, and he could not help but ask, "Aren't you coming?" Can we go?" Jiang Haoqian and Jiang Lintian snapped back to reality, cautiously inquiring. The leader of the enforcement team glanced at Chen Dong and nodded, "Since you are with the sir, you may accompany him. If you wish, you may also enter and exit the heavenly VIP room in the future." Upon hearing this, the Jiang family members were overjoyed and hurriedly followed suit. As the protagonists departed, the entire venue erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. What is going on? A commotion at Wan Baotang, and yet nothing happened in the end. Where are the celestial level experts? The legendary warriors. Do you think it's possible that Wan Baotang does not have any celestial level warriors at all? After all, 20 years is a long time, and perhaps the tales have been exaggerated. I would not be surprised if that is the case. If there were truly celestial level experts, how could there be no news for 2 entire decades? It seems Wan Baotang is not as formidable as the rumors suggest. Even without celestial level experts, Wan Baotang has plenty. Could it be that these heaven level experts cannot even handle a young man? In my view, Wan Baotang has set its sights on the power behind that youth. Xu Jixin is somewhat renowned in East China as a talented martial artist, yet before that young man, he could not even withstand a single strike, let alone considering the mysterious techniques that young man possesses. All signs point to the possibility that he hails from a powerful faction. Indeed, no wonder the Jiang family treats him with such reverence. They've certainly struck gold. With the death of a patriarch and a useless heir, they have now aligned themselves with a formidable force and are likely to soar to great heights. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Their earlier mockery of the Jiang family transformed into palpable jealousy. Only a few of the more powerful families remained indifferent, yet they were curious about the origin of Chen Dong's formidable prowess, wondering which faction could produce such an outstanding young man. Were it not for their pressing matters, they would have sought to forge a connection with him. Meanwhile, Chen Dong and his companions, under the guidance of the Wan Baotang enforcement team, arrived at the heavenly VIP room. The Jiang family members were overwhelmed with excitement, their eyes darting around in awe. You are, after all, a prominent family. Must you display such naivete? Chen Dong could no longer contain himself. These 2 elderly men, nearing 200 years of age combined, were behaving like children in a toy store, which was quite embarrassing. He began to regret taking the Jiang family under his wing. "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for our lack of decorum. It is simply that the heavenly VIP room is so rare. There are only 5 in the entire auction house, and it is said that only the super families or world-renowned experts and battle-hardened war gods enter this room. Families like ours, which are merely mid-tier, can only access the lowest yellow VIP rooms in this auction house. The heavenly room is something we could hardly dream of." Jiang Haojian's excitement was understandable. In the realm of martial artists, being able to enter Wan Baotang's heavenly VIP room represented an absolute status and prestige in the martial world. Who among martial artists does not desire recognition? Even if Chen Dong were no longer with the Jiang family, the events of today would elevate the Jiang family's standing in the martial world significantly. As they spoke, the group arrived at the VIP room. The doors to the heavenly room were meticulously carved from yellow sandalwood, exuding a subtle fragrance that invigorated the mind. The room was spacious and luxuriously decorated, with materials of the finest quality. These materials were chosen for their refreshing properties, ensuring that participants remained alert and did not act impulsively. Further in, there was a floor-to-ceiling one-way mirror, allowing those inside to see the auction stage clearly, while those on stage could not see in. Sir, would you like me to arrange an assistant for you? It would facilitate your understanding of the auction items and help place bids, suggested the leader of the enforcement team. Such distinguished individuals typically did not bid on their own. They often brought along a beautiful assistant to assist with bidding, showcasing their status and taste. Please arrange for one. Also, I would like a list of today's auction items, Chen Dong instructed. Of course, please hold on a moment. With that, the enforcement team quietly withdrew. At this moment, Jiang Haojian and Jiang Lintian could no longer contain their curiosity and hurriedly inquired, "Do you know someone at Wan Baotang?" "I do not." "Why do you ask?" Chen Dong shook his head. "Then why is Wan Baotang treating you with such courtesy, and why are they not causing us any trouble?" Jiang Haojian asked, puzzled. Hearing this, Chen Dong smiled slightly. "It's simple. Their strongest cannot defeat me, they fear me." Jiang Haojian and Jiang Lintian were taken aback, puzzled by his words. Noticing their continued confusion, Chen Dong asked, "Do you remember the old security guard we encountered when we first arrived?" "Yes." They nodded, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you saying that old security guard is the strongest here?" "How strong can an old man buried up to his neck in dirt possibly be?" Chen Dong sipped his tea and replied nonchalantly, "What if I told you that old security guard is a celestial level expert of Wan Baotang?" Chapter 70. The world of warriors. That old security guard, is he truly a celestial level master? Jiang Haojian and Jiang Lintian exclaimed in unison, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Both were at a loss for words. One would expect a celestial level master to be ethereal and transcendent, yet this was entirely contrary to their preconceived notions of an unparalleled expert. More importantly, the Jiang family had frequented the Wanbao Hall countless times. Although they often encountered this old guard, they had consistently overlooked his presence, dismissing him as inconsequential. In hindsight, they realized that they had not merely disregarded a security guard, but repeatedly missed opportunities to forge connections with celestial level powerhouses. Suddenly, a thought struck them. If that old guard was indeed an extraordinary master, why had he allowed Chen Dong, who disrupted Wanbao Hall's rules, to go unpunished and even invited them to the prestigious Tian class VIP room? Reflecting on their previous encounter, a chilling realization began to dawn upon them. Only a master of equal caliber could instill such fear and respect in a celestial level figure. Could it be that Chen Dong was genuinely an unparalleled celestial level master? With this revelation, they regarded Chen Dong with even greater astonishment. Chen Dong, as if reading their minds, calmly stated, "There is no need to look at me like that. I am not a celestial level master." Upon hearing this, the two finally managed to quell their tumultuous emotions. After all, it was unheard of for someone so young to attain celestial level status. While he may not be celestial level, the ability to withstand a strike from one would likely require a peak heaven level mastery. It was likely that the old guard was wary of the forces backing Chen Dong, for anyone capable of nurturing such a prodigy must have celestial level masters behind them. Soon, an assistant arranged by Wanbao Hall arrived in the VIP room. Just as the assistant began to explain the auction items for the day, a commotion erupted outside. "Jiang Haojian, Jiang Lintian. You two scoundrels, hand over the murderer." A voice, infused with inner strength, reverberated throughout the entire auction house. "Sir." Jiang Haojian glanced at Chen Dong. Chen Dong waved his hand, indicating that he could handle the matter himself. Jiang Haojian nodded and had just stepped out of the Jian class VIP room when a figure charged at him. "Jiang Haojian, you will pay for this with your life." An old man, bearing a striking resemblance to Xu Jixin, swung a palm towards him. "Xu Leoge. How dare you, this is Wanbao Hall." Jiang Haojian exclaimed in shock, retreating several steps in a panic to narrowly evade the attack, glaring angrily at his assailant. "You dare to talk to me about rules?" "Har har har," Xu Leoge laughed heartily. "You lot of murderers, torturing my grandson, and you still wish to discuss rules. Don't think you can intimidate me with Wanbao Hall. Thanks to your actions, it is now common knowledge that the celestial level master of Wanbao Hall is but a FA8. A Wanbao Hall without celestial level masters is akin to a toothless tiger. Do you truly believe I would be afraid?" Jiang Haojian regarded Xu Leoge with an incredulous expression. "Are you out of your mind? Who told you that Wanbao Hall lacks celestial level masters? Do not attempt to deceive me." Xu Leoge waved his hand dismissively, confidently asserting, "Is this not common knowledge? Hand over that little beast, and out of respect for our past relations, I may let you off the hook." Unlike the Jiang family, the Xu family was thriving with a multitude of third-generation descendants. The death of one Xu Jixin was inconsequential, as there were many heirs to take his place, though none possessed his extraordinary talent. Furthermore, Xu Leoge's current strength lay between the early and mid-heaven levels. Facing off against Jiang Haoqian and Jiang Valentian would pose considerable danger, even if they were merely early heaven level fighters. He was on the verge of breaking through to mid-heaven level and was loath to risk his life over a deceased grandson. Xu Leoge, had your grandson not been so arrogant, he would not have met such an end. I advise you to consider this incident a lesson for the Xu family and refrain from further pursuit, lest your entire clan faces catastrophic consequences. Jiang Haoqian scoffed, turning away without another word to Xu Leoge. Seeing Jiang Haoqian's dismissive attitude, Xu Leoge's fury reached its zenith. How brazen, you murderers are so arrogant. When Jiang Chengqian was in power, your Jiang family dared not act in such a manner. It seems your martial arts have improved, granting you such confidence. Let me see just how much stronger you are than your brother. Before he could finish his sentence, Xu Leoge gathered his inner strength and launched a powerful strike towards Jiang Haoqian's back. This punch harnessed all of his might, delivered with lethal intent. Stop! Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated. Xu Leoge's inner strength dissipated uncontrollably. Celestial level. Xu Leoge gasped in shock, his heart racing. Wasn't it said that the celestial level masters of Wanbao Hall were mere illusions? However, he quickly regained his composure and clasped his fists, bowing respectfully. Elder, today my Xu family has suffered the tragic loss of a grandson, and I merely seek justice. After a brief pause, the ancient voice echoed once more, leave now. This is for the good of your Xu family. Do not invite disaster upon yourselves by pursuing this matter. Elder, is the rule of Wanbao Hall a mere jest? Xu Leoge protested defiantly. The rules of Wanbao Hall are no jest, but there are always those who can transcend the rules. This is the world of warriors, where the strong reign supreme. Why did Xu Zhixin provoke? Was it not because Jiang Chengqian's demise left you unrestrained, emboldening your Xu family to act so audaciously? Wanbao Hall cannot assist you in this matter. You cannot offend an adversary you cannot contend with. Our only role is to prevent you from further folly. Consider this a small compensation from Wanbao Hall to the Xu family. Xu family head, having lived so long, do you still not grasp the essence of this world? There is no fairness here, only the rules established by the strong. With that, the ancient voice fell silent. Xu Leoge remained rooted in place, his expression shifting between anger and despair. He understood the reasoning. The Xu family had often exploited their strength, yet he could not swallow this bitterness. If it were a matter involving the superfamilies, it would be one thing, but why should the Jiang family escape unscathed? Xu Leoge, you heard the elder's words. My Jiang family has lost a mid-heaven level member, yet we now possess an even more formidable backing. If your Xu family seeks to trample us to ascend, perhaps you should first consider whether you might trip over your own ambitions. Jiang Haoqian proclaimed triumphantly, closing the VIP room door, no longer inclined to entertain him. The commotion had drawn considerable attention, and many witnesses observed Xu Leoge being denied entry, resembling a pitiful, drenched stray dog. The taunting expressions of those around him frayed Xu Leoge's composure. Originally, following Jiang Chengqian's death, the Xu family had intended to swallow the Jiang family whole, aiming to elevate their standing among martial families. Yet, due to the emergence of that young man from the Jiang family, not only had their plans been thwarted, but he had also cost them a beloved grandson and tarnished the Xu family's reputation in the eyes of others. Strong, you are all correct. The world of warriors is indeed ruled by the strong. Even if your Jiang family has secured a powerful ally, I still possess the means to eliminate you. Celestial level does not equate to invincibility. As long as I acquire that treasure, Xu Leoge seethed inwardly, storming away in a fury. Upon returning to the private room, Jiang Haoqian was well aware of the events that transpired outside and chose not to inquire further. After all, if he were to question every detail, what would be the purpose of the Jiang family's standing? Before long, the auction officially commenced. The initial items up for bid were trivial, mostly antiques and the like, of no use for cultivation. Until the auctioneer's voice rang out, the next item for bid is an ancient text of indeterminate age. According to our research, this text contains numerous martial arts attributes. Possessing it is akin to wielding a magnifying glass for discerning genius. No martial arts attribute will slip by unnoticed. It is indeed an essential item for recruiting disciples and expanding influence. The starting bid, 10 million. Chapter 71, Who is the Clown? An ancient tome priced at 10 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their disdain. The concept of a martial physique was indeed alluring, and having such an individual as a disciple was a dream cherished by every prestigious family and grand sect. However, since martial physiques are exceedingly rare, who could guarantee that purchasing the book would lead to encountering such a person? Ultimately, it boiled down to luck. Those favored by fortune might stumble upon a disciple of remarkable aptitude without needing this tome at all, while the less fortunate might scour the entire city without success. Moreover, a crucial point must be made. Those with exceptional talent are seldom lacking in admirers. Investing a significant amount of resources to cultivate such individuals could easily lead to others enticing them away with better offers. Human nature is driven by self-interest. Even a father and son may turn against one another, let alone a master and disciple. Thus, the ancient tome fell into an immediate silence. Although they possessed wealth, no one wished to squander it on an uncertain investment, especially one that could potentially breed a treacherous protg. It appears the audience is not fully aware of the true nature of this tome. The auctioneer, clearly anticipating the crowd's reaction, continued nonchalantly, this book not only documents the martial physique but also conceals a method that can elevate one to at least the celestial tier. Historically, those who have employed this technique have achieved no less than celestial status, with the highest reaching the realm of the immortal. His calm voice echoed throughout the auction hall. The previously cacophonous venue fell into a profound hush. If that were the case, the tome's value had transformed dramatically. As warriors, who would not desire to attain mastery? 10 million. Soon, the first bidder emerged. In mere moments, the price of the ancient tome soared to 20 million. However, as it reached this threshold, the pace of bidding began to slow. The crowd was not composed of fools. Even if there existed a method to become an immortal, the prerequisites were undoubtedly stringent. Otherwise, why would the one-bow hole part with such a tome for sale? Would it not be more advantageous to keep it and cultivate an army of immortals to dominate the martial world? Old Shu, ensconced in his private box, was calculating the budget for the auction, pondering whether to acquire the tome, and if doing so would impact the auction of the subsequent treasures. Just as he hesitated, a familiar voice rang out. 22 million, this tome is ours, from the Jiang family. Jiang Haojin declared suddenly. Upon hearing that the Jiang family intended to bid for the book, Old Shu reacted decisively. The Shu family also desires this tome. 22 million and 1. Since each increment had to be no less than 1 million, Old Shu's bid was clearly intended to humiliate the Jiang family. If he could not best them now, he would make them uncomfortable during the auction. Sir, it's the Shu family, Jiang Haojin remarked, glancing at Chen Dong. Chen Dong merely raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, continue bidding. Jiang Haojin nodded, 23 million. 23 million and 1. 24 million. 24 million and 1. Thus, as Jiang Haojin raised his bid, Old Shu added 1 million each time. The price ascended to 41 million. The steward of the Shu family hastily interjected, Patriarch, we cannot continue like this. Our funds must be reserved for the final treasure auction. We must not gamble on a moment's anger. I am fully aware. Do you think I genuinely wish to acquire this item? I am simply vexing the Jiang family. A tome that could have been secured for 20 million has now been inflated to 40 million, and I can only imagine how furious the Jiang family must be in their box. A sense of satisfaction washed over Old Shu as he waved his hand dismissively. The price is nearly sufficient. Once the Jiang family bids again, we shall refrain from increasing it, just to infuriate those scoundrels. At the same time, Jiang Haojin was poised to raise his bid once more but was suddenly halted by Chen Dong. Enough, no need to raise it further, Chen Dong said with an amused smile. The Shu family is already pleased. Let us invoke the privilege granted to us by the Wanbao Hall. Jiang Haojin was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. The Wanbao Hall had bestowed upon Chen Dong a privilege. The right to take one item from the auction without any cost. Isn't it a waste to employ such a privilege here? We can easily afford a mere 40 million, Jiang Haojin lamented. Not at all. The remaining items are worthless to me, and there is no need to bid on them, Chen Dong replied, closing his eyes. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, Jiang Haojin felt unburdened and eagerly remarked, Old Shu must think he has made us spend more money. I truly wish to see his expression later. The Shu family believed they had outsmarted the Jiang family, unaware that Chen Dong had been toying with them all along. We, the Jiang family, invoke our privilege. This declaration elicited a variety of reactions from the crowd, with many expressing confusion and inquiring about the nature of the Jiang family's privilege. Privilege? What privilege? Old Shu also wore a perplexed expression as he looked to those around him. The steward shook his head, indicating ignorance. On the auction stage, the auctioneer smiled faintly upon hearing Jiang Haojin's words. Since the Jiang family has invoked their privilege, this ancient tome shall belong to them. However, before proceeding, I must inquire once more. By decision of the Wanbao Hall's upper echelons, the Jiang family has the right to select one item from this auction without any payment. Does the Jiang family wish to utilize this exclusive privilege for this ancient tome? With this inquiry, the auctioneer aimed to confirm the Jiang family's intent while explaining the privilege to the spectators. We, the Jiang family, confirm. Very well, this ancient tome will be delivered to your box shortly. Once confirmed, the tome was taken off the stage. In the Shu family box, Old Shu was left in a state of bewilderment. The satisfaction he previously felt entirely evaporated. Damn it, that scoundrel Jiang Haojin was playing me. He had the privilege all along, yet he still bid. Is he mocking me? Old Shu's thoughts raced as he quickly grasped the situation. After all this time, he was the true fool. The psychological impact of this revelation only intensified his fury. Patriarch, do not be alarmed. This may in fact be a boon for us. The steward, noticing the patriarch's outrage, quickly attempted to console him. A boon? I was just played for a fool, yet you tell me this is good. Old Shu roared in anger. The steward hurriedly explained, Patriarch, consider this from a different perspective. Since the Jiang family has utilized their only privilege, they will have to bid with real money for the remaining items, ensuring that the treasures we cover cannot be taken away by them using their privilege. Moreover, our investigations reveal that the Jiang family's finances are not as robust as ours, so we need not fear them in an open bidding war. Upon reflecting on the steward's rationale, Old Shu began to see the merit in his words. Steward, having you in our Shu family is indeed a blessing. Old Shu said gratefully, patting the steward's shoulder, his anger dissipating and replaced with derision towards the Jiang family. To squander such a valuable privilege on an uncertain tome is truly foolish. The subsequent auction items consisted of various techniques and elixirs. Numerous families fought fiercely for these items, driving prices to astronomical heights. During this time, the Shu family refrained from participating in any further bidding. Finally, the last item of the auction was revealed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final item of today's auction. It was unearthed by the Wanbao Hole from the ruins, and preliminary assessments suggest it is at least 1,000 years old. Despite the passage of time, it remains as sharp as ever, a truly indispensable weapon for any martial artist. As the auctioneer elaborated, a glimmering sword was slowly brought onto the stage. Even from behind the glass, Jiang Haojian could sense the blade's razor sharpness. From the expressions of the crowd, it is clear that there is satisfaction regarding this treasure. However, if mere sharpness were all it offered, how could it be the highlight of today's auction? As he spoke, another staff member wheeled in a piece of granite. The auctioneer, smiling, lifted the sword and infused it with internal energy. Instantly, the blade emanated a radiant glow. With a swift motion, he cleaved the granite several meters away in two, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. As you can see, I am but a humble practitioner of the Shen tier, yet with the aid of this sword, I can project my internal strength outward. Its value need not be elaborated upon. The starting bid is 100 million, each subsequent bid must exceed 10 million. As soon as the words fell, hands shot up in eager bids. Sir, this truly is a treasure. How I wish we had used our privilege earlier. Jiang Haojian lamented, filled with regret. Meanwhile, Shen Dong remained unfazed, dismissively uttering for words, merely trash. In the Shu family box, old Shu was brimming with excitement, indeed. This is precisely the treasure recorded by my ancestors, a bunch of foolish individuals, utterly ignorant of the true power of this sword. Chapter 72, Saving Money is not a shame. The Shu family and the Jiang family possess certain distinctions. The Jiang family's lineage has endured for merely a century, while the Shu family's heritage stretches back much further. However, as the saying goes, extremes lead to reversal, and prosperity inevitably gives way to decline. Presently, the Shu family finds itself at its nadir, yet its ancient lineage endures, bestowing upon them knowledge surpassing that of the average martial artist. This sword, as documented by their ancestors, is a legendary weapon of great renown. Master, are you certain that the sword we have been seeking is this one? The steward inquired cautiously, aware that the stakes involved were substantial, hoping to avoid any blunders in this matter. Upon hearing the steward's reminder, the old Shu became composed, scrutinizing the sword on the pedestal for a moment longer. Indeed, this sword is an exact match to the illustrations drawn by our ancestors. It cannot be mistaken, this is the cloud-slicing sword. After repeated confirmations, the old Shu nodded emphatically, excitement bubbling within him as he continued. This sword first appeared a millennium ago. At that time, my Shu family ancestor was merely a disciple of a small sect, which later discovered this sword in an ancient tomb, accompanied by a set of sword techniques. The synergy between this sword and its techniques yields immense power. A single strike can cleave the clouds in the heavens asunder, hence the name cloud slicing. Such formidable might allows one to effortlessly vanquish foes of even celestial caliber. It was due to this sword that the once humble sect ascended to prominence, becoming a super sect revered throughout the martial world in a remarkably short span. As he spoke, the fervor on the old Shu's face gradually faded, and he could not help but let out a sigh. Alas, as the saying goes, success and failure are two sides of the same coin. This small sect was forged by the sword, yet it also met its demise by the same blade. The rapid ascension naturally drew the attention of others, leading to investigations that unveiled the sword's existence. Eventually, the sect was besieged, and the cloud-slicing sword vanished without a trace. My Shu family's ancestors managed to gather some of the sect's techniques before fleeing, thus establishing the Shu family. By sheer fortune, the sword techniques were brought along and became the closely guarded secret of successive heads of the Shu family. The members of the Shu family listened, their blood surging with excitement. The sword and its techniques now belong to the Shu family. If a small sect could dominate the martial world with this sword, surely the Shu family could reclaim its former glory, or even surpass it. This truly is a blessing bestowed upon my Shu family. Generations of our family heads have sought this sword in vain, yet who would have thought the master would possess such fortune? It is evident that the master is indeed the chosen one by the heavens. The steward hastily showered praises. The old Shu regarded the steward with appreciation, chuckling, what fortune do I possess? This is all the result of our ancestors' hard work. Steward, this is a crucial opportunity for the Shu family's resurgence. We must secure this sword at any cost. The steward patted his chest confidently, assuring, leave it to me, you need not worry. Meanwhile, outside, the bidding was nearing its conclusion. After a fierce auction, the price of the cloud-slicing sword had skyrocketed to an astronomical 1.5 billion. If considered solely as a legendary weapon, this price was already at the ceiling. 1.6 billion. At that moment, the Shu family steward called out a bid. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitating to continue bidding. The price was simply too exorbitant. Some families in the VIP room shook their heads in disbelief. 1.5 billion was already challenging to accept, let alone 1.6 billion. This sum could easily procure a new sword crafted by a master at the renowned sword manor. In the luxurious VIP room. Sir, this sword is undoubtedly impressive, yet spending such a fortune seems to lack value for money. What is the Shu family up to? Jiang Haojian queried in confusion. So the Shu family's true intent is this? Chen Dong chuckled softly, addressing Jiang Haojian. Place a bid. Raise it directly to 10 billion. 10 billion, sir, are you joking? Jiang Haojian's heart raced as if it had been tightly squeezed. After all, this expenditure would come from the Jiang family's coffers. If the Shu family chose not to follow suit, spending 10 billion on a sword could render the Jiang family a laughingstock in the martial world for a long time. Rest assured, they will certainly follow suit. Jiang Haojian opened his mouth, wishing to protest, but recalling the scene where Chen Dong ruthlessly eliminated Xu Jixin, he swallowed his words and reluctantly placed the bid, 10 billion. As expected, upon hearing this, the entire room erupted in astonishment. Everyone momentarily froze, then regarded the Jiang family's direction as if observing a fool. 6 billion was already deemed excessive, but this 10 billion bid was akin to inviting ridicule upon oneself. In the Xu family's box, the old Xu's face darkened like storm clouds, his grip crushing the teacup in his hand as he seized the microphone, yelling in fury, Jiang Haojian, what do you mean by this? Are you intentionally inflating the price, 10 billion for this, are you out of your mind? Jiang Haojian retorted nonchalantly, the money is in my hands, I can purchase whatever I desire. If I find myself with excess funds, why not indulge a little? As for you, being poor is simply being poor, if you cannot afford it, do not act like a madman here. The auctioneer, sensing a confrontation brewing, hastily interjected, gentlemen, time is limited. If no one else bids, this sword will be sold. The old Xu, still seething, paused at the auctioneer's words, regaining his composure. Damn it, that old scoundrel Jiang Haojian, the old Xu silently cursed, swiftly countering, 101 billion. At this, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the Xu family had derided the Jiang family for their extravagant bid of 10 billion, yet in the blink of an eye, they had raised theirs. It was one thing to increase the bid, but by only 1 billion. Compared to the Jiang family, their presence was significantly diminished. The old Xu understood that raising it by a mere billion would weaken their stance against the Jiang family. However, he also realized that while the Xu family had wealth, it must not be squandered frivolously, especially not in an impulse-driven bidding war. Such behavior was utterly foolish. Indeed, the poor are truly poor, only raising it by 1 billion, old Xu, with your family's limited resources, why even participate in this auction? You might as well use the money to buy your grandson a fine coffin. Auctioneer, my Jiang family bids 1.5 billion. Jiang Haojian declared, simultaneously taking the opportunity to mock his rival, ensuring they would follow. Although Chen Dong had insisted it was of no concern, Jiang Haojian felt a pang of anxiety. Back and forth, half of the Jiang family's accumulated wealth was already at stake. Jiang Haojian, how dare you? 51 billion, at the old Xu's face flushed with rage, wishing he could obliterate every member of the Jiang family. In the luxurious VIP room, Chen Dong abruptly asked, what do you estimate the total assets of the Xu family to be? Jiang Haojian pondered briefly before responding, the Xu family possesses deeper roots than the Jiang family. In terms of accessible assets, they certainly surpass us. We have scraped together 30 billion for this auction, while the Xu family should have around 35 to 40 billion. However, considering they cannot deploy all their funds for this auction, I estimate they can only muster around 20 billion. Chen Dong shook his finger, smiling faintly, let us raise it to 35 billion. What? Sir, we do not possess such funds. Jiang Haojian felt as if he might faint. This would completely drain the Jiang family's resources. Have faith and bid. The Xu family will certainly have the funds. At this moment, Jiang Haojian had no alternative but to trust Chen Dong, 35 billion. Jiang Haojian's voice echoed throughout the auction hall. A pin drop could be heard in the entire venue. With this bid, many martial artists were compelled to reassess the sword on the pedestal. The Jiang family was no fool. Was there perhaps some secret hidden within this sword? Yet, despite their wide-eyed scrutiny, they could discern nothing. Even the auctioneer was momentarily taken aback by the staggering bid. This price was nearing the highest transaction record since the establishment of the treasure hall. Damn it, damn it, damn it, the old Xu paced back and forth in his box, cursing Jiang Haojian's ancestors through 18 generations. Who bids like this? This was outright bullying. Steward, transfer all available funds. We must secure the cloud-slicing sword. The old Xu's expression darkened, his tone venomous as he declared, it is settled. Once we obtain the cloud-slicing sword, our first act will be to offer the entire Jiang family as a sacrifice to the sword. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed, the Xu family. Raise the bid. The crowd perked up their ears. Could it be that the Xu family was about to rise again? Raise it by 10 million. Cut it out. The entire room erupted in boos. What a letdown. They had expected a record-breaking auction, yet the Xu family was unfazed. After all, saving money is not a shame. Chapter 73, Murder for Treasure. Is there no one left to bid? Shall we not commence the countdown? Xu Leoge hastily interjected, reminding the auctioneer. He had been mentally destabilized by the Jiang family, watching as the bidding escalated from 1 billion to over 350 billion. At this moment, Xu Leoge and the entire Xu family merely wished for the auction to conclude swiftly, fearful that the Jiang family might once again unleash an exorbitant offer. Very well. The Xu family bids 350 billion and 10 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Although this amount far exceeded Wan Baotang's expectations, the auctioneer, adhering to professional etiquette, felt compelled to ask. Upon hearing this, the Xu family members wished they could devour the auctioneer alive. After such a staggering increase, was there still room for dissatisfaction? Everyone's gaze turned in unison towards the Jiang family. Perhaps at this juncture, only they remained capable of bidding. 350 billion and 10 million, first call. 350 billion and 10 million, second call. 350 billion and 10 million, third call. Sold. Congratulations to the Xu family for acquiring this treasure. Until the auctioneer's words faded, the Jiang family remained silent, not uttering a single word. Our Xu Leoge finally exhaled, the tension he had been holding onto dissipating. Shortly thereafter, Wan Baotang delivered the sword to the Xu family's private box. Suppressing his heartache, Xu Leoge eagerly took the sword in hand, scrutinizing it closely. As he grasped the blade, his internal energy began to flow along the sword technique's prescribed route. Indeed, it is the cloud-cleaving divine sword. In that instant, the frustration of losing over 350 billion vanished entirely. Power, he could distinctly sense the formidable energy emanating from the cloud-cleaving sword. At this moment, Xu Leoge felt that even celestial-level experts before him were but mere chickens and dogs. The acquisition of such immense power for 350 billion was undoubtedly worth it. In the realm of martial artists, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, money is hardly an issue. Congratulations, Master! With this divine artifact, our Xu family is destined to soar to new heights and become the vanguard. Your achievements will be sung by generations to come. The steward's flattery always struck at the opportune moment. Xu Leoge beamed with delight, regarding the steward with appreciation. Let us keep a low profile. Let us keep a low profile. Har har har. After all, I have just lost my grandson. It is not appropriate to speak of such things at this moment. Har har har. Indeed, indeed. If young Master Jixin were still here, he would surely take pride in you, Master. The departed are gone. There is no need for sorrow. The steward hastily consoled him. Sigh, my dear grandson. I shall avenge you. The master and steward spoke of the deceased with solemnity, yet their faces bore unyielding smiles, their expressions barely concealing their mirth. Steward, keep a close watch on the Jiang family's every movement. I have stated before that the first battle after the cloud-cleaving sword returns must be commemorated with the blood of the Jiang clan. Though Xu Leoge's heart brimmed with joy, his hatred towards the Jiang family had not diminished in the slightest. On the contrary, the presence of the cloud-cleaving sword ignited a fervent desire for revenge deep within him. Master, should we not exercise caution? Wan Baotang's attitude towards the Jiang family seems peculiar, and the young man who harmed young Master Jixin likely has an extraordinary background. It may be prudent to wait until the Xu family is fully ascendant before we eradicate the Jiang family, the steward suggested. Fear not. Xu Leoge waved his hand confidently, stating, regardless of how formidable the forces behind that young man may be, as long as I possess the cloud-cleaving sword, I can confront them. Moreover, the post-auction practice of murder for treasure is commonplace. As long as we execute our plans with finesse, it will be difficult for anyone to trace it back to us. Go, keep a close watch on the Jiang family. The moment they step out of Wan Baotang's jurisdiction will mark their demise. After uttering these words, Xu Leoge focused intently on the cloud-cleaving sword, wishing to engage in no further conversation. The steward, seeing this, had no choice but to follow the master's orders, promptly dispatching several individuals to monitor Jiang Caoqian and his companions. With the conclusion of the cloud-cleaving sword's auction, the entire event drew to a close. Finally, the auctioneer delivered a note of thanks, as the Xu family had contributed over 350 billion to the auction, and some acknowledgement was warranted. However, none of the attendees were in the mood to listen. Previously, everyone had been astonished by Jiang Caoqian's sky-high bidding, but as they regained their composure, they began to recognize something amiss. The Xu family was not the nave, wealthy son of a landlord. It was likely that the sword concealed some unknown secret, one that warranted such a staggering price. If that were indeed the case, it would be worth taking a risk. In an instant, the atmosphere in the venue turned eerie, with each person wearing a grave expression, hurrying about. Even familiar faces exchanged no greetings, instead lowering their heads and hastening past one another. Not only were others apprehensive, but Jiang Caoqian and Jiang Lintian also felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Sir, is it truly safe for them to have acquired that sword? Should we? Jiang Caoqian's voice trailed off, making a gesture across his throat. Are you suggesting murder for treasure? Can such things occur here? Chen Dong replied, somewhat taken aback. He had engaged in such activities within the realm of cultivation, yet he had not anticipated that such practices were also prevalent in Blue Star, which evoked a sense of familiarity in him. In the past, such actions were unthinkable, but now the suspended Martial Commission is overwhelmed and lacks the manpower to oversee everything. As long as ordinary lives remain unaffected, they generally turn a blind eye to these matters. Moreover, when martial artists engage in mutual slaughter, they deplete the ranks of fighters in the realm, which ultimately benefits the suspended Martial Commission's management. Though the Jiang brothers' explanation was somewhat succinct, they had encapsulated the primary issues at hand. Chen Dong, upon hearing their words, felt a twinge of melancholy, realizing that the constraints imposed by the suspended Martial Commission on martial artists had diminished to such an extent. If this trend were to continue, it would not be long before the elder generation of the suspended Martial Commission perished, and the martial world of Longwa might soon fall under the dominion of various family clans and sects. There is no rush regarding the matter of murder for treasure. Someone will come to us. For now, let us meet with Wan Baotang's steward, as I wish to conduct a business transaction with them. Chen Dong rose, stating his intention. Jiang Caoqian and Jiang Lintian swallowed nervously at his words but refrained from pressing further. As they stepped outside, they coincidentally collided with a service attendant from Wan Baotang. Gentlemen, our district chief wishes to meet with you. May I inquire if you are available? The attendant inquired respectfully. Perfect timing, for I too have business with your steward. Lead the way. Chen Dong replied nonchalantly, nodding. The attendant guided Chen Dong and the Jiang family deeper into Wanbaotang. Chen Dong scanned the rooms ahead with his spiritual sense and noted that several individuals were already seated inside, including the elderly security guard from before. "Sir, our chief is waiting for you inside. Please, come in," the attendant gestured invitingly. Without hesitation, Chen Dong pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the room, upon noticing Chen Dong's arrival, the elderly security guard and others promptly rose to greet him. "You must be Mr. Chen Dong, please take a seat." During the auction, Wanbaotang's higher-ups had not been idle. They had immediately activated their intelligence network to investigate Chen Dong's background. After a thorough search, they discovered that aside from the intriguing disappearance 3 years ago, the remainder of his life appeared to be that of an ordinary individual. Thus, in an attempt to gauge Chen Dong's capabilities, they had invited him and his companions to this meeting. Upon hearing his name spoken aloud, a flicker of displeasure crossed Chen Dong's eyes. The Jiang brothers had consistently addressed him as Sir, without mentioning his name or surname. How had these individuals come to know it? "Have you been investigating me?" Chen Dong inquired coldly. "We seek forgiveness, Mr. Chen. We were merely curious about your identity, as individuals of your caliber cannot emerge from the Jiang family." The captain of the enforcement team responded with a smile. Chen Dong cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, "This is the first and last time. Do not let it happen again." As soon as he spoke, the expressions of those present from Wanbaotang shifted. This was the first instance someone had dared to address them in such a tone. "Young man, you commit murder within Wanbaotang, and instead of pursuing charges, we extend you courtesies. Such words from you are rather discourteous. Do not presume that Wanbaotang fears you. Our strength is beyond your imagination. Having a strong personality is commendable, but do not be arrogant. There are always greater powers beyond your own, as exemplified by Xu Jixin. Take heed." Apart from the elderly security guard and the enforcement team captain, the others narrowed their eyes as they spoke. An overwhelming aura of power emanated from each of them, revealing that they were all formidable sky-tier experts. As their combined pressures surged towards Chen Dong like a tidal wave, they aimed to instill a sense of humility in him. Jiang Haoqian and Jiang Lintian, sensing the terrifying aura, felt their legs tremble uncontrollably. It was utterly terrifying. Was this the depth of Wanbaotang's power? Such an abundance of sky-tier experts in a single district. Moreover, the celestial-level individual seated at the top had yet to make a move. "Sir," the brothers looked towards Chen Dong. At this moment, he was their only hope. Chapter 74, The Test. "Old man, are these clowns the ones you summoned?" Chen Dong, sensing the overwhelming pressure, displayed a hint of disdain on his face. He merely opened his eyes slightly, doing nothing more. Just a moment ago, that oppressive force was akin to the tumultuous sea at the eye of a typhoon. And the next instant, it dissipated without a trace, tranquil as a windless lake. Poof! The few individuals who had released the pressure suddenly felt as though a colossal hammer had struck their chests, causing them to spew forth blood. In the following moment, they seemed to glimpse hell within Chen Dong. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and various ferocious beasts. Chen Dong's figure grew increasingly towering, while they shrank infinitely, until they resembled mere ants crawling at his feet. In their eyes, Chen Dong transformed into a giant, standing firm upon the earth, with the heavens above him. The weight of this oppression rendered them breathless, their lives hanging by a thread. "Help, help me!" One of the weaker heavenly tier warriors, his face a mask of terror, could not restrain himself from crying out. "Sigh!" The old security guard, witnessing this, could not help but exhale deeply. He raised his hand, releasing an extraordinarily formidable aura in an attempt to alleviate the plight of the others. However, that powerful aura met Chen Dong's pressure and vanished without a trace, as if a clay ox had sunk into the sea. No matter how much he tried to amplify it, the outcome remained unchanged. The old security guard's expression turned to one of shock as he gazed at Chen Dong. Strong, too strong, the ability to silently. Having exchanged a palm strike with Chen Dong previously, he had already regarded him highly, believing him to be at least a mid-tier heavenly expert. Now, it seemed he had underestimated him. But could someone of such youth truly have reached the immortal level? Was that even possible? The old security guard fell into deep self-doubt. Poof poof, the group of heavenly tier experts coughed up blood once more, their spirits swiftly waning. Old man. They can't hold on much longer. The only one unscathed by the oppressive force, the captain of the enforcement team, urgently called for help from the old security guard. At the captain's plea, the old security guard regained his senses and hurriedly cupped his hands, saying, "My apologies for the rudeness of Wanbao. I hope the young brother can show mercy. Wanbao will surely offer substantial rewards." Upon hearing the old security guard's words, Chen Dong replied indifferently, "What kind of reward do you have in mind?" The old security guard was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to placate Chen Dong, discussing rewards later. He had not anticipated such a direct approach, leaving him no room for negotiation. Yet, facing Chen Dong, he could muster no ire, as the latter held the lives of several individuals in his hands. With a resigned smile, the old security guard said, "Wanbao is willing to unconditionally undertake one task for the young brother. Our reputation is trustworthy." He then cast a knowing glance at the heavenly tier experts. The group of experts understood immediately, forcing out a semblance of a smile as they said, "It was our impoliteness. We hope the young friend can show mercy." "Even so, I shall grant the old man some face." Chen Dong smiled faintly, retracting his oppressive aura. He then addressed the Heavenly Tier warriors, saying, since you have investigated others privately, do not blame them for being disrespectful. Should there be a next time, you may not even know how you perished. The group of Heavenly Tier experts staggered to their feet, their eyes filled with trepidation as they looked at Chen Dong. Yes, we shall remember your admonition. All right, you may withdraw to recuperate. The old security guard waved his hand, dismissing them. Their continued presence served little purpose, and many had sustained internal injuries that required immediate attention to avoid lingering consequences. Hearing the old security guard's words, the Heavenly Tier experts breathed a sigh of relief and hurried towards the exit. The oppressive feeling Chen Dong had instilled in them was so profound that even after he lifted his pressure, they still felt an inexplicable sense of dread towards him. Once the Heavenly Tier experts of Wanbao Hall departed, Chen Dong swiftly appeared before the old security guard, sitting down naturally opposite him. What incredible speed! The old security guard was once again astonished by Chen Dong's displayed prowess. Old man, if you wish to test my strength, you could have come personally instead of sending these subordinates to their doom. Did you truly think I would hesitate to eliminate your Wanbao Hall members? Chen Dong casually picked up a teacup, poured himself some tea, took a sip, and praised, this is truly excellent tea. From the moment he entered, Chen Dong understood. Such a grand display was clearly intended to gauge his abilities. Fortunately, these individuals were no ill intent, it was merely a test of pressure, otherwise, the Heavenly Tier warriors would have likely collapsed in mere moments. You are indeed my intentions could not escape your discerning gaze, the old security guard admitted candidly. Thus, you sought me out not merely out of boredom to test my strength, correct? Chen Dong replied coolly. The old security guard picked up the teapot and personally poured tea for Chen Dong, his voice solemn as he said, indeed, I have a matter to request. Decades ago, upon my ascension to the immortal level, I grew overconfident, believing myself invincible, which led to my downfall and severe injuries. Though I survived, my internal organs were damaged, and every time I exert my immortal strength, it feels as if I am engulfed in flames. Hence, for over 20 years, I have lived in seclusion within Wanbao Hall as a guest elder, only acting when absolutely necessary. However, in recent years, my condition has worsened, even without using my powers, the agony has become unbearable, and it has reached a point where I must seek a resolution. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong remained composed, expressing no surprise. He merely stated, so, you wish for me to heal you, but how can you be certain I possess the ability to save you? I must confess, I originally intended to invite your master to assist me. After our previous exchange, I was astonished by your prowess and assumed your master must possess a mortal level strength, capable of teaching such an extraordinary disciple. I never anticipated. At this point, the old security guard scrutinized Chen Dong, a wry smile on his face as he said, I did not expect you to be the immortal. Now it makes sense. Chen Dong understood, realizing that was why, despite his earlier breach of Wanbao Hall's rules, he faced no punishment. Rather, he was granted a top-tier private room and a complimentary meal. It was all because they sought his assistance. The test he had undergone was likely part of the old man's scheme, aimed at reminding Chen Dong that Wanbao Hall was not intimidated but rather extending a courtesy, as they required his help, and he would do well to accept. Old man, living long has not yielded any virtuous traits. One more question, since there are several immortal level experts within Wanbao Hall, why not invite them for assistance? Chen Dong inquired, puzzled. Young brother, you may not be aware, but my injuries are quite unique. They require the guiding out of the hidden ailments attached to my internal organs in order to recover. If I were to merely direct these ailments into another individual, they would surely be unable to withstand it. Thus, it has been calculated that it necessitates the simultaneous efforts of multiple immortals to guide the ailments evenly. This way, it poses no risk to anyone. The old security guard added somewhat apologetically, in other words, the more individuals assisting, the more secure the process will be. Of course, this is not mandatory, though dividing the burden is safe, it is still a personal endeavor. If you find it burdensome, feel free to decline. If the young brother is willing to assist, this favor will be etched in the annals of Wanbao Hall for all time. Jiang Kaojian and Jiang Lintian, the two brothers, were left utterly dumbfounded. The fact that a hidden ailment required the simultaneous intervention of multiple immortal level experts spoke volumes about its peril. If it were to happen to them, they would likely perish without a sound. Coincidentally, I also have a matter for you to assist with, and I shall accept this request. Chen Dong stated. Really? Thank you, young brother. The old security guard rose in excitement, expressing his gratitude before adding, I will notify the other immortal level experts in Wanbao Hall to come for healing. They should arrive by tomorrow. I kindly ask the young brother to remain in Wanbao Hall for one more day. Why go through such trouble? Unexpectedly, Chen Dong waved his hand dismissively and said, I am in a hurry. There is no need for them to come. I can heal you alone. Chapter 75, I can manage alone. Absolutely not, young brother. I recognize your extraordinary strength, yet you must not underestimate the hidden affliction within me. My injury resembles poison yet is not. It is as tenacious as a festering sore, nearly impossible to eradicate. It can even exacerbate through my internal energy, and now it has grown quite formidable. An ordinary celestial level warrior would certainly be unable to endure it. The old security guard resolutely rejected Chen Dong's proposal, stating, if you insist on proceeding, I would rather refuse treatment. Indeed, sir, it would take several celestial level martial artists to manage this. How could you possibly handle it alone? Calm down, you must not act recklessly. Such matters are unpredictable. If it were to jeopardize your future martial path, it would be a grave loss. Jiang Haojian and Jiang Lintian hastily urged Chen Dong against impulsive actions. After a brief acquaintance, the two brothers from the Jiang family understood that Chen Dong was their sole reliance. In just a few days, the Jiang family had utterly crushed the Xu family, even entering the prestigious Chen-class private room, a feat they had never dared to dream of. Being treated with respect by Wan Baotang was something they could scarcely imagine. Chen Dong was indeed their family's lucky star. Realizing this, they could not allow him to take risks. Foolishness, do you perceive me as someone lacking in sense? Chen Dong scoffed. And no, but one must always exercise caution, Jiang Haojian replied. That is of no consequence. Since I have spoken, it signifies my absolute confidence, Chen Dong said, directing his gaze towards the old security guard. So, what do you say? There are others waiting for me outside. I have no time to waste here. If you agree, we proceed. If not, we part ways. The old security guard hesitated, but seeing Chen Dong's resolute demeanor, he finally acquiesced. Very well, we shall give it a try. Fortunately, the divine doctors from Yaowang Valley are resting at Wan Baotang. I will summon them, so we have some assurance in case of unforeseen circumstances. Yaowang Valley, that sounds quite impressive. Very well, hurry, for the people outside will grow anxious, Chen Dong replied before resuming his tea. Upon hearing this, Jiang Haojian and Jiang Lintian exchanged puzzled glances and whispered, Sir, have you invited guests? Why not let them in to wait together? I believe Wan Baotang would not refuse. Do you consider the Xu family as guests? Chen Dong replied flatly. The Xu family. Have they lost their senses? You show them mercy, and they not only fail to express gratitude but also seek to block us. Truly, it is as if an old man were to hang himself, seeking to extend his life. Jiang Haojian scoffed derisively. They had never feared the Xu family before, but now that Chen Dong was evidently a celestial-level warrior, they felt even bolder. After the old security guard had made arrangements, he interjected, I have heard of the recent auction incident. Upon learning that the Xu family spared no expense to acquire that sword, I dispatched people to investigate its origins, and the findings may be rather unusual. What do you mean? Although Chen Dong had some knowledge of the sword, he was quite intrigued by its origins. After all, the presence of a spiritual weapon was exceedingly rare in the sparsely infused spiritual energy of Blue Star. The old security guard spoke solemnly. We re-examined the ruins where the sword was discovered and perused a wealth of historical records. We found that the ruins were merely the remnants of a small sect, the strongest warrior being at most at the initial stage of the heavenly tier. Yet, there is one remarkable point. According to the excavated materials, this sect had indeed slain celestial-level warriors. Initially, our staff dismissed this claim as mere boasting from such a minor sect. How could a sect with its strongest member at the heavenly tier possibly kill a celestial-level warrior? Later, we investigated the Xu family's genealogy and discovered that their ancestors hailed from this very small sect. Once these two pieces of information were combined, the matter became far more complex. Jiang Haojian's eyes widened as he exclaimed, the Xu family's ancestors must have witnessed a celestial-level fall firsthand, and the means by which this small sect killed celestial-level warriors must surely be tied to this sword. Hence, the Xu family's unwavering determination to bid for it. At this point, Jiang Haojian quickly turned to Chen Dong and said, Sir, you should proceed with caution. No one can predict whether that old monster from the Xu family will wield this sword, for it is a weapon known to have slain celestial-level beings. Chen Dong calmly took a sip of tea, responding, if it must be slain, then so be it. It has slain celestial beings, but I am not one of them. What relevance does it have to me? None present took Chen Dong's words seriously. What could possibly surpass celestial level? Was he suggesting? The hierarchy of warriors had never acknowledged the existence of anything stronger than celestial-level. As they spoke, a member of Wan Baotang entered with a group. The old security guard immediately stood to greet them. Even at this hour, I must trouble Dr. Shui. I hope for your understanding. Old Meng, you flatter me. It is I who have failed to heal you, thus necessitating this perilous treatment. I owe you an apology. Truly, Dr. Shui replied, his white hair flowing, exuding a serene aura devoid of the malevolence often found in warriors. Old Meng, I have heard that your people wish to commence treatment now. Are the other celestial-level experts prepared? Dr. Shui inquired. Oh well, the old security guard scratched his head, unsure of how to begin. After a moment, he gestured towards Chen Dong, saying, Dr. Shui, allow me to introduce this young brother, Chen Dong. Do not be deceived by his youth. He is, in fact, a bona fide celestial-level warrior. At these words, astonishment washed over Dr. Shui and the other physicians from Yaowang Valley. How could there be such a young celestial-level warrior? Even if one were to begin accumulating strength from birth through the use of medicinal herbs, it would be impossible. Could it be that a reclusive old monster had come down the mountain in disguise? Had it not been for old security guard's reputation, the physicians might have rushed to Chen Dong to assess his true age. After a brief moment of shock, Dr. Shui could not help but exclaim, a true dragon among men. A true dragon among men, I never expected to encounter such a prodigy in my lifetime. Old Meng, you are incredibly fortunate. With this young brother, your hidden affliction will surely be eradicated. Time is of the essence. Let us summon the other celestial-level warriors. We must prepare, he urged, signaling to his disciples to open the medicine chest and gather supplementary herbs. Dr. Shui, I must be honest with you. There are no other celestial level warriors, only young brother Chen Dong stands before us, the old security guard said. Dr. Shui, busy preparing the medicine, froze momentarily before erupting in anger. Old Meng, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to endanger this young man's life? That's not it, please don't be angry, I have no other choice. Dr. Shui, you need not blame Mr. Meng, it is I who insisted on treating him alone, Chen Dong interjected, stepping forward. You've, hadn't he? Old Meng explained the severity of his condition. You cannot bear it alone, it will surely leave you severely injured. You are still young, do not ruin your future, a Dr. Shui said, rushing to Chen Dong's side in earnest concern. Faced with such a compassionate healer, Chen Dong patiently replied, I thank you for your concern, but I'm confident. This affliction is not a problem for me. That is unacceptable. Dr. Shui firmly opposed, while I may not possess your martial prowess, in the realm of medicine, you could never match me. I know old Meng's condition best, without 5 celestial level warriors to share the burden, it is utterly impossible. Youth, expertise lies in specialization, you would do well to heed the advice of this old man. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong ceased further explanation. The elder's stubbornness was evident. Rather than exhaust himself in futile arguments, he resolved to let his actions speak for themselves. In an instant, Chen Dong vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the old security guard. Placing his palm against the man's back, a powerful surge of spiritual energy coursed into him. The old security guard was taken aback. Young brother, what are you doing? Silence! Chen Dong admonished. After a moment, Dr. Shui processed the situation and slammed his thigh in frustration. Nonsense, utter nonsense, taking reckless action just because you possess strength, you are simply ruining your future. Though he scolded, Dr. Shui did not remain idle, frantically retrieving various medicinal herbs from the chest. Quickly prepare the soothing medicine, I hope it will have some effect. Had they previously shared the burden of this affliction among 5, coupled with his concocted remedies, they would surely have emerged unscathed. However, given the current circumstances, Dr. Shui understood that the medicine would have no effect, even if he were to prepare it. It would merely be an act of self-deception. Sigh, what a remarkable prodigy. Why must he be so impulsive? Dr. Shui lamented as he continued to mix the medicine. At that moment, Chen Dong's voice suddenly resonated. Doctor, no need to hurry, it is already resolved. Chapter 76. I am strong. Chen Dong stood beside the old security guard, cradling a massive dark red substance in his hand, enveloped in a luminous glow. With a faint smile, he remarked, this is the hidden injury. Dr. Shui was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at the glowing orb in Chen Dong's grasp. Young man, are you all right? Are you having difficulty breathing? Any pain in your internal organs? Noticing Chen Dong's rosy complexion and vigorous spirit, Dr. Shui furrowed his brow and added, while you seem fine on the surface, could it be that the ailment has lain dormant within? If that is the case, it would be troublesome. Do not worry, esteemed physician, this substance cannot harm me. As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Dong's hand clenched firmly, causing the dark red material to vanish without a trace. Witnessing this, the onlookers were struck with astonishment. This was no ordinary ailment, it was a troublesome affliction that required 5 celestial level experts to resolve. Even the renowned physicians of the Medicine King Valley were powerless against it, relying solely on powerful individuals to dissipate and absorb the malady. Yet here was Chen Dong, who single-handedly extracted it and effortlessly obliterated it. Such an act was a considerable affront to the pride of the Medicine King Valley and its celestial level practitioners. Master, this cannot be true. Did you not say that this affliction is exceedingly difficult to eradicate? It cannot be a deception, can it? Is he employing trickery? Mr. Meng has suffered under this torment for over 20 years. How could it possibly be resolved so easily? Surely he is just putting on a show. I refuse to believe that a problem our Medicine King Valley cannot solve could be addressed by anyone else in this world. The disciples of the Medicine King Valley, proud to the core, found it hard to accept that Chen Dong had resolved the affliction that had baffled their master. It was as if their reputation was being dragged through the mud. In such a state of mind, they preferred to deceive themselves. Silence, have you forgotten what I taught you before entering the hall? The true master of medicine prioritizes the healing of patients. Anyone capable of curing ailments deserves our respect and emulation. Dr. Shui reprimanded his disciples, incensed by their belittlement of Chen Dong. However, the disciples' concerns were not without merit. Could there truly be someone capable of so effortlessly resolving a hidden ailment that had plagued celestial level practitioners for years? The old security guard clenched his fists, bewildered by the rapid turn of events. From the moment Chen Dong approached him to the point of healing, barely 1 or 2 minutes had passed. Moreover, this hidden ailment had tormented him for over 20 years, deeply ingrained in his very bones. Dr. Shui had previously described the process of removal as akin to scraping bones and digging flesh, a harrowing ordeal. Yet just moments ago, he had felt little discomfort at all. Everything felt surreal. Was it possible for one man to accomplish what normally required 5 celestial level experts? Even if Chen Dong possessed extraordinary talent, this was simply too exaggerated. Little brother, are you certain I am healed? The old security guard inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. You may try to circulate your internal energy, Chen Dong suggested, clapping his hands before returning to his seat, viewing the events as simply as one would quench their thirst. He paid little heed to the disciples of the Medicine King Valley. Dr. Shui had left a remarkable impression on him. From their first meeting, the esteemed physician had shown Chen Dong the respect he deserved. Furthermore, when he learned that Chen Dong would be involved in the treatment, all his actions and words were directed with Chen Dong's best interests at heart. Such a benevolent elder inspired Chen Dong to extend him a measure of understanding. Taking Chen Dong's advice, the old security guard cautiously began to mobilize his internal energy, following the prescribed methods. With merely a thought, the internal energy stored in his dantian surged through his meridians like a torrent, without a hint of discomfort. I am well, I truly feel well, there is no burning sensation in my organs, and astonishingly, the bottleneck that had confined me for over 20 years has loosened, my internal energy has improved. The old security guard's face was a picture of shock. The alleviation of his chronic pain was already a luxury. To find that his martial prowess had also advanced was beyond his wildest dreams. With tears of joy welling in his eyes, the elderly guard immediately bowed deeply to Chen Dong, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, your life-giving grace is beyond words. Should you ever require assistance from my Wanbao Hall, particularly here in East China, do not hesitate to call upon me. Just remember what you have said today. I hope that when I seek your help in the future, Wanbao Hall will honor its commitment." Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. The old security guard's elevation in cultivation was anticipated by Chen Dong. From the outset, he had discerned that martial arts were merely a means of refining a lower form of energy within oneself, necessitated by the scarcity of spiritual energy in the world. This energy, known as internal energy, accumulated until it underwent a qualitative transformation into spiritual energy, allowing one to commune with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth for cultivation. For example, the heavenly stage marked the beginning of the transformation from internal energy to spiritual energy. At the late stage of the heavenly stage, the conversion rate of internal energy was roughly 10%. As for celestial level practitioners, such as the old security guard, his internal energy had converted around 30%, comparable to the chi refinement stage in the realm of cultivation. Once he completed the transformation, he would likely possess the strength of the foundation establishment stage, officially entering the realm of cultivation and absorbing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Chen Dong had used spiritual energy to assist him in expelling the hidden ailment, slightly accelerating his transformation, which could be deemed a stroke of fortune for him. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, you shall forever be an honored guest of Wanbao Hall. The old security guard proclaimed respectfully. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Medicine King Valley fell silent, their jaws agape in disbelief. How is this possible, was the singular thought circulating in their minds. Dr. Shui's eyes widened in shock, his white beard trembling, clearly unsettled. Young man, no. Mr. Chen, what method did you employ to cure this hidden ailment? I implore you to enlighten me. I would be willing to pay to learn. Chen Dong hastily replied. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed physician. I did not employ any special techniques. I merely possess considerable strength, and such a level of affliction cannot harm me. Upon hearing this, the onlookers exchanged glances filled with incredulity. Was this a display of false modesty? Who would boast in such a manner? I see, I was too presumptuous. Dr. Shui bowed in apology, recognizing the need to refrain from further probing. He found it hard to believe Chen Dong's words. For someone so young to reach the celestial level was already formidable. How could he possibly be stronger than that? He suspected that Chen Dong's methods were likely some family secret, too valuable to share, hence the fabrication. Mr. Chen, you mentioned previously that you had matters to discuss with me. May I inquire what they are? The old security guard suddenly recalled Chen Dong's earlier statement and inquired eagerly. Since you still have matters to deliberate, we shall take our leave, Dr. Shui declared, preparing to exit. Having lived to such an age, he understood well which conversations warranted attention and which did not. Esteemed physician, please hold. I intended to delegate this matter to Wanbao Hall, and I am grateful for your presence, which I believe will facilitate a smoother process, Chen Dong implored, wishing to retain Dr. Shui's involvement. Is it related to an ailment? Dr. Shui immediately surmised. Chen Dong nodded and subsequently presented the formula for the rejuvenation pill. I hope that Wanbao Hall and Medicine King Valley can assist me in gathering these medicinal ingredients. Rest assured on the remuneration, I am willing to offer prices above market value, and the sooner, the better, no later than 20 days. Chen Dong's expression was earnest. This matter concerned Su Shiqing's health, and there was no room for negligence. Meat fungus, 1000-year-old He Wu, 100-year-old red fruit, 1000-year-old snow lotus, ice ginseng, and this empty ashes stone milk. These are extraordinary herbs. Dr. Shui, ever the astute physician, recognized at once that Chen Dong sought to concoct a pill. Chen Dong affirmed, indeed, my family member's health is in peril, and these herbs are essential for her salvation. I kindly ask for your utmost assistance. At this moment, Jian Kaoqian's eye sparkled with determination as he stepped forward, saying, I beseech both of you to assist my master. Here is the accumulated wealth of my Jiang family over generations. I hope you will not look down upon it. As he spoke, Jian Kaoqian produced a black card. Chen Dong regarded Jian Kaoqian with newfound approval. Such words are unnecessary. I just stated that if Mr. Chen has any requests, he should feel free to voice them. How could I possibly accept money? The old security guard instructed his aides to jot down the medicinal ingredients, then turned to Dr. Shui, stating, the funds for the herbs will be covered by my Wanbao Hall. If your Medicine King Valley locates the ingredients, simply come here for payment. Chen Dong did not demur. This was indeed the remuneration he deserved. With the matter of the herbs settled, he felt confident that with the assistance of Wanbao Hall and Medicine King Valley, they would surely receive favorable news. Old Meng, we are in grave trouble. Suddenly, a member of Wanbao Hall's enforcement team burst in, visibly agitated. The Shu family, they are fighting with other families. Chapter 77. The might of the cloud-cutting sword of flustered and disorganized. What a disgrace. The old security guard reprimanded sharply, with a tone of indifference. It is entirely normal for such occurrences transpire monthly. Why make such a fuss? As long as they confine their skirmishes outside the town, it is acceptable. But this time is different, one of the team members replied anxiously. Now, over 90% of the families and sects are targeting the Shu family, and they are doing so simultaneously. Hundreds are gathering, with more than a dozen celestial-level experts poised to clash on the outskirts of the town. Upon hearing this, even the old security guard could not afford to dismiss the matter lightly. The potential conflict involving so many celestial-level figures would undoubtedly pose a threat to the town's safety. This sword was indeed a remarkable artifact, yet it should not be widely known. How could so many people conspire against the Shu family? Have you leaked information about the sword? The old security guard's first thought was that news had escaped from within the Wanbao Hall. The enforcement officer shook his head. No, it is the Shu family. They provoked all the families intentionally. Sigh. The old security guard could not help but exhale deeply, casting a glance at Chen Dong. It appears our suspicions were correct. The Shu family head's overconfidence must stem from knowing how to wield that sword effectively. Mr. Chen, I believe it would be prudent to avoid confrontation. The Shu family intends to corner you, and with other families drawing fire, you could discreetly depart from the back mountain. Although unsure of the sword's true prowess in the hands of the Shu family, its proven capability to slay celestial beings warranted caution. Having lived for many years, the old security guard understood a vital truth: prudence begets longevity, while recklessness leads to demise. Evade, that is not my style. Chen Dong replied with a faint smile. Besides, it is a rare spectacle to witness hundreds attacking a single family. Such excitement is not to be missed. It still seems perilous. The old security guard hesitated. With you here, no matter how formidable that sword may be, it cannot simultaneously slay both of us, can it? Chen Dong remarked with a grin. Seeing Chen Dong's steadfastness, the old security guard reluctantly acquiesced. Should danger arise, he would take the brunt of it. Surely the Shu family would show some deference to his Wanbao Hall status. I am not skilled in matters of violence. I shall not accompany you on this venture. Mr. Chen, I am already aware of the medicinal materials you mentioned, and I will contact you as soon as I receive news. Physician Shui recognized that he had no place in such affairs, and given the scale of the impending conflict, many would surely be injured. Rather than add to the chaos, it would be wiser to return and prepare for the reception of the wounded. Although he could not assist with the old security guard's injury, his ability to treat numerous casualties during the confrontation would render his journey worthwhile. Thus, upon exiting the room, Physician Shui meticulously organized his disciples to prepare for the influx of injured individuals. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Dong and the members of Wanbao Hall had arrived at the outskirts of the town. At that moment, what was once a desolate wilderness had transformed into a scene of commotion. Hundreds had encircled the Shu family, their faces etched with fury, glaring menacingly at the old Shu. Shu Jianzhang, you are far too arrogant. Do you think your Shu family is a top-tier clan or sect? How dare you call me useless? A celestial-level expert in the early stages stepped forward, bellowing in anger. No, you are mistaken. I am not referring to you. I am saying that all of you present are worthless. Shu Jianzhang, wielding the cloud-cutting sword, chuckled lightly, appearing remarkably at ease in the face of numerous foes. With a flourish of his sword, the blade sliced through the air, producing a resonant hum, as several beams of sword energy shot forth, leaving deep gashes in the ground. Such power emanated from a mere flick of the wrist. Truly, it was a treasure. The encircling crowd fixated their gaze on the cloud-cutting sword, their eyes brimming with avarice. Why do I get the feeling that this old Shu is intentionally showing off? Jiang Haojian remarked with a peculiar expression. Shu Jianzhang resembled a child brandishing a magnificent new toy, deliberately flaunting it before others. Just a casual flick, and its power surpasses our tests by several folds. To possess such a treasure and act so ostentatiously. Does the Shu family not understand the perils of displaying wealth? The old security guard furrowed his brows. In today's world, families tended to conceal their valuable possessions, fearing calamity. Shu Jianzhang's actions today were clearly unbecoming of his family's patriarch. It's quite simple. If he eliminates everyone here, there will be no one to divulge the sword's secrets. Chen Dong suddenly interjected lightly. The crowd gasped in shock. There are over 100 people here. Surely Shu Jianzhang would not dare, would he? Jiang Haojian spoke uncertainly. Chen Dong merely smiled faintly, saying nothing further. Jiang Haojian could not comprehend the mindset shift that accompanied an abrupt surge of power. It was akin to an ordinary person winning the lottery. Even if they understood the need for discretion, they could not resist the urge to flaunt their newfound wealth, buying cars, changing houses, indulging in extravagant luxuries they had never dared to consider. Ultimately, their triumph would become common knowledge, as they reveled in the admiration and praise of others. Shu Jianzhang was experiencing the same phenomenon. Initially, he may have wished to remain low-key, but being pursued by so many had inflated his ego. He likely thought to himself, what are your identities to dare corner me? Do you not know how impressive I am now? As Chen Dong and his companions conversed, the Shu family and the gathered adversaries commenced negotiations. Shu Jianzhang, we mean no harm. We merely wish to admire this sword worth over 3 billion. Surely, your Shu family, with its vast wealth, would not be so stingy. Oh, so you wish to admire my Shu family sword? You should have said so sooner. Allow me to show it to you. Shu Jianzhang replied with a slight smile, casually brandishing his sword. In an instant, a blade of sword energy surged forth, slicing through the very person who had just spoken. The individual wore an expression of terror, unable to believe what had transpired as a crimson line of blood appeared, extending vertically from the top of his head. With a sickening thud, the man was cleaved in two before the astonished eyes of the crowd. A celestial-level expert, dispatched in an instant, shock filled the eyes of all present. The ancestor does not deceive me, the cloud-cutting divine sword is indeed formidable. Har har har, Xu Zhenjiang trembled with excitement. This was his first time wielding the cloud-cutting divine sword to slay, and he was astonished at how effortlessly he could dispatch a celestial-level expert as if cutting through vegetables. So powerful, so exhilarating, the feeling of being invincible was intoxicating. With a contemptuous smile gracing his lips, he looked down upon the crowd as if a deity surveying mere mortals. Come, come, all of you. A bunch of worthless insects, do you think you can seize my Xu family's treasure? Today, not one of you shall leave alive. Xu Zhenjiang grew increasingly deranged, his aura surging, his hair swirling like wild serpents. He resembled a demon descended upon the earth, yet, instead of fear, the greed in the eyes of those encircling the Xu family ignited into fervor. Everyone was acutely aware of Xu Zhenjiang's capabilities. His current strength relied solely on the sword he wielded. Initially, the crowd merely speculated about the sword's extraordinary nature. Now, they had undeniable proof. If Xu Zhenjiang could wield such power, what could they achieve with the sword in their own hands? Each person believed themselves superior to Xu Zhenjiang. The more they pondered, the more exhilarated they became, yearning to possess the cloud-cutting divine sword. Fear not, everyone, his newfound strength is solely due to that sword. If we can seize it, Xu Zhenjiang will be nothing more than a toothless tiger, insignificant. Charge, let us unite to eliminate Xu Zhenjiang first, and then we shall discuss the sword's ownership. Yes. Let us claim the treasure first, no matter how strong he is, can he withstand us all? Their covetousness for the artifact drove the crowd into a frenzy, each person with eyes ablaze, rushing toward Xu Zhenjiang. Har, a swarm of ants. Xu Zhenjiang sneered, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth as he caressed the cloud-cutting sword. As he stroked the blade, it began to emanate a phosphorescent glow. In an instant, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from the sword. This is a celestial-level aura. The once crazed crowd snapped back to reality, panic etched on their faces as they instinctively retreated. Now you wish to retreat. It may be a tad late. Xu Zhenjiang swept his sword horizontally, unleashing a white blade of light that surged forth like a celestial river, obliterating everything in its path. Stones and trees alike were cleaved in two, their surfaces smooth and even. The sword's brilliance expanded in a fan shape, swiftly closing in on the multitude of experts. Chapter 78. The celestial level is nothing extraordinary. The sword light surged forth with such velocity that evasion was utterly futile. The onlookers were left with no choice but to rely on instinctive reactions to unleash their inner strength in defense. Those of lesser cultivation could only brace themselves with their bare hands, while slightly more adept individuals managed to gather their inner energy at their surfaces. The celestial masters, however, simultaneously conjured their protective barriers of inner strength, yet, no matter the defensive measures employed, they appeared as fragile as tofu before the onslaught of the sword light. Even barriers capable of withstanding heavy weaponry were rendered ineffective. At the moment of contact, the barrier was severed as if it were mere paper. This entire sequence, though it seemed to unfold slowly, transpired in the blink of an eye. The remaining individuals perceived a flash before those engulfed by the sword light were cleaved in half, their upper bodies plummeting to the ground with a sickening thud. A severed torso does not guarantee immediate death, especially for those martial artists imbued with inner strength, who could linger on longer. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air, as countless souls writhed upon the ground, awaiting their demise. This single strike claimed 70% of 100 warriors. The stench of blood swiftly permeated the forest, coalescing into a small pool in the valley below. The remaining 30% of martial artists, witnessing this hellish scene, turned ashen with terror. Previously arrogant and domineering, they were now too frightened to even rise to their feet. Har har har. What does it matter if they are celestial? What does it matter if there are many? Ultimately, none can withstand the might of my blade. As he inhaled the metallic scent of blood, Xu Zhenjiang's eyes gradually reddened, his demeanor becoming increasingly deranged. Master Xu. Spare us, have mercy. It was we who were blinded by greed. We are not human, we are beasts. Please, forgive us as if we were mere trifles. The surviving martial artists hastily knelt, pleading for their lives. Murder had become as effortless as slicing through vegetables. How could one continue to fight? The group had long since been paralyzed by fear, their aspirations of treasure having vanished into thin air, now solely focused on survival. Beg for mercy. That will not do. This sword of mine has been sealed for a millennium, and it has yet to quench its thirst for blood. Xu Zhenjiang gazed upon the prostrated individuals before him with a smile. Among them were several families that surpassed the Xu clan in strength. In the past, these individuals had regarded the Xu family with disdain, but who could have anticipated that one day they would kneel before them, begging for mercy? Xu Zhenjiang reveled in this turn of fate. Was this the ecstasy that power bestowed? While Xu Zhenjiang was elated, the martial artists below were gripped by terror, desperately banging their heads against the ground in supplication, fast enough to leave after images. Killing so many is not enough. Xu's madness is reaching a perilous state. Jiang Kaojian remarked with evident trepidation. Madness. Zhen Dong chuckled lightly. He is merely a fool intoxicated by power. To call him a demon is an insult to demons. Demon clan. Sir, what do you mean? Jiang Haojian was taken aback, failing to grasp Chen Dong's intent. Did he refer to monsters from a game? Chen Dong offered no explanation, instead continuing to observe with keen interest. Mr. Chen, how do you perceive the might of Xu Jinjiang's earlier strike? The old security guard inquired suddenly. Chen Dong did not respond but scrutinized the old guard before retorting. What, do you intend to intervene and save them? Indeed, we cannot allow him to continue this slaughter. The death of so many will undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of Wenbao Hall. The old guard said sternly. Typically, when two factions clashed, a few casualties were manageable, and the deceased party would simply acknowledge their misfortune. However, with such a significant loss of life, especially involving numerous families and sects, a massacre occurring at the doorstep of Wenbao Hall would raise questions about their security capabilities. If left unaddressed, this could jeopardize the business of Wenbao Hall over time. Then go ahead, but let me make one thing clear. In my eyes, this sword is utterly worthless, and you will not withstand it. Chen Dong merely offered a warning, not seeking to dissuade him. Thank you for the warning, Mr. Chen. The old guard expressed his gratitude, interpreting Chen Dong's words as mere caution, failing to take them to heart. He believed that even if Chen Dong was stronger than himself, he was not overwhelmingly so. After all, he had previously treated him and assumed that Chen Dong had employed some special technique. If Chen Dong deemed the sword worthless, then surely it would not pose a problem for him. Thus, filled with confidence, he charged forward. Sir, won't you go save them? Jiang Haojian pressed. Do I strike you as a philanthropist? Chen Dong countered. Not at all. Then that settles it. The fate of these individuals bears no significance to me. Chen Dong scoffed, continuing, if one wishes to play the hero, one must first consider whether these individuals are worthy of salvation. Having chosen to kill for treasure, they must be prepared for death. In other words, their demise is deserved. Even the old guard, if it were not for Wenbao Hall's interests, do you think he would intervene? In both the martial and cultivation worlds, indiscriminate benevolence can often lead to one's own demise. As their conversation unfolded, the old guard had already darted to stand before Xu Jinjiang. Master Xu, it is enough, they are already paralyzed with fear, there is no need to pursue their annihilation, the old guard interjected. This voice, so it is you. Do you intend to obstruct me? Unlike their previous encounter, Xu Jinjiang now faced the old guard without the slightest hint of trepidation. On the contrary, a glimmer of excitement and malevolence shone in his eyes. You have already claimed many lives. The remaining ones have lost their will to fight. Why insist on total extermination? The old guard urged. Har har har, total extermination. Do you recall what you once said? In the world of martial artists, the strong dictate terms. Xu Jinjiang advanced a step, locking eyes with the old guard, sneering. Do you possess the strength to command me to cease? With that, Xu Jinjiang, filled with murderous intent, thrust his sword directly at the old guard. Boom. The Jianyun sword shimmered, and a wave of sword energy erupted from its tip. Although this sword energy was not as grandiose as the previous strike, its speed was unparalleled, and its power was no less formidable. The old guard furrowed his brow, enveloping his hand with inner strength, and with a simple grip, he crushed the formidable sword energy. Truly remarkable for a celestial master. Such trifling techniques indeed cannot harm you. Xu Jinjiang chuckled lightly. Celestial master, hope rekindled in the eyes of the previously despairing martial artists. Some were even moved to tears of joy. The elation of surviving a catastrophe was a feeling only they could fathom. Senior, you must save us. Wu, senior, I truly adore you. A celestial master will certainly vanquish this demon. A chorus of voices echoed, none considering the urgency of fleeing while they had the chance. Get lost. The old guard, his brow furrowed, could not contain his fury, bellowing at the crowd of fools. Attempting to escape. Xu Jinjiang's gaze turned icy as he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes at the martial artists. The old guard, gathering his strength, positioned himself in front of the incoming sword energy. 8 Extremes Fist. A powerful inner strength enveloped the old guard like a raging inferno, and with every swing of his fists, he unleashed potent waves of inner strength, sending forth white fists that erupted into the air. The white fists tore through the air with a woeful howl. Their power was terrifying. Boom boom boom. The white fists collided with the sword energy, producing deafening explosions. The shockwaves from the blasts sent everything in the vicinity flying. Since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. By slaying you, my Xu family shall gain notoriety. Seeing his attacks thwarted, Xu Jinjiang's murderous intent surged. If he could eliminate the celestial master, the Xu family would achieve renown in a single battle, akin to the glory of their ancestor sect. With this thought, Xu Jinjiang held nothing back, channeling his sword technique with all his might. A surge of pure energy coursed from the Jianyun sword back into Xu Jinjiang's body. In a matter of moments, his cultivation leaped from celestial to celestial level. The overwhelming aura sent a jolt of fear through the hearts of those martial artists who had barely fled. At that moment, they wished for nothing more than to sprout additional legs. The old guard's expression grew grave. He had underestimated the sword's power. Judging solely by the aura, Xu Jinjiang was now on par with him. As Xu Jinjiang reveled in the inner strength surging within him, he arrogantly regarded the old guard. Celestial level, is that impressive? It is merely a matter of having hands. Chapter 79, The Lowly Intruder, Immortal Level, just having hands is sufficient. Jiang Haojian and Jiang Lintian, the two brothers, felt profoundly insulted. They had devoted the better part of their lives to reach the initial stage of the heavenly realm, and without fortuitous encounters, they believed this was the pinnacle of their journey. Yet, in recent days, a series of events had shaken their worldview. First, there was the enigmatic Chen Dong, who was barely out of his youth, followed by Xu Jianzhang, who ascended to the immortal level in mere breaths. Could it be that they were truly the foolish ones? Sir, what manner of sword is this that can elevate one's strength? It is utterly monstrous. Jiang Lintian could not restrain his curiosity, suddenly feeling that the investment of over 35 billion by the Xu family was not only justified but exceedingly worthwhile. It is merely a temporary enhancement. It will eventually revert, Chen Dong casually explained. The principle behind it was rather straightforward. The spiritual energy within the Zhanyun sword was directed into one's body through the sword technique, forcibly elevating their cultivation to the immortal level, albeit briefly. The Zhanyun sword was a spirit weapon, which possessed a common trait, the ability to actively absorb the spiritual energy of the world. The higher the rank of the spirit weapon, the faster it absorbed energy, thus providing greater assistance to its wielder during combat. This particular Zhanyun sword was of the lowest grade, with a slow absorption rate, but it had accumulated energy over millennia, buried underground. By the time the energy within the sword was depleted, the cultivator's level would plummet. Although the energy within the sword was limited, it was pure enough that absorbing it could potentially solidify one's golden core cultivation. As Chen Dong contemplated seizing the sword, Xu Jianzhang and the old security guard had already engaged in combat. Now both were at the immortal level, their speeds nearing that of sound. To their naked eye, their battle was nearly indistinguishable, only the resounding clashes and the destruction of surrounding objects could be perceived. Har har har. Immortal level, is that all you are? You didn't appear so disheveled back at the auction house. Come, continue your lectures to me. Come, mighty immortal senior. Xu Jianzhang laughed maniacally as he fought, releasing the pent-up frustration he had felt during the auction. The old security guard wore a grim expression, remaining silent. Although Chen Dong had indeed enhanced his strength, facing Xu Jianzhang was still quite challenging. It was all due to that sword. How could such a treasure have gone unrecognized by the Wenbao Hall? Regret was the only thought occupying his mind at that moment. Old fool, receive my sword, void cleave. Xu Jianzhang wielded the sword with both hands, channeling his inner strength according to the sword technique. In the next instant, the Zhanyun sword expanded several times in size, revealing a blade composed of condensed inner energy. So solid was it that one could scarcely distinguish its authenticity. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from this massive sword, the old security guard dared not underestimate it and employed his own technique. Mountain shatter. The old security guard concentrated all his inner strength into a single point and charged forward. The moment their two techniques collided, the ground trembled, and an earth-shattering roar ensued. The ground within 100 meters shattered, sending visible shockwaves outward. Trees were uprooted, and the area within several hundred meters around them appeared as though it had been completely cleared. This is the clash of immortal levels. It is terrifying. The martial artists who had not retreated far enough could not help but exclaim. The residual force from this clash alone could likely tear them apart. Battles at the immortal level were a rare spectacle, prompting the fleeing martial artists to pause and observe. Who do you think will win? Of course, it's the senior from Wenbao Hall. Xu Jianzhang is clearly relying on external means to forcibly elevate his strength. Though he has reached the immortal level, his lack of experience will surely hinder him against seasoned immortal practitioners. Not necessarily. The sword in Xu Jianzhang's hand is quite strange, and so far he has handled everything with ease. The outcome remains uncertain. I truly wonder what stroke of luck the Xu family had to acquire such a treasure at the auction. Had I known this sword was so extraordinary, I would have risked everything to bid on it. Many shared this sentiment. Had they known the sword was so formidable, they would have borrowed money to secure it. Boom. Another resounding crash echoed, and amidst the dust, a figure was sent flying several hundred meters, crashing against a mountainside. The victor has been determined. Who is it? Everyone held their breath, craning their necks to see the outcome. As the dust settled, the old security guard sat slumped among the rubble, his face stricken with disbelief as he gazed at Xu Jianzhang. This sword is astonishingly powerful. Each strike was filled with overwhelming force, far surpassing his own cultivation. The old security guard recalled Chen Dong's words and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. What you said is indeed true. I truly cannot withstand this. Xu Jianzhang trembled with exhilaration, feeling as though he were in a dream. I have defeated an immortal. I have actually defeated an immortal in this world. Who else stands against me? Who else? His maniacal cries reverberated through the entire forest. The senior has actually been defeated. The martial artists in the distance exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe what they had witnessed. After this battle, the Xu family would surely rise. The old security guard clutched a gruesome wound on his chest and attempted to rise from the ground. Bang! Xu Jianzhang lunged forward, stepping on him and pointing his sword at the old security guard's brow. Did I permit you to rise? Pu. The old security guard spat blood, his eyes filled with humiliation. Xu Jianzhang, if you still consider yourself the head of the family, grant me a swift end. A swift end? No, I intend to humiliate you. Xu Jianzhang gleefully twisted his foot on the old security guard, relishing in his triumph. Senior, you were quite imposing when you lectured me at the auction house. At that time, I couldn't even muster a word. You must have felt quite pleased then, hadn't you? And now, this is a scene you never envisioned, is it? In just a few hours, our roles have reversed. Come, try lecturing me again. The old security guard looked at Xu Jianzhong with a pitiful and sorrowful gaze. At this juncture, Xu Jianzhong still failed to comprehend that had he not intervened at that moment, the Xu family would have long been eradicated by Chen Dong. He had hoped that Xu Jianzhong would realize this later, but instead, Xu Jianzhong seemed to believe he was simply flaunting his power, harboring a grudge over it. Such pettiness, even with great talent, would lead to a short-lived legacy. The Xu family would ultimately mirror the fate of their former sect, a fleeting phenomenon. Feeling the old security guard's gaze upon him, an inexplicable rage surged within Xu Jianzhong, and he thrust the tip of his sword forward a few inches. What kind of gaze is that? Do you still think of yourself as an invincible immortal? You have lost, you have already lost. Look clearly, it is I who has you beneath my feet. Do not look at me with such eyes. I have defeated you. I am stronger than you. Retract your gaze. Xu Jianzhong unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the old security guard. Each strike was delivered with full force, the impact reverberating through the old security guard's body and into the ground, causing it to crack. The more he acted this way, the more pronounced the sorrow in the old security guard's eyes became. The martial artists in the distance could not help but swallow hard. It was utterly brutal. The overwhelming tremors were palpable even to them. I will kill you once I sever your head and hang it before the Xu family door. Let us see if you still possess such a gaze at that time. Ultimately, Xu Jianzhong could no longer contain himself, raising his long sword to strike at the old security guard's neck. However, as he lifted the sword, he found he could not bring it down. Turning to look, he discovered a young man had appeared at his side, gripping the spine of the Zhanyun sword with ease. Who dares to touch the Zhanyun sword, unworthy wretch? Chapter 80. Unseen treasures. Xu Jianzhong was engulfed in a fit of rage. How dare someone lay a hand on his divine sword? The sensation was akin to discovering that his beloved had been taken by another man. Die! Xu Jianzhong roared, his aura surging as he sought to obliterate Chen Dong. Only by extinguishing his opponent's life could the fury within Xu Jianzhong be quelled, yet, by the time he regained his composure, he found himself utterly alone. Not only had the young man vanished, but the old security guard at his feet had also disappeared without a trace. How could this be? Xu Jianzhong scanned his surroundings, only to spot Chen Dong 100 meters away, casually holding the old security guard. You mustn't die. You will assist me in gathering medicinal herbs if you do. Chen Dong nonchalantly tossed the old guard to the ground. Hiss. The old guard gasped, suppressing his agony to force a smile. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for saving my life. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, gather the herbs quickly. That would be far more beneficial than 1,000 thank yous, Chen Dong replied, simultaneously releasing a few strands of energy to seal the old guard's acupoints, preventing his injuries from worsening. You young man. Your speed is commendable. To save someone from my grasp is a feat worthy of pride. State your name, for I do not slay nameless individuals. Xu Jianzhong appraised Chen Dong, recognizing that anyone capable of rescuing someone from his clutches must possess formidable strength. What are you, to threaten my life? Chen Dong scoffed. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Xu Jianzhong's heart raced. Even with his celestial level prowess, he could only vaguely perceive a fleeting shadow of the young man. What kind of power does he possess? There was no time for contemplation, as Xu Jianzhong hastily summoned his sword shield for defense. This was the sole defensive technique from his ancestral swordsmanship. A series of slashing clouds formed from internal energy cocooning him. Boom! A tremendous wave of force surged forth. Xu Jianzhong was propelled like a shooting star, crashing into a distant mountain peak, creating a massive crater several meters deep. Fortunately, his sword shield mitigated most of the damage. Quite impressive. Chen Dong remarked, feeling a flicker of intrigue towards Xu Jianzhong. The old security guard stood in shock. He understood Xu Jianzhong's strength better than anyone, yet Chen Dong had managed to send him flying with a single punch. This was terrifying. What kind of power does Chen Dong possess? Xu Jianzhong clambered out of the pit, his face a mask of disbelief and horror. How is this possible? I am a celestial level powerhouse. How could a mere boy send me flying? It was my carelessness. Yes, it must have been my carelessness. Suddenly, without warning, Chen Dong descended before him. You little brat, taking advantage of my inquiry to launch a sneak attack. How despicable. In a fair fight, you wouldn't last a single exchange against me. Xu Jianzhong glared ominously at Chen Dong. Har, you possess quite the confidence. Very well, I shall accept your challenge. Chen Dong stood with his hands behind his back, patiently awaiting Xu Jianzhong's move. A sinister smile crept across Xu Jianzhong's lips. He had merely intended to provoke Chen Dong, but he had not anticipated how easily the youth would fall for it. Youthful arrogance. With such audacity, let us see how you fare. Xu Jianzhong cackled, slowly raising the slashing cloud sword above his head. Chen Dong's speed had given Xu Jianzhong pause. Now that he had this opportunity, he would unleash his utmost power to eliminate him. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled around them. Chen Dong sensed the surrounding spiritual energy converging upon the slashing cloud sword. Interesting, he can actually wield genuine cultivation techniques. Chen Dong noted, a smile gracing his face as he felt the accumulating power within the sword. Xu Jianzhong was furious, laughing. How dare you? I am unleashing my strongest move, and you still dare to smile? Damn it. Fueled by rage, the power accumulating upon the slashing cloud sword surged even further. You brat. At times, arrogance can exact a fatal toll. In your next life, learn to be wiser. Before Xu Jianzhong's words had fully escaped his lips, a violent sword aura erupted from the blade. The energy was wildly unstable, akin to a jet of white flames. From afar, fleeing warriors witnessed the spectacle. What is this? Has someone else engaged Xu Jianzhang? Judging by the power, it's exponentially stronger than before. When we fled, only the Wenbao Hall and the Jiang family remained. Could it be that the Jiang family has struck? The Jiang family, what nonsense, their strongest member, Jiang Chengqian, is merely at mid-tier heaven level against Xu Jianzhang. That would be a trivial matter. While that may be true, do not forget, the Jiang family has allied with a powerful figure, the one who annihilated Xu Jixin. Is it him? Boom. As the conversation continued, the soaring white sword aura descended, the violent energy instantly cleaved half the mountain peak, leaving spectators awestruck. Is this even human strength? I have heard that witnessing it firsthand today confirms the truth. Back at the center of the battlefield. If you survive this, I shall take your surname. Xu Jianzhang panted, thoroughly satisfied with the power of his move. However, just as he began to revel in his triumph, a calm voice emerged from the dust. If you wish to take my surname, I find you rather unworthy. Chen Dong casually waved his hand, dispelling the surroundings. Xu Jianzhang then noticed that the ground around Chen Dong had been gouged several meters deep, yet the ground beneath Chen Dong remained entirely unscathed. No. Impossible. Under the full force of the slashing cloud divine sword, even celestial beings would be reduced to ashes. You cannot possibly still be alive. Impossible. Xu Jianzhang's pupils constricted violently, his expression filled with terror. A divine sword, a mere low-tier spiritual weapon, dares to be called a divine sword. You truly have never encountered anything of quality. Chen Dong regarded him with disdain, his right hand forming a grip as a brilliant blue longsword materialized within his grasp. This was his life-bound spirit sword, the only remnant of his transcendence across realms. Xu Jianzhang stood frozen, his gaze fixated on the longsword in Chen Dong's hand. What is this? Where did this sword come from? What kind of sorcery is this? Xu Jianzhang was on the verge of madness. He had never heard of such an ability. How could such bizarre powers exist in this world? It defied all logic. This is no extraordinary sorcery. I merely wish to show you what a true sword looks like before your demise. Chen Dong declared, then charged forward with his long sword raised. No. The slashing cloud divine sword is the strongest. It is the king of swords. Xu Jianzhang lifted his weapon to block. Clang, the sound of metal resonated through the air. Xu Jianzhang's utter disbelief. The slashing cloud sword, which had been revered for millennia by his ancestors, was effortlessly cleaved in two like mere tofu. But, without the defense of the slashing cloud sword, Chen Dong's blade tore through Xu Jianzhang's chest. Staggering backward in a daze, Xu Jianzhang stared blankly at the fragments of his sword, his face a canvas of incredulity. How is this possible? My sword. In that moment, the very foundation of Xu Jianzhang's beliefs crumbled entirely. What his family had sought for generations had, in an instant, become a mockery. But, unable to endure the crushing blow, Xu Jianzhang spat a mouthful of blood, his celestial level strength plummeting as he collapsed to the ground like a defeated dog. Gazing at Chen Dong, who approached him, Xu Jianzhang's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. No. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. My Xu family has accumulated countless treasures and many women over the years. I can offer them all to you. Swoosh, the azure longsword pierced his body. Xu Jianzhang gazed up at Chen Dong with difficulty, asking, why? Because my sword is named Qingyan, and yours is named Zhanyan. It was destined to clash. Chen Dong replied calmly. Damn, Xu Jianzhang never anticipated that this would be the reason. After a lifetime of searching for the slashing cloud divine sword, it had ultimately become the very cause of his demise. In a whirlpool of frustration, bitterness, and regret, he gradually lost his breath. Chen Dong sheathed his Qingyan sword and cast a glance at Xu Jianzhang. The motive for his slaying was not merely the clash of sword names. It was the blood feud stemming from the death of his grandson. Chen Dong could not allow such an enemy to live. At that moment, the old security guard and others arrived, witnessing the severed slashing cloud sword and the lifeless Xu Jianzhang, their expressions frozen in shock. Chapter 81, As one grows old, the heart softens. Why are you here? Chen Dong inquired curiously as he glanced at the group, astonished that they dared approach after the earlier assault. Were they not afraid of death? Hearing Chen Dong's question, the others finally emerged from their stupor. The old senior was deeply concerned for your safety and insisted on coming here. We could not dissuade him, so we followed along, Jian Haojian explained. I cannot allow you to fall into peril because of me. Though I have been defeated, I could still fight to buy you a moment's respite, the old security guard remarked, casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground with a wry smile. I underestimated your strength, sir. You hardly needed my assistance. I appreciate your intentions, yet I have mentioned before that this sword, in my eyes, is but refuse, Chen Dong said, patting the old guard's shoulder while subtly infusing him with some spiritual energy to aid in his recovery. Though he did not vocalize it, Chen Dong held a deep appreciation for those who genuinely cared for him. Jian Blintian crouched down, examining the broken cloud-slaying sword with great scrutiny, exclaiming, it is truly hard to believe that a mere sword could endow that old monster Xu with power far surpassing the celestial level. Har. No matter how powerful, it is still refuse. In the end, he was still slain by you, sir. To slay a celestial at such a young age, over 20 years old, such feats are exceedingly rare in all of East China, nay, in all of the Dragon Kingdom, even the world. That is why you are the chosen one, sir, an unparalleled prodigy. Jiang Haojian's flattery had grown increasingly adept. Despite knowing it was mere praise, Chen Dong found it quite pleasing to hear. Enough, let us return, Chen Dong commanded, suddenly drawing the short sword from the ground with a swift motion. The blade was broken, devoid of any spirit. The spiritual energy within began to dissipate slowly, and Chen Dong temporarily sealed it, intending to absorb its essence in a tranquil setting later. The group returned to the small town of Wanbaotang.at that moment. The Shu family's descendants were still gathered in small clusters at the town's entrance, leisurely chatting. Bolstered by the acquisition of the treasured sword, Xu Jinzhang had become overconfident and did not allow the accompanying Shu family disciples to follow him, instructing them instead to remain behind and await his triumphant return. Someone is returning. Is it the family head? No, it seems not. It appears to be the Jiang family. It is indeed the Jiang family. Why has the Jiang family returned? The Shu family disciples clustered together, discussing the unexpected arrival. The family steward furrowed his brow, and in the next moment, as if enlightenment struck, he smiled faintly, saying, "Hey, need you ask? They must have been terrified by our family head's prowess, unable to depart and retreating to the Wanbaotang sphere for refuge. The steward is right. It must be so. We cannot allow them to enter so easily. When the family head returns, we shall execute them on the spot." The Shu family disciples exchanged glances, their lips curling into sinister smiles. As the Jiang family approached, they immediately blocked their path. Well, is this not the arrogant Jiang family? What brings you back here? A bunch of frightened curs, weren't you quite arrogant before? Now that you see you cannot match our family head, you scurry back to Wanbaotang, thinking it can protect you, even if just for a moment. You ran quite swiftly. In the face of the Shu family's provocations, Jiang Haojian and Jiang Lintian exchanged bewildered glances. How pitiable, they were utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Young descendants of the Shu family, I kindly advise you to step aside. Jiang Haojian replied with a faint smile. Jiang Haojian, you dare to kill my family's young master without cause, and now you ask us to step aside. We offer you a chance, kneel and await our family head's return for judgment. The steward crossed his arms, gazing triumphantly at Jiang Haojian and his group. Jiang Haojian chuckled, without cause, how can you shamelessly utter such words? If you wish, I can arrange for you to inquire with your young master. You arrogant, do you truly believe Wanbaotang can still protect you at this juncture? The steward was furious, his face flushed with rage. The other Shu family members were equally incensed. How dare the Jiang family? Did they not witness the family head's might? Even if Wanbaotang boasted celestial presences, their family head was no less formidable. If provoked, he could easily raise Wanbaotang to the ground. After all, the entire martial realm would soon belong to the Shu family. Villains, how dare you speak to our steward in such a manner? Kneel and apologize, and we may consider allowing you a complete corpse. Should you continue your insolence, when our family head returns, we shall eradicate your entire lineage. 3 Shu family disciples stepped forward to assert their presence. Pfut, pfut, pfut. In an instant, the 3 lively Shu family disciples exploded into clouds of blood mist. With such individuals, striking first is the only course of action. What is there to prattle about? Chen Dong shot Jiang Haojian a glance. Indeed, sir speaks truth. One grows soft-hearted with age, Jiang Haojian acknowledged with a respectful bow. Do you still dare to kill? All the Shu family members were initially stunned, then trembled with rage, realizing they were being utterly disregarded. The steward, too, felt a surge of fury rising within him, ready to unleash his wrath. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror, his face turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The steward's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the broken sword in Chen Dong's hand. He was all too familiar with this blade. Was this not the very treasure their Shu family had purchased at great expense? How could it possibly be in the hands of this young man? More importantly, why was it severed in two? A terrifying hypothesis invaded the steward's mind uncontrollably. No, this cannot be. The family head had proclaimed that with the sword in hand, his strength rivaled that of a celestial. Sir, what shall we do with the remaining individuals? Kill them. Their intent to slay us indicates they are prepared to meet their demise. Upon hearing this, the Shu family disciples protested vehemently, still unaware of their dire predicament, shouting, "You dare! When our family head arrives, he will have you dismembered, and your families will not be spared." Steward, do you not agree, steward? The Shu family members turned to the steward, only to find him stricken with terror. Thud, the steward could no longer bear the weight of his fear, collapsing to the ground and bowing before Chen Dong, repeatedly banging his head. Spare my life. I am willing to surrender. This unexpected act left the other Shu family members bewildered. Steward, what has come over you? Why do you bow to them? One of the Shu family members asked in confusion. Do not speak. If you wish to survive, kneel quickly. Do you not see the broken sword in that young man's hand? That sword is the very one the family had purchased, the steward hissed from the ground. His words fell like a thunderclap. All the Shu family members stood frozen, as if turned to stone. The sword was broken and in the hands of their adversary. Did this not imply? No, it cannot be. The family head is unparalleled, and with the sword's aid, how could he possibly fall to this rabble? It must be a fake. The sword in their possession is undoubtedly counterfeit. The Shu family disciples could scarcely accept such an outcome. Their dreams of dominating the martial realm had not even begun before being snuffed out. Whether it is genuine or not, you may inquire with Xu Jianzhang. Jiang Haoqian scoffed, leaping forward and slamming his palm onto the man's crown. His head sunk into his torso, unmistakably dead. Jiang Lintian was not idle either. He swiftly approached another, lightly tapping the individual's heart, extinguishing their life. The Jiang brothers, being of heavenly rank, found it effortless to dispatch these minions. Run! Flee back to Wanbaotang's territory. As long as we return, they will not dare to kill us. The family head is surely alive, and when he returns, it will be their doom. The remaining Shu family members desperately sprinted toward the small town of Wanbaotang. Fortunately, they were not far off, quickly turning to reach it. Only the steward remained, still prostrate on the ground, too terrified to move. Jiang Haoqian and Jiang Lintian glanced at the old security guard. With a sigh, the old guard nodded silently. And the next moment, a chorus of anguished screams erupted at the town's entrance. Why do you not flee? Chen Dong questioned the steward on the ground. At this, the steward trembled and quickly replied, I wish to forsake the shadows and serve you, sir. Chapter 82, Competing to be a dog, serve me. I'm afraid I'm not in need of any dogs at the moment. Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. Having just slain members of the Shu family, Jiang Haoqian and Jiang Lintian turned their fierce gazes toward the steward, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. What a surprise! A rival for affection has arrived. Trying to compete with us to be a dog, our master has enough dogs with us. Master, allow me to eliminate him. Jiang Haoqian declared, exuding an aura of bloodlust. The steward, startled, quickly glanced at Jiang Haoqian. What is going on? I haven't stolen your wife, have I? Why do you look like you want to devour me? Wait, I have my uses, truly, I do, the steward hastily interjected. Hold on. Chen Dong interrupted Jiang Haoqian and turned to the steward, saying, explain your usefulness. I can help you manage the Shu family's assets. I have overseen their affairs for a long time, and I know better than anyone the locations of Shu Qinzhang's hidden treasures. I am willing to offer all of this to you. The steward raised his chin, a broad smile adorning his face. Chen Dong pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, coordinate with Jiang Haoqian. From now on, the Shu family will be managed by him. Jiang Haoqian knows what to do, right? Jiang Haoqian patted his chest. Rest assured, master, no one in the Shu family. At that moment, Dr. Shui rushed over. Why are you back? Wasn't there a great battle? Where are the injured? I've been waiting in the hospital for ages, and not a single wounded soul has arrived. Dr. Shui said, glancing behind Chen Dong. Injured? The old security guard chuckled bitterly, fearing he might be the only casualty from this grand conflict. Jiang Haoqian succinctly recounted the events of the battle, leaving Dr. Shui bewildered. Alas, old Meng, let me treat your wounds first, Dr. Shui said, somewhat helplessly. As a healer, he preferred to see fewer deaths. The old security guard stepped forward, extending his right hand for a pulse check. The pressure points of the wounds are all sealed. Moreover, they are protecting the internal organs from deterioration. What an impressive technique! Dr. Shui exclaimed, placing his hand atop the old security guard's shoulder in astonishment. Old Meng, your medical skills have indeed improved recently. I possess no such capabilities. It was all thanks to Mr. Chen, the old security guard quickly clarified, realizing that Chen Dong's energy had played a crucial role in his survival despite his injuries. Dr. Shui looked at Chen Dong in astonishment and said, Mr. Chen's medical skills are truly remarkable. May I pose a question to you? Please, go ahead, Doctor, Chen Dong replied. I have meticulously studied the medicinal materials you require, yet I have found no corresponding prescriptions in any of my references. What sort of ailment necessitates such extraordinary treasures? Dr. Shui inquired, his curiosity piqued about the patient Chen Dong aimed to save. Old Shui, must you consult Mr. Chen right now? The old security guard lamented, still suffering from his wounds. Can't we treat him first? Dr. Shui smacked his forehead, apologizing, my sincerest apologies, I nearly forgot about you. Thus, Dr. Shui resolved to first tend to the old security guard's injuries before discussing the patient's condition with Chen Dong. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. The Medicine King Valley, renowned in the martial world, might hold news of that elusive elixir. While Dr. Shui treated the old security guard, Chen Dong found a room to absorb the spiritual energy from the broken sword. Though the energy was limited, it was sufficient to help him solidify his golden core cultivation. This acquisition could be considered a small surprise from the expedition to Wanbaotang. Checking the time, Chen Dong felt that Dr. Shui's treatment should be nearing completion. He stepped out of the room to find Jiang Haoqian and Jiang Lintian waiting eagerly. Master, the steward has already accounted for the Shu family's assets. Due to the sword purchases, the liquid assets are nearly exhausted. Leave it. You may handle it as you see fit, as long as you remember whose dogs you are. Upon hearing this, both men were solemn expressions. In unison, they declared, the Jiang family will forever be the most loyal dogs of the master. Having only served as dogs for a few days, the Jiang family had already absorbed a clan comparable to their own. They would gladly serve, even as insects if need be. After taking a few steps, Chen Dong suddenly recalled something and spoke, by the way, my wife is employed at one of your Jiang family's companies. Please make the necessary arrangements. What? The two immediately tensed up. Your wife works at our company. This is truly a blessing from our ancestors. May I inquire about her name? Is she a supervisor or a manager? Oh, surely, your wife is an extraordinary beauty. She must be a vice president in some department. Chen Dong cast them a sidelong glance, a smirk on his lips. My wife is Su Shiqing. As for our position, you may guess. With that, Chen Dong strolled away with his hands clasped behind his back. Brother, what does the master mean by that last remark? Jiang Lintian felt a chill run down his spine. I have a bad feeling about this. We need to call and ask. Jiang Haoqian frantically pulled out his phone. A moment later, Jiang Haoqian gasped into the phone. What did you say? That Su Shiqing is just an ordinary employee. The person on the other end replied, perplexed, yes, the records show that Su Shiqing interned at our company during university and has been with us ever since graduation. She has been employed for nearly 5 years, yet for some reason, she remains an ordinary employee. Oh, by the way, young Master Yulong. Oh no, Jiang Yulong briefly managed this company before his death. Damn it. A graduate from a prestigious school, a high achiever, after 5 years of diligent work, she's still just an ordinary employee. To claim there's no conspiracy here would be utterly unbelievable. Brother, what shall we do now? Perhaps we should directly hand over all assets of both the Jiang and Shu families to the madam. Jiang Lintian suggested. Absolutely not. Do you have any idea how vast the assets of these two families are? Managing them daily would be a monumental task. Do you wish to tire the madam to death? The master and madam are still young and need ample time to have children. They cannot squander their time on such mundane financial matters. Jiang Haoqian contemplated. The master instructed us to make arrangements, clearly indicating he wants us to promote the madam. Here's what we'll do. Let's appoint her as the chairperson of one company and then assign capable secretaries to help alleviate her workload. Jiang Lintian asked, somewhat dazed. Secretaries, male? Female? If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Also, remember, the secretary must not be too attractive. She must not eclipse the madam's beauty. Jiang Haoqian firmly smacked the back of his younger brother's head. Understood. I'll make the arrangements right away. Wait, let us consult the master first, Jiang Haoqian suggested after a moment of consideration. Meanwhile, Chen Dong had arrived at the medical room of Wan Baitang. Following Dr. Shui's treatment, the old security guard was no longer in grave danger and simply needed some rest. Seeing Chen Dong enter, Dr. Shui invited him to sit down and resumed their earlier discussion. Have you ever heard of the extreme elixir? Chen Dong inquired. Extreme elixir? Dr. Shui suddenly stood, his face a mask of astonishment. Mr. Chen, please do not tell me your patient consumed the extreme elixir. Chen Dong nodded. Alas. Dr. Shui sighed. How could one consume such a thing recklessly? How much did the patient ingest? What is their condition? They must have consumed a considerable amount. When I saw them, their internal organs were already failing, and death's aura was spreading throughout their body. Every time Chen Dong recalled Su Shiqing on the verge of death, his heart ached with pain and guilt. Dr. Shui's expression turned grave, and he struggled to find the right words several times without speaking. The old security guard, witnessing this, grew anxious. What is the situation? Just tell us. Dr. Shui sighed heavily. Mr. Chen, please do not take offense at my bluntness, but your patient is likely beyond saving. I have treated several cases of patients who consumed the extreme elixir. Those who ingested a small amount merely shortened their lifespan by a few years, but with proper care, they could still live like normal individuals. However, if death's aura is spreading throughout the body, they may only have a few days left to live. It is simply impossible to save them. Even if your prescription could save them, gathering such an abundance of medicinal materials would be impossible within the time frame. With that, Dr. Shui fell silent, and the old security guard was at a loss for how to console Chen Dong, leading to a somber atmosphere in the room. Noticing their demeanor, Chen Dong smiled and reassured them, there is no need to be so pessimistic. We still have time. I administered a pill to the patient that can temporarily stabilize their condition for a month, which is why I implored you both to gather the necessary materials within 20 days. Upon hearing this, Dr. Shui was taken aback, exclaiming, stabilize for a month. No, that is impossible. The spread of death's aura is akin to the end of life. Stabilizing for a month is like artificially extending a person's life by 1 month. Such a pill cannot possibly exist. Mr. Chen, could you allow me to see the recipe for that pill? Chen Dong nodded. Of course, it is called the Pei Yuan pill. It's not a rare item, though one ingredient is somewhat troublesome. Subsequently, Chen Dong wrote down the recipe for the Pei Yuan pill. Dr. Shui took the recipe, recognizing the medicinal properties of the ingredients, and quickly deduced the effects of the Pei Yuan pill. Wonderful, truly marvelous, the synergy of several ingredients produces such an extraordinary effect. Dr. Shui exclaimed excitedly, repeatedly slapping the table. Suddenly, he stood and deeply bowed to Chen Dong, saying, Mr. Chen, could you sell this recipe to us? I, from the Medicine King Valley, am willing to offer 10 billion for it. Chapter 83. The Blue Island and the Pei Yuan pill. For Chen Dong, this was not an extraordinary item, rather, it was the scarcity of spiritual energy on Blue Star, compounded by environmental pollution and other factors, that rendered the necessary medicinal herbs quite rare. Thus, the Pei Yuan pill was exceedingly precious in the context of Blue Star. 1 billion, Chen Dong hesitated. 15 billion, Mr. Chen, this is the highest price I can personally offer. If you're still unsatisfied, I can borrow from my fellow brothers in the sect, though it may take some time, Dr. Shui said earnestly. No need to borrow. 15 billion will suffice. Chen Dong felt a bit embarrassed, as his hesitation stemmed from the belief that the Pei Yuan pill was not worth such an exorbitant sum. contemplating whether to his surprise, after just a moment of indecision, the other party added 5 billion. Are physicians truly this wealthy these days? How could one person come up with over 10 billion? Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your generosity. Dr. Shui eagerly took the prescription to study it. By the way, the physician has yet to inform me about the extreme pill. As the foremost healing sect in the martial world, how can the medicinal King's Valley remain passive? Chen Dong countered. Alas. At the mention of this matter, Dr. Shui's once enthusiastic interest seemed doused with cold water. As he sighed, the extreme pill has been circulating in the martial world for about 6 months. Initially, it was only exchanged among martial artists, as this pill not only alleviates fatigue but also has the effect of extracting potential. Many martial artists relied on the extreme pill to break through their bottlenecks. However, the good times did not last long, as the side effects of the extreme pill soon came to light. Some martial artists who overdosed perished before they could receive timely aid, while the remaining ones exhibited milder symptoms, such as shortened lifespans, as I mentioned earlier. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong furrowed his brow and asked, even so, why has no one imposed a ban? Since the extreme pill first circulated among martial artists, if it could be prohibited within that community, perhaps it wouldn't pose a threat to ordinary people. Su Shiqing would not have ended up in her current state. Hearing Chen Dong's inquiry, Dr. Shui fixed a profound gaze upon him. The reasons behind this are quite complex. One factor is that there seems to be a hidden hand pushing for the widespread adoption of the extreme pill, and another is human nature. Chen Dong's eyes brightened as he spoke. Desire. Indeed, desire. Dr. Shui nodded. Not every martial artist's path is smooth sailing. In reality, numerous martial artists struggle to even break through to the Xian level. Imagine if you were stuck in the late yellow stage for decades, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you would likely die in such a state. Suddenly, one day, a pill emerges that has a certain probability of helping you break through your limits, with the only cost being a few years of your lifespan. Would you take it? At this point, Chen Dong understood completely. Whether in martial arts or cultivation, once one enters this world, the pursuit of higher mastery becomes an obsession for everyone. Even if martial artists are aware of the side effects of the extreme pill, they would still choose to consume it. Just as ordinary people take the extreme pill to provide a better life for their families, martial artists seek to push their own limits. One is willing to take the risk, while the other is willing to suffer. It is fundamentally unattainable to impose a ban. Chen Dong took a deep breath. To eradicate the extreme pill, it seems that only by annihilating the hidden hand behind it can we succeed. I wonder if the medicinal King's Valley has any leads. Dr. Shui shook his head. None. The medicinal King's Valley is primarily composed of healers who are not adept at conflict and lack the strength to investigate. However, we have entrusted some individuals to pursue the matter, yet the leads always inexplicably vanish, indicating that the hidden figure possesses formidable power. I did not expect that Mr. Chen not only possesses great strength, but also harbors a compassionate heart to save the world. I am truly in awe. However, the medicinal King's Valley is powerless to provide you with the information you seek. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong chuckled. A compassionate heart, what does the world have to do with him? He merely wished to eliminate the scoundrels selling the extreme pill to seek justice for Su Shiqing. More importantly, they were not only selling the extreme pill but were also searching for the so-called martial arts cauldron. Fortunately, Jiang Yulong's greed to possess Su Shiqing kept him from imagining the dire consequences. Thus, this organization must be eradicated. Physician, here is my contact information and address. Should anything arise, please inform me at your earliest convenience. Chen Dong wrote down his phone number and address on a piece of paper. At that moment, Jiang Haoqian and Jiang Lintian, having conferred on how to arrange Su Shiqing's situation, hurried over to seek Chen Dong's opinion. After listening, Chen Dong nodded. That works, let's proceed with that. Excellent. I will notify the company right away, and we can appoint her by tomorrow at the earliest. Jiang Lintian said, preparing to leave, only to be called back by Chen Dong. Wait a moment. You both performed admirably today, and since the physician is here, I will take care of what I promised you. Chen Dong then revealed another prescription, saying to the two, this is the secret recipe for conceiving a son. You should acquire the medicine from the physician and take it continuously for 3 months. After the 3rd month of cohabitation, you will be able to conceive a son. Jiang Haoqian and Jiang Lintian trembled with excitement upon hearing this. Thud, thud, the two knelt heavily on the ground, bowing to Chen Dong multiple times. Mr. Chen, your great kindness will never be forgotten by the Jiang family. Jiang Haoqian and Jiang Lintian understood precisely what this prescription represented. This was a 100 guaranteed recipe for having a son. It not only meant they would have offspring but also signified that the Jiang family could ensure a male heir in the future, allowing them to endure for generations unless they faced formidable enemies. Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. There is something I must say up front. Although this method guarantees you a son, it should not be employed recklessly. The propagation of descendants is inherently a balance of yin and yang. Your Jiang family's ancestors thrived with male heirs, and if this natural cycle is disrupted, relentlessly pursuing male offspring may invite divine retribution, potentially plunging the entire Jiang family into an irreparable abyss. Chen Dong admonished. Witnessing this, Dr. Shui let out a bitter smile. Mr. Chen, you truly excel in everything. Dr. Shui did not wish to take this prescription, as, per Chen Dong's assertion, ensuring a son 100 would disrupt the balance of yin and yang, defying nature. With this, the visit to the Wanbao Hall came to an end. The group exchanged contact details and bid farewell. Chen Dong rested for a night at the Jiang family's villa, preparing to return to Blue Island City the next day to find Su Shiqing. Through the ancient texts he had photographed, Chen Dong gained new insights into Su Shiqing's constitution, realizing he needed to find ways to conceal certain physical traits. That night, Chen Dong and the others enjoyed a peaceful rest. However, the martial arts community across the East China region was in a state of turmoil. The news of Xu Jianzhong gaining celestial level strength through a sword had spread like wildfire, and numerous factions began to stir. In the span of a single night, Wanbao Hall had seen an influx of many unfamiliar faces. Chen Dong and his companions were uninterested in this and left early the next morning. Hey! Look, aren't they members of the Jian family? Indeed, how are they still alive? The Jian family killed Xu Jinzhang's grandson. Logically, they should have been the first to die. How could they leave unscathed? Something is amiss. There is definitely something going on. Many people whispered among themselves as they witnessed the Jian family's departure. The name of the Jian family inadvertently became a topic of discussion among countless martial artists. Meanwhile, Jiang Kaoqian and Jiang Lintian enthusiastically introduced Su Shiqing to Chen Dong regarding the various projects the company had. By noon, the group finally returned to Blue Island. After dropping Chen Dong off at the villa, the two brothers hurried back to the Jiang family to sort through the spoils of their recent endeavors, which represented the assets of a large family. They also planned to return home to prepare medicinal concoctions. While preparing medicine was merely incidental, upon returning home, Chen Dong noticed that his parents' health had improved significantly, so he had them enjoy some health tea that Dr. Shui had prescribed. As for Lin Jiujiu, that girl had long since disappeared, reportedly off searching for her high school classmates. In the past, due to Chen Dong, Chen Jiujiu had been somewhat reclusive in her class and had very few friends throughout high school. Today seemed to be the day of her high school reunion, an event she typically avoided in the past. However, with everything in the family improving, she had become much more open. After having lunch, Chen Dong contemplated visiting Su Shiqing to catch up and discuss their feelings. Upon arriving at the hospital, he was informed that Su Shiqing had already been discharged. Without delay, he rushed to his father-in-law's house, stopping along the way to buy some supplements for the elderly couple. However, to his surprise, Su Shiqing was also not at home. Following Chen Dong's rescue of her, his father-in-law's family had significantly softened their attitude towards him. Coupled with the gifts Chen Dong brought, they felt that he had truly changed. Moreover, they understood their daughter well. While she was genuinely heartbroken, her love for Chen Dong was equally real. If they were to divorce, it would be challenging for her to accept anyone else. Chen Dong, do not think that saving Shiqing allows you to erase all past transgressions. If you want Shiqing back, we will not actively obstruct you, but as for Shiqing, that depends on your own efforts. The father-in-law, smoking the huazi Chen Dong had brought, propped his feet up, adopting a tone of admonishment towards the younger generation. With that from you, I am already very content. Come, Dad, this is an exquisite Mount Tai I specifically purchased. Give it a try, and if you enjoy it, I will bring you a few boxes next time. Chen Dong smiled as he poured a full cup for his father-in-law. In the past, Chen Dong loved drinking with his father-in-law. His father-in-law was open-minded and carefree, especially when inebriated. He would embrace Chen Dong and call him brother. However, as for himself, sigh, no need to dwell on that. Chen Dong shook his head, believing that those warm days would soon return. After a few drinks, the father-in-law began to feel tipsy. With just a few questions, Chen Dong quickly learned of Su Shiqing's whereabouts. Subsequently, he made some casual remarks before excusing himself to rush to Su Shiqing's company. On the way, Chen Dong muttered to himself, today should be the day Shiqing is promoted to president, right? I wonder how she will feel. Chapter 84, You Are Fired. Jiang's International Trade, the company where Su Shiqing works, having just recovered from a serious illness, it would be reasonable for Su Shiqing to rest at home, and her parents also urged her to take a few days to recuperate before returning to work. However, after 3 years of relentless business, she found it somewhat unsettling to suddenly be idle. While in the hospital, it was manageable. Each day passed in a haze, and even if she wished to work, her strength was lacking. Now, she felt an abundance of energy. What else was there to do if not work? Upon arriving at her workstation, a colleague promptly pulled out a chair for her to sit. Shiqing, what brings you here? Her colleague asked, eyeing her with concern. You look better than before. Since you've recovered, why not take a few more days at home? You're pushing yourself too hard. At this rate, your health will falter again. In the workplace, Su Shiqing's family circumstances had become fodder for everyone's gossip and amusement. Apart from a few who expressed sympathy, most merely relished the spectacle. Don't worry, Xiao Liu, I'm perfectly fine now, and I won't have to work so hard in the future. Su Shiqing smiled back at the concerned Xiao Liu. For reasons unknown, she felt unusually relaxed upon returning to the company. In the past, as soon as she stepped through the doors, her mind was consumed with thoughts of performance metrics, worrying about how to repay debts from her modest salary, and figuring out how to make ends meet. Each day felt like a struggle, suffocating her spirit. Not pushing yourself so hard anymore. Xiao Liu was taken aback, a peculiar expression crossing her face. She leaned closer and whispered, Shiqing, are you seeing President Jiang Yulong? What? What are you talking about? Su Shiqing exclaimed, her mind suddenly conjuring the image of Chen Dong, and she quickly clarified, Chen Dong has returned, so I no longer need to earn money to pay off debts. Really? That's wonderful. Shiching, have you divorced him yet? I know a very reliable lawyer who can help you claim compensation for all those years of emotional distress. Xiao Liu clenched her fists in indignation on behalf of Su Shiching. Oh. Divorce, let's hold off for a few days. I've been in the hospital and haven't had the time to go. I'll take care of it when I can. Su Shiching hesitated, suddenly feeling less adamant about the divorce. Chen Dong had changed significantly upon his return, even acquiring medical skills. Perhaps his 3-year absence held unspoken complexities. Seeing Su Shiching's demeanor, Xiao Liu was astonished. Shiching, you don't actually want a divorce anymore, do you? Have you forgotten how he abandoned you with those scoundrels, fleeing for 3 years? In that time, you single-handedly supported a family, taking care of his parents and sister, working day and night. How could you forget such hardship? Even if he asks back, what guarantees do you have that he won't revert to his old ways? If you end up losing tens of thousands again, when will this cycle end? Shiching, I know you love him, but he is not the same man from your courtship days. They say it's better to dismantle a temple than to break a marriage, but a scoundrel like him is not worthy of you. Divorce him, you're stunning, there are suitors lining up outside the company for you. Then there's President Jiang Yulong, young, handsome, and wealthy. Every time he comes to see you, he is polite and courteous. Such a man is rare to find, far superior to Chen Dong. Why not? Stop right there. Su Shiching abruptly interrupted Xiao Liu, tidying her workstation as she spoke. I am still Chen Dong's wife. I haven't truly divorced him yet. Even if I do, I cannot become entangled with another man. I've resolved to live a solitary life. Sigh. Xiao Liu couldn't help but let out a long breath, choosing to say no more. She admired Su Shiching's devotion but also felt she was being foolish. I in this day and age, can love truly sustain one, loving deeply only to be wounded by one's own partner? Finding a wealthy man, even without love, would at least leave one with financial security. After a brief silence, the two resumed their work. Su Shiching opened her computer and, as usual, logged into her work account, only to be met with repeated system errors. Just as she was about to ask Xiao Liu if the internet was down, the department supervisor approached her. Su Shiching, tidy up here, you won't be coming back anymore, the supervisor said coldly. Supervisor, what do you mean by that? Su Shiching was taken aback. The supervisor sneered, what do you mean? Is it not clear enough? You're fired. On what grounds? I haven't violated any company policies. Su Shiching retorted, her anger rising. Missing work without reason for several days, doesn't that count as a violation? The supervisor responded. I was on sick leave. It was a legitimate absence, how can you call it missing work? Su Shiching's chest heaved with indignation. It was evident someone was targeting her. The supervisor, growing impatient, said, sick leave, I'm unaware of that. The decision to terminate you came from the manager. If you have a problem, go speak to her, no need to raise your voice here. Upon hearing the mention of the manager, Su Shiching's expression darkened. It was indeed her. When Su Shiching first joined the company, that manager was merely a junior supervisor. Perhaps because of Su Shiching's beauty, she garnered much attention upon her arrival, which had previously made the junior supervisor the most popular. After her internship ended and she officially joined the company, Su Shiching was assigned to this junior supervisor's team. As the saying goes, a higher rank often leads to oppression. And no matter how well Su Shiching performed, the junior supervisor could always find faults to nitpick. Previously, she had only subtly undermined Su Shiching. Now, she had boldly resorted to outright dismissal. Unable to contain her frustration, Su Shiching pushed past the supervisor and stormed toward the manager's office. At this moment, Chen Dong had arrived at the company, having visited a few times before. He relied on vague memories and inquiries to finally locate Su Shiching's workstation. Excuse me, where is Su Shiching? He inquired, noticing the empty desk. Oh, you're looking for Shiching. She went, wait, you're that scoundrel, Chen Dong. Xiao Liu exclaimed, initially thinking he was another colleague. Upon recognizing his face, she immediately identified him. After all, his actions had made headlines, and the company's gossip mill had circulated his photo long ago. Oh, Chen Dong felt a flush of embarrassment. Had his reputation sunk so low? What are you doing here? Are you here to ask Shiching for money? Get lost, she won't give you any more money. If you're still a man, handle your own debts. Leave now, or I'll call security. Xiao Liu expressed her disdain for Chen Dong without reservation, reaching for her phone to contact security. I'm not here to ask for money, Chen Dong replied, exasperated. Someone like you, full of empty promises, how can you be trusted? Xiao Liu retorted angrily. Let me be blunt. Shiching is about to be fired, she has no money to give you, just give up. Fired? Chen Dong was stunned, shouldn't she be getting promoted instead? HMPH, if you don't believe me, just ask the supervisor. She said it herself. Xiao Liu pointed at the supervisor, who was preening herself, and scoffed, that woman uses her good relationship with the manager to bully Shiching. I understand now, Chen Dong's voice turned icy. Bullying, how intriguing. He approached the female supervisor and coldly stated, you intend to fire Su Shiching. Who are you? What does it matter to you whether I fire that vixen or not? The female supervisor rolled her eyes, refusing to look at Chen Dong as she insulted him. Her. Chen Dong let out a cold laugh. It was clear she was no good. With a swift motion, he seized the supervisor by the neck and flung her aside as if she were trash, sending several desks crashing over. In an instant, the entire office fell silent. Xiao Yu stared at Chen Dong in shock, murmuring, Shiqing's husband, is he really this fierce? Chapter 85, How Will You Choose? Poetry. Qing's husband is so fierce. His arm muscles are so thick. Little Liu thought to herself, shaking her head in disbelief at the nonsensical thoughts swirling in her mind. This man was indeed a scoundrel. Everyone was so frightened that they huddled in silence against the walls. You dare to throw me? You're finished. You won't leave this door today. The female supervisor's face was a picture of distress, shrieking like a shrew. Chen Dong was not inclined to indulge her. He slowly approached and stepped onto her shoulder. I've heard you've been bullying Su Shiqing and even intended to have her dismissed. Chen Dong asked with an air of indifference. Par? Who do you think you are? I am that vixen's superior. If I want to fire her, I will. What business is it of yours? The female supervisor disdainfully glanced at Chen Dong. As for you, I thought you were that vixen's lover, but upon closer inspection, it turns out you're the worthless man who has been running from loan sharks for 3 years. With your uselessness, you dare to cause a scene. Who gave you the audacity? The surrounding colleagues immediately began to whisper amongst themselves. Their gazes towards Chen Dong shifted, filled with contempt and disdain. So he is the scoundrel. Abandoning his wife and family, how could Su Shiqing have fallen for someone like him? She could have chosen me instead. He must be back to extort money from Su Shiqing again. I wonder what sins she committed in her past life to end up with such a partner. Hearing the gossip around her, the female supervisor's mocking expression intensified. Useless. Hurry and help me up. If you kneel and beg, perhaps I might let you off this time. Initially, she aimed to extort a hefty sum from Chen Dong, but upon reconsideration, she realized that a gambler like him was likely penniless. Instead of money, humiliating him would suffice. As Chen Dong was Su Shiqing's partner, ridiculing him would be akin to slapping Su Shiqing in the face. Just as she reveled in her triumph, she suddenly felt the pressure on her shoulder intensify. What are you doing? Didn't you hear me? Get your foot off me. Do you truly wish to die? No. Stop applying pressure, I can't bear it. It's not me who wants to fire him, it's the manager who intends to fire you. I was wrong. Please stop, you're going to break it, it hurts. With a crisp crack, the female supervisor's shoulder was shattered beneath Chen Dong's foot. I asked you a question, not for you to ramble on. With that, Chen Dong disdainfully kicked her, sending her sprawling several meters away. The female supervisor fell unconscious. The ensuing commotion swiftly attracted the attention of the higher-ups in the office. The manager emerged with a dark expression, followed closely by Su Shiqing, whose face mirrored her displeasure. It was evident that their conversation had been far from pleasant. What's all this noise? Do you not wish to work anymore? Keep it up, and you can all follow Su Shiqing out of the company. The manager roared, but when he spotted the unconscious supervisor on the floor, her shoulder a bloody mess, he was taken aback. What happened? Who did this? Everyone pointed in unison at Chen Dong. Chen Dong, what are you doing here? Su Shiqing exclaimed, incredulity edged across her face as she looked at her tormentor, unable to believe it was Chen Dong who had done this. Just a while ago, he wouldn't even dare to harm a chicken. Chen Dong, oh, I remember now, yes, your worthless husband. The manager sneered at Su Shiqing. Su Shiqing, you claimed you hadn't violated company policy, but what about now? Inciting your husband to injure a company leader is sufficient grounds to dismiss you. At these words, Su Shiqing's body trembled, shooting a resentful glance at Chen Dong. Previously, she had argued her case with the manager, presenting leave requests, hospital admission notices, and labor contract laws, forcing the manager into a corner. That was why the manager had appeared so grim when he came out. Unexpectedly, Chen Dong's entrance had completely overturned the situation. You can't hit people, and so brutally too. Have you learned to fight in these 3 years? Su Shiqing was beside herself with anxiety, no longer concerned about her job. With Chen Dong publicly beating someone so mercilessly, if the supervisor pursued compensation, it would be a small matter, but she feared imprisonment. After years of neglect, if he were caught again, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Don't worry, it's fine. I know how to control my strength. You still need to work here. I won't let this escalate to a fatality. Chen Dong, astute as ever, discerned from the manager's words that he had jeopardized Su Shiqing's plans. Yet, rather than reproach him, Su Shiqing was worried for his safety. What more could a husband desire than such a devoted wife? Chen Dong felt a warmth in his heart. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, Su Shiqing was left speechless. Was this what he meant by controlling his strength? So long as no one died here, it was deemed acceptable. The manager, having risen to such a high position at the age of 30, possessed keen perception. She immediately noticed the profound bond between Chen Dong and Su Shiqing, and, seeing the situation unfold, a sinister smile crept upon her lips. Su Shiqing, in light of this situation, what do you propose? Your husband has assaulted someone. Given the circumstances, you not only risk losing your job but also face substantial financial compensation. How about this? Considering our long-standing acquaintance, you publicly declare that you have no relationship with this man and denounce him as a worthless scoundrel. Then, bring your divorce certificate to the company, and this matter will be absolved, allowing you to continue your employment. The manager gazed at Su Shiqing with anticipation. Come on, how will you choose? The company has praised you as a rare and virtuous woman, revered by men for marrying someone like you, and now, can you still maintain that hypocritical facade? The onlookers turned their gazes to Su Shiqing. Was there any hesitation? Of course, a clean break was the only option. Rest assured, Shiqing, today, shut up. Su Shiqing glared at Chen Dong, causing him to shrink back, swallowing his remaining words. Who could believe that the imperious Chen Dong would be cowed into silence by his wife? I resign. Her calm declaration struck everyone like a thunderclap. Why was this an answer a rational person would choose? Har har, Su Shiqing, everyone says you are exceptionally clever, albeit a bit love-struck. Today, I see, you are indeed as they say, any normal person would distance themselves from such a scoundrel. The manager guffawed, the earlier gloom lifting like a fog. Poetry Ching, why now you'll have to shoulder the debt again. Little Liu asked in confusion. Su Shiqing turned to Little Liu, offering a gentle smile as she explained, only the supervisor was injured, although I'm not entirely clear on what transpired, it must pertain to me, right? Gazing into Su Shiqing's clear eyes, Little Liu had intended to fabricate a lie to make Su Shiqing feel sorrow for Chen Dong, but that pristine gaze rendered her speechless. Ultimately, Little Liu could only nod in agreement. With the answer received, Su Shiqing's smile blossomed even more beautifully. Though Chen Dong erred, he did so for my sake. I cannot abandon him now. Of course. As she spoke, Su Shiqing glared fiercely at Chen Dong, revealing her small tiger teeth as she said, however, I won't bear any compensation. He shall handle that himself. Seeing Su Shiqing's fierce yet adorable demeanor melted Chen Dong's heart, the men present looked at Chen Dong with a mix of envy and resentment. Why should someone like Chen Dong be able to marry such an extraordinary wife like Su Shiqing? Had he saved the galaxy in his past life, if glares could kill, Chen Dong would have met his demise 1,000 times over. The manager, sensing the atmosphere, was furious. Having aimed to ruin Su Shiqing's reputation, she found herself inadvertently aiding her instead. HMPH. Vixen. The manager scoffed, her face darkening as she said, fine, since you've made your choice, gather your things and leave. Having physically assaulted someone in the company, we are all witnesses. Given the extent of the injuries, it would take a hefty sum to avoid jail time. Su Shiqing, you will slowly pay for this in your lifetime. With the manager's expression radiating triumph, Chen Dong's smile gradually faded as he stepped toward her, stating, I've said it before, as long as I'm here, no one will force Shiqing to leave this company today. Chapter 86. Aloft just as Chen Dong was preparing to teach the manager a lesson, a delicate hand stealthily reached out, twisting his ear and pulling him aside. What do you think you're doing? Chen Dong, have you grown some skills during your 3-year absence? Do you enjoy hitting people so much? Why not hit me instead? Su Shiqing reprimanded fiercely. Ouch, Shiqing, I promise I won't lay a finger on anyone anymore, just let me go. Did it hurt? Naturally, it did not, but one must appease their wife, even if it meant putting on a show to ease the tension. HMPH. Upon hearing Chen Dong's pleas for mercy, Su Shiqing, still fuming, released her grip and stated, I am resigning, and you shouldn't read too much into it. I simply do not wish to continue working here. It has nothing to do with you. I understand. Whatever my wife says is right. Chen Dong grinned shamelessly. Seeing him like this, Su Shiqing felt a nostalgic pang, reminiscent of their earlier days of courtship. Back then, Chen Dong was just as bold, always approaching her with a playful grin, despite his own troubles. A hint of a smile tugged at the corner of Su Shiqing's mouth, yet she quickly masked it, returning to her frosty demeanor. HMPH, who are you calling your wife? Don't address me that way, we merely lack a divorce certificate, but emotionally, we are already divorced. All right, then may I pursue you anew? No matter what Su Shiqing said, Chen Dong maintained a defiant attitude, unperturbed. Su Shiqing felt exasperated. Over the past 3 years, not only had Chen Dong's temper and abilities grown, but his audacity had also thickened. As the two engaged in their playful banter, the manager's frustration reached a boiling point. Approaching Su Shiqing's workstation, he snatched up an upside-down photo frame and hurled it at the pair. Get lost, what are you still doing here after being fired? Everyone gasped. Su Shiqing and Chen Dong were so engrossed in their argument that they hadn't noticed the commotion. The square frame would undoubtedly cause serious injury if it struck someone in the head. Just as concern rippled through the onlookers for Su Shiqing, a large hand intercepted the flying frame with effortless grace. Chen Dong didn't even bother to glance at it, he merely deftly caught it with a cool flourish. Did he actually catch it? Impossible, he didn't even look. Wow, he looked so cool just now. Indeed, aside from those flaws, this Chen Dong is quite a rare sight. Especially with that muscular physique, you can see his abs through his shirt. Truly impressive. How can such a delicate figure as Su Shiqing endure it? The remarks from the female colleagues began to veer into an exhilarating direction. Upon hearing their comments, Su Shiqing felt her cheeks flush. Stealing a glance, she indeed noticed that Chen Dong had become significantly more robust. What had he been up to these past 3 years? Observing his physique, Su Shiqing couldn't help but reminisce about the past. Previously, she could barely endure him, but now, her face flushed deeper as she scolded herself for such thoughts. After all, she was supposed to be divorcing him, right? Divorce, yet, she recalled tales of breakups and wondered if divorces followed a similar pattern. The more she pondered, the redder her face became, until she felt as though she were a kettle boiling over. At that moment, Chen Dong remained oblivious to Su Shiqing's subtle transformation. For Su Shiqing's sake, I won't lay a hand on you, just leave and never set foot in this company again. Chen Dong coldly addressed the manager. Lay a hand on me. Har har har, the manager seemed to find amusement in the situation, looking down at Chen Dong with an air of superiority. Do you think you're formidable? In my eyes, you're nothing but a petty fool. You have no idea how deep the waters of this world run. This company is backed by the Jiang family. And what is the Jiang family? A martial arts clan. Oh, I remember now. A lowly wretch like you has no right to know what a martial... Noticing this, the manager's arrogance swelled further. After all, commoners could never be compared to the elite. At that moment, she revelled in the feeling of superiority over the masses, yet, she conveniently forgot that this information was gleaned during her night spent with influential figures, bearing no relation to her own merit. So, what are you trying to say? Chen Dong observed the manager, whose demeanour resembled that of a jester, and couldn't help but smirk. Hey, trying to explain to someone like you is futile. Let your body learn what a martial arts clan truly signifies. With that, the manager pulled out her phone and sweetly spoke to someone on the other end. Before long, a man in a security uniform strode in with an intimidating presence. The manager immediately latched onto his arm, pointing at Chen Dong while feigning distress. The security guard regarded Chen Dong with a flicker of disdain, but upon seeing Su Shiqing, his gaze ignited with avarice. Kid, you have some nerve causing a ruckus here. Haven't you heard of the Jiang family's reputation? Is the Jiang family that impressive? Chen Dong replied dismissively. You little brat, how dare you insult the Jiang family? You must be tired of living. The security guard was waiting for this moment. Now he had a reason to strike Chen Dong, with a swift punch aimed directly at Chen Dong's heart. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. To the guard, Chen Dong was merely an ordinary person. If this punch landed, it could be fatal. Despite the guard's ruthless intent, even with Su Shiqing attempting to intervene, Chen Dong was determined to teach him a lesson. The security guard's fist rushed toward Chen Dong, yet it never came closer than an inch from his chest. What is happening? The guard looked at Chen Dong, only to find him gazing back with a playful smirk. A chill shot up his spine. Boom. An inaudible force erupted, sending the guard flying several meters before crashing against the wall. To prevent fatalities in the company, Chen Dong had already exercised considerable restraint. Everyone stood in shock. What just transpired? Was this some sort of performance? The guard had come in with such bravado, yet he hadn't even laid a finger on Chen Dong, and now he was the one sent flying. The crowd regarded Chen Dong with bewildered expressions, struggling to dismiss the notion that this was all an orchestrated act. But if it were, then the actor's skills certainly required refinement. Among all, only the manager appeared utterly dazed. She was acutely aware of the guard's capabilities. She had paid dearly to associate herself with him. What are you doing? Weren't you supposed to defeat him? The manager stamped her foot, addressing the guard sprawled on the ground. He. Xian stage, the guard's words trailed off as he lost consciousness. Xian stage. The manager's face drained of colour. She understood the significance of that term, but how could she fathom that Su Shiqing's husband, whom she viewed as a worthless individual, had transformed into a martial artist of the Xian stage? You still haven't finished your earlier statement about the martial arts clan, have you? Chen Dong said with a bright smile directed at the manager. Su Shiqing furrowed her brow, fixing a piercing gaze on Chen Dong. The manager struggled to swallow, her earlier arrogance evaporating, replaced by a demeanour of subservience. The moment she encountered the martial arts world, she realized how terrifying martial artists could be. Now, she had offended one, and not just any martial artist, but one of the Xian stage. At that moment, she even contemplated where she might bury herself. What's going on here? A fight. A magnetic voice interrupted the tension. The HR director, what brings him here? Su Shiqing frowned. Since everyone is present, I have an announcement to make. The company's upper management has decided to appoint Ms. Su Shiqing as the president of our company. The inauguration ceremony will be held this afternoon. I trust everyone is aware. The HR director completely disregarded the chaos surrounding him, smiling as he nodded toward Su Shiqing. President. Su Shiqing, you can no longer deny your connection to young Master Jiang Yulong. If it weren't for him, how could the position of president possibly fall to you? The manager suddenly erupted in madness. Chapter 87. Director, what do you think? The female manager approached Chen Dong with an air of self-importance, her face adorned with sycophancy. Martial artist, you may not be aware, but Su Shiqing is nothing more than a seductress. She publicly claims that you are a useless gambler who has been missing for 3 years, yet privately, she maintains a close relationship with young Master Jiang Yulong of the Jiang family. In the eyes of the female manager, a martial artist was akin to a golden oil, more affluent than the average small company owner. Just like the half-dead security guard, who, armed with his yellow-tier strength, could earn $1 million a year, how much more so for Chen Dong, who was of the Shen-tier martial artists gamble. Indeed, however, they would never flee due to a mere few $100,000 in loans. The only plausible explanation is that Su Shiqing is lying, fabricating the image of a weak woman to garner sympathy from others. Jiang Yulong is the very target this seductress has been waiting for. The more the female manager pondered, the more convinced she became of her hypothesis. What woman in her right mind would be willing to share the burden of debt with her husband? Such women exist only in novels. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Shiqing exclaimed, her face flushed and her brows knitted in anger. This flush was not of shyness, but rather of indignation. The female manager, growing ever more pleased with herself, straightened her back. Am I speaking nonsense? You know in your heart whether I am, so tell me, where have you been these past few days? Why did young Master Jiang Yulong leave the company with you and never return? The female manager pressed. Su Shiqing replied calmly, I have explained numerous times, I was ill and had to be hospitalized. Jiang Yulong did come to visit me, but where he went afterward, I do not know. Hospitalized? Who would believe that? The medical report you submitted states multiple organ failure, and the doctor issued a critical condition notice. Just look at you now, your complexion is far more vibrant than before. Tell me, is this the result of being ill, or have you been nourished by a man? The female manager's words grew increasingly outrageous and vulgar. Su Shiqing, raised with good manners and a modest disposition, was utterly unprepared for such an unscrupulous opponent. Furthermore, she could not explain the nature of her illness, which had transformed after being saved by Chen Dong. Seeing Su Shiqing at a loss for words, the female manager felt as though victory was within her grasp. She approached Chen Dong, almost as if to take credit for her perceived triumph, and said, Martial artist, do you understand now? The truth is singular. Su Shiqing has feigned illness under the guise of hospitalization to secretly rendezvous with young Master Jiang Yulong. They must have had an affair. In order to compensate Su Shiqing, young Master Jiang Yulong transferred the position of president to her. Martial artist, this woman is nothing but a seductress. You must not be deceived by her appearance. After the female manager finished speaking, she felt invigorated, her intellect soaring, and she thought that perhaps she should become a private investigator. Being a manager was far beneath her capabilities. The surrounding colleagues began to murmur among themselves, and nearly half of them surprisingly endorsed the female manager's conjecture. Su Shiqing finally comprehended why Xiao Liu had expressed those words upon her arrival. It turned out that rumors had already spread like wildfire throughout the company. She cast a glance at Chen Dong. Shiqing, may I slap her? To her surprise, Chen Dong suddenly made such a suggestion. But Su Shiqing was amused by Chen Dong's naive demeanor, and her previously clouded mood brightened in an instant. Despite the rampant rumors, he continued to trust her. This warmed Su Shiqing's heart. Observing the interaction between the two, the female manager hastily implored Chen Dong, Martial artist, you must believe me. Su Shiqing is definitely engaging in an affair behind your back. For years, I have often seen her entering nightclubs and dance halls in the dead of night. She has long since placed a green hat upon your head. Smack! A crisp sound resonated in everyone's ears. Fury ignited in Su Shiqing's beautiful eyes as she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending the female manager sprawling to the ground. After the slap, Su Shiqing's palm bore slight redness and swelling, a testament to the force behind her strike. Well, my wife, had Su Shiqing not intervened, he would have slapped the female manager himself, regardless of the consequences. You dare to hit me? The female manager looked at Su Shiqing in disbelief. The usually gentle Su Shiqing, akin to a little white rabbit, dared to strike someone. Why shouldn't I strike you? I entered the nightclub to work. How dare you tarnish my reputation? You claim to have seen me, but did I not see you? Every time you entangled yourself with different men in the nightclub, I refrained from speaking out to avoid becoming a gossiping busybody. Su Shiqing roared, resembling an angry little lion. The female manager turned to Chen Dong. Martial artist, you must not believe her. Chen Dong ignored her, his gaze filled with concern for Su Shiqing. I am sorry for the suffering you have endured these years. HMPH. Su Shiqing huffed, turning her head away in pride and refusing to acknowledge Chen Dong. Seeing their interaction, the female manager realized her attempts at sowing discord had completely failed. Useless, you are indeed worthless, you deserve to be cuckolded. Even now, you still believe she has not been with anyone else. Chen Dong's indifference drove the female manager to the brink of madness. She shouted, fine, even if Su Shiqing was working in a nightclub. But what about the position of president? If she and Jiang Yulong were innocent, why would that position fall into her hands? Director of Human Resources, you tell us. Who issued the order? The Director of Human Resources was smiling as he observed the spectacle. At the mention of his name, he was momentarily taken aback, wondering why he was being dragged into this. I am not sure if it was young Master Jiang Yulong's intention, but the order for the appointment did indeed come from the Jiang family, the Director of Human Resources reluctantly admitted. Did you hear that? The order was issued directly by the Jiang family. Everyone knows young Master Jiang Yulong is the future heir of the Jiang family. Who else could have prompted the Jiang family to issue such a directive? The female manager erupted into laughter, reveling in her triumphant turn of fate. Even Su Shiqing fell silent. Could it truly be Jiang Yulong? Ever since their last encounter at the hospital, she had received no further communication from him and had assumed he had given up. Little did she know he was plotting such a grand scheme. Regardless of the truth, it would be best to avoid accepting this dubious appointment. Director, I apologize, but I am of little significance, and my abilities are limited. I fear I must decline the Jiang family's generous offer. Please convey my apologies to them. I absolutely cannot accept the position of president, Su Shiqing said apologetically to the Director of Human Resources. The Director of Human Resources was taken aback. How could someone refuse a position as president that was being freely offered? The directive had come down with great insistence that Su Shiqing should assume the presidency, and if he reported back without complying, he might find himself in trouble. Had he known this would happen, he would have left after issuing the order instead of sticking around to watch the drama unfold. Miss Su, this Shiqing, do not worry about accepting the position of president, Chen Dong suddenly interjected. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, the director of human resources felt tears of gratitude well up. What a good person, truly a good person. Su Shiqing, however, was displeased. Chen Dong, haven't you heard the adage no reward without effort? What if there is some hidden agenda behind this? There will be no hidden agenda, for the position of president is one I arranged for you, Chen Dong replied with a smile. At his declaration, the room fell into stunned silence. Everyone in the office stared at Chen Dong as if he were a fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Even if you want me to be the boss, there is no need to fabricate such lies. Quick, tell me you are joking. If not, you will truly embarrass yourself, and I will have no way to help you save face. Su Shiqing urgently tugged at Chen Dong's arm, speaking softly. Chen Dong felt a warmth in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to pull his adorable wife into an embrace and ruffle her hair affectionately. With a smile, Chen Dong explained, I am not spinning tales. The entire Jiang family is currently under my command. What is a mere presidential position to me? Har, so you are a madman. The female manager suddenly burst into laughter. What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? Do you think the Jiang family is some random group of strays that will heed your every call? TSK. Chen Dong could not help but click his tongue. How can one be so ignorant? With so many people present, did she think her words held any weight? If it weren't for Su Shiqing's presence, he would have dealt with her long ago. Ding ding ding. Just then, the director of human resources phone rang. He was momentarily stunned. Why was he still here watching the commotion? Fortunately, it was just a phone call. Surely it wouldn't bring the focus back to him. Nevertheless, to be safe, he decided to take the call while leaving, making it seem more natural. You all continue. I will take this call. The director of human resources smiled as he answered the phone and prepared to leave. However, as soon as he stepped out, he froze in shock. What? The Jian family is sending someone to personally oversee the appointment. They are already downstairs. On the other end of the line, the voice continued. What? You haven't communicated this information. Let me tell you, this is a direct order from the head of the Jian family. If there are any mistakes, you will have to deal with the consequences. I have conveyed it. It's just, oh no. No problem. After hanging up, the director of human resources felt like he wanted to dig a hole and hide. He had already learned too much by staying. Now, he could not even extricate himself from the situation. Miss Su, the Jian family members have arrived downstairs. What do you think we should do about this appointment? Chapter 88. Who are you really? The Jiang family has arrived. Su Shiqing felt a surge of anxiety. Was it Jiang Yulong? She was aware of the past grievances between Jiang Yulong and Chen Dong, and if Jiang Yulong were to learn of Chen Dong's earlier remarks, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Chen Dong, you should leave. I will handle this matter, Su Shiqing said, casting a glance at Chen Dong. Leave? No one is going anywhere. The female manager interjected, stepping in front of Chen Dong and Su Shiqing. Now you want to flee because you're feeling guilty. Not a chance, Su Shiqing. Are you afraid that your current husband will run into his mistress, causing your precious reputation to crumble? With that, she turned to Chen Dong. Don't think that just because you are a Xin-level martial artist, you're something special. The Jian family is a prestigious martial arts lineage, with countless Xin-level warriors. If you dare to insult the Jian family, you are as good as dead. Chen Dong merely cast her a sidelong glance, nonchalantly pulling over a chair and sitting down with an air of authority. Why do you insist on courting death? Cough. Suddenly, a light cough reached Chen Dong's ears. He jolted upright, as if springs had been installed beneath him. Shiqing, please sit. Do take a seat. Chen Dong chuckled awkwardly, urging Su Shiqing to sit beside him. Death? What are you talking about? I've noticed your temper has certainly intensified. Su Shiqing shrugged off Chen Dong's hand, shooting him an exasperated glare. The Jiang family is not what you imagine. Their influence is vast, and we cannot afford to provoke them. When Jiang Yulong arrives, do not speak. I will handle it. Chen Dong shrugged, indicating that he would heed his wife's wishes. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Young Master Yulong, I have something important to discuss with you. The female manager, seemingly high on adrenaline, rushed forward, her demeanor akin to that of a dog eager for attention. However, the expected handsome figure did not appear. Instead, two elderly men, their necks buried in the dust of age, approached. It was Jiang Kaoqian and Jiang Lintian. The female manager's expression soured instantly as she demanded, Who are you? Where is young Master Yulong? Preposterous. One of the attendants beside Jiang Kaoqian shouted angrily, stepping forward to slap her across the face. Before you stands the current heads of the Jian family. As for Jiang Yulong, he is no longer among the living. Dead. Everyone present, save for Chen Dong, gasped in shock. Just a short time ago, he had seemed perfectly fine. How could such a vibrant individual simply perish? Su Shiqing was taken aback as well, her eyes narrowing in suspicion as she glanced at the calm Chen Dong. The female manager, momentarily stunned, stammered, Dead? That's impossible. If young Master Yulong is dead, then who is helping Su Shiqing? You mentioned something important earlier. What is it? Jiang Kaoqian inquired, snapping out of her daze. The female manager thought to herself, It doesn't matter who I tell, as long as they are from the Jian family. Esteemed heads of the family, you are unaware that someone has dared to belittle the Jian family, claiming they are merely his lapdogs. He commands the Jian family to go west, and they do not dare to venture east. He orders them to chase dogs, and they do not dare to pursue chickens. Her embellishments were indeed skillful. What? Jiang Haojian and Jiang Lintian erupted in fury. The Jiang family had risen to new heights. Who was so foolish as to provoke them? Take me to him, I wish to see who possesses such audacity. Jiang Haojian declared with a cold snort. Absolutely. You must punish this scoundrel severely. Not only has he insulted the Jiang family, but he has also harmed many employees of the company, the female manager continued. HMPH, so brazen. Jiang Haojian asserted with authority. The female manager, elated, scurried a couple of steps forward, pointing at Chen Dong. Heads, it is him, this insufferable brat. Thud, thud, Jiang Haojian and Jiang Lintian knelt, their souls nearly extinguished by fear. The female manager turned around, bewildered. Heads, what are you, tripping over your own feet? Damn. Jiang Haojian's murderous intent surged. This conniving woman must have been sent by a rival family to sow discord between them and their master. His inner energy surged violently, ready to shatter the female manager's heart. Jiang Haojian, what a grand display of power, do you dare to kill before me? Chen Dong merely lifted his eyelids, and the ferocious inner energy of the chin-level martial artist vanished without a trace. Forgive us, sir. This woman is malicious, and my subordinate acted in a moment of rage. We hope for your forgiveness. The Jiang family shall forever remain your most loyal dogs. We seek your forgiveness, sir. The Jiang family shall forever be your most loyal dogs. Jiang Haojian and Jiang Lintian hastily bowed their heads in repentance. Su Shiqing stood dumbfounded, staring at Chen Dong with wide eyes. In that moment, she found the man before her utterly unfamiliar, the image she held of him in her memory utterly at odds with this reality. Hiss. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. They could accept many things that had transpired today, but the heads of the Jiang family kneeling before a young man, even if they were not heads, two elderly men nearing 200 years of age kneeling before a youth and calling themselves dogs was utterly inconceivable. The female manager trembled in fear at the sight. What did this mean? Had she nearly lost her life moments ago? While an ordinary person might not grasp the implications of the exchange between Chen Dong and Jiang Haojian, she understood. For a martial artist, a mere thought could suffice to kill. Realizing this, her mind swam, her vision darkened, and she fainted. At that moment, no one cared about her anymore. Rise, Chen Dong instructed the two men with a commanding tone. In front of my wife, I do not wish for any bloodshed to occur. Do you understand? The two men nodded profusely. Shiqing, I told you so. You can rest assured about the CEO position. Before Chen Dong could finish, he felt a chill creeping down his spine. At that moment, Su Shiqing was regarding him with a predatory gaze. Jiang Haojian and Jiang Lintian, understanding the urgency, swiftly dismissed all onlookers, even carrying away those who lay on the ground, preparing to make their exit as well. Where do you think you're going? Stay right there. Chen Dong called out, halting the two elderly men. He was acutely aware of Su Shiqing's temperament. She would not cause a scene as long as there were outsiders present. Indeed, Su Shiqing shot a glance at the two elderly men, taking a deep breath. Who exactly are you? Su Shiqing fixed her gaze on Chen Dong, desperately seeking the familiar essence within his eyes. I'm Chen Dong, and I have always been. My love for you has never wavered. Chen Dong met her gaze unflinchingly, his eyes soft and gentle. It was him. The tender gaze was unmistakably his. Yet everything that had transpired today felt like the actions of the rumors of Chen Dong's gambling debts were true. The reality of him commanding a vast family was also true. The esteemed Jiang family would never conspire with a gambler for mere theatrics, would they? The only explanation could be that something significant had occurred in Chen Dong's life over the past 3 years. Yes, whatever you wish to know, I will tell you everything. Chen Dong nodded affirmatively. Then let us begin with your disappearance 3 years ago. This had always been Su Shiqing's heart's burden. For 3 years, she had believed that Chen Dong had abandoned her, yet since his return, she had sensed that his love for her had remained unchanged, especially with everything that had occurred today. Su Shiqing suspected that the key to all of this lay in that fateful night 3 years ago. Chen Dong gathered his thoughts, contemplating how to begin. Suddenly, he turned to the entrance of the office. Boom, a loud crash echoed as several Jiang family guards were hurled inside. Master! Master, these individuals are too strong, we could not stop them. The guard collapsed, unconscious after delivering his message. Jiang Haojian's expression darkened. Who are you? Why have you injured my family's guards and forcibly entered my Jiang company? Har har har, dear Jiang patriarch, do not be so serious. We have come specifically from the Jiang family to this company, but these pitiful watchdogs were simply too ungrateful, and we merely provided them with a slight lesson. Several middle-aged men dressed in traditional garb strolled in, grinning. Oh. We have heard from the Jiang family that the two heads have come here for a person. We did not expect such a beauty. What, are you two hoping for a case of old bull eating tender grass? But given the situation, it seems the beauty has a boyfriend. Did you two heads plan to intimidate or entice? Bang! Before the words could fully escape their lips, the two speakers were sent flying, crashing through a wall, their fates uncertain. Chen Dong spoke coldly. You speak such nonsense. You are courting death. Chapter 89, The Martial Arts Alliance. Chen Dong's speed of action was astonishing, akin to instantaneous teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he sent the foul-mouthed duo flying like dead dogs. At this moment, Su Shiqing finally grasped the meaning behind the female manager's reference to Shin-level martial artists. Chen Dong now seemed to embody the essence of a superhuman. The two men crawled out from the rubble, their faces swollen and grotesque, looking utterly disheveled. You brat. You have some audacity. Do you even know who we are? Attack him together and kill him. A group of middle-aged men clad in antiquated cloth garments erupted in unison, the air around them crackling with energy. All of them charged towards Chen Dong. Stop, do you think you can act so recklessly on my Jiang family's territory? Jiang Haojin interjected, standing protectively in front of Chen Dong, his voice laced with anger. These men were merely at the earth level, yet they dared to act so brazenly in the presence of someone at the heavenly level. They needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, how could they continue to serve as dogs for their master in the future? Jiang Haojin, regardless of this person's connection to your Jiang family, it would be wise for you to not interfere. You should know very well that any indiscriminate aggression towards our martial arts alliance will be met with relentless retaliation. One of them fixed his gaze on Jiang Haojin, showing no fear of the latter's heavenly level prowess. Martial arts alliance. Jiang Haojin narrowed his eyes, confirming that their attire indeed were the insignia of the alliance. My Jiang family has no ties with the martial arts alliance. Your sudden appearance here is quite impudent. Jiang Glintian remarked, a hint of apprehension in his tone. He had hoped to defuse the situation by offering an olive branch. However, the other party merely sneered. In the martial arts alliance, what right does your insignificant Jiang family have to know? What, upon learning that we are from the alliance, do you not dare to retreat? Jiang Haojin's expression darkened further. So what if you are from the alliance? Does that give you the right to injure others' guards and insult their wives at will? Har har, don't even speak of insult. Even if we were to toy with this woman, what could you do about it? The members of the alliance laughed arrogantly, their gazes towards Su Shiqing filled with lasciviousness. Just as Jiang Haojin was about to explode with rage, he suddenly felt a chilling aura approaching from behind. Chen Dong remained eerily calm, simply stating, the presence of you few in the alliance is truly a stroke of misfortune. Get lost, you little brat. Who do you think you are? Go die. The men from the alliance, unaccustomed to such disdain, bellowed in fury, their voices hoarse from shouting. Having been so easily defeated by a young man, they felt their dignity had been utterly shattered. If Chen Dong remained unharmed, how could they ever establish themselves again in the alliance? Whoosh, the men charged at Chen Dong, the leader throwing a punch that whistled through the air with tremendous force. Chen Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, effortlessly evading their attacks as if taking a leisurely stroll, and in the process, he delivered a punch to the leader's chest. Bang! The leader's chest caved in instantly, the force of the blow penetrating through, shredding the fabric of his clothing behind him. With that punch, his heart shattered, he was dead beyond revival. As the remaining 3 men rushed forward, Chen Dong dispatched them with 2 more punches, leaving only one alive. Hiss. The last survivor, utterly terrified, regarded Chen Dong with trepidation. You dare to kill members of our alliance, he stammered. Spare your life not to hear your drivel. Chen Dong coldly inquired, what brings you here? We came to invite the Jiang family to the East Lake Cloud Pavilion tonight before 8 o'clock, the last man admitted, albeit reluctantly. Har, merely to deliver a message, and you've crippled the Jiang family's guards. Your alliance is truly tyrannical. Chen Dong scoffed. What? Jiang Haojin hurried to the side of the unconscious guard, inspecting him and revealing an expression of outrage. You are utterly ruthless. They were merely following orders to guard the entrance. Why resort to such extreme measures? For a martial artist, crippling one's abilities involved either shattering their dantian or severing their meridians. Both methods inflicted severe harm on the body, rendering a martial artist's physique inferior to that of ordinary individuals. Such a drastic fall from grace was often unbearable for a martial artist to accept. Chen Dong raised his hand to interrupt Jiang Haojin, addressing the member of the alliance. Go back and inform your superiors that the Jiang family will attend as scheduled. Scram. Jiang Haojin shouted angrily. The member of the alliance, feeling as if he had been granted a second chance, fled the scene in a panic. Sir, are we truly going to attend the alliance's invitation? I fear there may be treachery afoot, Jiang Haojin expressed his concern. Let us discuss this later, Chen Dong replied, his icy demeanor softening as he approached Su Shiqing with an apologetic look. I am sorry they insulted you. I lost my composure for a moment, please do not be afraid. You, come here. Oh, Su Shiqing's complexion turned pale as she glanced at the 3 lifeless bodies on the ground. A wave of nausea washed over her like a tsunami. She bent over, retching violently against the desk for an extended period. Chen Dong stood by, hesitating several times to offer comfort, but ultimately refrained. Chen Dong, you have killed someone. Do you realize what that means? How could you take a life? Killing someone could land you in prison. Can you not act so impulsively? 3 lives, that's enough to get you executed 3 times over. You finally returned, and now what will happen to your parents? What about Jiujiu? What will become of me? How can I ever marry again? Su Shiqing's tears streamed down her face, her voice trembling with desperation. Why, just as life was beginning to improve, must such calamity strike? Chen Dong, witnessing Su Shiqing in tears, felt momentarily at a loss for how to comfort her. Jiang Haojin, seeing her distress, quickly interjected, Miss Su, please do not panic. Such conflicts and bloodshed are commonplace among martial artists. As long as our actions are not excessive, the laws of the mundane world cannot govern us. Su Shiqing was momentarily stunned by his words, incredulous as she replied, Are you trying to deceive me? How could killing someone possibly go unpunished? No, it is true. It is akin to the conflicts depicted in martial arts television dramas. The grievances among those in the martial world are generally beyond the jurisdiction of the authorities, Jian Lintian chimed in to clarify. Shiqing, we are not deceiving you. You are just beginning to encounter the world of martial artists, and its rules differ vastly from those you have known before. Therefore, before Chen Dong could finish, Xu Shiqing, with a conflicted expression, asked, have you killed before? Chen Dong fell silent. All right, I understand, Xu Shiqing said, using the desk for support to straighten herself. She could not bear to look at the 3 corpses and turned her head away. Everything that has happened today exceeds my capacity to endure. I wish to go home. Very well, I will escort you home. On the way, I will share my experiences from these years with you, Chen Dong quickly responded. No, Chen Dong, I need some time alone to gather my thoughts. I cannot accept all of this right now. Once I have come to terms with it, I will seek you out, and at that time, I will provide clarity regarding our relationship. Xu Shiqing halted Chen Dong, fully aware that he had committed murder for her sake. Yet, as a well-behaved girl who had received 9 years of compulsory education, she instinctively recoiled from the notion of killing. The only course of action she felt capable of was to leave. Thus, she pressed against the wall, attempting to distance herself from the bodies on the ground, and gradually made her exit. Sir, shall we not pursue her? Jiang Kaoqian inquired. No need, I understand Shiqing's temperament. Pursuing her now would only exacerbate the situation, Chen Dong sighed. This is far too difficult for an ordinary girl who has lived for over 20 years to accept. When Chen Dong first encountered murder, his situation had not been much better than Xu Shiqing's. He had contemplated this aspect beforehand, hoping to guide her acceptance gradually, yet unexpected disruptions had emerged in the form of these unfortunate incidents. Casting a glance at the 3 corpses on the ground, a surge of anger ignited within Chen Dong. Their relationship had finally begun to progress, only to regress to square one, the martial arts alliance. They truly deserved to be condemned. Chen Dong's fist clenched tightly as he looked down at the 3 bodies. With a muffled sound, the corpses exploded into a mist of blood, leaving not a single intact bone behind. A gentle breath sent the blood mist swirling out of the office window, disappearing into the vastness of the world. Now, tell me in detail about the origins of the martial arts alliance. We shall confront them tonight. Chapter 90, The Reunion of Chen Zhejiu. According to the introductions by Jiang Kaoqian and Jiang Lintian, the martial alliance was established around the transition from the Ming dynasty to the Qing dynasty. During that tumultuous period, as the nation faced upheaval and ceaseless warfare, warriors distanced from the centers of power found themselves inevitably drawn into the fray. In contrast to those martial artists supported by illustrious families and sects, the unaffiliated wandering warriors swayed amidst the turbulent currents of various factions, forever at risk of being engulfed. In a bid for survival, these wandering warriors banded together to form the Martial Alliance, which has now evolved into the present-day Martial Alliance. The establishment of the Martial Alliance served as a refuge for those warriors lacking support. Although it may not possess the profound heritage of families and sects that have endured for centuries, and its combat prowess may vary, its sheer numbers have allowed it to rapidly grow into a formidable force of over 10,000, spreading across the nation, Jiang Kaoqian continued. After several centuries of development, the Martial Alliance has now officially ascended to a first-rate force within the Dragon Nation, establishing its own legacy and heritage, with its highest combat power reaching the Celestial level. However, the exact number of Celestial level warriors remains unknown, as our Jiang family can only be considered a second-rate family overall. The Martial Alliance hardly regards us, let alone maintains any connections. With Celestial level powerhouses in their ranks, it is no wonder they act with such audacity and arrogance. The former Martial Alliance was a sanctuary for wandering warriors, a protector of the weak, and in those times, it was truly a heroic existence. Today, however, the once great heroes have transformed into tyrants, and the Martial Alliance has inevitably embarked on a path of oppressing the vulnerable. Sir, the Martial Alliance has suddenly approached us. Do they wish to recruit us? After all, we have just absorbed the Xu family, making us quite a prominent family in the entire East China region, Jiang Kaoqian remarked. The Martial Alliance is not weak. If they genuinely invite us, shouldn't we consider it? Jiang Lintian cautiously suggested, observing Chen Dong's expression. With the Xu family now wielding a powerful sword, they are not to be underestimated. Why not seek their favor instead? Chen Dong shot Jiang Lintian a glare, snorting dismissively, slap. Jiang Kaoqian swiftly struck Jiang Lintian across the face, reprimanding, how could you be so foolish? With Mr. Chen's protection, what need have we for the Martial Alliance? Moreover, given the ruthless nature of the Martial Alliance, they would disregard the lives of our Jiang family members without a second thought. Would they treat us as equals even if we joined them? Realizing his error, Jiang Lintian immediately lowered his head, apologizing, Sir, I beg your pardon. I must have been out of my mind to say that. With that, he began to slap his own face in penance. Enough, you two handle the matters here, we'll attend the banquet tonight. As for President Shiqing's appointment, take it slow. Chen Dong glanced at the Jiang family disciple lying on the floor and said nonchalantly, their meridians are severed, but their dantians remain intact. Here is a prescription, have physician Shui concoct it, and they will recover fully in a month. He casually took up pen and paper from the desk and swiftly wrote down a long list of herbs. Thank you, sir. Jiang Kaoqian and Jiang Lintian were both astonished and elated. To have one's cultivation rendered nullified and yet still possess a means of healing was unprecedented. If this prescription were to spread, numerous factions would certainly go into a frenzy, as every family has a few unfortunate souls who have been rendered powerless. Yet, to so casually offer such a precious remedy was indeed remarkable. Moreover, Chen Dong's genuine concern for the ordinary disciples of the Jian family only solidified the brothers' resolve to follow him. As night quietly descended, the group proceeded to Donghu Yunting as agreed. Donghu Yunting was the only garden-style hotel and club on Blue Island, nestled away from the bustle of humanity. It was built alongside Donghu Lake, surrounded by mountains and water, exuding the charm of a Jiangnan water town. In contrast to the commercial hotels of towering skyscrapers, discerning individuals preferred this locale. The hotel lobby was equally tastefully constructed, showcasing luxurious materials imbued with elegance, a testament to the designer's meticulous craftsmanship. Just as Chen Dong and his party stepped into the hotel lobby, a familiar voice called out to him. "Brother, what brings you here?" Chen Jiujiu exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise as she rushed to Chen Dong's side. Noticing the two men following him, she inquired, "Who are these two gentlemen?" "Please, no need for formalities, you can simply call me Jiang Kaoqian," one replied. "And I am Jiang Lintian, just Jiang will suffice," the other added, both men lowering their postures with deference. "You two go ahead. I'll join you shortly." Chen Dong waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. "Understood." The two bid farewell to Chen Dong and Chen Jiujiu before departing. Observing the humble demeanor of the two men, Chen Jiujiu couldn't help but remark, "Brother, what on earth did you do to frighten those two old gentlemen? They seem afraid to even breathe in your presence." "I did nothing," Chen Dong recalled. After all, he had merely eliminated their elder brother and even slain a few individuals before their eyes. "Let's not dwell on that. Weren't you attending a class reunion? What are you doing here?" Chen Dong inquired. "Of course we're holding the reunion here," Chen Jiujiu answered innocently. "Here?" Chen Dong was taken aback. He recalled Jiang Kaoqian mentioning that the expenses here were quite steep, with top-tier ingredients and a standard meal starting at 6 figures. Are today's youth truly so affluent? Back when he graduated high school, their gathering had merely entailed finding a restaurant and heading to karaoke afterward, costing a little over 1,000 in total. How had things changed so drastically in just a few short years? "Do you have enough money? Won't you need to split the bill later? The costs here are not insignificant," Chen Dong asked with concern. "It's fine. Someone is treating us," Chen Jiujiu shrugged. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the entrance. A group of students surrounded several middle-aged individuals as they entered the venue. Among these middle-aged figures, Chen Dong recognized a few familiar faces, his former high school teachers and administrators. They were all laughing and chatting harmoniously. Seeing this, Chen Dong prepared to leave, as he did not wish to intrude on his sister's reunion. However, to his surprise, someone recognized him first. "Hey. Chen Dong, is that you?" A younger-looking teacher approached with a broad smile. "Who are you?" Chen Dong hesitated, struggling to recall any memory of the person before him. "It's me, Zhang Jihao, the one who once courted Shiqing, only to be robbed of her by you." Zhang Jihao's eyes flickered with a hint of jealousy as he recounted the past. "Oh. Zhang Jihao, I remember now," Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. To be honest, he had not truly remembered who this person was. Had someone really competed with him for Shiqing? Hadn't Su Shiqing been with him from the very beginning? Zhang Jihao noted Chen Dong's indifferent attitude, a flicker of anger rising within him, though he concealed it well. He glanced at Chen Jiujiu and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, so Chen Jiujiu is your sister. That explains your presence here. Mr. Zhang, and who is this?" A school administrator approached, regarding Chen Dong with a puzzled expression. "Principal Wang, this is my classmate, Chen Dong, who is also the brother of Chen Jiujiu," Zhang Jihao introduced with a smile. "Classmate? He's also a graduate of our school. No wonder he looks so familiar. Since you're here with your sister, why not join us for dinner? Is that all right, Li Xiao?" Principal Wang turned to a nearby boy. The boy nodded, pride evident in his voice as he replied, "Adding another pair of chopsticks is no problem." "Excellent, since both Principal Wang and Li Xiao have spoken, Chen Dong, you should join us. Today, you are fortunate to be with your sister. I hear a meal at Donghu Yunting doesn't come cheap." Zhang Jihao smirked, subtly belittling Chen Dong by implying he was merely there to mooch off a free meal. Naturally, upon hearing this, several school leaders and Chen Jiujiu's classmates cast disdainful glances at Chen Dong. "Never mind, my brother has other matters to attend to, so I won't trouble everyone." Chen Jiujiu shook her head, politely declining. Chen Jiujiu had already discerned Zhang Jihao's ulterior motives. She did not wish for her brother to be humiliated because of her. Today, Donghu Yunting has been fully booked. What could he possibly have to do? "Chen Jiujiu, I know your brother has encountered some difficulties over the years, but you shouldn't deny him as your brother for that reason. He is concerned for your safety and specifically came here. I believe Chen Dong is not here merely for the meal. However, as old classmates, I cannot simply ignore him." Zhang Jihao lectured Chen Jiujiu, exuding an air of authority reminiscent of a teacher. Chen Jiujiu wanted to say something but was halted by Chen Dong's hand on her shoulder. Chen Dong smiled and said, "Since they have kindly invited us, to decline further would be impolite. I, Chen Dong, will gladly partake in this meal." Chapter 91, The Sycophant Zhang Jihao. Upon witnessing Chen Dong's acquiescence, a smirk crept across Zhang Jihao's lips. After all these years, he finally had the opportunity to humiliate Chen Dong. Once, Chen Dong had been a dazzling figure, an exemplary student with a girlfriend who was the school belle, and now, he was nothing more than a worthless leech, subsisting off his sister's generosity. Brother, why did you agree to him? He is clearly a treacherous individual, and his invitation surely bodes ill. Chen Jiujiu frowned with concern. He knows you are my sister. If I refuse, he will turn his malice towards you, Chen Dong replied nonchalantly, a slight smile gracing his face as he affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. Do not worry. Your brother has seen worse. He is merely a petty man. The group entered a spacious private room at Donghu Yunting, designed for large gatherings, spanning over 100 square meters, with 3 sizable tables accommodating up to 60 diners. Today, we must extend our gratitude to young Master Li for this meal at Donghu Yunting. I never anticipated that among my students lay a scion of wealth. You have been remarkably discreet these past 3 years, young Master Li, Zhang Jihao began, showering flattery upon Li Xiao as soon as they were seated. Several school officials gathered around Li Xiao, smiling and offering subtle compliments, though not as overt as Zhang Jihao's. What discretion, it is all my father's doing. He insisted I keep my identity hidden. Otherwise, during these 3 years of high school, we could have dined here daily. If you wish to come here in the future, simply call me, and I'll arrange a 40% discount for you. Li Xiao, being young and flattered by the attention, instantly puffed up with pride. The crowd, upon hearing this, brightened even further. It is worth noting that the minimum spend at Donghu Yunting begins in the 5-figure range. A 40% discount translates to significant savings. What is the background of this young Master Li? None of us were aware until a few days ago when he revealed his identity during a discussion about our dining venue. Chen Jiujiu elaborated, she added casually, though he can be a bit arrogant, he is genuinely a good person. He helped me when I was bullied in class. Oh, is that so? Chen Dong remarked, now viewing Li Xiao with a hint of warmth. Little did he know, this single statement from Chen Jiujiu had inadvertently saved Li Xiao and his family from disgrace. The banquet swiftly fell into its rhythm, with discussions predominantly revolving around Li Xiao. Naturally, those with wealth draw admiration, and it was only Chen Dong and Chen Jiujiu who remained engrossed in their conversation, indifferent to the sycophancy surrounding them. Zhang Jihao, observing this, felt a flicker of discontent. Chen Dong had always exuded an air of superiority, as if looking down upon everyone. Now that he had fallen so low, he still maintained that facade of high-mindedness. Young Master Li's scores in the college entrance examination were quite impressive. We have indeed produced an excellent student at our school, a school official praised. Indeed, there are more outstanding students at our school than just young Master Li. This is Chen Dong, once a prominent figure here, who ultimately gained admission to a prestigious 211 university. Zhang Jihao eagerly interjected, redirecting everyone's attention to Chen Dong. Oh. Is that so? Graduates from esteemed institutions typically secure good positions. I wonder where Chen Dong is currently employed. If convenient, perhaps he could share his study experiences with these juniors, aiding them in their future endeavors, Principal Wang said warmly. After all, a school's reputation is not solely based on its admission rates but also on the success of its alumni. Chen Dong, maintaining his composure, replied, Principal, you flatter me. At present, I am merely scraping by in society. Modesty, indeed. Gaining admission to a 211 university speaks volumes of your capabilities. You must come back to the school for a lecture to inspire your juniors, Principal Wang reiterated, extending yet another invitation. Principal, please do not put Chen Dong in a difficult position. He faced some challenges a few years ago and is currently going through tough times. Zhang Jihao feigned sympathy, though inwardly he revelled in the situation. Oh, what transpired? Principal Wang inquired, curiosity piqued. Alas. This is not something I should disclose, but since you asked, Principal, I must be truthful. Chen Dong, do not be upset. We are among friends here, and perhaps they can assist you. Zhang Jihao took it upon himself to reveal Chen Dong's misfortunes from 3 years prior. The once warm demeanor of Principal Wang shifted to one of cold indifference as he refrained from mentioning the lecture invitation, instead saying, vices such as gambling and drugs can wreak havoc on lives. Everyone should take heed. The gazes of the crowd turned toward Chen Dong, now tinged with disdain. Zhang Jihao's elation knew no bounds, yet he felt this was merely the beginning. Wasn't Chen Dong once the admired figure? And Su Shiqing, did she not harbor feelings for him? Back then, she had ignored Zhang Jihao entirely. Now, look at the reality of her choice. Merely being the subject of scorn was insufficient. Zhang Jihao sought to crush Chen Dong utterly beneath his heel, and as for Su Shiqing, though she was no longer pristine, the remnants of youthful infatuation still lingered in his heart, rendering him unrepulsed. By the way, Principal Wang, I recall our school is seeking a janitor. Since Chen Dong has just returned and is currently unemployed, why not offer him this opportunity? Zhang Jihao proposed excitedly. That might not be appropriate. Principal Wang shot Zhang Jihao a disapproving glance, recognizing the blatant insult and delicately declining. What is inappropriate about it? Chen Dong is an alumnus of our school, and now that he faces difficulties, we should lend a helping hand. Zhang Jihao insisted. He then addressed Chen Dong. Although the role of a janitor may not sound appealing, it is still a position within the school, and the salary is decent, 3,000 yuan a month. Chen Dong, remember that low points are but temporary. I know you possess talent, but even the most talented must eat, and you have Su Shiqing to support as well. As a man, you cannot rely on a woman to provide for you, especially when Su Shiqing is the school belle, with many still vying for her attention. If you do not earn a living, are you not afraid she might leave you? A ripple of intrigue swept through the room. Good heavens, he had married the school belle, and now he expected her to support the family. Even the few school officials who had previously thought Zhang Jihao excessive began to regard Chen Dong with distaste. Faced with Zhang Jihao's provocations, Chen Dong sipped his tea coolly, as if suddenly recalling something. Oh, I remember now. What do you remember? Zhang Jihao stammered, taken aback by Chen Dong's unexpected declaration. Chen Dong smiled and said, I recall who you are. Back when I was with Shiqing, there was someone who secretly delivered breakfast to her every day, too afraid to reveal his name. After some inquiry, I discovered that individual was Zhang Jihao. I remember Shiqing had approached you, stating that she preferred to have breakfast with her boyfriend, after which you delivered 2 meals. Har. Chen Dong's retort had caught him off guard. To Zhang Jihao, it seemed absurd that Chen Dong, now reduced to such a state, would not bow his head in submission when offered a meal. Instead, he remained audacious. However, his anger was fleeting, quickly suppressed. The more dire the situation, the more magnanimous he felt he must appear. Chen Dong, you remain as humorous as ever. When did I ever deliver breakfast to you too? Honestly, consider this job. It suits you well, not to mention, as the school's director, I can offer you some assistance with certain matters. We are all classmates here, you would not be at a loss. Zhang Jihao feigned genuine concern for Chen Dong. Some naive students admired Zhang Jihao for his apparent kindness, believing that despite such humiliation, he still thought of the other. Truly, he was their director, displaying great magnanimity. If only he could return the belongings that had been confiscated from them. Faced with Zhang Jihao's relentless taunting, Chen Dong's patience wore thin, and he coldly replied, if you utter another word, I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball. Chapter 92. Chen Dong, indeed it is you turned your back so swiftly. I never anticipated that despite your circumstances, Chen Dong, your temper remained so unruly. Chen Dong, although Zhang Jihao's words were inappropriate, there was no need for you to resort to such hurtful language, Principal Wang remarked, his brow furrowed in disapproval. Many of the teachers who had previously instructed Chen Dong could not help but shake their heads in disappointment. Everyone understood Zhang Jihao's intentions, which stemmed from some trivial conflicts from their youth, merely a fleeting exchange of barbs. Yet, Chen Dong's response was excessive. To speak of breaking someone's neck so casually, who did he think he was? Such juvenile remarks, it was no wonder he had fallen to such depths. In their eyes, while Zhang Jihao was not a prominent figure, he held the position of the school's director of education. One would expect a vagabond like Chen Dong to speak with a modicum of humility when addressing someone of his stature, even if the other party belittled you. Given your lack of accomplishments, you simply had to endure. In today's society, it is the capable who hold sway. All right, we are all here to enjoy ourselves. Senior Chen Dong was merely jesting. Let's focus on the food. These dishes are specialties that I asked the chef to prepare just for us. Please indulge. Li Xiao quickly intervened, diffusing the awkward tension. Chen Dong couldn't help but regard Li Xiao with newfound respect. As Chen Jiujiu had observed, Li Xiao's heart was indeed in the right place. Following their earlier conflict, Zhang Jihao, now somewhat inebriated, chose to ignore Chen Dong and continued drinking heavily. After a few rounds, as everyone began to eat and mingle freely, Li Xiao reminded them, the hotel offers a plethora of entertainment facilities for your enjoyment, but heed this warning. Do not venture to Donghu. Outside of that, you are welcome to explore anywhere else. Little did he realize that a pair of slightly tipsy young lovers perked up at his words. After some time of free exploration, perhaps sensing that Chen Dong was not to be trifled with, Zhang Jihao refrained from provoking him further. Observing this, Chen Dong declared, once you are finished here, head straight home. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. What, brother, take me with you, it's so dull here. Upon hearing that Chen Dong was departing, Chen Jiujiu immediately leapt from her seat, pouting and playfully coaxing him. Enough nonsense. Chen Dong admonished sternly, I am not heading out for leisure. I have serious business to attend to. There may be dangers involved. If there are dangers, you can protect me, right, brother? You can fly now, surely you can keep me safe. Chen Jiujiu giggled, her faith in her brother unwavering. I can protect you, but I would rather you refrain from involving yourself in such matters. Your sister-in-law, Chen Dong sighed, recalling how Su Shiqing had been unwittingly drawn into the world of martial artists. It would take her considerable time to recover. Sister-in-law, brother, have you reconciled with her? Upon learning of the progress between Chen Dong and Su Shiqing, Chen Jiujiu beamed with joy, more ecstatic than if she had found love herself. There was indeed progress, but it was thwarted by a group of people. Sister, if one day I were to take a life, many lives, would you find it intolerable? Chen Dong suddenly inquired. Chen Jiujiu was taken aback, her brow furrowing in contemplation for quite a while. Seeing her in such a state tugged at Chen Dong's heart, even as he understood her reaction. Very well, consider it a jest on my part, enjoy yourself. Chen Dong smiled. Brother. Chen Jiujiu suddenly grasped Chen Dong's arm as he turned to leave, her tone earnest. I may not know what you have endured these years, but I do know that you are my brother, and always will be. Even if the whole world stands against you, our parents, we will stand by your side, and as for sister-in-law, I believe she will eventually come to understand. Jiujiu, Chen Dong felt a lump in his throat, warmth flooding his heart. This was family, the very family he would risk his life to protect. He vowed silently that he would dedicate his life to ensuring their safety. Oh, spare me the sentimental mushiness, hurry and take care of your business. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can return home. Even if our parents do not express it, they surely wish for you to spend more time with them, Chen Zhujiu remarked, half-jokingly pushing him away. All right, I shall take my leave, Chen Dong chuckled as he exited the private room. Bang. Just as Chen Dong stepped out, the door was violently kicked open. Several individuals clad in martial alliance attire strode in, surveying the room before declaring arrogantly, "Who permitted you to dine here? Are you unaware that this space is reserved?" At this moment, Zhang Jihao, having indulged in too much drink and feeling frustrated from his earlier encounter with Chen Dong, seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations. With Li Xiao present, who would dare to act brazenly in Donghu Yinting, thus, Zhang Jihao, his face flushed, approached them, reeking of alcohol, and shouted, "Who do you think you are? This is our private gathering, kindly vacate the premises." Dare to speak to me in such a manner, you deserve a beating. One of the martial alliance members frowned, raising his leg to deliver a kick. Zhang Jihao, caught off guard, was sent flying, the contents of his stomach spilling forth as he soared through the air. The scene was one of utter shock, silence enveloping the room as all eyes turned to Li Xiao. Li Xiao furrowed his brow, recognizing that these individuals were likely the esteemed guests his father had mentioned. "Gentlemen, assaulting someone is excessive. Although you may be my father's invited guests, so too is teacher Zhang, whom I have invited. Furthermore, I have already instructed my classmates and teachers to refrain from disturbing you at Donghu. Your actions are utterly uncalled for," Li Xiao asserted, his expression somber. "Your father? Oh, so you are the son of that Li." The martial alliance members approached Li Xiao, dismissively patting his face and saying, "Listen closely, boy, you must understand that it is not your father who invited us here. Rather, he begged us to come. If not for our leader's benevolence, your father would be nothing more than a mere nobody to us. Do not insult my father." As a son, Li Xiao could hardly endure such affronts to his parent. His blood boiled, and he raised his fist, ready to retaliate. However, how could an ordinary youth stand against a martial artist? The adversary merely raised a hand and seized Li Xiao's arm, effortlessly throwing him to the ground. "Har! A mere mortal dares to challenge me, how foolish." The martial alliance member sneered, preparing to crush Li Xiao's arm. "Stop!" Principal Wang, who had initially intended to remain uninvolved, found himself compelled to intervene upon witnessing such brutality. After all, both parties seemed equally formidable, but to threaten someone's limb over mere words was unconscionable. Moreover, Li Xiao was his student. How could a teacher stand idly by while a student faced danger? Is it permissible to strike without consequence? Do you still acknowledge the law? Cease at once, or I shall call the authorities. Principal Wang threatened, brandishing his phone. To his dismay, the assailants not only remained unfazed but erupted into laughter. "Old man, do not attempt to intimidate us with your pedestrian notions. It holds no weight. We are beyond the reach of your laws." "That is impossible. Every person must adhere to the law. Gentlemen, please cease this jest. I will indeed call the authorities." Principal Wang's brow furrowed, yet the demeanor of the assailants suggested they were not merely jesting. How ignorant. "A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. We are not unreasonable individuals. We must have reasons for coming to you," one of them remarked, turning to Li Xiao. "You claim to have restrained your classmates and teachers from visiting Donghu. Why not come and see for yourself, to prevent us from being accused of falsehood? And you all may join as well. It would be an opportunity for you foolish mortals to witness the true world." As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the martial alliance seized Li Xiao and began to escort him away. After deliberating, Principal Wang and the other teachers followed suit, while Zhang Jihao seized the opportunity to tag along. As for the other students, Principal Wang instructed them to return home, with the exception of Chen Zhujiu. After walking for some time, they arrived at the banks of Donghu Lake. Just as they turned a corner, they spotted Chen Dong curiously standing by the water's edge. Zhang Jihao's spirits lifted immediately as he hastened forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Dong and bellowing, "I knew it was you. Chen Dong." Chapter 93, A Million for Each. "I knew it was you, Chen Dong," Zhang Jihao exclaimed, his excitement akin to that of a person invigorated by a shot of adrenaline upon spotting Chen Dong. Previously, when Li Xiao had attempted to mediate, he had reluctantly refrained from confrontation, but now, it was Chen Dong who had walked into the line of fire. He had no one to blame but himself. Li Xiao's expression was equally grim. "Chen Dong, what are you doing here? Did you treat my previous words as mere nonsense?" Having been inexplicably attacked and witnessing his father being insulted, Li Xiao's mood was at its nadir, leaving him devoid of any patience for Chen Dong. "I am here, of course, for the banquet. Is there a problem with that?" Chen Dong furrowed his brows, disliking Li Xiao's demeanor. However, considering that Li Xiao had previously helped him out, he chose to extend a semblance of courtesy. At that moment, a member of the martial alliance suddenly sneered, speaking coolly, "Is this what you call restraint? 2 individuals previously could be overlooked, but now another one appears. The Li family lacks ability yet has the audacity to treat our martial alliance with such disdain." As these words were spoken, everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Dong, their faces etched with confusion. 2 individuals, were these burly men not here because of Chen Dong? Who else could it have been? As the conversation unfolded, several others dressed in similar attire approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a suit and 2 disheveled young lovers. Upon noticing the hickey on the girl's collarbone, the crowd immediately grasped the situation. "Dad, what on earth is happening?" Li Xiao inquired of the timid middle-aged man. Li's father wore a troubled expression and, after a deep sigh, revealed, "Your 2 classmates were by the lake. Their voices were too loud, and they attracted the attention of some prominent individuals in the lake center. The young couple appeared pale, evidently shaken by the incident, especially the young man, who, if not properly counseled, might carry the psychological scars for life. As for the embarrassment, it was not just the individuals involved but also the faculty members. What a disgrace, what a disgrace, you were so impatient, is there something lacking at home? If you're short on funds, I could even arrange a room for you. Principal Wang exclaimed, trembling with rage. He had encountered unruly students before, but this was unprecedented. If news of this spread, it would tarnish the school's reputation irreparably. Brother, did you know about this beforehand? What did you see? Chen Zhujiu quietly asked Chen Dong, who had been curiously observing the approaching couple. What are you thinking? Chen Dong lightly tapped her on the head. When I arrived, they had already been apprehended. I saw nothing. You, a seemingly demure girl, think about such matters daily. Do you find that appropriate? Chen Zhujiu stuck out her tongue playfully. All right, I didn't bring you here to watch you reprimand students. A martial artist from the Martial Alliance shifted his gaze to Li's father, chuckling. Li boss, I distinctly remember advising you that our leader prefers peace and quiet. Yet, here you are, hosting a graduation dinner with a crowd, and look what you've stirred up. Are you deliberately belittling our Martial Alliance? Li's father, upon hearing this, turned pale and quickly lowered his tone, smiling obsequiously. I would never. Today's events are purely coincidental. My son graduated and merely wanted to celebrate with his teachers and classmates, without any intention of disrespecting the Martial Alliance. As he spoke, Li's father hurriedly pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the man. There is $1 million inside, a small token of goodwill. Please, let us treat you to drinks, and we hope you will be lenient. He bowed and nodded deeply. As the saying goes, the king may be easy to deal with, but the little devils are troublesome. Li's father understood all too well that if he had truly offended the prominent individuals in the lake center, his head would have already rolled, and he wouldn't even be standing here. This was merely an opportunity for these Martial Alliance members to extort some money. He thought that this $1 million would suffice to satisfy them. To his surprise, the man toyed with the bank card, a look of disdain crossing his face. Li boss, you have completely misunderstood my intentions. Does the dignity of our Martial Alliance only merit a mere $1 million? And you lot, these two are your students, aren't they? Their lives are worth just $1 million. Their fates lie entirely in your hands, Li boss. Principal Wang and the others were taken aback. Clearly, these individuals' intellect did not match their brutish exterior. It appeared that their true purpose in coming was to exert pressure on Li Xiao's father. Sensing the scrutiny of the crowd, Li's father's expression darkened. Before he could respond, Li Xiao stepped forward, speaking firmly. 2 million, is 1 million per person acceptable? 1 million per person, that price is reasonable, but you may have miscalculated. It is not only those two who trespassed into Donghu. Do not forget about one more, one of the Martial Alliance members remarked, pointing at Chen Dong. Li Xiao furrowed his brows, then nodded. Fine, 3 million it is. At that moment, Zhang Jihao suddenly interjected. Li Xiao, I believe you should not cover Chen. As an adult, one must take responsibility for their actions. He ignored the warnings and brought this trouble upon himself. Why should you clean up his mess? A useless person, too lazy to even host a meal without relying on his sister. Yet he carries himself with such arrogance. He has not lowered his head since entering. As a scheming individual, he would not miss any opportunity to undermine Chen Dong. Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned to Chen Dong, their expressions a mix of bewilderment. Indeed, Chen Dong's demeanor had been rather haughty. Li Xiao had offered to pay this sum on his behalf, and one would expect him to express gratitude in some form, yet, there he stood, as if the situation did not concern him at all. Li Xiao glanced at Chen Dong, his irritation growing. I do not require anyone's assistance. Chen Dong, with an impassive expression, addressed Zhang Jihao, if you wish to set a trap for me, you ought to choose your targets wisely. Do you think these worthless individuals can handle my money? At this proclamation, an uproar ensued. Was Chen Dong out of his mind? Even Li Xiao's father had to bow his head before these individuals, whose status was clearly far superior. How dare he speak so boldly? Such ignorance! No wonder he had lost tens of thousands in gambling. With such foolishness, it would be a travesty if he did not lose. Setting aside whether he was in debt, what qualifications did an insignificant commoner like him have to speak so contemptuously to those in high society? Chapter 94, Gaze upon me with abandon. The members of the Martial Alliance, upon hearing Chen Dong's words, did not respond with anger, rather, they found the situation somewhat amusing. It was quite unexpected to encounter such a naive youth among them. They had initially planned to pocket a mere 3 million, but with your ruckus, you compel us to raise the price. Boss Li, look at you, this is precisely your ignorance. I offered to settle the matter for 3 million, yet it has turned into a farce. Do you deem this fair? A martial artist crossed his arms, his expression one of utter resignation. Unfair, indeed. To uphold justice, I am willing to offer an additional $1 million, how about that? Li Bie quickly plastered on a smile, then cast a malevolent glance at Chen Dong, whispering, Sir, regardless of your relationship with my son, I kindly ask you to refrain from speaking further, lest you provoke my wrath. 4 million. This figure had already aligned with the psychological expectations of the martial artists present. After all, they were within someone else's establishment. Should they push Boss Li too far, he might resort to informing the leader of their faction. Although such incidents were commonplace within the martial alliance, the leader would not genuinely hold them accountable, yet the corresponding funds would undoubtedly be confiscated, leaving them with nothing. Now this seems more equitable, but the martial alliance cannot tolerate insult. Let us render him armless as a consequence. One of the martial alliance members drew a dagger from his waist and tossed it to the ground, adopting an air of superiority. They were even too indifferent to take matters into their own hands. As the gleaming blade lay on the ground, a chill ran through the onlookers. To carry a weapon and so casually sever an arm, were these individuals not a band of ruthless, malevolent forces? Dad, we cannot heed their demands. We've already offered them for million, and now they desire his arms as well. This is outrageous. At this moment, Li Xiao could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to dissuade his father. He could not fathom why his father was so intimidated by these people. Even if they belonged to a formidable underworld organization, the Li family was not to be trifled with. Li Xiao, I advise you to refrain from intervening. Your family has already contributed an additional million. We cannot afford to sacrifice more for someone so inconsequential. Zhang Zhihao obstructed Li Xiao, shifting his gaze to Chen Dong, continuing, the current predicament is solely the result of Chen Dong's own folly. Some individuals are simply too arrogant. They will never learn until they are taught a lesson. Today, consider it a charitable act by the Li family, with the only cost being a pair of arms. Without the Li family's intervention, he might have paid with his life. In truth, Chen Dong has profited today. He has exchanged a pair of arms for a life. After this incident, I believe he will adopt a much more modest demeanor moving forward. It will be a profoundly beneficial experience for him. Were it not for their knowledge of Zhang Jihao's prior grievances with Chen Dong, the crowd might have been swayed by his words. One could not deny Zhang Jihao's talent for instigating discord. It was no wonder he had ascended to the position of director at such a young age. The members of the martial alliance felt their guilt dissipate significantly upon hearing these remarks. Indeed, they were merely aiding this ignorant youth, preventing him from offending someone in the future and potentially losing his life. We are performing a noble deed. Exchanging glances, the members of the martial alliance internalized this rationale, vowing to resurrect it should the opportunity arise again. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden round of applause erupted. Turning to locate the source, they discovered it was Chen Dong himself clapping. Well spoken, Zhang Zhihao. Should I be expressing my gratitude to them for your insights? Chen Dong lifted his eyelids, his dark pupils resembling an unfathomable abyss, betraying no emotion. For reasons unknown, Zhang Zhihao felt a shiver run down his spine, as though Chen Dong's gaze pierced through him, reminiscent of a stare from the deceased, yet, he quickly regained his composure. What could a man on the verge of losing his arms possibly accomplish? Shouldn't I be thankful? Zhang Zhihao remarked, adopting a sycophantic demeanor towards the members of the martial alliance, as if begging for their favor. This young man speaks wisely, but there is no need for thanks. Let us proceed swiftly. If we delay further, we may disturb our leaders' meeting, and you all shall face dire consequences. The members of the martial alliance discerned the animosity between Zhang Zhihao and Chen Dong and sought to leverage it to their advantage. However, they remained unconcerned. On the contrary, they relished Zhang Zhihao's obsequiousness. Boss Li slowly bent down to retrieve the sharp dagger from the ground. Dad, are you truly going to proceed with this? What do they possess that instills such fear in you, compelling you to acquiesce so readily? Li Xiao was not motivated by concern for Chen Dong but rather by his inability to accept the situation. His father had always been principled and upright, which was why Li Xiao lacked the vices often associated with the rich, yet today, his father seemed like a different man altogether. He was subservient, even willing to inflict harm on others. Boss Li glanced at his son, his eyes filled with resignation. Son, you do not understand. Boom, suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated from the island in the lake. Bathed in the moonlight, the onlookers beheld the small building on the island erupt into a fiery blast, sending bricks and wooden debris scattering into the water, creating rippling waves. Oh. It appears the opposition lacks awareness. The members of the martial alliance observed the explosion as though they had anticipated it. Kid, do you wish to know why your father dares not defy us? This is the answer. One martial artist pointed towards the island at the center of the lake and addressed Principal Wang and the others, saying, and you all, I previously mentioned showing you the true world. You are fortunate to witness it firsthand. Zhang Zhihao, ever the opportunist, stepped forward and inquired, may I ask, what is that, a bomb? Har har, a bomb. Such contrivances are the tools of the weak and powerless. The martial artist erupted in laughter, gesturing towards the island. What you see is the clash of martial artists. The explosion was merely the aftermath of their battle. A clash of martial artists. The crowd was puzzled. What on earth was that? Even Principal Wang, who had surpassed 50 years of age, appeared utterly bewildered, having never heard of such a phenomenon. What era are we in that such things still exist? Zhang Zhihao, quick to react, stepped forward and lowered his voice, asking, pray tell, what is a martial artist? A martial artist is akin to the martial heroes you envision in films and novels. While those characters possess internal strength, we martial artists have something similar known as internal energy. Internal energy refers to the vital force generated within one's body, flowing through the meridians to enhance oneself, allowing martial artists to move with lightning speed and possess strength capable of moving mountains. The members of the martial alliance, pleased with Zhang Jihao's interest, were eager to showcase their prowess and eagerly responded. The teachers furrowed their brows. As materialists, they were skeptical of the claims made by the Martial Alliance. If what they described were true, it would be akin to superhuman abilities. Only Zhang Jihao, with wide-eyed astonishment, exclaimed, "Are you gentlemen all martial artists? Can you truly cause such explosions?" The members of the Martial Alliance were gratified by Zhang Jihao's reaction. Their vanity was appeased, and they chuckled. "We are indeed martial artists, but to create an explosion of the magnitude witnessed at the center of the lake, one must be at least at the Earth stage. Currently engaged in battle are the elite of our Martial Alliance and the head of the Jiang family, both likely at the Heaven stage. We are merely at the profound stage, capable of defeating ferocious tigers and bears with bare hands, but we cannot compare ourselves to the masters at the Heaven stage." Heaven stage. Profound stage, defeating ferocious tigers and bears with bare hands. The more they spoke, the more ludicrous it sounded, akin to boasting in a film. While none had truly fought a tiger or bear, popular science videos had shown that a tiger could easily crush a human's neck in a single bite, and a bear's paw could effortlessly shatter a skull. Against such beasts, even armed combatants might falter, yet they claimed to do so barehanded. It seemed these individuals were merely a group of fervent martial enthusiasts, using explosive displays to simulate the prowess of their techniques. Sensing the disbelief among the crowd, the members of the Martial Alliance exchanged knowing smirks before striding towards a tree with a trunk over 10 centimeters in diameter. With a single punch, they struck the tree. A resounding thud echoed, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the point of impact exploded, cleaving the tree in twain. Is this what it means to be a martial artist? Li Xiao and the others were left dumbfounded. The members of the Martial Alliance reveled in the astonishment of the crowd, their hearts swelling with satisfaction. This was the sensation they craved, to be admired, to be regarded as deities. "Mortal beings, gaze upon me with abandon." As the members of the Martial Alliance basked in their moment of triumph, Chen Dong's voice rang out slowly, seeking admiration from mere mortals. The Martial Alliance has truly fallen. Chapter 95. Is Chen Dong a filthy creature? This sudden remark rendered the entire scene utterly silent. Everyone gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Bosley appeared lost in thought, while Principal Wang and others were left dumbfounded. How could Chen Dong dare to provoke them even in such a predicament? Even Zhang Jihao wore an expression of disbelief. Was this truly the Chen Dong he knew? Did Chen Dong not comprehend the concept of fear? Angering such formidable beings could indeed lead to a fatal outcome. As they had mentioned, the mundane rules of society might truly hold no power over them. Dying would be in vain. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Jihao even speculated that Chen Dong might possess some hidden identity that rendered him unafraid of the Martial Alliance. The warriors of the Martial Alliance clenched their fists, coldly remarking, "It seems you are quite familiar with our Martial Alliance." Chen Dong replied nonchalantly, "This is the first time I have heard of it today." He spoke the truth. It was indeed the first time he had learned of the Martial Alliance from Jiang Kaoqian and the others. However, when this statement reached the ears of the crowd, it took on a different meaning. They all believed that Chen Dong had only just heard of the Martial Alliance alongside them. "Excellent, excellent." The members of the Martial Alliance sneered, repeating the word excellent twice before falling silent, their expressions dark as they regarded Chen Dong. At that moment, the atmosphere became unbearably oppressive. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines, aware that their opponents were genuinely furious. Even if Chen Dong were to dismember himself, it would likely be of no avail. Had Chen Dong truly lost his mind? Did he really believe that the other party would hesitate to act? They were ruthless individuals who operated beyond the confines of rules. Meanwhile, Zhang Jihao smirked slightly, suppressing laughter. Chen Dong's performance today was truly astonishing. Had he known Chen Dong had devolved into such foolishness, he would not have harbored resentment all these years, considering Chen Dong's arrival. Li Xiao was sweating profusely, whispering to Chen Zhujiao, "Aren't you worried about your brother in this situation?" "Worried? Why should I be worried?" Chen Zhujiao replied with a carefree demeanor, curiously watching the battle at the center of the lake, casually adding, "Rest assured, such superficial skills cannot harm my brother." Superficial skills? Li Xiao fell into silence, utterly speechless. This brother-sister duo was indeed cut from the same cloth, equally oblivious to the fact that their opponents genuinely possessed formidable martial prowess. The tense atmosphere lingered for a moment longer. Upon seeing Chen Dong's calm demeanor, the members of the Martial Alliance could not help but feel intrigued. A common person would have turned pale and trembled in the face of such overwhelming pressure, yet Chen Dong appeared unfazed. Even his breathing remained steady. "Are you truly not afraid of our Martial Alliance?" One of them could not contain their curiosity and inquired. "Why should I be afraid?" "Whether you members of the Martial Alliance can leave here alive is still an open question," Chen Dong replied, his expression impassive. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting we will lose?" Another member, pointing at the tumultuous battle in the lake center, sneered. "If your hope rests upon the Jiang family, then you have placed your bets on the wrong horse. Jiang Kaoqian and Jiang Lintian are indeed renowned in the martial world, possessing extraordinary strength at the initial stage of heaven. But do not forget, today's visitors are the whole masters of our Martial Alliance, super fighters with celestial level strength. The Jiang family stands no chance of victory." As soon as he uttered these words, two earth-shattering roars echoed from the small island in the center of the lake. From a distance, the crowd could see two radiant orbs of white light on the island. It was the Jiang family's ultimate technique. The warriors of the Martial Alliance clearly recognized this. Although a celestial-level powerhouse was present, a hint of anxiety crept onto their faces. At that moment, a colossal shadow of a hand suddenly appeared, descending upon the two radiant orbs. The orbs merely resisted for a second before shattering into nothingness. Witnessing this scene, the Martial Alliance warriors breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Chen Dong with smugness. It seems your hopes have been dashed. When did I ever claim that the Jiang family was my hope? Chen Dong replied with indifference, slowly approaching the lake's edge, showing no intention of stopping even as he neared the water, stepping forward without hesitation. Chen Dong, ahead lies the East Lake, do not proceed any further. Principal Wen urged anxiously. Har, he must realize there is no hope left, so he intends to drown himself in the lake. Zhang Jihao laughed. Yet, in the next instant, everyone felt as though their throats had been constricted. Rendered speechless, Chen Dong stepped upon the water's surface, not sinking but rather standing steadily atop it. Hiss. The sight sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, and they gasped in disbelief. Standing upon the lake, was this truly a human? Could it be that Chen Dong was some vile creature? You are also a martial artist. How is this possible, standing upon water, earth level? The Martial Alliance warriors were astounded. They had postured for so long, only to discover that Chen Dong was hiding an earth-level prowess within. Earth level? Chen Dong scoffed, exerting a slight force beneath his feet, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, appearing 100 meters away, as if teleporting. Such terrifying speed should have produced a tremendous backlash, causing the lake's water to surge skyward. Yet, the reality was that the surface of the lake merely rippled gently, demonstrating a level of control over force that was nothing short of astonishing. This spectacle left the crowd in a state of shock, unable to regain their senses for a long while. Was this not the power of a vile creature, one moment here, the next moment there? No. It can't be, this must be fake, it has to be an illusion. Zhang Jihao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot and his expression twisted in rage. 3 years, only 3 years had passed. How could Chen Dong have become this powerful? Wow, my brother is so cool. Chen Jiujiu's eye sparkled with admiration. Though she had already been flown across by her brother, this dramatic visual effect was undeniably exhilarating. It is not earth level. It is heaven level. To control power to such a terrifying extent can only be achieved by someone at the heaven level. The warriors of the Martial Alliance were drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, they had sought the arm of a heaven-level powerhouse. No. Do not panic. What of heaven level? Our whole master is a celestial-level powerhouse. If he goes, it will merely be a death sentence, another member consoled himself. On the small island in the center of the lake, the ground was pockmarked with craters from the battle. Jiang Haojian and Jiang Lintian lay heavily at the bottom of the largest crater, their chests caved in, blood continually oozing from their mouths. With such grievous injuries, death was merely a matter of time. Too weak. How do you expect to walk away from the Shu family? Tell me, how did the head of the Shu family die? Where is the treasured sword? A robust man stood at the edge of the deep pit, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the two. Par, if you have the ability, go investigate for yourself. We would rather die than tell you. Jiang Haojian spat defiantly, perhaps influenced by Chen Dong. He had surprisingly developed a backbone. Indeed, you possess the demeanor of a family head, but you must consider carefully. If you do not speak, I will seek out the Jiang family members one by one. You surely know better than I what fate awaits the Jiang family. The man smirked, his gaze icy as he bore down on the two. Jiang Lintian managed a feeble smile, saying, you will not have that opportunity. Our master will ensure you are ground to dust. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted slightly, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes as he questioned, Master. I have heard that the Jiang family has latched onto a powerful ally. Could it be the master you speak of? Oh, I see. The one who defeated the Shu family must be your so-called master, and the treasured sword is undoubtedly in his possession. Why did you not say so sooner? If you had, we could have avoided this suffering. Given your honest admission, I will grant you a swift end, and then I shall seek out your master. With that, the man raised his hand, ready to take the lives of Jiang Haojian and Jiang Lintian. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind him, you are looking for me. The voice was startlingly close. It felt as though it was whispered directly into his ear. The man, sensing danger, leaped away in alarm, his demeanor akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, cautiously turning to face Chen Dong. Impossible. Such remarkable lightness skill, someone approached me without my noticing. Cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead. Had the other party chosen to strike, he would have had no opportunity to react. Regaining his composure, he focused his gaze. To his astonishment, the speaker was a youthful man not yet 30. You are the master of the Jiang family. The man was taken aback. How could someone so young possess such high-level lightness skill? Was it possible that this youth had dedicated himself to mastering lightness skill from birth? If so, it would make sense, as some individuals in the martial world specialized in such skills, like the renowned thief. With formidable lightness skill, one had little to fear. Kid, you are quite impressive. You did not attempt to ambush me. Unfortunately, you have missed the only opportunity to defeat me. Given your sincerity, reveal your name, and I shall grant you a swift end. The man relaxed his guard, resuming his posture with hands clasped behind his back, speaking arrogantly. However, Chen Dong paid him no mind, not even casting a glance in his direction, but disdainfully addressed the two in the pit. What utter waste, 2 individuals reduced to this pitiful state by a single opponent. Chapter 96. The gap between us, sir, we are all doomed, yet you mock us, Jiang Lintian said with a bitter smile. They were acutely aware of their dire predicament, their internal organs were severely damaged, and even the esteemed physician Shui would likely find himself at a loss in this situation. Sir, we entrust the Jiang family to you from now on. In light of our desperate struggle, we implore you to ensure a path of survival for the Jiang family, Jiang Kaoqian pleaded with a sense of reluctance. Their only regret was that they had barely consumed a few doses of the medicine meant to produce a son before facing death. The Jiang family is yours to manage. I have no stake in it, Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. Sir? Upon hearing this, both Jiang Kaoqian and Jiang Linqian were overwhelmed with sorrow, their voices heavy with indignation. Could it be that they had allied themselves with the wrong person? They had risked their lives, and Chen Dong could not even spare a moment to care for their family. Poof! The two, in utter despair, coughed up blood, their faces pale as death. Observing their ashen expressions, Chen Dong could not help but chuckle. Before you lament, you ought to hear me out. The Jiang family is yours. You must manage it yourselves, for I have no time to spare. With that, Chen Dong simply formed a couple of hand seals. A vibrant green orb materialized above Jiang Kaoqian and Jiang Linqian. And the next moment, the orb released a cascade of luminescent droplets, which, upon contact, merged into their bodies, visibly accelerating the healing of their injuries. Jiang Kaoqian and Jiang Linqian were rendered speechless, astonished. They could distinctly feel their rapidly fading vitality being restored, their life-threatening injuries were gradually mending, pulling them away from the precipice of danger. As the light faded, Jiang Kaoqian and Jiang Linqian found themselves supporting one another as they stood upright. Brother, are we truly healed? Jiang Linqian trembled, fearing it was but a fleeting dream before death. We're healed. Sir has saved us. Jiang Kaoqian's eyes glistened with emotion as he knelt before Chen Dong, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir, for your life-saving grace. Such immense kindness cannot be expressed in words. The descendants of the Jiang family shall serve you and your lineage for generations to come." This declaration even startled Chen Dong for a moment. Jiang Kaoqian's words implied that the Jiang family would forever remain subservient to Chen Dong, even beyond his demise. His descendants would continue to command the Jiang family. This pledge of eternal servitude showcased Jiang Kaoqian's unwavering loyalty to Chen Dong. Enough of this, we shall discuss such matters later. Your mortal wounds have healed, yet you still require rest. Depart now and ensure my sister's safety by the lake, Chen Dong instructed, gesturing towards Chen Juju's direction. Understood. The two clasped their fists respectfully and bowed. They then leapt from the pit and glided across the water's surface as they departed. Impossible. The men of the Martial Alliance were aghast at this sight. They were well aware of Jiang Kaoqian and Jiang Linqian's injuries. Even the legendary Hoator or Bianqiu would have been rendered helpless. That they could stand was a miracle, yet now they walked upon the water. What manner of sorcery was this? He turned to Chen Dong, a wave of greed surging within him. A youth of such remarkable speed and formidable healing abilities. If he could master these skills, he could safeguard himself against even stronger foes in the future. I am Xu Jinping. Your talents are extraordinary. May I inquire which faction you hail from? Xu Jinping was cautious, masking his greed as he sought to ascertain Chen Dong's background. Chen Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back and replied with indifference, "There is no need to speculate about my origins. I belong to no sect and walk alone. If you wish to act against me, then come forth." "Har, young friend, you jest. The Martial Alliance is a place of reason. We do not strike without cause. Yet, what merit does a fledgling family like the Jiang have to attract the attention of one as formidable as you? Instead, why not join our Martial Alliance? We are a national presence, not to boast, but we are indeed a force to be reckoned with. Rather than collaborating with the Jiang family, why not seek out a more powerful ally? What say you?" Xu Jinping was not easily swayed by Chen Dong's words. Such remarkable agility and healing prowess could hardly be the result of solitary training. Not at all, Chen Dong dismissed with a glance at Xu Jinping, his disdain evident. "I find your Martial Alliance quite repugnant. Impudence. The Martial Alliance shall not be insulted." Bang! A few celestial-level martial artists from the Alliance, filled with righteous indignation, rushed forward only to be reduced to clouds of blood missed by Chen Dong's swift strike. Chen Dong brushed his hands together and coldly remarked, "How tiresome." What a ruthless individual, striking without hesitation, Xu Jinping thought, his wariness of Chen Dong escalating. "Young friend, will you truly not consider collaborating with our Martial Alliance? You may consult the elders behind you. I believe they would make the right choice." Xu Jinping still sought to bluff Chen Dong. If it turned out that Chen Dong truly lacked support, he would not hold back. Chen Dong blinked innocently. "You doubt me, I assure you, I have no backing. My abilities have come solely through serendipity, and my only master has passed away." Upon hearing this, Xu Jinping's expression darkened. How could one who lacked support dare act so arrogantly in his presence? This lad was likely inexperienced in the treacherous ways of the world. "Even so, there is nothing further to discuss," Xu Jinping said. We then heard that the head of the Xu family has met his demise and that the Jiang family has absorbed their assets. I presume the cursed sword that slaughtered my alliance members has fallen into your possession. We bear no ill will. We merely wish to rid the world of such a sinister weapon. Young friend, I do not wish to be your adversary. Please hand over the sword and do not follow in the footsteps of the late Xu patriarch. What a lofty justification. To present the act of seizing a treasure in such a refreshing manner, the Martial Alliance was indeed one of a kind. Oh, I see, so your aim in inviting the Jiang family here was for that sword. I fear you shall be disappointed. That sword is already broken. Chen Dong shrugged, feigning helplessness. Broken? Do you take me for a child of 3? A treasure capable of unleashing celestial level power cannot simply be broken. Xi Jinping glared at Chen Dong, mumbling to himself. His voice grew louder until it echoed throughout the entirety of Donghu. Young friend, our martial alliance is a righteous faction in the martial world. Today, we come to eliminate the cursed sword, and you and the Jiang family are deeply influenced by it, harboring murderous intent. Our alliance kindly sent representatives to request its return, yet we have been met with slaughter, and you have slain our experts. Today, we shall not let you escape. Failure to do so will surely bring calamity to the martial world. Our alliance exists to eradicate evil. Enough. If you wish to fight, then come. Who has the time to listen to your grandstanding? I killed the Shu family patriarch myself. If you desire the treasure, then come and take it. Chen Dong interrupted Xi Jinping's impassioned speech, his eyes filled with contempt. Very well. So it is you. Xi Jinping's eyes gleamed with greed. Do not think that by slaying a feeble man who relied on external forces for enhancement, you have become invincible. That old fool from the Shu family only reached the early stages of the minor celestial level through external assistance, while I stand at the mid-stage. The disparity in power is vast. With that, he stomped heavily, his physique swelling as his muscles erupted, bursting his clothing, resembling a formidable warrior. Minor celestial level? Is it not the celestial level? Chen Dong was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't the realm beyond the earthly plane the celestial level? Why was there now a mention of minor celestial levels? Har, you truly are a naive newcomer to this world, unaware of who trained you to be such a fool, Xi Jinping boomed. Below the celestial level, all are but ants. Only upon reaching the celestial level does one touch the threshold of martial arts. Those beneath it lack knowledge of the specific divisions within the celestial levels. Seeing Chen Dong's bewildered expression, Xi Jinping smugly continued, The celestial level is subdivided into minor, mid, and major celestial levels, just as with the earthly plane. Each division further separates into early, mid, and late stages. Once one reaches the celestial level, the gap between each minor division becomes an insurmountable chasm. I could easily defeat 10 weaklings like that old Shu who relied on external means to achieve the early minor celestial level. Do you now comprehend the gap between us? Xi Jinping looked triumphantly at Chen Dong, anticipating that he would be filled with terror upon learning this information, perhaps even begging for mercy. Instead, Chen Dong chuckled lightly. I see, very well, since you have stated it thus, allow me to demonstrate the gulf that lies between us. Chapter 97:3 Fists. Wow, you two old gentlemen can run on the water too. Aren't you just as formidable as my brother? Chen Jiujiu exclaimed with delight as she approached the two elderly men who were following her brother. Hee, Miss Chen, you flatter us. We are unworthy to be compared to the esteemed gentleman. If it weren't for him, our lives would have surely been forfeit on this island, Jiang Haojian replied with a wry smile. There are likely few in this world who can rival Chen Dong's prowess. HMPH, that lad is merely courting death. Our master Shi is a sage from the Luohan temple. His mastery of the Luohan golden body is unparalleled. With few adversaries in existence, I advise you to prepare your finances, or you may end up purchasing your own demise, a member of the martial alliance boasted, still unaware of the true situation. Luohan temple. The legendary reclusive sect. Jiang Haojian gasped in astonishment. At least you possess some knowledge. It is indeed the Luohan temple, which remains hidden until it reveals itself, only to unleash its celestial level might. Are you beginning to feel apprehensive now? The martial alliance member replied, pride swelling within him. I in their eyes, Chen Dong was a rare talent, remarkably powerful at such a young age. However, compared to the reclusive master Xi Jinping, Chen Dong appeared rather inexperienced, thus, they held little faith in this arrogant and ignorant youth. Meanwhile, on the island, Xi Jinping's anger flared upon hearing Chen Dong's words. Utterly shameless, he roared, launching a bow-step punch. With a single, forceful strike, a faint golden fist shadow shot forth. Chen Dong swiftly dodged, yet the fist's impact upon the lake surface sent up white sprays of water over 10 meters high, its power akin to that of an explosive. The most ordinary of techniques in Xi Jinping's hands transformed into a terrifying killing move. As Xi Jinping stated, beneath the celestial level, all were but ants. Every technique undergoes a qualitative transformation upon reaching celestial status. Perhaps he is slightly stronger than old Shu. The martial arts realm seems more profound than I had anticipated, Chen Dong mused, observing the rising water splashes behind him. You insolent child, all you know is to rely on your verbal wit. That was merely a fraction of my strength. Next, you shall face the full might of my 30 years of cultivation. Can you withstand it? Luohan's bell strike. Noticing that Chen Dong had evaded his attack, Xi Jinping speculated that Chen Dong's training leaned toward speed and healing, while his own Luohan golden body was renowned for its formidable power and defense. Therefore, he intended to crush Chen Dong with sheer strength. Although Chen Dong's speed posed a significant nuisance, it was merely a minor inconvenience in his eyes. Confident in his explosive power, Xi Jinping propelled himself forward, his body soaring even higher, muscles glowing faintly golden as he retracted his inner energy. Though he did not manifest his inner energy into an attack like other celestial beings, this compressed power within him was far more fearsome. Boom. A resounding crash echoed, and the ground cracked beneath him. Xi Jinping shot forth like a cannonball, his speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Chen Dong's left side, unleashing a double punch. The two fists struck like furious dragons surging from the sea, lightning fast, accompanied by an overwhelming force that tore through the air with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a bell tolling. Luohan's bell strike. Alas! Chen Dong sighed, pivoting swiftly to meet the oncoming blows with his own fists. Foolish. Xi Jinping thought with a sneer that he had not anticipated Chen Dong's combat experience to be so lacking. The gravest mistake against a physically dominant opponent was to engage in a direct clash, especially when his own fists were crafted into a lethal technique, while Chen Dong merely retaliated in panic. The disparity in power was clear. Xi Jinping envisioned the moment he would shatter Chen Dong's arms upon contact. To the naked eye, Chen Dong's fists appeared devoid of strength, yet Xi Jinping's expression shifted dramatically. He felt as though his inner energy had collided with a sponge, absorbing all of his force. This is bad. Xi Jinping, a seasoned celestial-level expert, instinctively sensed the looming danger, abruptly halting his attack and leaping backward. The Marshall Alliance members on the island stared in bewilderment. Their leader had clearly held the upper hand, so why had he retreated? Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated across the land. Before Chen Dong, the ground, where Xi Jinping had just stood, was instantly transformed into a massive pit several meters deep, spanning dozens of square meters. The tremendous force sent tremors through the entire island, sending ripples across the lake's surface. What kind of technique is this? The spectators from the Marshall Alliance trembled, their earlier arrogance and pride dissipating. Young man, you have gone too far. Do not think for a moment that I am truly powerless against you. Xi Jinping bellowed, pulling a dark ring from his pocket. The ring emitted a faint aura of spiritual energy, accompanied by a more sinister presence. Finally, he has revealed it. Chen Dong smirked, the corners of his mouth curling upward. The reason he had refrained from taking Xi Jinping's life during the previous two strikes was that he sensed both spiritual and malevolent energies emanating from him. Since his return, Chen Dong had noticed that even moderately formidable foes possessed means to instantly enhance their combat abilities. Moreover, all of these methods were related to the practice of immortality. For instance, the old man he encountered at the Lin family's ancestral grave used a yin pearl, and old Shu wielded a spiritual sword. Thus, Chen Dong speculated that Xi Jinping likely possessed similar capabilities. His curiosity about the powers of spiritual artifacts on Blue Star was piqued. In the midst of his contemplation, Xi Jinping let out a scream as the malevolent energy from the ring slithered into his body like tendrils. The once faintly golden Luohan golden body now bore eerie black markings, appearing even more sinister. You refuse to negotiate, forcing me to reveal my trump card now. Even if you wish to surrender, it is too late. Xi Jinping grimaced in agony, his expression contorted as he glared at Chen Dong. In this state, all of his abilities would be doubled, albeit at the cost of being bedridden for 6 months, unable to utilize his inner energy again. He felt it was only fitting to extract Chen Dong's secrets regarding his movement and healing techniques after enduring such a toll. Another crude and despicable means of combat, truly disappointing. Chen Dong shook his head, losing interest in Xi Jinping. Aside from old Shu's rudimentary use of the spiritual sword, Xi Jinping resembled the old rogue from the Lin family's ancestral grave, utterly inexperienced. He was genuinely curious how they had acquired such spiritual artifacts, only to wield them ineptly, akin to picking up trash from the roadside. And still, you dare to look down on me with that expression. Seeking death. At that moment, Xi Jinping's only thought was to maim Chen Dong. He had never felt so humiliated since his debut. Luohan fist. His eyes bulged, blood vessels bursting, and muscles rippling as he instantly drained his inner energy reserves. An entire celestial mid-stage's worth of inner energy was now compressed into a mere fist peak, entwined with that sinister black energy, the inner energy and malevolent force intertwined, forming a gold-black energy sphere. The third punch, Chen Dong extended 3 fingers, speaking calmly. What? Xi Jinping was momentarily taken aback. I said, this third punch will be your end. Before you perish, can you tell me where you acquired that ring? Chen Dong inquired. Xi Jinping's body trembled, fury surging within him. He had encountered arrogance before, but never such unbridled hubris. Want to know? Ask Yarmar. With that, he unleashed a punch. The gold-black energy sphere erupted into a visible beam of light. Wherever the energy column passed, it reduced everything to dust, engulfing Chen Dong in an instant. The formidable energy beam could be seen clearly even from hundreds of meters away, carving a chunk out of the island. Remarkable. Such immense power. Jiang Kaoqian and Jiang Galintian at the shore were taken aback. Brother, Chen Jiujio's heart raced with worry at the sight. Chapter 98. The dispersing energy. As the energy gradually dissipated, Chen Dong's figure vanished completely from the scene. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xi Jinping, panting heavily, cursed, damn it, you forced me to unleash all my power. What a waste of my movement and healing secrets. Before the malevolent energy invaded his body, Xi Jinping had managed to maintain his composure, contemplating how to cripple Chen Dong to extract the secrets from him. However, the humiliation brought upon him by Chen Dong's actions gradually led him to lose himself, and compounded by the effects of the malevolent energy, he no longer harbored thoughts of restraint. All he desired was to eliminate Chen Dong swiftly. Very well, after this, I will send someone to capture all those associated with the Jian family and Chen Dong for questioning, Xi Jinping murmured to himself. If he truly could not find the original secrets, killing these individuals to vent his frustration would also suffice. You may not have that opportunity, came Chen Dong's voice, ethereal and chilling, causing Xi Jinping to tense up in fear as he frantically scanned his surroundings. Heavens in the sky. A warrior from the Marshall Alliance covered his mouth, pointing in horror at the heavens. Xi Jinping hurriedly looked up, his pupils constricting in shock. He discovered Chen Dong floating in midair, hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed down at Xi Jinping. Standing upon the void, his posture was imposing, the sight before him utterly shattered Xi Jinping's fighting spirit. He had ascended to the celestial level for many years and had never heard of a warrior possessing such abilities. Who are you? At this moment, any desire to fight had fled from Xi Jinping's mind. All he could think of was how to survive. Of course, I am the one who will end you. Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. Young friend, today's events are a misstep on the part of the Martial Alliance. Could you spare me? I can pledge my loyalty to you. Xi Jinping's face turned ashen. At this moment, saving face meant nothing. Survival was the only truth. Only by living could he hope for a turnaround. What do you think? Chen Dong looked at Xi Jinping, having already discerned the deep-seated hatred in his eyes. Such a person was inherently rebellious and could never be tamed. Chen Dong slowly raised his hand, saying, "This final punch is meticulously prepared for you. Are you certain you do not wish to see it?" As Chen Dong's hand ascended higher, Xi Jinping trembled uncontrollably. I won't look. You cannot kill me. I am the whole master of the Martial Alliance. Killing me would mean declaring war on the Martial Alliance. Aren't you afraid of their retaliation? At this moment, Xi Jinping resembled a frightened child, tightly closing his eyes, terrified of witnessing something that could seal his fate. Whole Master Shi, do you not find this statement rather childish? If I let you go, do you think the Martial Alliance would not retaliate against me? Chen Dong continued his motion, his tone indifferent. No, I swear. Xi Jinping raised his trembling hand, shouting hoarsely. I vow. What use is that? I place my faith in my fists. Chen Dong's voice echoed ominously. The previous two punches were merely casual swings. This punch is the one I truly intend to deliver. Xi Jinping, you are indeed a connoisseur of martial arts. Why not critique the depth of this punch? 5 elements annihilation fist, first form, earth element. In the terrified gaze of Xi Jinping, Chen Dong, with his right hand clenched into a fist, lightly struck the small island beneath him. This punch was devoid of power, lacking the force of a punch or any semblance of an illusion, akin to a child striking the air. Xi Jinping wore a perplexed expression. Could it be that his opponent feared the Martial Alliance and was deliberately showing leniency? It had to be. After all, the Martial Alliance was superior. Once I return, I will certainly invite someone back to Blue Island and... Suddenly, as he was formulating his revenge plan, Xi Jinping felt the ground tremble beneath him. A fist imprint had mysteriously appeared on the ground not far from him. Boom. In the next moment, a tremendous force erupted from the imprint. The earth shook violently, as though heralding the end of the world. What is happening? An earthquake? No. It's not, it's the island. Look at the island. The onlookers by the shore gasped in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. They beheld the small island as if struck by a meteor, crumbling to pieces in an instant, while the surrounding waters erupted into towering waves nearly 100 meters high. As the water cascaded down, it formed waves over 10 meters high that spread outward across the lake's surface. Miss Chen, be careful. Jiang Haoqian and Jiang Lintian hastily erected an internal energy barrier, protecting everyone from being toppled by the waves. Unfortunately, the few members of the Martial Alliance were not afforded such protection. The first wave crashed upon them, sending them flying. After some time, the lake began to settle somewhat. The island. Where has my island gone? Bosley exclaimed in shock, leaping up. The small island, spanning over 1,000 square meters in the lake's center, had vanished completely. That had been the signature private room of his hotel. Dad, are you all right? At a time like this, you're still worried about the island. Li Xiao looked at his father incredulously. They still did not know who had won or lost, and he was concerned about the island. Brother, Chen Jiujiu's face turned pale. This was her first encounter with a battle between warriors, far more perilous than she had imagined. Had her brother always been fighting such formidable enemies? Remembering how relaxed her brother had seemed when discussing cultivation, Chen Jiujiu felt a pang of sorrow. It turned out her brother had shouldered so much alone, returning home only to put on a FA8 of ease. He had it far too hard, difficult, indeed. At this moment, Chen Dong was quite burdened. TSK, my cultivation is still too low. Merely executing the first form drained over half of my internal energy. Had it been in the past, Chen Dong lightly landed on the lake surface, glancing at Xi Jinping, who was floating face up in the water. Not bad, you still have a breath left. Your arhat golden body indeed has some merit. Why you, Xi Jinping could barely utter a word, his voice barely a whisper. It seems to have exploded, Chen Dong remarked indifferently, glancing at Xi Jinping's empty lower half. Gone, you are not human. This is not human martial arts. Xi Jinping gazed at Chen Dong in terror. If he could do it all over again, he would never have provoked the Jiang family, nor would he have dared to confront Chen Dong. You truly are a master of martial arts. Your critique is astute. This martial art is the 5 elements annihilation fist, comprising 5 forms, each element arising and counteracting the others, possessing the power to annihilate celestial beings. However, I can currently only execute 1 form. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction before asking, having now demonstrated high-level martial arts, as a form of exchange, you must tell me where this ring came from. Exchange? Xi Jinping was taken aback, suddenly invigorated. I said I wouldn't. He look. It was you who insisted. You forced me into this. You are being excessively tyrannical. How unjust. Hey, what of it? Were you not also bullying the Jiang family earlier? Chen Dong snorted lightly and continued, speak up. If you do, I can ensure you remain half alive, which would still leave you with a burial site. But Xi Jinping, infuriated, spat out the last of his blood. Now, even if he wished to speak, he could not. Stop. At that moment, a cold voice reverberated across the entirety of Donghu Lake. Another expert. Jiang Haojian's heart sank, fearing that Zhen Dong, having just concluded a battle, might be somewhat fatigued. As he searched for the source of the voice, a figure was rapidly approaching. Do not continue fighting. The newcomer rushed over, and upon seeing the scene on the lake, he was momentarily stunned. Hall Master Shi, your lower half. Jiang family, you have audacity indeed, resorting to explosives. He had hurried as fast as he could, but alas, he was still too late. To him, the commotion and devastation could only have been caused by a powerful explosive. You are also from the Martial Alliance. Do you seek revenge for him? Zhen Dong replied coolly. With a single glance, Zhen Dong discerned that this individual was merely at the mid-stage of the minor celestial realm, no different from Xi Jinping. I am not from the Martial Alliance. I am merely here to mediate your conflict. I never anticipated the Jiang family would be so ruthless, daring to employ explosives covertly. Leave Hall Master Shi to me, I must save him. The man's words were righteous, yet his gaze remained fixated on the ring on Xi Jinping's hand. But Zhen Dong tightened his grip, and in an instant, Xi Jinping exploded into a mist of blood, dissolving into the water as fish bait. Subsequently, with a gentle flick of his finger, he grasped the ring in his hand, stating calmly, apologies, but the man is no more. Chapter 99 The consequences you cannot afford to you. The opponent glared furiously, taken aback by Zhen Dong's blatant disrespect. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, several piercing sounds cut through the air from a distance. The newcomers could walk on water, indicating that at the very least, they were of Earth-level status. Although the individuals on the shore could not see clearly, they could still make out the figures leaping dozens of meters into the air. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. More people were arriving. What on earth was happening today? Shouldn't the decisive battle be taking place at the summit of the Forbidden City? Why had they come to East Lake? Lord Liang, wait for us. You are at the celestial level, while we are merely ordinary Earth-level practitioners. We simply cannot keep up with you. One elderly man gasped, struggling for breath. HMPH. Wait, if I am moving at this speed and you still cannot catch up, you will miss even the sight of the murderer. Lord Liang was in a foul mood, showing no courtesy to those trailing behind. Zhen Dong cast a sidelong glance at these individuals and was surprised to recognize a few familiar faces among them, Li Gang and Zhang Yuyang, with whom he had previously interacted at the suspended martial division. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Are you also coming for the Martial Alliance? Zhen Dong was filled with curiosity. The Jiang family was unaware of the Martial Alliance's intentions, hence this matter had not been publicized, nor could they have informed the suspended martial division. Moreover, the Martial Alliance maintained a facade of righteousness in the martial world. As the whole master of a state, Xi Jinping would never notify the authorities of his nefarious plans to kill and seize treasures. Could it be that there were still those with a conscience within the Martial Alliance? Li Gang and Zhang Yuyang sensed the tense atmosphere and exchanged awkward smiles. We have come for you, but it is more important to address the matters concerning the Martial Alliance first. Allow me to introduce. Zhang Yuyang gestured towards Lord Liang. This is Liang Chao from the military department, a first-class colonel. Oh. Zhen Dong responded with mild intrigue, casting a more favorable glance at Liang Chao. He possessed some knowledge of the military hierarchy, where colonels were divided into first, second, and third classes, in descending order. A first-class colonel could ascend to the rank of a one-star general. How young was Liang Chao? He appeared to be under 40, yet had managed to attain such a high position with celestial level prowess, truly a remarkable talent. HMPH. Liang Chao scoffed, disdainful of Zhen Dong's elevated gaze. Sensing the atmosphere shifting again, Zhang Yuyang quickly changed the subject, pointing towards the elderly man who had previously spoken. This is Shan Shang, the vice-hall master of the Martial Alliance's Qingju Hall. He was the one who informed Lord Liang. We merely happened to be with him. In response to Zhang Yuyang's introduction, Shan Shang clasped his fists in gratitude, while acknowledging Zhen Dong with a slight nod. Furrowing his brow, Shan Shang surveyed the surroundings for a considerable time before expressing his confusion. Lord Liang, where is our whole master? Why is there not a single member of the Martial Alliance present here? Liang Chao gestured towards the water's surface below. They are all in there, turned to foam, unable to be retrieved. What? Hall Master Shi, how could he have died? With his passing, what are we to do in Qingju Hall? Shan Shang first gasped in shock, then lamented as if mourning a close relative. Yet, while he wept, he should have at least managed his expression. His lips were nearly splitting to the back of his head. The onlookers regarded him with peculiar glances. What grievance could provoke such mirth when the body was yet warm? Ahem. Vice-Hall Master Shan, please control your emotions. After all, the deceased deserves our respect. Zhang Yuyang could not help but clear his throat. Realizing his indiscretion, Shan Shang quickly composed himself and inquired earnestly, Lord Liang, how did our whole master meet his end? With annoyance, Liang Chao pointed at Zhen Dong. He detonated explosives that obliterated the entire island. By the time I arrived, only the upper half of Xi Jinping remained, reduced to a mist of blood by his palm. At these words, Shan Shang finally regarded Zhen Dong with a serious expression. Regardless of the method, the fact remained that Xi Jinping was no more, and Zhen Dong had indeed rendered him a great service. What, do you intend to seek vengeance? Zhen Dong glanced at Shan Shang, speaking in a nonchalant tone. No, no, no. Our intention at Qingju Hall is to express our gratitude to the Jian family, Shan Shang responded, bowing slightly to Chen Dong, this time devoid of condescension, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Gratitude? What brings this about? Chen Dong inquired. This young friend may not be aware, but on that day at Wanbao Hall, there were also disciples of our martial alliance present. Had it not been for the Jian family's timely intervention, our disciples might have met the same unfortunate fate as those ill-fated families, struck down by the frenzied elder of the Shu family. Thus, our purpose today is to extend our heartfelt thanks. As he spoke, Shan Shang produced a medicinal pill from his robe. This is a top-tier healing elixir, please accept it. With a gesture, Chen Dong summoned the pill into his hand. Upon sensing the residual medicinal potency within, he felt somewhat disappointed. Was this truly a top-tier healing elixir? The items he had concocted upon entering the alchemical path were far superior. Furthermore, observing the elderly man's beaming countenance made it seem as though he genuinely came to express gratitude. Liang Chao from the military and the suspended martial division were also summoned by him. Various signs indicated that this old man bore no ill intentions. Despite his emotional volatility, Chen Dong could not shake the feeling of discomfort, as if the old man was concealing something. I accept the elixir, but are you not obliged to provide me with an explanation regarding Xi Jinping's demise? Chen Dong stated flatly. This matter is indeed my fault. I failed to dissuade Hall Master Shi. The temptation of a treasure capable of elevating one's power to the celestial level was simply too great. Hall Master Shi was blinded by greed, which led him astray. I hope you will forgive our transgressions, Shan Shang replied, bowing deeply in humility. Enough of this meaningless discourse, boy, hand over Xi Jinping's ring, it belongs to the martial alliance, not to you. Liang Chao commanded Chen Dong in an authoritative tone. As a first-class colonel, he believed himself to wield considerable power, as if everyone were his subordinates. And you believe I would simply hand it over? Who do you think you are? Chen Dong scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. An immediate silence enveloped the scene. The crowd stared at Chen Dong, momentarily taken aback. How dare he? Not only was Liang Chao of celestial level prowess, but his military position alone was enough to instill fear. Having risen to such heights before the age of 40, his future was undoubtedly that of a stellar general. To speak so brazenly in the face of a future luminary was sheer audacity. Liang Chao's face turned a shade of green with fury. While he may have initially been unaware of his identity, now that he knew, Chen Dong's insolence was nothing short of a blatant provocation. A terrifying celestial level pressure erupted, causing the surrounding air to stagnate, rendering breathing arduous. The once shimmering surface of the lake became as smooth as a mirror in that instant. Chen Dong, do you comprehend the consequences of provoking my wrath? Liang Chao's eyes glinted with frost. Shan Shang glanced at Liang Chao, then promptly interjected, young friend, Xi Jinping's ring is indeed the property of our martial alliance. We kindly request that you return it to us, and we shall surely reward you handsomely. What a farce! You claim it is your property, yet wish to gift it away in the name of the martial alliance. Some individuals should openly express their desire for treasures instead of masquerading under false pretenses, lest they appear utterly foolish. Chen Dong did not indulge them, directly exposing Liang Chao's hypocritical facade. Upon hearing this, Liang Chao's expression darkened, and he coldly addressed Chen Dong, you insolent brat, your repeated disrespect today is pushing me to take action. Your explosives are now depleted. Should I strike, you shall either perish or be grievously wounded. If it comes to that, the consequences are yours to bear. Bear the consequences, you may attempt to do so. Chen Dong responded defiantly, slapping his palm outward. Seeking death. Liang Chao scoffed, such a slap was merely a tactic for street fights, unworthy of being employed against a celestial-level powerhouse. It was a gross insult to the celestial realm. Liang Chao had 100 ways to evade the attack while simultaneously eliminating Chen Dong. However, while the thought was appealing, reality proved to be unforgiving. In the brief moment of his distraction, he found himself propelled uncontrollably through the air, his body skimming across the lake's surface as if gliding on water, rolling far, far away. Chapter 100, Third-Class Military Officer, Hiss. Upon witnessing Liang Chao being sent flying, the onlookers couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, their hearts profoundly shaken. Liang Chao was a formidable force at the mid-level of the minor immortal rank and held the esteemed position of a first-class military officer. Such a presence would be a distinguished guest anywhere, yet now he was casually kicked aside by Chen Dong. Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang had thought they had sufficiently underestimated Chen Dong. Ever since he dismantled the Shuanti martial division and eliminated the leader of the Jian family, they had considered him to possess the strength of a late-stage heavenly rank. However, to now witness him kick Liang Chao, a mid-tier minor immortal, across the room, profoundly altered their perception of Chen Dong's capabilities once more. In retrospect, it seemed that the demise of Xi Jinping might not have been solely due to the bomb. It was entirely possible that Chen Dong had been the one to end his life. Meanwhile, Dan Shang was equally astonished by Chen Dong's prowess, though his slightly murky old eyes flickered uncertainly, revealing the machinations of his mind. You wretched creature, I shall end your life. Liang Chao, in a disheveled state, emerged from the water, his eyes blazing with fury, wishing nothing more than to devour Chen Dong alive. His inner energy surged, clearly intent on murder. Lord Liang. Zhang Yuyang suddenly stepped forward, intercepting the enraged Liang Chao. Zhang Yuyang, do you wish to court death as well? Liang Chao's voice was cold as ice. Lord Liang, you cannot lay a hand on Chen Dong. Zhang Yuyang, braving the pressure emanating from the immortal level warrior, spoke with determination. Liang Chao's gaze darkened, settling on Zhang Yuyang. Zhang Yuyang, by what authority do you speak to me? Do not forget, the 20 Martial Division is merely a subsidiary of the military. You are but a minor city-level official. Speaking to me in such a manner is a grave disrespect. I have every justification to execute you. Consider this your final warning. Step aside. Yet, Zhang Yuyang remained undeterred. Lord Liang, I am doing this for your own good. Zhendong truly cannot be harmed. Do you recall the documents you sent this time? Zhang Yuyang hastily interjected. Documents? At the mention of this, Liang Chao's fury abated significantly, his brow furrowing. Of course, I remember. My primary purpose in coming to Blue Island was for those documents. As he spoke, Liang Chao seemed to grasp something, his frown deepening. Are you implying that these documents pertain to Zhendong? Indeed. Seeing the murderous intent dissipate, Zhang Yuyang let out a sigh of relief and slowly elaborated. These documents pertain to Zhendong's appointment. Effective today, he is designated as the guardian of the 20 Martial Division in the East China region, holding a position equivalent to that of a third-class military officer. Lord Liang, considering this, Zhendong is already a member of the military. If a colleague from the same department creates such a rift, the higher-ups will surely not be pleased. Liang Chao stood in contemplation, his expression dark as he extended his hand towards Zhang Yuyang. Where are the documents? Here. Li Gang promptly produced a leather pouch containing the documents, still sealed with a recently torn seal. The authenticity of these documents, personally delivered by Liang Chao, was beyond doubt. He merely needed to verify that the contents matched Zhang Yuyang's claims. Observing Liang Chao's increasingly troubled demeanor, Dan Shang leaned in to offer counsel. Lord Liang, I believe it would be prudent to let this matter rest. After all, the military's reputation must be upheld, especially considering it is a position directly appointed from above. Causing too much upheaval will not sit well with the higher authorities. As for the ring, the Martial Alliance will surely demand it back, as it was a reward meant for the whole master. Once I ascend to that position, you are welcome to retrieve it at any time, should you still desire it. At this, Dan Shang subtly conveyed to Liang Chao, Lord Liang, while it may be easy to kill Zhendong, such a potent force would be a tremendous loss. It would be wiser to utilize him for our purposes, our business. Upon reaching this point, the two exchanged a knowing glance. HMPH, you make a valid point, but for Zhendong to aspire to a military rank shall not be an easy feat. Liang Chao snorted coldly, crumpling the documents in his hand and tossing them at Zhang Yuyang before swiftly departing from Donghu. Observing this, Dan Shang slightly cupped his fists in acknowledgement to the onlookers and followed suit. Zhendong watched the old man retreating, his fingers subtly tracing an inconspicuous mark, which he then flicked into the old man's body. Zhendong had long harbored suspicions about this old man. Just then, Jiang Haoqian arrived, treading lightly upon the water's surface. Observing Dan Shang's departing figure, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. What's the matter? Do you know him? Zhendong inquired, having noticed Jiang Haoqian's unusual demeanor. Jiang Haoqian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I shouldn't know him, but there's something familiar about that silhouette. It is so, Zhendong contemplated, resting a hand on Jiang Haoqian's shoulder and speaking slowly. I have embedded a mark within your shoulder. Rest assured, it will not only be harmless but will also aid your cultivation. However, should this mark ever become heated, inform me without delay. The mark placed on Jiang Haoqian was a counterpart to the one within Dan Shang. Though Dan Shang appeared straightforward, his eyes betrayed a shrewdness. Such individuals never acted without personal gain. When Xi Jinping met his end, this old man had nearly celebrated the occasion with fanfare. Zhendong did not trust that Dan Shang had no ulterior motives when seeking aid for the Jiang family. Jiang Haoqian remained oblivious to Zhendong's calculations, but upon hearing that the mark would assist his cultivation, he promptly attempted to circulate his energy. Indeed, with every circulation, his inner strength solidified incrementally. Incredible! Jiang Haoqian couldn't suppress his exclamation. Truly, it was all thanks to the master. Who else in this world could possess such prowess? When Jiang Haoqian regained his composure, he found Zhendong, along with Zhang Yuyang and Li Gang, already at the water's edge. As Zhendong appeared, those on the shore instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Particularly, Zhang Jihao trembled with fright. Jiujiu, let us depart. Mr. Li, I apologize for the damage to your island. Please settle the expenses with Jiang Haoqian. Zhendong remarked with a gentle smile. No, how could I dare to ask you for money? Though Mr.Li lamented the loss of his island, he dared not broach the subject in front of someone as extraordinary as Zhendong. Not to worry. You have raised a fine son, and my compensation is merely a gesture of goodwill towards him. As for the others, Zhendong chose to disregard them entirely, making his way out of Donghu. Principal Wang and the others felt a burning shame wash over them. Zhendong's indifference left them feeling as though they had been dealt a humiliating blow. Only Zhang Jihao shared a sense of relief, a smile inadvertently creeping upon his lips. Bang! Before Zhang Jihao could revel in his good fortune, a tremendous force struck him, sending him sprawling, his limbs shattered, reduced to a pitiful heap upon the ground. From a distance, Zhendong's voice echoed ominously. It seems, in light of our past camaraderie, I shall sever your limbs today as a warning. Should you dare to utter another word of nonsense, your life shall be forfeit. After such a tumultuous episode, Zhendong felt weary of engaging with Zhang Jihao. As they walked, Zhendong turned to Zhang Yuyang. What is the story behind this appointment? When did I express a desire to join your 20 Martial Division?